Chapter 2. My strength no longer allows me to remain low-key. A single strike will suffice indeed. Ye Kai scrutinized the photograph carefully. It was undoubtedly his own. Ye Kai, stop joking and give me back the photo. To Ye Kai's surprise, the typically unflappable Xiao Qianqian frowned and reached for the picture in his grasp. However, Ye Kai's arm was longer than hers, and he lifted the photo above her reach. First, enlighten me about the origins of this photo, and then I shall return it to you, he chuckled. Seeing that classmates were glancing in their direction, Xiao Qianqian gritted her teeth and whispered, "Fine, I will tell you. But do not hold the photo up." Ye Kai retracted his arm, clutching the photo to his chest as if fearing its confiscation by Xiao Qianqian. "This is a photo of my friend," she admitted, her face flushing. Ye Kai's smile faded instantly, bewildered. "I don't recall ever knowing you." Xiao Qianqian's brow furrowed sharply as she extended her long, lithe leg, clad in tight jeans, and delivered a sharp kick to Ye Kai. "Warning, if you keep talking nonsense. Do you believe I won't kick you to death? His name is Yi Tianjun, and you are Ye Kai. You are not the same person." Yi Tianjun. Indeed, that was my name. I went by Yi Tianjun during elementary school, but I changed it to Ye Kai in middle school. Aside from my family, no one knows about this. Goodness, it seems Xiao Qianqian has remembered me for 1, 2, 3, 10 years. Should I reveal the truth to her? Ye Kai hesitated, but ultimately decided against exposing his identity. It would be troublesome if Xiao Qianqian became attached to him. "Here you go." Ye Kai returned the photograph to Xiao Qianqian, teasing, "Do you fancy that young man?" After a moment of silence, when Xiao Qianqian did not respond, Ye Kai grew indifferent, though curiosity lingered in his mind. The early study session had yet to commence, and the majority of students were fervently cramming. The countdown clock for the college entrance examination displayed the glaring red number 90. For others, this was precious review time, but for Ye Kai, it was merely the final days of high school. As for which university to attend, there was no need for contemplation. He would undoubtedly enroll in the nation's finest, Tsinghua University. To pass the time, Ye Kai indulged in mobile games, novels, and short videos. Whenever a teacher arrived, the system would alert him. Occasionally, if it forgot to notify him, it mattered little. His keen hearing would prompt him to conceal his phone at the teacher's approach. Xiao Qianqian, the class monitor, conveniently turned a blind eye to his antics. Logging in, starting the game, a flurry of victories ensued. After 1 or 2 rounds, he concluded that gaming was rather mundane. He would occasionally create a secondary account to dominate weaker players and splurge on new skins whenever they were released. Alas, without some amusement, life would indeed be unbearably dreary. Ding! The host may engage in a first love scenario. "Why did you arrive so early? You should have appeared during my most challenging times to grant me the thrill of a comeback. And now, I am invincible. Do you expect me to feign modesty?" After venting his frustrations at the system, Ye Kai felt significantly lighter. "Ding! Forgive my frankness, but you have been excessively cautious and low profile over the years. Do you not yearn to experience the sensation of being admired and revered? I truly do not wish to pretend. Go away, you pesky system. System, I am but a humble entity. My existence is fraught with challenges." Ye Kai paid no further heed to the system. After the early study session, he intended to visit the restroom. Upon exiting the classroom, he was confronted by a group of boys, led by the notorious delinquent, Wang Qing. Known for bullying students and flirting with girls, it was rumored that he had shared rooms with several girls. As Wang Qing approached, many curious classmates turned to observe the unfolding drama. Alas, Ye Kai has found himself in quite the predicament. Wang Qing is likely planning to drag him to the restroom for a good beating. Anyone who has sat next to Xiao Qianqian is bound to face the wrath sooner or later. It was said that Wang Qing's uncle held a position of power, and whenever he stirred trouble at school, he would merely return home to reflect for a day or two. Truly, he was a school bully. Inside the classroom, students craned their necks to gossip, while at the doorway, Wang Qing began to seize Ye Kai by the collar, intending to teach him a lesson. "Classmate, do refrain from resorting to violence. Though I may appear gentle and courteous, it does not imply that I am incapable of retaliating." With a faint smile, Ye Kai subtly shifted his body and evaded Wang Qing's grasp. Wang Qing raised an eyebrow, shaking his leg as he smugly remarked, "Xiaobin mentioned that you conversed extensively with Xiao Qianqian today. He is quite displeased and has sent me to set you straight. If you comply, I won't leave you bruised, but if you resist..." His voice trailed off as he clenched his fist before Ye Kai, displaying an arrogant demeanor. Several of his henchmen stepped forward, attempting to intimidate Ye Kai. With a slight smirk, Ye Kai's eyes glimmered with cold resolve. The system was right. I have been too low-key, to the point where everyone dares to threaten me. Just as I lamented the monotony of life, these insignificant thugs have provided a diversion. Tai Chi, Wing Chun, Hungar, praying mantis style, Pai Yin Palm, wind god leg. So many martial arts to choose from. What will be most effective against these inept fools? There was no need to employ internal energy. A single strike would suffice. With that thought, Ye Kai swiftly unleashed a palm strike, followed by the crisp sound of a slap resounding through the air. Wang Qing and his companions fell to the ground, their faces swollen and puffy. The students in the classroom were left dumbfounded. What on earth just happened? Who knocked Wang Qing down? It seems to be Ye Kai. I noticed a fleeting shadow as he struck. You must be mistaken. I didn't see Ye Kai make a move. My eyesight is 5.3. If it wasn't Ye Kai, could it possibly be a ghost who struck Wang Qing? Ye Kai gazed calmly at Wang Qing and remarked, if you're angry and unsatisfied, feel free to bring more people next time. I am merely bored and in need of some physical activity. Alas, my prowess simply does not allow for discretion. Henceforth, I shall let things unfold naturally. I shall not miss a single opportunity to flaunt my abilities. With that, Ye Kai left behind a strikingly handsome silhouette as he headed to the office. Since he had already engaged in a scuffle, he intended to proactively admit his fault to the class advisor, thus avoiding future complications. No, he had already caused trouble. Brother Qing, this kid is truly a hidden talent. One of the boys muttered, covering his face and stammering. Wang Qing clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it, I was careless. He ambushed us. Let us go back and plan our retaliation. Chapter 3. I am the academic overachiever. I shall reveal my true self in the office. Ye Kai's class advisor, Song Xiaolin, clad in a white dress, was engrossed in grading English exams, a faint frown gracing her naturally beautiful face. Alas, with only 90 days remaining, how can there still be so many students failing their exams? At that moment, Ye Kai arrived. With a serious expression, he confessed, Teacher Song, I struck Wang Qing. The sudden proclamation left Song Xiaolin and the other teachers in the office momentarily stunned, their eyes fixed on Ye Kai. In their minds, Ye Kai was the archetype of a student who could secure admission to a respectable university without much effort. He was the last person they would expect to cause trouble. How did this happen? Song Xiaolin inquired, her brow slightly knitted. With a single slap, Ye Kai replied nonchalantly. The teachers gasped in unison, their first instinct being disbelief that Ye Kai could utter such grandiose claims. Ye Kai, this is the office. Refrain from such nonsense. With only 3 months left to prepare, shouldn't you be focusing more? Stop playing truth or dare. Truth or dare. Ye Kai stifled a laugh, though he managed to suppress it. Teacher Song certainly had a vivid imagination. Let it be. I can only blame myself for being too low-key. It is only natural for the teacher not to believe me. Just then, Xiao Qianqian hurried over. Upon seeing Ye Kai, she paused for a moment, quickened her pace, and approached Song Xiaolin, saying, Teacher, Ye Kai has beaten Wang Qing. It seems their faces are severely injured. As these words left her lips, the office fell into a profound silence. Even Xiao Qianqian, the model student, spoke thus, confirming the truth of Ye Kai's altercation with Wang Qing. Song Xiaolin's expression changed dramatically as she glanced at Ye Kai and asked, Why did you fight? I had a few words with Xiao Qianqian, and Zhao Bin became jealous, then called Wang Qing, and ultimately, I ended up striking back. Ye Kai's explanation was succinct, yet it elucidated the entire affair. The teachers and Xiao Qianqian understood the underlying reason for the brawl. It was ultimately Wang Qing's fault. Wang Qing was notorious for stirring up trouble at school. Who struck first? Song Xiaolin inquired further. They attempted to drag me to the restroom, so I acted preemptively and slapped one of them. I see. Please bring Zhao Bin to me. I will call his parents. You and Xiao Qianqian may return now. Ye Kai nodded understandingly. Teacher, I apologize for the trouble. After saying this, he strode away, having anticipated this outcome. He arrived at the restroom, took out his phone, and dialed a number belonging to a man known as Little Green Worm. Boss, Zhao Bin, the son of the Zhonglin Zhao family, has disrupted my leisurely school life. Please suppress him, but do not annihilate him. Understood. I will handle it right away. After hanging up, Ye Kai opened Feishin and messaged a woman with the nickname Phoenix. There's a student named Wang Qing in my school who has been rather arrogant lately. Please investigate the individuals behind him and eliminate them. Phoenix replied, received. Having wrapped up these matters, Ye Kai returned to class, exuding an air of leisure. He sat beside Xiao Qianqian and casually remarked, "Let us refrain from speaking in the future. Conversing with you feels like a crime." Xiao Qianqian remained expressionless, ignoring him. The first class was mathematics. The math teacher, Zhang Sanqing, sporting thick glasses and a balding head, entered with the test papers. "Students, today we will analyze the homework assigned yesterday." Ye Kai retrieved his test paper. I didn't do it. I forgot to bring the test paper home yesterday." At Yujing Academy, boarding and non-boarding students are distinguished. Those living closer to the school need not board, while boarders typically come from rural areas. Ye Kai himself was from the countryside, but after winning a lottery in a school event, which netted his family 50 million, they moved to the city center, allowing his parents to enjoy a more comfortable life. Anyone who did not complete yesterday as homework, please stand up and listen to the lecture. Zhang Sanqing adjusted his glasses, sternly commanding. However, a minute passed without anyone standing. "So everyone completed it?" Zhang Sanqing descended from the podium and began inspecting the test papers. Upon encountering a girl who had not done her homework, he sharply tapped her desk. The girl lowered her head, embarrassed, standing up. Ye Kai had no intention of standing and listening to the lecture. Although standing for class would not be tiring, it would be quite humiliating. Thus, he hastily began answering the questions on the paper. Xiao Qianqian glanced at Ye Kai, who was scribbling furiously, her eyes betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. "This is my unremarkable deskmate, relying on random scrawls? Hopeless." She thought to herself, "What he does is of no concern to me." Surely, when a math teacher discovers that his paper is a mess, it will not be as simple as just making him stand. Just then, over 10 students had been caught by Zhang Sanqing for not completing their homework. Moments later, Zhang Sanqing approached Ye Kai, scrutinizing his test paper. "This," he said, astonished. "Ye Kai, where did you get your answers for the test?" "Answers?" Ye Kai was bewildered. "What nonsense! You need to improve your answer copying skills. Next time, you should intentionally get a few wrong. This test paper is from a graduate exam 5 years ago. Its difficulty is considerable, and you answered all correctly. It's obvious you copied. Copying answers is more shameful than not doing homework. I shall penalize you by making you stand at the back of the classroom." Zhang Sanqing's tone was serious. Upon hearing this, Ye Kai suddenly realized that he had inadvertently raised suspicions by writing too much. Sigh. Does the teacher truly believe my math skills to be that poor? However, it does seem rather average. Out of a possible 150 points, he usually scores around 90. Ye Kai could not be bothered to explain himself, as it seemed too tedious, so he simply stood up with the paper in hand. "Teacher, this test was completed by Ye Kai himself." A clear, cool voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Qianqian looked at Ye Kai in shock, but quickly regained her composure. She had witnessed Ye Kai solving the math problems firsthand. The teacher accused him of copying? That was impossible. As for how he managed to answer every question correctly, it was likely that he had memorized the answers beforehand. After all, with the internet's vast resources, finding answers to questions was quite easy. The entire class was taken aback upon hearing Xiao Qianqian vouch for Ye Kai, especially Zhao Bin, who turned ashen. The campus belle was openly defending Ye Kai. He was devastated. Ye Kai had memorized all the math answers, then written them down in front of Qianqian, which led to Mr. Zhang's suspicion, ultimately capturing Qianqian's attention. This maneuver deserves full marks. Zhao Bin smirked coldly, saying in a composed manner. This statement enlightened the students, who realized, so that is how it is. We thought Ye Kai had suddenly become clever enough to ace the test. Seeing that he was misunderstood, Ye Kai shook his head, smiling calmly. A mere clown, alas. Just because the tiger does not roar does not mean I am a sick cat. I will no longer pretend I am a scholar. The truth is out. Chapter 4. A gold medal teacher does not teach for free, a scholar? The classroom fell into a profound silence, all students staring at Ye Kai, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. Did I hear that correctly? Ye Kai actually claimed to be a scholar? How dare he? Could this be yet another trick to impress Xiao Qianqian? They previously viewed Ye Kai as an honest individual, yet he seemed to possess a flair for boasting. It appeared that one should not judge a book by its cover. I do not mean to belittle him, but if he is a scholar, I will eat dirt live on stream. Discontented classmates began murmuring among themselves, while Zhang Sanqing slightly furrowed his brow. Ye Kai, since you claim to be a scholar and that you solved this problem yourself, please come to the front and explain it to the class. Yi Kai smiled subtly and walked to the podium. Ahem, since Teacher Zhang has asked me to teach, I shall humbly oblige. Now, let's start with the multiple choice questions. I shall only explain once, and the second time will incur a fee. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanqing thought to himself, this kid truly dares to take the stage. I wonder if he is merely putting on an act, or if he genuinely has something to offer. The other students gazed at Yi Kai with a mocking demeanor. Xiao Qianqian did not lift her gaze to regard Yi Kai, but instead focused intently on the math paper, awaiting his lecture. Although she, like others, believed Yi Kai had deliberately memorized the answers to capture her attention, the moment he declared himself a scholar. His confidence momentarily stunned her. This was why she patiently awaited his analysis of the test. The first multiple-choice question was a basic one. For the multiple-choice question, select B. I want to explain such rudimentary questions. Anyone who does not understand can ask Teacher Zhang. Next, I will only explain the questions I deem valuable. At the podium, Yi Kai began his lecture, chalk in hand. He had earned the title of a national gold medal teacher back in elementary school. Thus, teaching was rather simple for him. He knew how to communicate in a way that engaged his classmates, his thoughts flowing clearly. What followed was a series of astonished expressions. The students below were buzzing with disbelief. In everyone's mind, there was only one thought. Good heavens! Yi Kai's lecture is even easier to understand than Teacher Zhang's. Can this be real? Zhang Sanqing's mouth twitched, his face turning slightly green, feeling utterly superfluous. He had never expected Yi Kai to possess such skill. Could it be that he had memorized the solution steps? No. Even if he had memorized the steps, it wouldn't have been so fluent. This problem has 5 solutions. I will just mention 2. You can take notes. On the podium, Yi Kai wrote down the solution steps on the blackboard, paying no heed to the stupefied faces in the classroom. After half a class, the test paper was almost analyzed. Yi Kai looked at Zhang Sanqing and smiled. Teacher Zhang, how do you think my explanation was? Zhang Sanqing, looking awkward, forced a smile. Yi Kai, your explanation was excellent. It proves that you didn't copy the answers. Yi Kai shrugged. In the future, if anyone wants to ask for help, a multiple-choice question costs 10 yuan, a fill-in-the-blank question costs 20 yuan, and a problem-solving question costs 50 yuan. With his identity as a top student exposed, to avoid trouble, he laid down strict rules. He wasn't a saint who could lecture for free. After all, his teaching was extremely expensive. Upon hearing this, the students scoffed. With such high fees, no one would dare to seek his help. Xiao Qianqian looked at Yi Kai with a complex expression. Did you practice teaching videos yesterday? Preparing to give a lecture in class today? Yi Kai, your imagination is quite vivid. Shaking his head, Yi Kai continued. Do you really think I would do something so trivial just because you're the school beauty? I simply don't want to keep a low profile anymore. It's hard to explain to someone like you. After saying this, Yi Kai took out his phone and started playing Happy Landlord. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Little greenworm. Boss, Zhao Tian's company has already lost 50 million yuan. Phoenix, the motorcycle gang has been wiped out and all related personnel have been detained. Should Wang Qing be detained as well? Our investigation shows that he forced himself on an elderly woman. Yi Kai. Wang Qing truly has the heart of a beast. To assault an elderly woman. If he weren't also a high school student, I would have the police arrest him immediately. What does the elderly woman say? Yi Kai sent a message. Phoenix this. She doesn't seem to have said anything. She doesn't appear to care much about the incident. Yi Kai, understood. Send one of your men to Jianglin. I don't want to see another shameless thug like Wang Qing again. Phoenix, yes. Yi Kai continued playing Happy Landlord. This Phoenix is the queen of the strongest underground organization in China, and he is the man above the queen. Due to his low-key nature and indifferent personality, he rarely concerns himself with these matters. Therefore, in ordinary times, it is Phoenix who manages the underground world. Wang Qing's audacity and arrogance made Yi Kai feel that a small lesson was necessary, or else things would escalate. Soon, the first class came to an end. For the rest of the day, Yi Kai spent it in peace. At noon, the bell rang, and the students rushed to the canteen like beasts escaping their cages. Studying is secondary. Eating comes first. Even the usually demure girls ran as fast as rabbits. The whole class was nearly empty. Xiao Qianqian took an apple from her drawer, eating it while working on her purchased chemistry and biology exercises. It seemed she wasn't planning to go to the canteen. As Yi Kai stood up to leave, Xiao Qianqian called out, Yi Kai, are you going to the convenience store? Convenience store? Yi Kai paused and understood. Anyone asking if you're going to the convenience store must want you to buy them snacks. Initially, Yi Kai had no intention of going. But seeing Xiao Qianqian eating only an apple, he couldn't refuse. After all, she had been his desk mate for over a year and had secretly harbored feelings for him for 10 years. Helping her get some food wasn't a big deal. With this in mind, Yi Kai nodded. I'm going to the convenience store. What do you want to buy? Pen, notebook, and a pack of tissues, Xiao Qianqian replied calmly, showing no sign of needing help. Yi Kai didn't say more and left. Xiao Qianqian came from a scholarly family and was not short of money, so not buying food was not for saving. Thus, Yi Kai wouldn't bother asking if she needed any food. Yi Kai arrived at the canteen, which was packed. He queued at the back, patiently waiting. At this moment, he caught a whiff of perfume. Behind him stood Lin Yasi and Yusin, both known as school beauties. Even in their uniforms, their figures were evident, well-proportioned and graceful. Lin Yasi appeared sweet and ethereal, her round, fair face and lively. Slightly flirtatious eyes, making many boys unable to look away. And Yusin, on the other hand, had a friendly, girl-next-door vibe, pretty with clear eyes and a gentle smile, making her approachable. Besides the two beauties, Yi Kai noticed the greedy gazes directed at them. Oh, Yasi, I forgot my meal card. And Yusin patted her empty pocket. Suddenly remembering, I changed pants yesterday, and I left my meal card at home. Lin Yasi was taken aback. We usually use the same card. If you don't have it, we'll have to go hungry. Let's go. Skipping lunch. We can't handle it. After a morning of classes, both girls were famished, not eating until dinner would make them weak. Then, Lin Yasi saw Yi Kai. Seeing his handsome, dignified appearance, she walked over and asked with a smile, classmate, could we borrow your meal card? I can pay you in cash. Chapter 5. Suspected of being falsely aloof, Zhao Bin entered the canteen dejectedly. Because Yi Kai had told the class advisor the truth about Wang Qing being beaten, the culprit was called to the office. His mother came to the school and severely scolded him. He also learned that the family business was suffering severe losses and was on the brink of bankruptcy. Before leaving the office, his mother warned him. Your father said it was because of the trouble you caused at school that the company lost several major projects and suffered huge losses. Stay in a hotel for a few days. Don't come home. If you do, your father might break your legs. Think about who you've offended and apologize. Or the company might go bankrupt. Despite thinking about it, Zhao Bin couldn't figure out who he had offended. But when he saw Yi Kai with the school beauties, Lin Yasi and Yusin, he shuddered, his face turning pale. Of course, I asked Wang Qing to teach Yi Kai a lesson, so I offended him. Could it be Yi Kai's doing? Impossible. His family is just nouveau riche, and his parents are from the countryside. How could they ruin my family's business? With this in mind, he quickened his pace towards the two beauties. Since Xiao Qianqian rejected him, he would pursue the other beauties. On the other side, facing Lin Yasi's request, Yi Kai smiled. Borrowing a meal card? It's a small matter. Lin Yasi took out 50 yuan from her uniform and handed it to Yi Kai. 50 yuan? I don't have change, Yi Kai said. Lin Yasi smiled, her long lashes fluttering. No need to change. I don't take advantage of others. Yi Kai shook his head and continued. Add me on WeChat. Once you buy your food, calculate the cost and transfer it to me. WeChat? Lin Yasi hesitated. But seeing Yi Kai's clear, honest eyes, she didn't feel much aversion and nodded politely. Sure, let's do that. Beside them, the silent Yusin was utterly astonished. She had never anticipated that her close friend would actually add a boy on WeChat. Lin Xia, just use my meal card. Yi Kai Ping from my class is quite stingy and never treats anyone to a meal. It's just a lunch, it won't cost much, she said. Zhao Bin, eavesdropping on Yi Kai and Lin Xia's conversation, learned that Lin Xia had no meal card and was borrowing one from Yi Kai. To his surprise, Yi Kai insisted that the beautiful Lin repay him, which delighted Zhao Bin, prompting him to step forward to showcase himself. This Yi Kai is truly a fool with negative emotional intelligence. He expects repayment from a beauty who borrowed his card? I can only imagine how uncomfortable the two school flowers must feel. Nevertheless, this presented a splendid opportunity for Zhao Bin to display his charm. As Zhao Bin pondered this, he produced his meal card and handed it to Lin Xia. Yi Kai maintained a calm demeanor, focused solely on his own place in line. If Lin Xia were to use Zhao Bin's card, it would be inconsequential. He would avoid the hassle of adding the other on WeChat. The individuals in his contact list, aside from his parents, were all illustrious figures. The rest were merely his subordinates. An ordinary person had no right to add him. Had it not been for Lin Xia's commendable attitude, he would never have suggested exchanging WeChat information. I'm sorry, classmate, I've already borrowed a card. Additionally, I don't like taking advantage of others. Lin Xia politely nodded to Zhao Bin. Zhao Bin stood frozen, feeling an unbearable embarrassment, his face burning with shame. This was even more humiliating than being rejected after confessing his feelings. Fine then. Reluctantly, he forced a flattering smile and addressed the more approachable Yusin. I'm Zhao Bin from the engineering department, sports class 8, a friend of Li Jian from your Chinese department. And Yusin, clinging to Lin Xia's arm, ignored Zhao Bin and instead fixed her gaze on Yi Kai, thinking to herself, this boy is quite different from the usual flies that swarm around them. He appears mature, composed, and somewhat mysterious. Feeling ignored, Zhao Bin experienced another wave of awkwardness and fell silent. At that moment, Yusin extended her fair, delicate finger to tap Yi Kai's sturdy back and inquired, Hey, what is your name? Yi Kai, without turning his head, replied coolly Yi Kai. And Yusin and Lin Xia silently committed the name to memory. Seeing this, Zhao Bin felt his heart shatter, muttering to himself, I'm trying to curry favor with the school flower, and yet I'm completely overlooked, while Yi Kai, who did nothing, draws her attention. How infuriating! How can Yi Kai possibly be better than me? Soon, it was Yi Kai's turn to purchase his meal. He spent 12 yuan on a dish of meat and 2 vegetables, a chicken leg, a small plate of greens, and a small plate of asparagus, along with 50 cents for rice. After securing his meal, Yi Kai handed his card to Lin Xia and departed. As he left, several classmates began to whisper among themselves. Wow, that engineering student named Yi Kai seems a bit arrogant. Look at Zhao Bin. After being ignored by the school flower, he immediately switched to a longer line to queue again. It must have been quite a blow to his ego. That guy has a unique personality. I admire him a bit. If Lin Xia asked me to borrow her meal card, I'd probably be too excited to speak. Some boys intentionally adopt a cool demeanor to attract the school flower's attention. After hearing their peers' comments, Lin Xia and Yusin began to wonder if this might be Yi Kai's strategy. Some boys indeed differ from the usual sycophants, appearing aloof on the surface while being wildly passionate underneath, all to leave an unforgettable impression on them. Lin Xia, dismissing further thoughts, balanced her tray in one hand while holding Yi Kai's meal card in the other as she and Yusin sought him out. At that moment, Yi Kai was engrossed in his meal, preoccupied with the impending closure of the school convenience store in 5 minutes, urging him to hasten his pace. Upon finding him, Lin Xia returned the meal card. Yi Kai, here is your card. Yi Kai slightly raised his head, accepted the card, tucked it into his school trousers, and continued eating. Eating is the most joyous activity at school, and he couldn't allow it to be interrupted. Yi Kai, I'll give you my WeChat ID. I'll repay you on Saturday, Lin Xia announced. Yi Kai ignored her, seeing his lack of response. Lin Xia took a seat at the empty table beside him with Yusin. She occasionally glanced at Yi Kai, uncertain if his aloofness was genuine or a mere facade. After finishing his meal, Yi Kai approached Lin Xia with a smile. Please give me your WeChat ID. Lin Xia relayed her ID to Yi Kai. White EGLSY. On Saturday, add me on WeChat and note my name along with the repayment. Chapter 6. The Hidden Grade Control Monster, deleting the school flower as a friend all right. Yi Kai responded with a faint smile before dashing off to the school convenience store. At this moment, the store was bustling with students, all vying for a pack of spicy strips, often sacrificing their lunch breaks, only to be reprimanded by teachers outside the classroom. The Tingyun convenience store was unusually empty today, with few students patronizing it. Likely due to the approaching weekend, students were running low on pocket money. The cashier, a plump woman named Zhou, was known among familiar students as Sister Zhou. A simple address of sister might earn you a piece of candy, while calling her auntie would likely result in a sour expression. Thus, the students exhibited a degree of emotional intelligence. Using such strategies works best with the cafeteria ladies. A sweet tongue might just earn you a larger portion of meat. In both school and outside, those who are charming rarely face hardships. Yi Kai was one such individual. Upon entering the convenience store, he noticed the sparse crowd, and with a youthful smile radiating charm, he cheerfully called out, Sister Zhou, I need a pen, a notebook, and some napkins urgently. Class starts in 3 minutes. Although the convenience store was not far from the teaching building, about 300 to 400 meters away, and with Yi Kai's classroom on the 3rd floor, it was impossible for an ordinary person to reach the classroom in 3 minutes. Sister Zhou deftly located the 3 items, calculated the total, packed them in a plastic bag, and handed them to Yi Kai. That LLB 32. 3 yuan. Just give me 32. Yi Kai, not one to skimp on small change, promptly scanned his phone to make the payment. With 2 minutes to spare, he was in no hurry. Ye Kai sprinted back to the classroom at double the speed of an ordinary person, arriving just as the lunch bell rang. The class supervisor, Song Xiaolin, was already seated at the podium, managing the discipline. Spotting Ye Kai's return, she softly called out, "Ye Kai, come here for a moment." Ye Kai approached Song Xiaolin, maintaining his composure. "What is it, teacher? You performed exceptionally well in math class today," she remarked with a slight smile. Ye Kai sensed something amiss, mulling over whether he should use his spiritual eye to probe into the teacher's thoughts. No, he thought. What if he accidentally uncovered her private matters? In truth, Ye Kai was not an ordinary person. To be precise, he was a transcendent being, even more formidable than a superhero. Since the 4th grade, he had occasionally received rewards of 10 or 20 years of cultivation as part of a signing-in system. The spiritual eye granted to him bestowed numerous abilities upon his vision, including the capacity to discern others' inner thoughts. However, adhering to his principles, Ye Kai had never employed this ability. He had no desire to invade others' privacy. "Didn't you tell Teacher Zhang you were a top student? Since you are a top student, achieving full marks in English shouldn't be too much to ask, right?" Song Xiaolin's beautiful eyes fixated on Ye Kai as she spoke, a faint smile gracing her lips. As she spoke, she retrieved an English test paper from her lesson plan and handed it to Ye Kai. "The teacher actually wants to test me? Since harsh words have been spoken, wouldn't it be self-defeating not to achieve a perfect score? To prove oneself as an academic prodigy should not require excessive ostentation." As Ye Kai pondered this, he returned to his seat, holding his exam paper. After handing the items he had bought to Xiao Qianqian, he moved a chair to the podium and began answering questions in front of Song Xiaolin. How could a mere college English exam possibly challenge him? Song Xiaolin glanced down and saw many students foregoing their afternoon nap to review, a smile of satisfaction gracing her face. With the imminent college entrance examination, students were increasingly dedicating themselves to their studies without her need to encourage them. Typically, she would rest in the office. But when teacher Zhang Sanqing spoke of Ye Kai's teaching, her curiosity was piqued. She wondered whether her student was a genuine academic star or merely an illusion. However, the exam she provided was of considerable difficulty, one that even the English class representative would struggle to ace. To avoid appearing overly impressive, Ye Kai deliberately slowed his pace, knowing that at his true capacity, he could complete this paper in no more than 10 minutes. He managed to control his answering time to 15 minutes. As the 15-minute mark arrived, he finished the English exam. "Teacher, I'm done. I'm going to take a nap now." After handing the exam paper to Song Xiaolin, he confidently left, exuding an air of self-assuredness. 15 minutes? Song Xiaolin was taken aback, thinking that Ye Kai must have left many questions unanswered in his haste to submit the paper. The current generation of students is rather frivolous. They must be tempered in their resolve. In this class, aside from Xiao Qianqian, who would dare to claim the title of academic achiever, she unfurled the exam paper to grade it meticulously. Every multiple-choice question correct, the closed test flawless, the reading comprehension perfect, the word fill-in accurate, the Chinese to English translation impeccable. This essay is remarkably sophisticated. Song Xiaolin was astounded. Upon scrutinizing Ye Kai's composition, she discovered 2 unfamiliar words and, after checking on her phone, compared them to the text, finding it exquisitely written. In that moment, she could no longer doubt Ye Kai's prowess as a scholar. However, she found it perplexing that Ye Kai typically only managed to pass, neglecting the fill-ins, translations, and essays. Why would such an academic star choose to behave this way? Suddenly, she had an epiphany and quickly pulled out her phone to investigate all of Ye Kai's English exam results for the semester. The results were shocking. In 10 exams, regardless of the difficulty of the papers, his scores were consistently between 80 and 85, as if he were controlling his grades. This cannot be right. He must be manipulating his scores. Song Xiaolin furrowed her brow, planning to have a serious talk with Ye Kai after school. Meanwhile, Ye Kai was engrossed in a game of Do Di Zhu on his phone. In this game, he was the top player, having spent no money and ranking first on the leaderboard, amassing a fortune of beans. This account could likely sell for over 100,000 yuan. "Ye Kai, give me your WeChat ID. I'll transfer you some money." Xiao Qianqian took out her Apple phone from her pink backpack, powered it on, and opened WeChat. YK666. After Ye Kai provided his WeChat ID, he exited the game, opened WeChat, and checked his contacts to see 2 new friend requests. One request, From a retro-styled black-and-white avatar, read, "I am Lin Xia, borrowing someone else's phone to transfer money to you in advance." The other request simply noted Xiao Qianqian. He accepted both. Shortly thereafter, he received 2 money transfers. "Lin Xia, thank you." Upon reading the message, Ye Kai nonchalantly deleted the contact, reasoning that he and Lin Xia would likely not intersect again, making the friendship redundant. However, Xiao Qianqian was different. As his desk mate, she might need his assistance in the future. Deleting her would only necessitate a cumbersome readdition. After completing these tasks, Ye Kai laid his head down on the desk to sleep. In classroom 3 of the senior year, Lin Yasi stared incredulously at her phone. Initially waiting for Ye Kai's reply, she was taken aback to discover he had deleted her, a turn of events she hadn't anticipated. Countless boys had sought to add her, only to be rejected. For reasons unknown, a faint sense of loss washed over her. It was the first time a boy had proactively removed her from his friends list, prompting self-doubt. Was she not attractive enough? Chapter 7. Confessions from a Junior Afternoon. Physical Education Class. Ye Kai and his friend Xia Peng arrived at the playground to play basketball, while many diligent classmates returned to the classroom to study. The physical education teacher supported this, understanding that with the upcoming exams, any extra study time was beneficial. However, for boys who love sports, physical education class was far more enjoyable than sitting in a classroom. It also provided an opportunity to showcase their physiques and skills in front of the girls. Every college boy harbors a desire to impress. In addition to Ye Kai's class, several first and second year classes were also attending physical education. However, the younger students were not as free-spirited as the seniors. Dutifully following the teacher's instructions, the younger students looked on with envy, wishing to have the same freedom as the seniors. "Old Yi, how about we hit the internet CAF after school?" Xiaopeng tossed the ball to Ye Kai, his bronze face glistening with sweat. Ye Kai jumped for a three-pointer, launching the ball with a swoosh. A beautiful swish echoed perfectly. "Beautiful," Xiaopeng yelled, as if he were the one who made the shot. "I need to get home early after school, otherwise my parents will interrogate me. They don't allow me to go to the internet CAF." Xiaopeng joked, "Trash. My parents never care about me." But as he spoke, his mood suddenly darkened. They were busy every day, consumed by business and projects, returning home late at night. "Your parents work so hard for you to have an easier future," Ye Kai replied with a smile. "If we don't struggle, ordinary people can't even afford a spouse. Look at the post-90s and post-00s. Without money, they remain single, struggling in a ruthless society, afraid to fall in love. Only those with some family background dare to pursue relationships. If my parents hadn't won the lottery, I would probably never even consider marriage or children." Hearing this, Xiaopeng felt a pang of empathy for his parents. They worked tirelessly, all for his future ease. His grievances towards them evaporated in an instant. "Old Yi, your words are more enlightening than 10 years of study." "Thank you, I understand now." Ye Kai merely smiled faintly. He jumped from beyond the three-point line, effortlessly sinking another swish. "You got great touch today," Xiaopeng exclaimed. "Touch," Ye Kai mused internally, "divine touch. I am indeed the basketball god. Possessing an array of extraordinary skills, I merely feign ordinariness." However, in basketball, Ye Kai had no competitors, so there was no need to show off excessively. He was simply having fun. At that moment, Xiao Qianqian emerged from the equipment room, dressed in sports pants, having come to the playground to play badminton with the English class representative, Bai Jing. Her graceful figure and stunning beauty quickly attracted the attention of many boys in the class. For Xiao Qianqian, while academics were undoubtedly important, sports were equally essential. Given her academic prowess, gaining admission to Tsinghua University was not a challenge, allowing her to avoid the frantic studying that her peers engaged in. This perfectly illustrated a saying the teacher once shared: "If you work hard in the beginning, you'll save effort later." Xiaopeng gazed at Xiao Qianqian's alluring figure, his eyes fixated. "Old Yi, you're always with the stunning Xiao. Haven't you thought of making a move?" Ye Kai chuckled lightly. "What do you mean? You're asking a leading question. You must seize the opportunity. If I could marry a beauty like Xiao Qianqian, I would be willing to sacrifice 10 years of my life. Just imagine, when even the most beautiful women eventually become aunts and grandmothers, one's interest in girls would surely wane." Ye Kai remarked nonchalantly. "Wow, you're quite harsh. You just extinguished my beautiful fantasies," he added. During the midst of a physical education class, A petite girl with a ponytail suddenly approached Yikai. Senior, I like you. Yikai stared at the unfamiliar girl, utterly bewildered. Was he being confessed to? This was a first for him. Seeing the perplexed expression on Yikai's face, the girl shyly introduced herself. I'm Wen Qianqian, a student from the Chinese department. Would you be my boyfriend? Beside them, Xiaopeng wore an amused smile and interjected, beautiful girl. My friend, he doesn't fancy girls. You should abandon that thought. How about you consider me instead? As he spoke, Xiaopeng deliberately flexed his well-toned muscles. Wen Qianqian gave Xiaopeng a disdainful glance. I'm not in a muscle-bound man. What is so special about you? Yikai took a step back, wishing to escape. After all, he was nearing graduation. Romance was not on his agenda. Wen Qianqian pondered for a moment and bashfully admitted, I thought your shooting posture was really handsome, and I just fell for you. Open. So open. Today's girls have no standards for pursuing boys. It's quite alarming, Yikai muttered internally. He didn't wish to engage further and directly declined. I'm sorry, but I'm preparing for my graduate entrance exams and have no time for romantic entanglements. Upon hearing his rejection, Wen Qianqian's eyes flickered with deep disappointment while Yikai turned to leave, his interest in basketball waning. Not following Yikai, Xiaopeng instead comforted Wen Qianqian. Qianqian, let us exchange WeChat. We can chat later tonight. Although I may not possess a handsome exterior, I do have an intriguing soul. Wen Qianqian rolled her eyes at Xiaopeng and, gritting her teeth, pursued Yikai. If confessions were so easily successful, it would only indicate that the boy wasn't exceptional, for only outstanding boys tend to have high standards when it comes to choosing a girlfriend. Yikai was taken aback when Wen Qianqian caught up with him, just as he spotted Zhao Bin holding a badminton racket, seeking out Xiao Qianqian for a game. Zhao Bin was still persistent? What a peculiar fellow. Murmuring to himself, Yikai exited the basketball court. Meanwhile, as expected, Zhao Bin once again faced rejection from Xiao Qianqian. Qianqian, I will not give up. I will prove to you that I, Zhao Bin, am a devoted person, he declared, leaving the basketball court in a defeated state, exuding an aura of desperation. Qianqian, you're truly unfortunate, Bai Jing teased. Once you graduate high school and enter a new university, I imagine there will be many more boys like Zhao Bin pursuing you. You're in for it. Xiao Qianqian frowned slightly and asked, what should I do then? Zhao Bin is indeed quite bothersome. I'm reaching my limit. Bai Jing thought for a moment, her eyes suddenly brightening. I have a splendid idea, but you probably won't accept it. No, you definitely won't. What idea? Xiao Qianqian inquired. You could find a boy you don't dislike to pretend to be your boyfriend, and after the college entrance examination, you could find another fake boyfriend. Xiao Qianqian replied. Are you suggesting I continuously seek a shield? Bai Jing nodded vigorously. Exactly. However, if you choose someone like Zhao Bin to act as a shield, then you should reconsider. What a ridiculous idea. Xiao Qianqian shook her head. Zhao Bin comes from a wealthy family, and anyone pretending to be my boyfriend would face his revenge. I don't want to drag anyone down with me. I think your classmate Yikai would be quite suitable as your faux boyfriend, Bai Jing suggested. Yikai? Xiao Qianqian's frown slightly eased as she calmly asked, what makes you think so? Zhao Bin's arrogance at school stemmed from having Wang Qin backing him. I've heard that Yikai single-handedly sent them to the infirmary. How impressive. Upon seeing Bai Jing's starry-eyed expression, Xiao Qianqian felt speechless. All right, let us head back to class. The lesson is about to start. After putting the badminton racket back in the equipment room, Xiao Qianqian started walking towards the classroom. However, just a few steps in, she noticed Yikai walking alongside a girl, inexplicably feeling a twinge of unhappiness. What's wrong with me? Why should Yikai's outing with another girl affect me? Xiao Qianqian pondered. Qianqian, isn't that Yikai? Bai Jing exclaimed as she followed Xiao Qianqian's gaze. Wow, he is with a beauty. Your shield is about to be taken. Xiao Qianqian retorted coldly. Xiao Jing, stop talking nonsense. Bai Jing grabbed Xiao Qianqian's hand and said, let's go see who Yikai's girlfriend is. Reluctantly, Xiao Qianqian followed, her graceful figure drawing the attention of several second-year boys. Meanwhile, Wen Qianqian quietly trailed behind Yikai. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Yikai paused and gently advised classmate, we're still young. What we call love is merely a fleeting infatuation. Focus on your studies. Don't wait until your senior year to start striving, for we'll be too late. Wen Qianqian smiled sweetly and replied, Senior Yikai, I ranked 5th in the entire Chinese department in the last exam, so you needn't worry about my grades. I'll probably get into Peking University with ease. Yi Kai glanced at Wen Qianqian, realizing her persistence. Yet, he genuinely did not wish to engage in a romantic relationship at this time. Not one to be indecisive, he coldly stated, "Wen Qianqian, if you truly like me, then focus on your studies and aim for Tsinghua University." With that, Yi Kai quickened his pace and entered the senior teaching building. Watching his resolute back, Wen Qianqian felt a pang of sadness. At that moment, Xiao Qianqian and Bai Jing approached. Noticing Wen Qianqian's dejected expression, the ever-curious Bai Jing asked, "Classmate, what's wrong?" Wen Qianqian shook her head, her voice trembling slightly. "It's nothing. Did Yi Kai bully you?" Bai Jing feigned indignation. Wen Qianqian blinked and asked, "Do you know Senior Yi Kai?" Bai Jing hesitated before pointing at Xiao Qianqian. "I'm not very familiar with Yi Kai, but my friend Xiao Qianqian is his deskmate." Hearing this, Wen Qianqian's gaze shifted to Xiao Qianqian, her eyes reflecting a hint of awe. "Isn't this the renowned campus beauty? She is actually Yi Kai's deskmate. Could it be Senior? Are you and Yi Kai in a relationship?" Wen Qianqian asked earnestly. Xiao Qianqian, maintaining her cold demeanor, shook her head and replied flatly no. Wen Qianqian sighed in relief, looking as defeated as a vanquished rooster. "I just confessed to Senior Yi Kai, but he rejected me, saying I should first get into Tsinghua University." Both Xiao Qianqian and Bai Jing were momentarily taken aback. They hadn't expected the seemingly ordinary Yi Kai to have a beautiful girl interested in him. "Campus beauty. Do you have Senior Yi Kai as contact information?" Wen Qianqian inquired. "I don't," Xiao Qianqian responded outright. She had no desire to involve herself in the affair between Yi Kai and Wen Qianqian, so she told a little white lie. Wen Qianqian remained silent for a moment before bidding farewell to Xiao Qianqian and Bai Jing, deciding to work hard to earn Yi Kai's acceptance. As for obtaining Yi Kai's contact details, she planned to return to the basketball court and ask Xia Peng for it. Yi Kai had already packed his backpack, preparing for school to end. As the dismissal time approached, the other non-border classmates were restless, also getting ready to head home. After Xiao Qianqian and Bai Jing returned to the classroom, they settled back into their seats. Recalling Bai Jing's earlier words, Xiao Qianqian glanced once more at Yi Kai, who was engrossed in playing PUBG, with no intention of using him as a shield. "Yi Kai, I have a question for you." Xiao Qianqian suddenly spoke up with 5 minutes left until the bell. "Go ahead," Yi Kai replied, feeling a twinge of joy after eliminating the last enemy with his Uzi, muttering to himself. "It took me 2 days to reach the invincible war god rank this season. Sigh, I must be terrible." Xiao Qianqian asked, "Which middle school did you attend?" "Yujing 3rd Middle School," Yi Kai casually responded. Her eyes brightened slightly, and she continued, "What class were you in during the 5th grade?" "5th grade? Class 3, he answered. "Class 3. Xiao Qianqian's eyes sparkled. "Then do you know Yi Tianjun?" Yi Kai's lips curled into a slight, awkward smile as he replied, "I know him. Because I am Yi Tianjun." "You're at again. I'm being serious," Xiao Qianqian retorted in exasperation. It was the first time Yi Kai had seen the usually composed school beauty angry, causing his heart to skip a beat as he thought, "Why doesn't she believe me when I tell the truth? Does she need me to produce my elementary school graduation photo for proof? No, even that wouldn't convince her." He pondered, "Do I really need to pull out my household registration to prove I am Yi Tianjun?" At this juncture, he fell silent. "Do you know where he went after graduating from elementary school?" Xiao Qianqian's gaze was fixed on Yi Kai. Feeling uneasy under her scrutiny, he chuckled. "Why do you care so much about him?" "I'm simply curious," she replied. "He is my savior." Yi Kai was taken aback. "I had no idea I had saved anyone's life. He saved me from being kidnapped once when someone was following me home. I clearly remember he knocked those bad guys down with just 1 punch each." As Xiao Qianqian recounted Yi Tianjun's heroic deeds, her eyes sparkled with admiration and affection. Yi Kai reflected and suddenly realized so was that time. "I didn't expect my small act of kindness to plant a seed in Xiao Qianqian's heart. What a fate we share." Also, there was a time I didn't do well on an exam and was feeling down, sitting alone on the playground. He helped me regain my confidence. Yi Kai muttered, "How could I forget? I've done so many good deeds in my childhood that I can't even count them all." Chapter 9. Offending Yi Kai will end badly. Yi Kai scratched his head, feeling a tad embarrassed. Not because the school beauty had a crush on him, but rather because he felt awkward that his good deeds were so vividly remembered by others. "I think I was too eager to help when I was young. I thought I was being low-key, but it turns out I was seen as a great hero." Just as he was musing, the school bell rang. "Yi Tianjun. I wonder where he is now." Yi Kai swiftly grabbed his backpack and slipped away. Upon learning the reason Xiao Qianqian wanted to see him, he felt little emotional upheaval, but rather a twinge of fear at what she might do once she discovered the truth. Watching Yi Kai hastily depart, Xiao Qianqian felt a pang of disappointment. She muttered, Yi Kai and Yi Tianjun are in the same class. I don't recall anyone named Yi Kai in class 3 during 5th grade. Perhaps he was just too inconspicuous. Qianqian, is your mom coming to pick you up today? Bai Jing inquired at the door, shouldering her branded bag. She should be. Let me call and check. After saying this, Xiao Qianqian dialed her mother. Qianqian, there's a situation at the company today. You'll have to take a taxi back on your own. Don't go wandering around the city alone. Her mother's hurried voice came through the line. Xiao Qianqian replied nonchalantly, got it. After hanging up, she approached Bai Jing. My mom is busy. Bai Jing shrugged helplessly. How coincidental. My mom is busy too. Let us share a taxi home. Xiao Qianqian nodded in agreement, and the two girls left the school building, heading towards the exit. Outside, Yi Kai walked home alone. His house wasn't far from the school. After his father won the lottery, they purchased a villa worth $4 million in the Sun community near Yujing Academy. The villa was stylish and the environment was pleasant, making it a comfortable place to live. This was the most significant good deed Yi Kai had accomplished for his family since acquiring the system. With millions in hand, his parents didn't squander the money, but instead began investing in business ventures, aiming to make their wealth grow. Yi Kai wasn't worried about his parents failing in business, as he was their greatest support. At the bus stop, he awaited the arrival of the bus. Suddenly, he noticed a local thug slap Wang Qing across the face, drawing the attention of several classmates. Isn't that Wang Qing's big brother, Jiga? Why is he hitting Wang Qing? A first-year student exclaimed. I heard that Wang Qing was beaten up by Yi Kai from class 4. At first, I didn't believe it, but look at Wang Qing's face, swollen like a steam bun. Now I'm convinced. Senior Yi Kai is fierce. Hey, isn't that Yi Kai? A junior girl gasped, as her voice rang out. Students waiting at the bus stop turned to look at Yi Kai. He froze momentarily, thinking, I've finally made a name for myself. Across the street, Wang Qing was holding his face in confusion, looking at the thug. Jiga, why did you hit me? What did I do wrong? The thug's muscles tensed as he delivered another slap to Wang Qing's face, growling, damn it, I could kill you if I wanted. Tears welled in Wang Qing's eyes, his bravado evaporating as he fearfully stared at the thug, utterly bewildered. What did I do to deserve this? Some things I can't tell you. Just know that the Huanglang society was ruined because of you. Aside from me, all the other members were arrested and taken to the police station. Wang Qing, if you weren't still a high school student, I would have broken your legs today. Let me warn you, some people are not to be trifled with. Were you 1T even know how you died? After delivering a few stern words, the thug turned and left. This was school. He couldn't go too far without causing a scene. With the Huanglang society gone, the thug felt like a lost child. Wherever he went, he was humble and cautious, stripped of his former confidence. Meanwhile, Wang Qing stood in shock, muttering the Huanglang society. I caused its downfall. Who could possibly have such power to dismantle the Huanglang society in one fell swoop? He struggled to process the thug's words, but the only person he could think of was Yi Kai. Recently, he had been quite low-key. Aside from Yi Kai, he hadn't offended anyone. A chill crept up his spine as he thought of this. Wang Qing, Zhao Bin, carrying a shoulder bag, approached him. He had been searching for Wang Qing for a while to check on his condition, as he hadn't had the opportunity during class. Seeing Wang Qing's face, he inquired, what happened to you? Wang Qing, still covering his face, glanced at Zhao Bin, contemplating that if Yi Kai had indeed taken down the Huanglang society, he surely wouldn't spare Zhao Bin either. After all, it was Zhao Bin who truly sought to deal with Yi Kai, not him. Zhao Bin, in an effort to assist you in dealing with Yi Kai, I, along with several brothers, have been assaulted. Would it be too much to ask for you to part with a little money as a gesture? Wang Qing glared menacingly at Zhao Bin. Unbeknownst to Zhao Bin, the Huanglang society had been dismantled, and he was filled with dread at the thought of Wang Qing's formidable elder brother. He hastily retrieved his phone to transfer money to Wang Qing via WeChat. A notification suddenly appeared. Your card has been frozen. Please use a different card for payment. Zhao Bin was taken aback, and it took him a moment to comprehend that his bank card had indeed been frozen. This led him to recall the impending bankruptcy of his company, and an overwhelming sense of fear washed over him. Could it be that bankruptcy was truly imminent? If his family's business collapsed, he would be no different from an ordinary child of a common family. The thought of potential debts loomed ominously, suggesting a grim future. As these thoughts spiraled, Zhao Bin grew increasingly agitated. Observing Zhao Bin's hesitation to transfer funds, Wang Qing's brow furrowed in irritation as he shoved Zhao Bin. "What are you hesitating for?" Terrified of Wang Qing, Zhao Bin could only respond truthfully. "Brother Wang, it's not that I don't want to give you money. It's just that my company encountered a major crisis today and is on the verge of collapse. My bank card has been frozen, so I cannot send you anything." Boom! Wang Qing felt as if struck by lightning, his body trembling as the dreadful realization confirmed his suspicions. He and Zhao Bin had offended Yi Kai, which led to the downfall of the Huanglang Society and the bankruptcy of Zhao Bin's company. With this in mind, he frowned slightly, kicked Zhao Bin over, and departed. He chose not to reveal his assumptions to Zhao Bin, but instead wished to observe how Zhao Bin's life would unfold. If Zhao Bin continued to provoke Yi Kai and his family business truly went under, then his terrifying suspicions would be validated. Wang Qing had more pressing matters to attend to, discreetly apologizing to Yi Kai to safeguard himself. Chapter 10. Accompanying the campus bell home. The emotional master emerges. Yi Kai stood beside the bus stop, eavesdropping on the conversation between Wang Qing and Zhao Bin with clarity. Noticing Zhao Bin's disheveled state, he remained composed. This was merely a case of reaping what one sows. In fact, for someone like Zhao Bin, who believed that a little wealth granted him the liberty to act recklessly, experiencing setbacks and hardships could be beneficial. Throughout history, those with corrupt intentions, regardless of their wealth, often squander it and easily tread the path of crime. However, he was taken aback when he noticed Wang Qing approaching him. Did he intend to stir trouble? If he dared to provoke him further, he would not hesitate to break his legs. Unexpectedly, Wang Qing merely stood beside him, awaiting the bus, his demeanor somewhat reverential, devoid of any inclination to instigate conflict. The surrounding students were tense, anxious that Yi Kai and Wang Qing might clash again. At that moment, Bai Jing rushed over to Yi Kai, breathless, and said, "Yi Kai, could you do me a favor?" "What is it?" "Both Qian Qian and I have dead phones and no money for a taxi. Could you help us book a ride?" Yi Kai replied, "Both of your phones are dead? The school doesn't allow charging, and it's been an entire day. Even without using them, they would run out of battery. Besides, I secretly played on my phone during my nap." Yi Kai glanced at his own device, boasting a robust 90% battery. His modified phone was indeed remarkable. After a long day, it had only consumed 10% of its power. Feeling a sense of small pride, he prepared to book a ride for Bai Jing. Just then, the bus arrived. "Hey, where do you live?" "The Moonlight Community." Yi Kai quickly entered the destination and booked a ride for Bai Jing, informing her, a white Toyota. License plate Lu A. However, he was a moment too late. The bus doors had already closed and had departed. Yi Kai paused, muttering, "I guess we'll have to wait for the next bus." Seeing that Yi Kai had missed the bus, Bai Jing felt somewhat embarrassed and glanced over at Xiao Qian, who stood a distance away. Due to her shyness, Xiao Qian hadn't joined Bai Jing. She still maintained her aloof demeanor, her stunning beauty complemented by a graceful figure, making her the most captivating sight on campus. "Yi Kai, where do you live? If it's on the way, why don't we all go together?" Bai Jing said amicably. Upon hearing this, Yi Kai contemplated. The Moonlight Community was indeed adjacent to the Sunlight Community. All right then, a vehicle could accommodate 3 passengers, so with Yi Kai included, it was perfectly arranged. He did not decline and walked over to stand beside Xiao Qian. Upon Yi Kai's arrival, Xiao Qian felt inexplicably nervous but quickly regained her composure. Wang Qing, witnessing Yi Kai change to a faster vehicle, felt a surge of panic. If he failed to seize the opportunity to apologize sincerely to Yi Kai today, the weekend could bring unforeseen troubles, and it would be difficult to rectify matters afterward. Wang Qing dismissed his apprehensions, quickening his pace to approach Yi Kai and the 2 girls, a hint of awkwardness flashing across his face. After all, he was the one who had been injured. Yet now he had to apologize to the person who had harmed him. Others would surely think him a fool. Nevertheless, nothing was more crucial than earning Yi Kai's forgiveness. After all, the person who could effortlessly dismantle the Huanglang Society and ruin Zhao Bin's company possessed the means to obliterate him in an instant. Though Wang Qing was a rogue, he was not foolish. After careful consideration, he bowed a 90-degree angle to Yi Kai and apologized. "I'm sorry, Yi Kai. I should not have assisted Zhao Bin in confronting you." Yikai, Xiao Qianqian. By Jing, surrounding students, I hope you can forgive me. From now on, I promise to study diligently and improve myself. Just then, the ride arrived. Yikai ignored him and approached the vehicle. However, he noticed by Jing sitting in the front passenger seat while Xiao Qianqian occupied the back, meaning he would have to squeeze in beside Xiao Qianqian. Without hesitation, Yikai opened the door and took a seat. This marked his first time sharing a ride home with Xiao Qianqian. He had only recently discovered that her home was in the neighboring Moonlight community. The journey was silent. Soon, they arrived at the Moonlight community, and the two girls exited the vehicle. The driver then took Yikai to the Sunlight community. "Young man, which beauty do you prefer?" The driver joked. Yikai chuckled, responding with remarkable tact. "A graceful lady is the ideal match for a gentleman. I like both." "You're quite sincere. If I were 10 years younger, I would certainly pursue beautiful women." "You're not married?" "I am, but I married a fierce woman, and she doesn't look too good anymore. Although our relationship is still quite good, I find it hard to be interested in her given her yellowing complexion." Yikai replied nonchalantly. "Don't take my words amiss, but a significant part of your wife's transformation into a yellow-faced woman stems from you. You lack ability, fail to earn substantial income, and cannot provide her with a prosperous life. As she strives to support you and manage the household, she becomes weary, neglecting her appearance and self-care. Over time, she inevitably becomes your yellow-faced woman. Even the most beautiful woman will lose her luster under the passage of time. The reason other women appear attractive and charming is simply that they are young and have time to groom themselves. When a woman is willing to sacrifice everything to guard your home, what more could you desire?" Squeak. The driver abruptly slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Yikai's words struck a chord. He had merely intended to speak casually, yet he found himself educated by a student. The key was that the young man had successfully altered his perspective on his wife. "Young man, you are right. I never expected someone so young could see through things so clearly. It's impressive. I now know what I must do." Arriving at the Sunlight community, Yikai grinned and promptly exited the vehicle. After the ride sped away, Yikai muttered to himself, "I am indeed an emotional master, specializing in mending marital relationships. Back in the first year of junior high, in need of pocket money, I helped reconcile hundreds of couples who were on the verge of breaking up and earned a considerable sum. This time, I'll consider it a good deed." Chapter 11. A Game of Chess, Annihilating the Future Father-in-Law Sunlight Community. A uniquely styled, elegant, and beautiful villa, Yimu, Lu Pingping, was personally preparing a sumptuous dinner for her son, Yi Kai, in the kitchen. Meanwhile, her husband, Yi Juan, was engaged in a game of chess with a client at home, discussing business as they played. "Xiaolong, you dare to exchange your cannon for my chariot? I offer you a chance to reconsider," Yi Juan said, narrowing his eyes. The client, named Xiaolong, chuckled. "I shall proceed as I wish without regret." After a few more moves, Yi Juan found himself checkmated by Xiaolong's cannon, and a hint of embarrassment crept onto his face as he exclaimed, "A master indeed. I had thought my skills unmatched among my peers, yet it appears Xiaolong is a cut above." Xiaolong laughed heartily, then, after a moment of contemplation, asked, "From your style of play, I sense a hint of chess mastery. May I be so bold as to inquire, who taught you this game, brother Yi?" "Who taught me?" Yi Juan hesitated, for he had learned from his son. He vividly recalled that on Children's Day, his son, then in the 4th grade, had played a few games against some elderly gentlemen in their community and had triumphed over the notable Mr. Mo, known as the King of Chess. From that day forth, Yi Kai became renowned as the little chess champion of the neighborhood. Yi Juan himself was an enthusiastic chess player, secretly learning numerous tactics from his son, yet still lacked mastery. Nonetheless, his skills were sufficient to dominate the local chess scene. With pride, Yi Juan confessed, "To be honest, my son is the little chess king of our community, and I have learned my moves in secret from him." Xiaolong's eyes lit up with astonishment. "Your son is so formidable? I'm not exaggerating. My son's chess skill surpassed mine by tenfold." Xiaolong's interest piqued. He inquired, "Which university does your son attend?" "Yujing Academy." He was fortunate in the college entrance examination, scoring 554, just above the admission threshold. Had he missed by a single point, he would have needed to invest a considerable sum to gain admission. "It was a matter of pride for me. My daughter is also at Yujing," Xiaolong exclaimed. Yi Juan paused, asking which class. "Engineering, Class 8. Class 8? My son is in Class 8 as well." "What a coincidence, brother Yi." Xiao Long remarked. I seldom visit Qianqian's school. My wife handles everything. She likely knows some basic details about your son, Yi Kai. Yi Zhuan chuckled. Old Xiao, you are my first business partner in the real estate company. What a twist of fate. Perhaps we should consider matchmaking our children. Who knows what may blossom from it? Brother Yi, you jest. The children haven't even graduated from university yet. It's too early to think about such things. Ha ha, indeed. But let us keep that in mind. Once they reach graduate school, then we can facilitate their union. Xiao Long, my daughter is my precious little girl, and my standards for a son-in-law are quite high. If Yi Kai meets my expectations, I shall wholeheartedly support this match. Yi Zhuan, at that moment, Yi Kai returned home, backpack slung over his shoulder. Upon entering, he received a small red envelope from Xiao Qianqian, which contained 8 yuan for taxi fare. Okay, you're back home. Seeing his son return, Yi Zhuan wore a proud smile, having just considered a potential future bride for him. Whether it would come to fruition depended on his son's efforts. As Yi Zhuan called out, Xiao Long turned toward the entrance, spotting a poised and exceptional young man standing there. Though clad in a school uniform, he exuded an air of composure and charm. Yi Kai left a splendid first impression on Xiao Long, who nodded in satisfaction and spoke first. Yi Kai, your father informs me that you are quite adept at chess. Would you care to play a few games with me? Yi Kai glanced at Xiao Long, immediately sensing the authoritative aura about him, concluding that he was likely a business associate of his father. Possessing keen insight, he could have directly assessed the man's information, but he decided against it, reasoning that he would soon ascertain his identity through polite inquiry. Dad, who is this uncle? Yi Zhuan patted Yi Kai's shoulder. My good son, this is your future father-in-law, Uncle Xiao Long. Yi Kai. Future father-in-law? What on earth? Seeing Yi Kai's bewildered expression, Yi Zhuan couldn't help but chuckle internally, relishing his son's perplexity. Little Kai, don't mind your father's teasing. Come, play chess with your uncle, Xiao Long beckoned. In response to the elder's invitation, Yi Kai politely nodded, already deciding to take it easy during the game. He had been a chess prodigy since 4th grade. Were it not for his modesty, he would have amassed medals in many chess tournaments. Taking a seat opposite Xiao Long, he calmly arranged the black pieces. You may go first. You let me take the first move? Xiao Long's eyes widened in surprise. In chess, the first move often grants a significant advantage, and he was known for his aggressive playstyle. At that moment, Xiao Long felt a twinge of displeasure at Yi Kai's presumptuousness. However, as a guest, he masked his feelings and approached the game with a serious demeanor, determined to demonstrate the folly of youthful arrogance through a decisive victory. Fa Jing, Yi Kai. Xiao Long unleashed his most formidable tactics, envisioning a winning strategy in his mind. In 7 moves, I shall secure victory. Yi Kai, sensing the lethal intent behind Xiao Long's every move, understood the challenge. You wish to toy with me? Ha ha, I shall not yield. Uncle Xiao, your strategy is too basic. Allow me to show you the upgraded version of my tactics. Upon uttering these words, Yi Kai seemed to channel the essence of a chess deity, radiating an aura of righteous vigor that left both Xiao Long and Yi Zhuan momentarily stunned. Such a commanding presence at the chessboard, Yi Zhuan remarked from the sidelines. Yet Xiao Long furrowed his brow, the phrase Tian Ling Gui Pu haunting his thoughts. The Tian Ling Gui Pu was a lost chess manual, reputed to have been penned by a disciple of a ghostly figure 5 centuries ago, containing 49 methods of breaking through defenses. Its hallmark was a strict focus on offense, eschewing any defensive tactics akin to the legendary swordplay of the undefeated Dugu Qiubai. With each move, Xiao Long found himself under siege by Yi Kai's aggressive tactics, relentlessly pressing toward his king. Within 3 minutes, Yi Kai emerged victorious, having completed the game in a mere 49 moves, even while deliberately easing his efforts. Xiao Long, winky face, Yi Zun contemplated. This lad shows no regard for Xiao Long's dignity. He might very well become your father-in-law one day. Yi Kai, do you truly possess the Tian Ling Gui Pu? Xiao Long, both astonished and exhilarated, quickly inquired. Chapter 12. The Unparalleled Chess Manual to Prop Up the Table. Tian Ling Gui Pu is nothing but rubbish. If Uncle Xiao wishes for a chess manual, I can gift you one. Yi Kai replied nonchalantly. Rubbish? Xiao Long's lips twitched. He mused that this young man had indeed become arrogant after his victory. The Tian Ling Gui Pu was an invaluable treasure. And how could Yi Kai dismiss it so lightly? If you could present a manual superior to the Tian Ling Gui Pu, I would be immensely grateful. Xiao Long narrowed his eyes, bluntly requesting Yi Kai to produce the manual, eager to discover what could possibly surpass the legendary text. Dad, what about that little book I used to prop up the table? Yi Zhuan paused. It's upstairs. That is merely a comic book. How could it be a chess manual? Son, I think we might be overstating things a bit. Yi Kai merely smiled faintly before ascending the stairs, where he discovered a crumpled leather book propped beneath the desk. If that old man knew his treasure chess manual was being treated so poorly, he might very well weep. Yi Kai muttered to himself. It turned out that this chess manual was won during a bet against the chess sage. This leather-bound chess secret, titled 8 Mysteries and Profound Secrets, seemed like rubbish in Yi Kai's eyes. With a wealth of divine chess strategies swirling in his mind, he could easily craft a volume that would astonish the chess world. To avoid unnecessary complications, he would never allow the divine chess strategies to fall into the mortal realm. A mere grasp of 50% of the 8 mysteries would enable an ordinary person to defeat 99% of chess masters. Mastering the entire manual could elevate one to the status of a chess sage, rendering them invincible, except for Yi Kai himself. Yi Kai picked up the leather chess manual and returned downstairs. Xiao Kai, did you really take this children's book for a chess manual? Yi Zhuan snatched the leather book from Yi Kai's hands and casually flipped to a random page. Xiao Long, curious, leaned in beside Yi Zhuan to examine the manual. The pages depicted various figures, be an eagle catching a chick, raiding a bird's nest, or herding cattle. At first glance, one could hardly discern any essence of a chess manual. Xiao Long, my son has a penchant for collecting trinkets, Yi Zhuan explained, donning a sheepish grin. He found this leather book at the market. It's likely the vendor misled him into believing it was a chess manual, he added. Xiao Long remained silent, puzzled. He recalled that during their match, he had disclosed the manual he was using, yet Yi Kai had recognized it instantly. How was that possible? Suddenly, he sensed an inexplicable air of mystery surrounding the young man. Yi Kai shrugged. Dad, hand me the book. Yi Zhuan reluctantly shoved the manual back to Yi Kai, exclaiming in frustration, get to the kitchen and help your mother cook. Yi Kai did not protest. He took the manual and dashed into the kitchen, where he found Lu Pingping, drenched in sweat from her labor. Mom, you've worked hard, he sweetly greeted her. Lu Pingping smiled warmly. We have guests. Don't be like your father, lacking seriousness. You have your graduate exams coming up. Focus on your studies. Understood, Mom. Yi Kai replied as he soaked the yellowed book in the sink. Then, he moved to the balcony, opened a page, and held it up to the sunlight, revealing lines of text and chess diagrams projected onto the balcony floor. Studying this manual was indeed cumbersome. After his experiment succeeded, Yi Kai called out, Xiao Shu, come take a look. Xiao Long rose and approached Yi Kai. He soon noticed the dark shadows on the balcony, forming letters and patterns. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed a chess manual. A chess manual? Xiao Long exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He stared at Yi Kai, astonished that this leather book was a genuine chess manual, containing knowledge that was truly enlightening. Just examining this diagram left him in awe. Son, you've squandered far too much. Yi Zhuan remarqued, exasperated. Last month, he had bought a desk from the market, which turned out to be wobbly. So he had asked Yi Kai to prop it up. He never expected him to use a legendary chess manual for that purpose. What a wasteful child. Yi Kai replied calmly, to you, this manual may be invaluable, but to me, it's merely trash. Now focus on your studies. I'm going to help my mother with dinner. After speaking, Yi Kai entered the kitchen. Seeing Lu Pingping's weary figure, he felt a pang of compassion. Regardless of their wealth, his parents maintained a normal lifestyle, opting not to hire help, and his mother managed all household chores, which was quite taxing. Mom, let me take over, Yi Kai offered cheerfully. Initially taken aback, Lu Pingping's heart warmed at her son's thoughtfulness. You've learned to care for me. It's not in vain that I've raised you. Focus on your studies. I can handle the kitchen. Mom, I learned a few dishes from Douyin today and want to give them a try, Yi Kai said, though in his heart he thought, as a culinary master, it would be a disservice to not showcase his abilities. Seeing Yi Kai's earnest demeanor, Lu Pingping chuckled and said, if you want to cook, go ahead. If it turns out poorly, your father can take us to a restaurant. Once Lu Pingping left, Yi Kai began to display his skills. The knife danced in his hands, cutting tofu without leaving a trace, and the shredded potatoes resembled fine strands of hair. His knife skills were astonishing. As for cooking, it was a piece of cake for Yi Kai. Outside, Lu Pingping observed Xiao Long and her husband Yi Zhuan, furrowed brows, and intensely focused as they studied the 8 mysteries. She refrained from interrupting. After all, Xiaolong was a significant client, and shared interest with her husband made discussions about projects much easier. One ingenious move, Xiaolong remarked. My son is incredibly fortunate to have stumbled upon such an extraordinary chess manual. Xiaolong paused. Indeed, the intricacies of this manual are priceless. But remember, old Yi, this manual was a gift from your son to me. You cannot covet it. Yi Zhuan scoffed. Old Long, that is quite unfair. You could take the manual, but only after I've mastered it. Xiaolong rolled his eyes. By the time you master it, my hair will have turned white. Their banter continued, neither appearing to discuss collaboration. Soon, Ye Kai finished preparing the meal, just in time for dinner. The family gathered with Xiaolong to dine. As they looked at the beautifully presented dishes, the adults were astounded. Yi Zhuan pointed at a sculpture of an eagle made from radish, asking in disbelief, Son, did you make this? Before Ye Kai could respond, his mother Lu Pingping proudly exclaimed, aside from the tomato, scrambled eggs, and minced eggplant, everything else is his doing. I never imagined my son could cook. Which doing-up master did you learn from, son? Ye Kai histatit, chaklin, I've forgotten. Forgotten? How could you forget? Lu Pingping was perplexed. Delicious, this sweet and sour pork is exceptional. Just then, Xiaolong squinted, commenting as he savored the dish. I never expected this young lad had such talent. A man who can play chess and cook is undoubtedly a good catch. If he were to be my son-in-law, I wouldn't mind at all. He cooks far better than my wife. With that thought, Xiaolong regarded Ye Kai with increasing approval. After the meal, Xiaolong's phone rang. He answered with a gentle tone. Hello, Qian, I'm out discussing business. Guess who my client is? Ye Kai's father. You know him, right? Your classmate. On the other end, Xiao Qian responded with surprise. Ye Kai was taken aback, realizing that Uncle Xiao was actually Qian's father. He quickly regained his composure as he heard a melodious voice on the phone. Dad, please come home early. After she hung up, Xiaolong smiled Kai. While Qian may seem cold, she is actually quite soft-hearted. As he said this, he secretly glanced at Ye Kai, contemplating that given his daughter's disposition, she would likely ignore Ye Kai, who might not even be interested in her. He felt the need to maintain his daughter's gentle image. Ye Kai simply smiled faintly, then began to clear the table, assisting his mother with the dishes. Seeing her obedient child brought joy to Lu Pingping's heart. Yi Zhuan, meanwhile, had taken the 8 mysteries to the balcony to delve into chess strategies. After Ye Kai finished washing the dishes in the kitchen, he returned to his modest study. The study was not large, containing a bookshelf, a desk, a lamp, a computer desk, and an esports chair. On the bookshelf, in addition to a dozen extracurricular books, there were scattered notebooks filled with Ye Kai's reflections on his readings. The desk was adorned with papers inscribed with calligraphy. Ye Kai powered on his computer, logged into the Luda Chinese website, and clicked on the author section to commence writing a supernatural novel titled The Tower of Secrets. Writing had recently become a newfound passion of his. Back in the second year of junior high, he had earned the title of Platinum Online Literature God, though he had not put it to use until now. 999 reviews. Wandering Frog. This supernatural novel is filled with suspense. I am utterly captivated. Zoran Taro. Dear author, please update more quickly. I have rewarded you with 100,000 coins and joined in. Betrayed and unworthy of love. Ever since I started reading this novel, I have lost interest in women. The women in this story perfectly embody cunning and ruthlessness. Ye Kai glanced at the short novel of merely 30,000 words and muttered, with such praise, I feel embarrassed. I originally intended to write just 2,000 words today, but given my fans' enthusiasm, I must certainly add more. With a flurry of keystrokes, Ye Kai's fingers danced across the keyboard, inputting a stream of text. It was estimated that his typing speed reached around 12,000 characters per hour. Suddenly, with a creak, Xiaolong opened the study door and stepped inside, curious about what Ye Kai typically occupied himself with on weekends. Upon entering, he was astonished to see Ye Kai typing furiously, his hands leaving after images. The speed was beyond imagination. If Ye Kai were to become a typist, many would surely find themselves out of work. However, the true astonishment lay not in the speed, but in the content he was typing. The Tower of Secrets. Xiaolong's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to contain his excitement. Kai, are you the mysterious author of the Tower of Secrets? Ye Kai paused, politely responding, indeed. Xiao Long recalled Yi Kai's understated pen name, and a look of realization dawned on his face. Yi Kai, puzzled, inquired, "Uncle Xiao, why are you so excited?" "I am your devoted fan, diligently following your book on the Luda app." As he spoke, Xiao Long pulled out his phone, opened the Luda app, and found The Tower of Secrets as the first book on the shelf, with the latest chapter, Chapter 15, already read. Yi Kai was taken aback, not having anticipated that Xiao Qianqian's father was such a loyal follower of his novel. Before Yi Kai could respond, Xiao Long eagerly asked, "When will you update?" "I've been waiting for days to find out if Ma Huayun will go bankrupt at the hands of the beings within the tower." "Apologies, Uncle Xiao, but I've already written Ma Huayun's demise. In my novel, capitalists do not come to a good end, and, as the greatest capitalist, I believe I have allowed him to live long enough," Yi Kai casually announced as he clicked to publish the latest chapter. "What? He died? How'd he die?" Xiao Long exclaimed, clearly agitated. He had idolized the character Ma Huayun, and Yi Kai's declaration of his death was difficult for him to accept. Just as he was about to respond, Yi Kai interjected, "You should read the latest chapter. Only then will you understand whether Ma Huayun deserved to die." Xiao Long forcibly calmed his emotions and began reading the novel. After finishing, his expression darkened. "Dam Ma Huayun. I never expected him to be the mastermind behind it all. This shocking twist caught me completely off guard." "No, Uncle Xiao, you have merely scratched the surface. The true boss will be someone you least expect. However, I cannot disclose that to you just yet. Capitalists are but pawns in the game orchestrated by this boss, and the mysteries of the Tower of Secrets are inextricably linked to him." Upon hearing this, Xiao Long's face lit up with anticipation, and his astonishment grew. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Yi Kai, a smile forming. "Good lad, truly remarkable. While I am eager to see where your novel goes, remember that you are still a high school senior, and your studies must take precedence." "I understand," Yi Kai replied with a subtle smile. Xiao Long nodded in satisfaction and glanced at the bookshelf, wondering what this young rascal read in his spare time. He randomly picked up a blue-covered book inscribed with a series of unfamiliar black characters, his pupils dilating in shock. "What an ancient scripture." Yi Kai explained, "This book is Chapter 14. If you become my father-in-law, could you pass on the scripture to me? The Holy Scripture of the Celestial Maiden." "The Holy Scripture of the Celestial Maiden?" Xiao Long felt a sense of familiarity with the title, but could not recall where he had heard it before. Opening the book, he was confronted with a mass of text resembling tadpoles, overwhelming him. Who can make sense of this? Yi Kai approached, offering a wad of written toilet paper. A bit embarrassed as he said, "Last time I translated this scripture, we had no paper at home, so I made do with toilet paper." Xiao Long blinked, accepting the toilet paper, and as he read, his expression grew increasingly incredulous. The scripture contained knowledge on astronomy, geography, chemistry, biology, philosophy, comparable to our nation's Tao Te Ching. Could it be? I remember now. This scripture is none other than the long-lost national scripture of India, the Holy Scripture of the Celestial Maiden. It is said that centuries ago, a woman who renounced the world achieved enlightenment beneath a Bodhi tree, creating this miraculous scripture, thus becoming the first female Buddha. Xiao Long's heart raced, his excitement surpassing that of winning the lottery. It was hard to fathom that such a lost national scripture would appear in a college student's study. This was truly miraculous. Yi Kai was equally surprised that Xiao Qianqian's father had knowledge of scriptures and could recount the origin of the Holy Scripture of the Celestial Maiden. "I received this book from a beggar at the market," Yi Kai fabricated, maintaining an unflinching demeanor as he concocted a story about the scripture's origin. Xiao Long was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is ancient Indian script. Even some ancient royal family members from India struggle to translate it. How did you manage?" Yi Kai Shuruk, pointing to his computer, one character at a time, on Baidu. "Baidu?" Xiao Long queried, puzzled. "Is Baidu reliable? I cannot speak for others' Baidu, but I know of one that definitely works." Xiao Long. "There are multiple Baidus? How come I was unaware?" Seeing Xiao Long's bewildered expression, Yi Kai calmly opened his computer, entered a URL, and revealed a fresh interface of thousandly Baidu, where one could search for any historical, military, or technological information desired. As Yi Kai spoke, he thought to himself that this website was operated by a team of 999 super experts, capable of locating even the Qin Emperor's tomb, let alone translating a mere scripture. Moreover, he was able to understand ancient Indian script. His intent to translate the scripture was to ensure its future propagation. Xiao Long was left in a daze, struggling to believe what he had just witnessed. Ye Kai closed the website, a portal accessible only to him, as others were not permitted to use it freely due to numerous national privacy concerns. He had shown it to Xiao Long primarily to elevate his father's status in Xiao Long's eyes, hoping that this would foster a favorable collaboration as his family had just started a company and required connections. This was the ideal way to win over Xiao Long. Xiao Long swallowed hard, suddenly perceiving the enigmatic nature of the young man before him. After a moment's hesitation, he requested, Kai, is it possible to... I cannot part with the holy scripture of the celestial maiden. Before Xiao Long could finish speaking, Ye Kai immediately declined. No, what I mean is, can I come here in the future to study the scriptures? The profound insights within these texts could significantly enhance my abilities in talent management, economic management, and enterprise management. Xiao Long implored Ye Kai earnestly. No, Decade of Unspoken Love. Although he wished to promote the holy scriptures of the heavenly maiden, he was not willing to entrust it to just anyone. His criteria were straightforward. First, immediate family. Second, disciples. He had originally intended to pass the scriptures on to his father once the family business was on track, but now with Xiao Long seeking to learn, he had to reconsider. After being rejected by Ye Kai, Xiao Long felt utterly dejected, as though he had lost the entire world. At that moment, Ye Kai slowly stated, if you wish to learn this scripture, you must become my disciple. After all, I am the one who translated it, and only I comprehend its true essence. Become a disciple? Xiao Long exclaimed, taken aback. What if I were to become your father-in-law? Would you then share the scriptures with me? This time, it was Ye Kai who was stunned. He paused for several seconds before responding. In theory, that could work, as a father-in-law is akin to family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, I understand. After saying this, he turned and left. Ye Kai was left bewildered, pondering what Xiao Long had grasped. Could he truly be considering making himself the son-in-law of the Xiao family? Cough, cough, he was a staunch advocate of singlehood. Moreover, his standards for a partner were rather high. Beauty and kindness were essential. As for Xiao Qianqian, although she had harbored an unrequited love for him for 10 years and was quite devoted, he currently felt little affection for her. Lost in thought, Ye Kai returned to his novel writing. For the sake of his supportive fans, he resolved to maintain a steady output of 10,000 words daily, as this was not a daunting task for him. After Xiao Long departed from Ye Kai's study, he retrieved a project contract from his briefcase and signed it with Yi Zhuan before leaving. He did not take the 8 secret mysterious manuscripts, but arranged with Yi Zhuan to visit weekly to discuss the chess strategies. In a lavish villa, even more extravagant than Ye Kai's, Xiao Qianqian was brewing tea in the pavilion to entertain guests. Uncle Xiao, what brings you here? She asked, blinking her large eyes. Opposite her sat a robust, middle-aged man wearing sunglasses and a suit. This man, Xiao Zhan, was a prominent entrepreneur in Jianglin City, boasting assets of 50 billion, several times greater than Xiao Long's worth. He was also one of the few major clients in Xiao Long's business circle. Beside Xiao Zhan stood a young man around 23 years old, dressed in designer attire and sporting a Casio watch. His handsome, fair face bore a smile, and his delicate eyes gazed intently at Xiao Qianqian. This was Xiao Zhan's son, Xiao Feng, one of Xiao Qianqian's suitors. I came today primarily for you, Xiao Zhan said with a smile. Xiao Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, pointing to herself in confusion. For me? Xiao Zhan teased without elaborating, instead scolding his son. Why are you just standing there? Don't you want to pour tea for Qianqian? Though we are the guests, a gentleman should show courtesy. At that moment, a black Mercedes S-Class AMG sped into the courtyard, elegantly coming to a stop. Xiao Long hurriedly exited the vehicle, phone in hand, his eyes glued to the novel interface. So, Ye Kai's update speed is surprisingly fast. When he doesn't update, it's fine, but when he does, he releases 7 chapters at once. How exhilarating. Chapter 15. I have someone I like. His name is Yi Tianjun. Completely engrossed in the Tower of Secrets, Xiao Long was oblivious to Xiao Zhan's arrival until a friendly voice called, Xiao Laudi, pulling him back from the thrilling world of the novel. Abruptly interrupted, Xiao Long felt a bit irritated, but had a smile upon realizing it was Xiao Zhan. Old Xiao, what brings you here? He asked with a grin. What's this? Am I not welcome? Xiao Zhan joked. Xiao Long threw an arm around Xiao Zhan's shoulder. Not at all. Your presence graces my humble abode. I brought off phone with me today, primarily for Qianqian. For Qianqian? Xiao Long queried, puzzled. As they spoke, they made their way to the pavilion. where they began discussing matters before Xiao Qianqian and Xiao Feng. Old Xiao, here's the thing, Xiao Zhan stated directly, considering the friendship between our families. I wanted to discuss the future of our children. Qianqian is beautiful, well-educated, and among the top of her class at Yuliang Academy. She undoubtedly has a bright future ahead, and I am very pleased with her. If she were to become my Xiao family's daughter-in-law on her wedding day, I would entrust her with the management of the 3 major enterprises under the Xiao Group. What do you think? Upon hearing this, both Xiao Long and Xiao Qianqian were left stunned. Xiao Long had already intended to matchmake Xiao Qianqian with Yi Kai, but now his daughter was being pursued by his old client, Xiao Zhan, which complicated matters. Would he really want his daughter to become someone else's daughter-in-law? That would depend on her consent. We are in an era that values romantic freedom. Children should make their own decisions regarding marriage, while parents can only offer rational advice. Moreover, as her father, he hardly knew much about Xiao Feng. Who knew what kind of person he was? Xiao Feng was indeed impressive. 2 years ago, he scored over 700 points, nearly a perfect score, entering Tsinghua University, causing quite a stir in the education sector. Now a sophomore, he was already beginning to take over the family business. Such an outstanding nephew. Qianqian is not worthy of him. Xiao Long subtly refused. After all, Qianqian had yet to graduate from university. Marriage was still a distant prospect for her. Before Xiao Zhan could speak, Xiao Feng quickly interjected, "Uncle, you flatter me. In my opinion, Qianqian will surely surpass me in the future. I can wait for her for a few years. During that time, we can cultivate our feelings. And when she's nearing graduation, we can get married." Xiao Qianqian looked exasperated, casting an annoyed glance at Xiao Feng, thinking, "Your father is being ridiculous. And now you are too? I see you as a brother, and you want to have children with me? How absurd." Well, in this age of romantic freedom, if Qianqian likes Xiao Feng, then I will support her. Deep down, Xiao Long was somewhat reluctant to let his precious daughter date Xiao Feng. He had already set his sights on Yi Kai as his son-in-law. What Xiao Zhan had may not rival what Yi Kai possessed. For instance, the 8 secret mysterious manuscripts and the holy scriptures of the heavenly maiden. Either one could astound the world. Furthermore, Yi Kai had mastery over mysterious resources, making him overall more promising than Xiao Feng. Xiao Zhan and his son turned to Xiao Qianqian, eager to discern her thoughts. "I have someone I like." Xiao Qianqian had not intended to reveal the secret she had cherished for 10 years, but circumstances left her no choice. "Someone you like." Not only were Xiao Zhan and Xiao Feng shocked, but even Xiao Long was taken aback. Furrowing his brow, he mused, "My daughter actually has a crush? Who could it be?" Xiao Feng felt a pang of discomfort, realizing that another boy had gotten ahead of him. Xiao Zhan, however, smirked coldly, thinking, "Who could possibly be more outstanding than my son?" "Dear daughter, who is it you like?" Xiao Long asked anxiously. Even Xiao Qianqian, despite her aloofness, could not withstand her father's questioning, her face flushing. "Yi Tianjun." Yi Tianjun. Xiao Zhan and his son were unfamiliar with this name. Xiao Long, however, stiffened, pondering. Who could he be? Is he perhaps a classmate of my daughter? Unable to comprehend, he pressed on. "Who is this Yi Tianjun?" "My elementary school classmate," Xiao Qianqian disclosed. No longer wishing to hide, "The boy who once saved my life and changed my destiny." Xiao Long. "Is there such a thing?" Xiao Zhan. "Elementary school classmates? 10 years. It has been quite a while." Xiao Feng. "Am I truly inferior even to an elementary school student?" When Xiao Qianqian noticed the silence of those around her, she took a deep breath and continued. "I apologize, Uncle Xiao, but until I find Yi Tianjun, I will not develop feelings for any boy. Brother Xiao Feng is indeed remarkable, but I regard him solely as an elder brother, and I hope you can understand that." Xiao Zhan's expression turned grave, yet he felt helpless. The girl had outright rejected him. Could he possibly shame himself further by pleading for her to marry his son? Such a thing was utterly out of the question. Xiao Feng forced a smile and remarked, "Qianqian is truly a devoted and passionate young lady. It's quite all right, Qianqian. If you find Yi Tianjun and discover he has a girlfriend, would you still harbor feelings for him?" At this, Xiao Qianqian's heart trembled. This was a question she had pondered before, yet she was unsure how to confront such a situation. "If that were the case, I might consider dating you." She recalled that Uncle Xiao was an important client of her father and felt the need to maintain face. Thus, she momentarily acquiesced. Moreover, agreeing posed no significant issue. After all, if Yi Tianjun were unattached, then this promise would be rendered void. Upon hearing Xiao Qianqian's promise, Xiao Feng's demeanor brightened considerably. Xiao Zhan also allowed a faint smile to return. If Xiao Qianqian continued to be unyielding, they would have no choice but to withdraw all cooperative projects with the Xiao family, severing ties entirely. Regardless, it would not be the Xiao family at a loss. Thus, the matter was settled. Xiao Zhan patted Xiao Long's shoulder. Along, I shall certainly uncover the whereabouts of Yi Tianjun. Await the day when your daughter weds my son. Xiao Long's lips twitched, but he refrained from responding. It was only after the Xiao father and son departed that he exhaled in relief. Who knew what had possessed them to come to propose? Xiao Long murmured, shaking his head in resignation. He turned to Xiao Qianqian and asked, "My daughter, you cannot genuinely have feelings for that boy, Yi Tianjun, who remains an enigma. Can you?" Xiao Qianqian nodded. "The person I have chosen will never change throughout my life, unless he finds someone he loves." Observing Xiao Qianqian's unwavering determination, Xiao Long sighed. "In this regard, you are truly like your mother, quite persistent. In the past, your mother pursued me for 10 years. Chapter 16. The Titanium Alloy Straight Manitou. After Ye Kai updated his novel with 10 more chapters, he reclined in his chair, rubbing his nose, and muttered, "Who is thinking of me? Buzz, buzz." Just then, the phone rang. Ye Kai hesitated momentarily, but ultimately answered the unfamiliar call. "Hello, who is this?" "Ye Kai, it's me, Wen Qianqian." "Ye Kai." I distinctly remember not giving her my number. How does she know? Suddenly, he thought a certain person, his good friend, Xiaopeng. This old fellow is clearly trying to cause me trouble. He grumbled internally, yet maintained a friendly tone. "What do you need? You see, tomorrow is Saturday, and I was hoping to go to the city with you," Wen Qianqian said, a hint of shyness in her voice. Upon hearing this, Ye Kai exclaimed inwardly, "This is clearly a date." Before he could respond, Wen Qianqian continued, "Just this once. Is that all right?" Wen Qianqian's tone was exceedingly humble. Ye Kai replied coolly, "I can accompany you for a stroll, but if you do not gain admission to Tsinghua University next year, I will block you without hesitation. We wouldn't even remain friends." He said this to motivate Wen Qianqian, hoping she would strive earnestly to succeed. As for romance, that was out of the question. He and Wen Qianqian had no such potential. Setting aside the fact that Ye Kai's worth was in the hundreds of billions, his extraordinary abilities alone would overshadow countless outstanding young men. To put it simply, Wen Qianqian was not worthy of him. Ye Kai feared that should he reveal too much of his prowess, he would attract numerous girls like Wen Qianqian, which would undoubtedly be troublesome. Thus, he chose to display his abilities with discretion. Currently, Wen Qianqian was the only one pursuing him, and he could manage that, so he agreed to her little outing. "All right, I will definitely gain admission to Tsinghua." Hey, Ye Kai, moi. Ye Kai, how cheesy. Noticing that Ye Kai remained unresponsive, Wen Qianqian's laughter echoed on the other end. "I've discovered that the senior is quite the straight man." With that, Wen Qianqian hung up. Soon night fell. The moonlight was hazy, and the stars sparkled. The books on his shelf emitted a soft glow. These volumes were all acquired during a recent signing. Besides the heavenly maiden scriptures, there were numerous ancient texts from lost civilizations. Some conferred health benefits and longevity, akin to miraculous elixirs. However, these tomes held little value for Ye Kai, for he had already attained martial prowess through the signing system, becoming a martial arts master, impervious to blades and poisons, and possessing immense strength. He stood as one of the most distinguished individuals in this vast metropolis. After playing a few rounds of a battle royale game on his bed, Ye Kai retired for the night. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianqian, clad in a lace camisole, sat on her bed reviewing her math correction book. Midway through, she stumbled upon a problem that eluded her understanding, causing her some frustration. Mathematics was her weakest subject. Out of the possible 150 points, she could barely achieve 110. As a high achiever, she considered this score a disgrace. She grabbed her laptop and input the math problem, but after searching for over 10 minutes, she found no solution. Feeling somewhat helpless, she suddenly thought of Ye Kai. "I wonder if he would know." Xiao Qianqian glanced at the time on her phone. 8:30 p.m. "He should still be awake, right?" Murmuring to herself, she opened WeChat, hesitating briefly before snapping a picture of the math problem and sending it to Ye Kai. "I can't seem to understand this question. If you know the answer, could you please explain it to me?" After sending the message, Xiao Qianqian felt an inexplicable wave of nervousness. Strangely, ever since her secret crush on Yi Tianjun was exposed to Ye Kai, she felt an odd sense of trust toward him. As she awaited Ye Kai's response, She retrieved a photo from beneath her pillow, gazing at the bright-eyed, handsome boy in the picture. A radiant smile broke across Xiao Qianqian's cold, exquisite face. Tianjun, where are you? Buzz buzz. At that moment, her phone vibrated twice. Ye Kai had replied, Ye Kai, you truly are dedicated. A major question is worth 50 yuan, but since you're my desk mate, I'll give you a discount of 49. Xiao Qianqian clenched her fist. I mustered the courage to ask him for help with math. And he is actually charging me? What a straight man. Though she thought this, she still sent Ye Kai a red envelope. She had a slight, obsessive-compulsive tendency. Not understanding a problem would keep her awake at night, which was the only downside of being a top student. After receiving the envelope, Ye Kai replied, I'm in bed, and I don't have paper or a pen nearby. If it's convenient for you, let us video call, so I can teach you directly. Video call? Xiao Qianqian's cheeks flushed. No boy had ever suggested a video call with her. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip and repeatedly reassured herself. Just this once, only once, we'll finish in under a minute. All right. Xiao Qianqian sent her reply. Ye Kai, call me. If you have questions, you need to take the initiative. Xiao Qianqian's fists tightened, her teeth grinding. How outrageous. What kind of boy makes such an unreasonable demand? I'm furious. If anyone were to witness the once aloof campus beauty now tugging at her hair in frustration, they would surely be astounded. With trembling hands, she initiated the video call with Ye Kai. Do. Alas, the call was cruelly disconnected, followed by Ye Kai's message. Don't rush. I haven't yet explained the video call etiquette. Xiao Qianqian. She was at a loss for how to respond. First, speak softly. I fear my parents will overhear. The soundproofing is inadequate. If they discover that I'm video chatting with a girl in the middle of the night, they are bound to misinterpret it as a romantic involvement. Second, refrain from asking trivial questions. I have no desire to engage in such foolishness. Third, I will only explain this problem once. Subsequent inquiries will incur a fee. Please ensure your internet connection is stable and your phone functions properly. Fourth, do not disclose our late-night video chats. I wish to avoid unnecessary complications. Fifth, once the explanation is complete, I will hang up. There is no need to wish me good night or anything of the sort. That is all. You may initiate the video call now. Xiao Qianqian, I'm going crazy. Is it such a crime to seek help with a single problem? Why all these demands? Ye Kai is truly an unyielding, ironclad man, utterly hopeless. Frustration aside, I must proceed with the video call. Without resolving this problem, sleep will elude me. Chapter 17. The school beauty, utterly bashful, discovers Ye Kai's modesty. Doing. The video call from Feixin rang. Ye Kai answered with an expression of calm. Are you ready? Ye Kai inquired with utmost seriousness. Xiao Qianqian nodded, her demeanor a blend of aloofness and shyness. However, after merely half a minute, she apologetically said, My mom came in when I called out just now. Ye Kai, could we possibly reconnect later? Ye Kai promptly ended the video call, turning the camera towards himself to record a message. Reconnect? That's out of the question. Does data come free? But seems there's Wi-Fi. No need for data. Ahem. Never mind. The video is recorded. I shall simply sleep now. Early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for health. Staying up late leads to weakness. After sending the teaching video to Xiao Qianqian, he removed the tissue stuffed in his nose and went to sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Qianqian's mother, Zhu Fang, entered the room. Hearing her daughter scream, she came to investigate. Upon returning home from work, she had also heard her husband Xiao Long mention that Qianqian harbored feelings for a boy named Yi Tianjun, prompting her to offer guidance. Qianqian, what were you just calling out about? Zhu Fang, still retaining her charm at over 40, began to speak. Xiao Qianqian's cheeks flushed, resembling a girl caught in a romantic moment with her parents nearly discovering her secret. She nervously replied, Nothing, it's all right, I just had a nightmare. Qianqian, why didn't you tell your father and me about the incident when you were nearly abducted as a child? We only just learned of it. Zhu Fang's eyes filled with affection, fearing the incident would leave an indelible psychological scar on her daughter. Xiao Qianqian smiled gently, reassuring her, Mom, I was safe back then, so I didn't want to worry you both. Seeing her daughter, who had always been so understanding, Zhu Fang felt her heart melt. She embraced Xiao Qianqian and asked, Tell me, have you really liked that boy for 10 years? This isn't just a story to placate the Xiao father and son. Is it? Xiao Qianqian shook her head, her expression earnest. No, this is no lie. I have indeed thought about Yi Tianjun all this time. However, after graduating from elementary school, it was as if he vanished from the world, and I couldn't find him anywhere. Mom, all right, I need a rest now. You should sleep early too. Zhu Fong nodded. Very well, rest well, don't overthink it. The graduate school entrance exams are approaching. Focus on your studies. And you can seek out that good boy Yi Tianjun slowly once you reach university. After saying this, Zhu Fong revealed her long, smooth, white legs as she left the room. Once Zhu Fong departed, Xiao Qianqian quickly took out her phone to video call Yi Kai, only to find he had sent a short video. Surprised, she clicked to watch. In the video, Yi Kai said, as the saying goes, early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for health. Staying up late leads to weakness. No need for a video call. I'm off to rest. I will record the remaining content and send it to you. You may ponder it at your leisure. Remember, do not share my dashing and handsome video with anyone. Otherwise, we shall no longer be desk mates. After watching the video, Xiao Qianqian finally grasped the math problem, as if Yi Kai had lifted the fog from her mind, enlightening her. At that moment, she fully believed in Yi Kai as the hidden academic prodigy of the school. Although she was puzzled as to why he feigned modesty, she perceived him as an exceedingly humble individual. Xiao Qianqian fell into a daze for a while before turning off the lights and going to sleep. The following day, Yi Kai rose early. He was unlike other boys. After washing up and having breakfast, the first thing he did was practice Tai Chi rather than playing games on his phone. Although he couldn't showcase his martial arts skills at school, he could practice a bit at home. The stances flowed, commencing, left and right horses parting the mane. White crane spreads its wings, left and right grasping the bird's tail, hands waving the pipa, left and right rolling arms, single whip cloud hands. While he practiced Tai Chi, an electronic voice sounded, ding, a new day begins. Please sign in at the campus, or the rewards for today will be canceled. Yi Kai, cancel it. I don't want the rewards. Ding, please sign in at the campus. I don't want the money. Go away. Ding, please, for heaven's sake. Yi Kai internally roared. I'll sign in. Just stop nagging, or I'll go on strike. This campus sign-in system is fantastic, offering generous rewards. But one must be physically present on campus to successfully check in and receive the rewards. This requirement left Yi Kai somewhat vexed each week when he returned home from school. Fortunately, there was a kindergarten in the community where he could sign in every weekend. Additionally, to facilitate matters, he had his little caterpillar secure the kindergarten, and the newly appointed principal, Su Shire, personally opened the doors for him every weekend. He glanced around the house, ensuring his parents had not noticed his absence, and quickly ran toward the kindergarten. Just as he left, two curious heads peeked out from the second-floor window. Darling, why does our son go to kindergarten every week? Lu Pingping inquired, her curiosity piqued. With a principal so beautiful, I suspect Kai is dating her. Yi Zhuan speculated. A May-December romance? Should we follow him and find out? Lu Pingping was exceptionally intrigued. Follow him? Nonsense. Children have their privacy. Kai is nearly ready for university and can seek a girlfriend. Let him be. Chapter 18. The pig farming heiress drives a luxury car to a date. At the kindergarten, Su Shire welcomed Yi Kai with enthusiasm as he arrived, promptly opening the gate for him. Even her superior, Qing Long, was wary of this figure, so she felt compelled to show respect. Though she had opened the door for him every weekend for years, she still felt a thrill each time. Dressed in a pristine white gown that danced gently in the morning breeze, her expression remained serious. Yi Kai entered the kindergarten and signed in. Ding, you have received 200 billion. I must be the fastest and most lucrative man in this world. No, I should admit, I am the man whose wealth escalates the most rapidly in this world. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he exited the kindergarten, leaving Su Shire with an elegant silhouette to admire. Watching Yi Kai depart, Su Shire blinked, her expression respectful, unwilling to harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Although she was indeed beautiful, she felt overshadowed by Yi Kai and dared not entertain any worldly desires. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, her phone rang. It was a call from Lord Qing Long. Did Yi Kai go to the kindergarten today? Yes, Su Shire replied firmly. He just left. All right, nothing to worry about. In a short while, I will grant you 5 million, a reward bestowed upon you by Yi Kai. After Qing Long uttered these words, he abruptly ended the call. Su Shire stood there, utterly bewildered, murmuring to herself, Yi Kai gives me 5 million each month. This salary surpasses that of a hitman by far. At the entrance of the Sun community, Yikai received a call from Wen Qianqian. Senior, how about we meet at the rice noodle shop by Rinmin Road Commercial City? Whatever, he replied. Where do you live? Should I pick you up? Wen Qianqian inquired excitedly. Yikai thought to himself, she's clearly trying to pry into my address. Not a chance. No need. I could take the bus myself. Just as he finished speaking, a Rolls-Royce Phantom executed a stunning drift and came to a halt before him. The window rolled down, revealing a beautifully made-up face. Senior. Wen Qianqian removed her sunglasses, beaming with delight. Yikai thought, how dare Xiaopeng disclose my address to Wen Qianqian? Casting a casual glance at her, then at the Rolls-Royce, he mused, it seems she knows nothing about me. Such a low-key person like myself should not be seen in such an ostentatious vehicle. Who would have thought you're a little heiress? Yikai, he said lightly. When Qianqian chuckled, get in. Yikai didn't hesitate, settling into the passenger seat. Meanwhile, several young residents heading to work paused, whispering among themselves. Isn't that Yikai? Ye zun sei song. Early in the morning, he's off on a date with a rich girl. Are his parents aware? A Rolls-Royce Phantom? This kid's impressive. He's actually dating a wealthy young lady. If only I had a sugar mama, I could skip 50 years of hard work. With a roar akin to a beast, the car sped toward People's Square. In the passenger seat, Yikai observed the rapidly retreating scenery, maintaining his silence. However, Wen Qianqian was filled with joy, akin to savoring honey. Senior, shall we go shopping? Whatever. Let's head to the gym. Can you teach me basketball? Whatever. How about a movie tonight? As long as you're happy. Although Yikai appeared remarkably calm, devoid of any excitement typically associated with a date, Wen Qianqian remained blissful. This was the essence of unreciprocated affection. What does your family do? Yikai asked abruptly. Wen Qianqian replied proudly, we raise pigs. What? Raising pigs? Yikai was momentarily taken aback, intrigued. Is it really lucrative? Wen Qianqian burst into laughter. My father runs 10 pig farms in the countryside, each with 2,000 pigs. Yikai pondered. So, Wen Qianqian's family raises such a substantial number of pigs. A few months prior, an outbreak of swine fever had devastated many farms in Jianglin City, leading to a significant shortage of pork and skyrocketing prices. However, his family consumed little pork, preferring steak, lamb, and seafood. Thus, fluctuations in pork prices bore no consequence for them. Yet, this had considerable implications for Wen Qianqian. How are your pig farms faring now? Yikai inwided nonchalantly. They're thriving. I estimate my family will earn around 100 million this year. Yikai nodded lightly. Not bad. No wonder you can afford a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wen Qianqian was somewhat astonished by Yikai's calm demeanor. Her family wealth was substantial, yet Yikai's composed reaction suggested he was indeed no ordinary individual. Soon, they arrived at People's Square. The impressive Rolls-Royce attracted countless gazes. As Wen Qianqian exited the vehicle, many onlookers cast greedy stares in her direction. She wore a minuscule denim skirt that showcased her flawless, slender legs, accentuating her allure. As Yikai stepped out, a wave of jealousy swept over the surrounding crowd. Yet another case of a wealthy girl pampering a poor boy. They look so young. Who would have imagined they could play so well? A brazen young man approached, adjusting his hair with an air of self-importance. Hey, beautiful, want to go out? Yikai stood nearby, stifling laughter. This was the consequence of ostentation. In this society, whether male or female, driving a flashy car often attracted those who fancied themselves appealing. This was one of the reasons for his preference for discretion. Wen Qianqian frowned, choosing to ignore the interruption. In truth, she wasn't typically showy. The car was a gift from her father for her 18th birthday, and she had only driven it once or twice. Had it not been for her date with Yikai, she wouldn't have felt the need to dress maturely and drive a luxury car for a casual outing. This was not an attempt to flaunt her wealth, but rather to demonstrate her regard for Yikai. Senior, let us go buy some clothes. Wen Qianqian longed to hold Yikai's hand, yet restrained herself, fearing it might be too forward and could displease him. Yikai nodded, his hands tucked into his pockets, leisurely strolling toward the clothing mall. Wen Qianqian skipped joyfully behind him, elated. The young man who had approached Wen Qianqian earlier turned pale and quickly departed. At the clothing mall, outside the Qianshire clothing store, Wen Qianqian halted, turning to Yikai. Senior, could you help me pick out some clothes? I won't go in. Yikai waved his hand dismissively. Senior, it's rare for you to accompany me shopping. Just go in and help me choose, Wen Qianqian pleaded. Flirting. A blatant attempt to seduce. Does this work on me? Just as Yikai was about to decline, a sweet voice chimed in from nearby. Oh, isn't that Yikai? Yikai paused, recognizing the voice, and turned to see Lin Xia and a young man with light curly hair approaching. Xia, who is this? The young man coldly scrutinized Ye Kai before smiling and asking. Xiren, this is my classmate Ye Kai, Lin Xia introduced. So he's your classmate? Mo Xiren glanced at Wen Qianqian beside Ye Kai, and a flash of astonishment crossed his eyes, though it quickly faded. Lin Xia also noticed Wen Qianqian standing next to Ye Kai and glanced at the clothing store, her expression shifting peculiarly. She thought, I never expected Ye Kai to be dating Wen Qianqian, and that they reached the stage of shopping for clothes together. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Xia, weren't you going to buy clothes? Go ahead, I'll take care of the bill, Mo Xiren said gallantly. Lin Xia nodded and entered the store. Since they had grown up together, Mo Xiren was unfazed by the prospect of shopping together, especially since he would only be responsible for payment, leaving no room for awkwardness. I'll go in and shop too. Though when Qianqian smiled, her tone betrayed a hint of disappointment. Even if Ye Kai chose not to enter the store, she would still be content. Her discontent stemmed from the fact that other boyfriends would proactively pay for their girlfriends. Despite her financial independence, she longed for affection from the boy she cherished. As she entered the store, Ye Kai remained composed, waiting outside. Mo Xiren scrutinized Ye Kai, noting his lack of branded attire and sneering slightly. Brother, this Qianshire clothing is renowned. Even the cheapest items start at over 1,000. If you can't afford your girlfriend's clothes, I can help you out. Oh, Ye Kai responded indiferently. Mo Xiren noticed Ye Kai's indifferent demeanor and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, sneering, in a bit, I'm going to Dihao KTV to sing with Lin Yasi. Would you care to join us? KTV? Ye Kai found the idea utterly beneath him. If he wished to sing, he would host a concert, one with a mask, no less. Previously, he had organized a concert in the city at his own expense, which had taken the nation by storm, elevating him to the status of a top internet celebrity and a mysterious masked singer, hailed by many as the future king of song. However, seeing Mo Xiren's haughty demeanor, Ye Kai thought him foolish. It was clear that Mo Xiren intended to showcase his singing prowess in front of Lin Yasi and Wen Qianqian, aiming to prove his superiority. Such antics were all too common. After all, boys often desire to impress their girlfriends, hoping to captivate them to the point of devotion. Ye Kai was well aware of Mo Xiren's schemes. If he wished to treat him like a soft persimmon, he would oblige. Singing was a trivial matter. The only concern was that if he sang too well, Lin Yasi, the school beauty, might take a liking to him, and Wen Qianqian could become infatuated as well. In truth, there was no need to waste money on an extravagant KTV. Ye Kai inuit jaswali. Mo Xiren's lips twitched, revealing disdain in his eyes. Thinking to himself that Ye Kai was undoubtedly a pauper, likely never having set foot in Dihao KTV, he was determined to show him what wealth looked like. You've never been to Dihao KTV, have you? The standard rooms cost 1,000 per hour, which is quite steep for the average person. But today, I'm treating you. We'll head to the VIP room, Mo Xiren declared. Ye Kai smiled lightly. Since you're paying, go wherever you wish. I am indifferent. At that moment, Mo Xiren noticed Lin Yasi approaching the checkout counter, having chosen her outfit. He patted Ye Kai on the shoulder, saying, Kid, I'll cover the cost of your girlfriend's clothing. You just wait outside. A gleam of smugness flickered in his eyes, as if to say, a broke person like you lacks the courage to even step into a designer store. But the next moment, Mo Xiren was taken aback as Ye Kai stepped into the Qianshire Air clothing store. At that instant, Wen Qianqian also completed her shopping. Montag Xihan's lips twitched, and a sharp light flickered in his eyes as he entered the store. Upon entering, he forced a warm smile, saying, Come, I'll pay. As he spoke, he pushed Ye Kai, only to be surprised when Ye Kai remained unmoved, instead pushing him back with a slight force. He was astonished. After all, he had trained a Bajiquin since childhood and was much stronger than the average person. Wen Qianqian, feeling awkward about letting a stranger pay for her, quickly declined. No need. I can pay for myself. Lin Yasi took out her phone, opened WeChat, and said, I'll pay for myself too. Although she had a childhood bond with Mo Xiren, she disliked spending someone else's money and felt slightly embarrassed. Mo Xiren quickly produced his bank card, handing it to the cashier. Please settle their bill. The cashier glanced at Mo Xiren, thinking to herself, these clothes cost over 30,000, yet another man willing to splurge on a woman. When would I find such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend? I'll pay for her. A cold voice pulled the cashier back to reality. Yi Kai placed Wen Qianqian's 3 pieces of clothing in front of the cashier and pulled out his phone. Scan this. Wen Qianqian was utterly dumbfounded when she saw Yi Kai paying for her. She had never imagined that the senior, who had always been indifferent towards her, would cover her expenses. A wave of sweetness surged within her. Had Yi Kai not been her official boyfriend, she would have likely thrown herself at him for a kiss. Lin Yasi was equally surprised, never expecting Yi Kai to show such generosity. She distinctly remembered treating him to a meal yesterday, where he had insisted on splitting the bill. However, upon recalling that Wen Qianqian was Yi Kai's girlfriend, she felt reassured. It was only natural for a boyfriend to pay for his girlfriend. Mo Ziren also tried to pay for Lin Yasi, but she preempted him and completed the transaction. Ziren, your family's business isn't doing so well right now. Try not to waste money. I can cover the cost of his clothing. You wouldn't be upset, would you? Chapter 20. Mistaken for a freeloader, Mo Ziren forced a bright smile. My Yasi is so understanding. She is even willing to save money for me. She'll surely make a wonderful wife. Such self-soothing words could only come from Mo Ziren. Even Lin Yasi frowned upon hearing it. Had there not been others present, she would have retorted, I see you as a brother, and you dare suggest such things? Yet, in front of Yi Kai and Wen Qianqian, she couldn't refute Mo Ziren's pride. Instead, she simply smiled lightly. Ziren, stop joking. Let us head home. Home? Mo Ziren shook his head. I've already promised Yi Kai that I would take him to Dihao KTV to sing. Yasi, how about I take you out for a good time today? Lin Yasi paused for a moment, glancing at Yi Kai. All right then. Yi Kai appeared calm on the surface, yet internally he cursed Mo Ziren, realizing that Lin Yasi had not agreed to go to Dihao KTV with him beforehand. Now he was shamelessly using Yi Kai to arrange a singing outing with Lin Yasi. How brazen. Since he was so eager to play, Yi Kai decided to drop the act. He sent a message to Qing Long, whose small-time enterprise is Dihao KTV. Little Caterpillar. It's under the Zhou family, Zhou Lin Group. Zhou Lin Group? I want to book the most extravagant KTV room. Little Caterpillar. Please hold on for a moment. A minute later, Little Caterpillar. All arrangements have been made. Zhou Lin will personally welcome you to the SSS-level royal room for singing, drinks, lady services, fruits. Everything is complimentary. Skip the lady services. Little Caterpillar understood. After 2 minutes of commanding Qing Long to arrange everything, Yi Kai turned to Wen Qianqian. Let us head to Dihao KTV. Wen Qianqian nodded eagerly, a joyful smile gracing her face. As Yi Kai entered the Rolls-Royce, both Mo Ziren and Lin Yasi were momentarily stunned, realizing they had overlooked the fact that Wen Qianqian was quite affluent. Watching Yi Kai and Wen Qianqian depart, Mo Ziren mocked. Who knew your classmate was such a freeloader? Lin Yasi frowned slightly, merely saying, Ziren, let us go. Of course, my princess. Mo Ziren gallantly opened the door for Lin Yasi, and once she was seated, he climbed into the car, driving his flashy Ferrari S towards Dihao KTV. Meanwhile, in the Sunlight community, Xiao Long was taking his daughter, Xiao Qianqian, to visit Yi Zhuan's home. Originally, Xiao Qianqian had been reluctant to go, but after hearing her father recount what he had seen at Yi Kai's the previous day, her curiosity about Yi Kai's study was piqued. Dad, did Yi Kai really collect the ancient scriptures from India? Xiao Qianqian asked again. She had inquired multiple times during the journey because the news was simply too astonishing. After finishing her homework and reviewing her lessons, she often read extracurricular books, thus she had some knowledge of ancient Indian lore, including the mysteriously lost scripture, the Holy Scriptures of the Celestial Maiden. If Yi Kai truly possessed the Holy Scriptures of the Celestial Maiden, once this secret was revealed, it would likely cause global upheaval. Especially in India, they would go to great lengths to reclaim the scripture. Yet, Yi Kai seemed to treat it with such nonchalance, which was utterly shocking. At this moment, Xiao Qianqian felt an unfamiliar sense of distance from Yi Kai. There was even a fleeting moment when she wished to verify whether Yi Kai was indeed Yi Tianjun. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. Recalling Yi Kai's playful grin, it was evident he was jesting. Soon, they arrived at Yi Kai's residence. Xiao Long had arranged with Yi Zhuan to continue their study of the 8 secret profound scores today. Initially, the two had agreed to convene once a week for their research. However, Xiao Long informed Yi Zhuan over the phone that he would be bringing his daughter, Xiao Qianqian, to meet the family, prompting Yi Zhuan to set aside his work to accompany Xiao Long in their study of the game. With a click, Yi Zhuan and Lu Pingping opened the villa door, personally welcoming the father and daughter. A sense of unease lingered in their hearts, as their son had not returned since he left, leaving them uncertain of his whereabouts. "Old Yi, I'm back again," Xiao Long greeted with a smile, ushering in Xiao Qianqian. Upon seeing Xiao Qianqian, who donned casual attire and possessed an ethereal beauty, Yi Zhuan and Lu Pingping felt immense satisfaction. With such a figure and countenance, their future granddaughter or grandson would undoubtedly be exceptionally charming. "Old Xiao niece, please come in and have a seat," Yi Zhuan said warmly. Xiao Long inquired, "Where is Yi Kai?" "Yi Kai." Yi Zhuan's eyes flickered as he chuckled. "That rascal has likely wandered off somewhere. Let me give him a call." He then proceeded to dial Yi Kai. At that moment, outside the Dihao KTV, Yi Kai had just exited a Rolls-Royce when he received his father's call. "Hello, Dad." "Yi Kai, you rascal. Where have you been all morning? Uncle Xiao has brought his daughter over to visit." Yi Kai paused momentarily before responding with calmness. "I'm out singing with friends and want to be back anytime soon. Let be for now." After hanging up, he reflected on the true purpose of Xiao Long's visit. He sought to collaborate on the study of the heavenly maiden scripture. As for Xiao Long bringing Xiao Qianqian over, it was clearly an attempt to foster a connection between them. "Uncle Xiao truly wishes to become my father-in-law for the sake of the heavenly maiden scripture," Yi Kai mused, shaking his head, dismissing the notion of Xiao Long and Xiao Qianqian. Since he had promised Wen Qianqian to accompany her on a shopping excursion today, he felt compelled to uphold his word. Buzzing, his phone vibrated. "Fei Xin, Xiao Qianqian. Can I come into your study to read for a bit?" "That guy, no." "Xiao Qianqian, I know you're very generous." Yi Kai, the aloof campus beauty, sends such an adorable emoji. She flatters herself as generous? In that instant, Yi Kai's defenses crumbled. "Yi Kai, I am a person of principles. Not just anyone can peruse the books of my study. Only family or my disciples are permitted. Herein lies an opportunity for you to become my disciple." "Xiao Qianqian, I wouldn't want to become your disciple. If you want to let me see, then you're stingy." Yi Kai turned off his phone, ceasing further communication with Xiao Qianqian. Wen Qianqian, observing the opulent KTV building, remarked softly, "Senior, it seems that the campus beauty's boyfriend is quite affluent. The expenses here are quite steep. Even I seldom enter such extravagant KTVs." "Oh, it's not too bad," Yi Kai replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Mo Ziran arrived driving a Ferrari, accompanied by Lin Yasi. As they disembarked, he sarcastically addressed Yi Kai. "Brother Yi Kai, I'll arrange a silver member private room for you to broaden your horizons. Since I'm treating today, we must not be too frugal. After all, you're a classmate of my family's Lin Yasi." At this point, Mo Ziran glanced at Wen Qianqian, his demeanor shifting to one of congeniality. "By the way, beautiful lady, I don't yet know your name. May I ask what you are called?" Previously, he had asked for Wen Qianqian's name, believing Yi Kai's girlfriend to be of humble stature as well. However, upon seeing her luxury vehicle, he suddenly realized she was a petite, wealthy lady. While Yi Kai was merely a man living off her, he would only acknowledge women of worth. "Wen Qianqian," she replied politely. "Wen Qianqian? A lovely name. Sister, with your affluence, how did you come to fancy our brother Yi Kai, who is rather unremarkable?" Chapter 21. Taking away your beloved woman. Just to irritate, Mo Ziran perceived Yi Kai as a man living off a woman. Thus his words carried no courtesy, dripping with disdain. Lin Yasi, standing beside him, offered no rebuttal, as she shared the same sentiment. She even speculated that the funds Yi Kai used for his meals each week were likely provided by Wen Qianqian. In this era, many men relied on their looks to survive, and Yi Kai was likely among them. Wen Qianqian blushed, saying, "Senior, you are incredibly handsome when playing basketball, and you're quite amiable. Truly, you possess a plethora of virtues that I admire." Yi Kai was taken aback by Wen Qianqian's praises in front of others, feeling a touch of warmth in his heart. As for others' perceptions of him, he was indifferent. "All right, enough chit-chat. Let us sing," Mo Ziran declared. Upon entering the first floor of the KTV, Mo Ziran approached the front desk, ready to arrange for a silver member private room, when a cohort of men clad in black suits stood in unison before Yi Kai and Wen Qianqian. The leading man adjusted his collar, formally introducing himself. "I am Zhou Lin, tasked by Brother Long to attend to esteemed guests. Please, Mr. Yi Kai and Ms. Wen Qianqian, allow me to escort you to the Emperor's SS-level private room for your singing session." Zhou Lin surveyed Yi Kai and Wen Qianqian with an outwardly composed demeanor. Yet internally he was astounded. He, Zhou Lin, was the head of the Zhou family, a prominent household in Jianglin City. His current stature was largely due to Brother Long's elevation and assistance. Though Brother Long wielded immense influence, the seemingly unremarkable university student before him was someone even Brother Long held in deep esteem. How could that not be shocking? Brother Long had stated that if Zhou Lin failed to ensure the comfort of this esteemed guest, the Zhou family would revert to obscurity. Mo Ziren and Lin Yasi were left dumbfounded. Shia, am I seeing things? Is that not our city's business mogul Zhou Lin? He.s. personally welcoming Yi Kai and Wen Qianqian? Montak Tsiran Visperet, Astonisit. Lin Yasi's mind was a blur, shaking her head in disbelief. The Emperor SSS level private room. This was a most luxurious and unparalleled singing suite in Dihao, KTV. It was not merely wealth that granted one entry. Lin Yasi completely disregarded Yi Kai, turning her attention to Wen Qianqian, believing she must have persuaded Zhou Lin to secure the Emperor SSS level room. Mo Ziren's eyes sparkled with intrigue, mentally adding Wen Qianqian to his list of pursuable beauties, contemplating how advantageous it would be for the Mo family should he win her over. The most bewildered of all was Wen Qianqian. She was oblivious to the significance of Brother Long or Zhou Lin, only aware that she seemed to have been invited into an extraordinarily high-end singing room. Glancing at Yi Kai, who maintained an air of nonchalance, Wen Qianqian wondered if he had orchestrated this. Mr. Yi, Ms. Wen, this way please, Zhou Lin gestured courteously. Just as Yi Kai was about to step forward, Mo Ziren interjected, Manager Zhou, we are friends of Yi Kai and Wen Qianqian. Would it be possible for us to join them in the Emperor SSS level private room? Having never encountered a KTV of such caliber, Mo Ziren was eager to seize this splendid opportunity to witness it firsthand. Lin Yasi stood beside him, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as neither she nor Mo Ziren had been invited by the head of the Zhou family, Brother Long. Now, with Mo Ziren attempting to forge a connection, she was anxious about the response. Zhou Lin, with an apologetic expression, replied, I do not have the authority for that. If you wish to enter the Emperor SS level room, you must seek the consent of Mr. Yi and Ms. Wan. Should they agree, you may enter. Upon hearing this, Mo Ziren frowned. Why should his entry into the Emperor room depend on Yi Kai? Was it merely due to his relationship with Wen Qianqian? What right did a man living off a woman have to wield such influence? In a moment of extreme frustration, Mo Ziren could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Manager Zhou, Yi Kai is merely a freeloader. Why on earth is he allowed to enter the Emperor SSS level private room? Furthermore, why must I obtain his approval to enter? Upon hearing this, Wen Qianqian was taken aback. When had her senior ever been a freeloader? This was her first date with him. Moreover, the outfit she wore was personally purchased by her senior, costing several tens of thousands. How could someone so generous be labeled a freeloader? Before Manager Zhou could respond, Wen Qianqian furrowed her brow and retorted angrily, Senior Mo, please show some respect. Senior Yi is certainly not a freeloader. Today is my first date with him. Yi Kai, however, merely waved his hand with a calm smile, saying, Lin Yasi's boyfriend, so this is how you perceive me. I had thought of you as a friend. He then turned to Qianqian and added, let us not speak too much. After all, he is a distinguished graduate from Tsinghua University, and we mere mortals are unworthy of conversing with him. Yi Kai deliberately responded in a sarcastic tone. Now that the facade had been torn, it was time to act. He was indeed remarkable enough to enter the Emperor SSS level private room, while someone so trivial as Mo Ziren could not even hold a candle to him. With this thought, Yi Kai commanded Zhou Lin, Xiao Zhou, you have witnessed this. Someone has insulted my dignity by calling me a freeloader. Permanently revoke his access to Emperor KTV. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin's brow furrowed sharply, and his authoritative presence intensified as he waved his hand, instructing 3 employees clad in black suits to forcibly escort Mo Ziren out. As Mo Ziren struggled vehemently, shouting, I can walk by myself. Put me down. Zhou Lin respectfully inquired, Mr. Yi, are you satisfied now? Yi Kai nodded in agreement. He then turned to Lin Yasi, his eyes glinting with mischief. Your so-called Ziren brother has been unceremoniously tossed out. If you feel sympathetic, you may join him now. If not, you can accompany me to sing. Mo Ziren, you wish to show off in front of Lin Yasi? I shall steal away the one you hold dear, infuriating you. Lin Yasi also felt that Mo Ziren had indeed overstepped. While she had her own doubts about Yi Kai being a freeloader, she would never act so foolishly as to antagonize him openly. However, it seemed that both she and Mo Ziren had misjudged Yi Kai. He was certainly not a freeloader. In fact, he referred to Zhou Lin as Xiao Zhou, and Zhou Lin's respectful demeanor towards Yi Kai indicated that he was indeed someone of significance. It was clear that Zhou Lin's superior, Long Gu, held Yi Kai in high regard. At that moment, Lin Yasi found herself intrigued by Yi Kai. She sent Mo Ziren a message. "Ziren, please head home first. I am going to sing with Yi Kai. In the future, when we are out, please refrain from introducing me as your girlfriend in front of others. While I can afford you some courtesy in private, do not overstep your bounds. I only see you as an elder brother." At the entrance of Emperor KTV, Mo Ziren was unceremoniously thrown to the ground by Zhou Lin's subordinates, landing with a heavy thud. Having never endured such humiliation before, he could not let this go. Rubbing his sore backside, he gritted his teeth and took out his phone, contemplating a message to Lin Yasi. Why was she still inside the KTV after he'd been tossed out? Was it no concern for him? After all, he was her Ziren brother. Moreover, despite his numerous subtle expressions of affection, she had outright rejected him. "Lin Yasi, you chose to sing in the Emperor SSS-level private room while leaving me behind. What a cold-hearted decision." As Mo Ziren mumbled to himself, he messaged a man known as Brother G. "Brother G, I have been bullied. Could you help me regain my dignity?" "Brother G, if you Mo Ziren cannot handle it, then I certainly cannot. You know the Huanglang society has collapsed. I have few capable fighters left. Mo Ziren, Brother G, I need you to pretend to kidnap my childhood friend Lin Yasi, and I will stage a heroic rescue. Brother G, you are truly ruthless in your pursuit of a woman. If you want my help, it will cost you. Last time I discreetly helped you deal with your roommate, it was 15,000. This time, for kidnapping a woman, I'll need 50,000. Brother G, if you find this price reasonable, I can have my men lie in wait for your woman." Mo Ziren, 50 grand is nothing. I will consider it a tribute to you, Brother G. I'll even add an extra 10,000 to ensure that one university boy gets a good beating. Image, this one's rather handsome, I must say. Brother G, isn't this Yi Kai? Mo Ziren was momentarily stunned and replied, "Indeed, he is just a little loser. My girlfriend's classmate. I initially thought to show off in front of him, but unexpectedly, he has latched onto a wealthy woman. Brother, I cannot assist you with this. Just a friendly reminder, the wealthy woman you mentioned raises pigs. Yi Kai is not someone you should provoke." Mo Ziren, what? What's Yi Kai's background? Damn it, Brother G has deleted my contact. Mo Ziren stared in shock at the large red exclamation mark next to the message he sent. Brother G is afraid of Yi Kai? Is this true? And did Wen Qianqian's family actually raise pigs? Why did Zhou Lin's boss, Long Gu, place such importance on someone from a pig-rearing family? Suddenly, Mo Ziren had a revelation. He speculated that Zhou Lin's superior, Long Gu, might be involved with Wen Qianqian, who in turn was Yi Kai's girlfriend. Thus, Long Gu felt guilty for having taken another man's woman, leading him to treat Yi Kai with extra care. No wonder Brother G warned me that Yi Kai is not to be trifled with. What is so impressive about a man who rises through the ranks using women? Without Brother G, I can always seek out Brother Hu. Brother Hu is the second in command of the Longhu gang in Jianglin City, with a status slightly above Zhou Lin, commanding nearly 1,000 loyal followers. With that thought, Mo Ziren smirked slightly, gritting his teeth as he transferred 200,000 to a man named Hellfire Tiger. With a note, "Young brother, please ask Brother Hu to come out and meet me at the Marriott Hotel across from Emperor KTV. Hellfire Tiger, young brother, quite generous. Let my men meet you. In Jianglin City, there's nothing my tiger cannot handle." Inside the Emperor SSS level singing room, opulence reigned supreme. The classical European crystal chandelier overhead casts a soothing glow. The gaming and drinking tables are intricately carved from imperial green jade, and the dice are fashioned from gemstones. The drinking vessels are adorned with exquisite bloodstone inlays. Most astonishingly, all the singing equipment is cutting-edge technology. Lin Yasi and Wen Qianqian were at a loss as to how to operate it. Where was the song selection? How does one choose a song? For Yi Kai, however, everything was a piece of cake, as he was the very architect of this high-tech setup. Xiao Du, Yi Kai called out casually. At this summons, a pleasing robotic voice resonated within the room. "Here, Yi, initiate singing mode." LED lights, magical red and green. Let the battle anthem play for a minute. Understood. Xiao has received the command. Singing mode activated. With a snap, the entire room momentarily plunged into darkness, followed by a dazzling array of red and green beams illuminating Ye Kai as the battle anthem erupted, filling the room with electrifying energy. When Qianqian gazed at Ye Kai, who skillfully manipulated the high-tech features of the room, her eyes sparkling and cheeks flushed, feeling that her senior was truly handsome, akin to a general commanding soldiers on a battlefield. Her heart was completely captivated. Meanwhile, Lin Yasi stared in astonishment at Ye Kai, who was so familiar with the Emperor SSS-level private room. It almost gave the impression that he owned the KTV. For reasons unknown, she felt somewhat inadequate, not even knowing how to select a song. What an embarrassment. As the battle song concluded, Ye Kai smiled and said, "When Qianqian, Lin Yasi, you may now choose a song." When Qianqian, feeling somewhat bashful, asked, "Should I have Xiao Du select a song?" "Indeed," he replied. With newfound courage, when Qianqian attempted, "Xiao Du, I would like to request a song." However, Xiao Du was unable to recognize her voice and responded, "I need a Yi to make the request." Her cheeks flushed crimson. Feeling rejected by the intelligent robot, Xiao Du had seamlessly integrated into the entire private room, and a gentle call would summon it to appear on the electronic screen for song requests. Yet at this moment, it was evident that only Ye Kai held the authority to command Xiao Du. The two women felt both embarrassed and astonished. This indicated that Ye Kai was no ordinary individual. Otherwise, the SSS-class intelligent robot in this imperial suite would not recognize him alone. Remembering the profound respect shown by the Zhou family's head, Zhou Lin, towards Ye Kai, the two women gazed at him with curious eyes. Xiao Du, recognize Wen Qianqian and Lin Yasi, and grant them the authority to request songs. Beep, beep, beep. An electronic screen visibly materialized before Wen Qianqian and Lin Yasi, and a small blue and white robot emerged. "Ladies, please focus on my eyes to complete the identity verification." Hearing this, Wen Qianqian and Lin Yasi promptly fixed their gaze on Xiao Du's eyes. Xiao Du, blank. They blinked as instructed. "Xiao Du, shake your head." They nodded. "Xiao Du, give Yi a kiss, the mouth-to-mouth kind." Chapter 23. Just singing, don't get excited, Ye Kai thought. When did I ever program Xiao Du with such flirtatious features? It must have been Qin Wang. Only that fellow would engage in such idle amusements. Contemplating Qin Wang, Ye Kai opened Feishin, found a husky avatar, and sent a string of question marks. "Qin Wang, old Yi, what is up?" "Ye Kai, I didn't T-design the super-intelligent robot for the purpose of flirting." "Qin Wang, you should thank me. This intelligent robot only provides flirtation services for you. I never got to enjoy it myself." "Ye Kai, how do I cancel it?" "Qin Wang, you must receive a kiss from a girl with a beauty score of 99 or above to disable this flirtation feature. There are countless techniques, but only a kiss reveals the truth." "Qin Wang, good luck, my king. I'm going out to play with Xiao KK tomorrow. Would you like to join?" "Ye Kai, I'm just a university student. It wouldn't be appropriate to be seen with you world-class elites. I'll wait for a chance to join you later." "Qin Wang, you're quite the impressive university student." "All right, Chief, I'll 1T chat idly. I'm currently building a spaceship according to your blueprints." Ye Kai shut his phone, shaking his head. It seemed best to assist the girls in selecting songs. "What song would you like to sing? I'll help you pick," Ye Kai said with a smile. However, Wen Qianqian, with a shy expression, looked at Ye Kai and said, "Senior, I would prefer to select a song myself. Could you let me have a kiss?" Ye Kai shook his head resolutely, stating, "How could I casually give away my first kiss?" Wen Qianqian, realizing her subtle intentions had been exposed, felt a tinge of disappointment. "Love unattainable, loving you for 10,000 years. Even in death, I must love." With deep affection, Wen Qianqian gazed at Ye Kai, then proceeded to select a series of love songs. Lin Yasi, standing nearby, silently observed Ye Kai and Wen Qianqian. It became clear to her that the relationship between Ye Kai and Wen Qianqian was not one of mutual affection, but rather a one-sided pursuit. The notion that a girl chasing a boy is as easy as lifting a silk curtain was a mere myth. In reality, the difficulty was immense. After Wen Qianqian finished, it was Lin Yasi's turn. After choosing 5 popular songs, she settled onto the soft, comfortable sofa, microphone in hand, ready to sing. The singing commenced. Wen Qianqian sang with a heart-wrenching intensity, her gaze lingering on Ye Kai, almost as if she were spilling her heart out. To love until death. Not crying until I smile. Not feeling satisfied. The universe may perish, yet my heart remains. Treating each day as the end of the world to love. Every moment beautiful, tears falling. When Qianqian sang this song with profound passion, perhaps it was the pain of unrequited love that made her rendition even more poignant than the original. However, Ye Kai remained unmoved. If he were to sing this song, the two women would likely weep uncontrollably. After all, he was a musical genius. Once when Qianqian concluded her performance, tears streamed down her face, clearly moved by her own emotions. Next was Lin Yasi's turn. Holding the microphone, she gazed at the lyrics on the electronic screen, opening her lips to sing. Her voice was melodious and enchanting, captivating all who listened. Even Ye Kai recognized Lin Yasi's remarkable singing talent. Her sweet voice, combined with a healing song, was akin to a celestial choir, capable of purifying the soul. When Qianqian watched Lin Yasi with envy, after all, the campus belle was indeed exceptional, even in singing. Once Lin Yasi finished, Ye Kai continued to assist the two women in selecting songs. Since they had come this far, they might as well sing to their heart's content. Senior, we can't just keep singing. You should sing a song too, when Qianqian said with eager anticipation. Ye Kai raised his hands in surrender. I cannot sing. You can't sing? When Qianqian laughed, as long as it's you singing, I would love to hear it. Today, I'm fortunate to be here singing. It brings me joy. You should sing one too, Lin Yasi added brightly. Although Ye Kai initially had no desire to sing, after all, being a musical genius, his every note would surely captivate even the most beautiful women. He was aware that having Wen Qianqian vying for his attention was already a handful. If Lin Yasi joined in, his single life would be at risk. Yet, his talent would not allow him to remain single. All he could do was let things flow naturally. With a sense of enlightenment, Ye Kai picked up the microphone, selected Dangerous, and began to dance with mechanical precision. The two women were left utterly dumbfounded. Wen Qianqian covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes sparkling. Senior, your singing presence is simply overwhelming. I am enamored. Lin Yasi discreetly took out her phone, recording Ye Kai's graceful performance. When Ye Kai executed a moonwalk, the two women could no longer contain themselves, erupting in a series of excited screams. As soon as he sang, Ye Kai felt a profound connection with the microphone, effortlessly mastering any song he performed. His dancing, particularly his mechanical moves, showcased his strengths. He performed with vigor, not a hint of fatigue. Clad in a black suit and hat, he would have been the very embodiment of Michael Jackson reincarnated. After finishing Dangerous, Ye Kai smiled warmly at Wen Qianqian and Lin Yasi, bowing deeply as if concluding a personal concert. Wen Qianqian blushed, bursting with excitement, gazing at Ye Kai as if she had discovered a new world. Senior, you are truly amazing. Ye Kai, maintaining his composure, replied nonchalantly, I was merely singing haphazardly. Lin Yasi, brushing her hair back, her beautiful eyes sparkling, etched Ye Kai's captivating singing visage in her memory, secretly saving the recorded video before returning her phone to her pocket. If he sang so well despite his casualness, how remarkable would he be if he sang earnestly? Senior, please sing a serious song. When Qianqian applauded, eager to hear him sing again, Ye Kai waved his hand. Today, I made an exception and sang one song for you. If you wish to hear more, you'll have to wait until graduation. Upon hearing this, both Wen Qianqian and Lin Yasi felt a sense of emptiness, as though they had not yet been satisfied. At that moment, Ye Kai's phone rang. The call was from an unfamiliar number. He answered, hello, master, came a cool voice from the other end. The term master nearly sent Ye Kai into a frenzy. Xiao Qianqian personally called a master? Meanwhile, in the Sun community, compelled by Xiao Long and her own curiosity, Xiao Qianqian was on the phone seeking to pay her respects to Ye Kai. She held a keen interest in Ye Kai's study, and her father was equally eager to read the Bible of the Celestial Maiden. Aside from becoming Ye Kai's disciple, her only option would be to marry him. However, as there was no emotional bond between them, marriage was out of the question. The only path left was to seek apprenticeship in order to enter Ye Kai's study. Ye Kai responded, do not call me master. I refuse to take you on as a disciple. If I must provide a reason for my denial, I can only say that you are unworthy. So, abandon this notion. Xiao Qianqian felt a pang of heartache, having finally gathered the courage to address Ye Kai as master, only to be met with his cold refusal. It hurts my heart. I have my pride too. It's just a mere study. What is so fascinating about it? I shall not go. Though saddened, she felt helpless. For Ye Kai was unlike other boys. He was a domineering figure who failed to nurture the tender emotions of young women. How infuriating. Chapter 24. The school belle has truly been kidnapped. Feeding the black tiger bombs 2 hours later, the singing concluded. During this time, Ye Kai had merely assisted the two ladies in selecting songs, abstaining from drinking or eating. The two women sang for 2 hours, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Ye Kai led them downstairs, intending to treat them to lunch before parting ways. When Qian had hoped to catch a movie with Ye Kai, but he declined, citing the presence of guests at home and the potential for chaos should he remain out. Upon reaching the ground floor, Zhou Lin approached with an obsequious smile. "Mr. Yi, did you enjoy your time this morning?" Ye Kai nodded slightly, responding nonchalantly, "It was acceptable." He gestured towards Wen Qian, adding, "Please issue a gold membership card for Miss Wen." Understood. Zhou Lin commanded his subordinates to expedite the creation of the card, which he then respectfully presented to Ye Kai before stepping aside. There were only 3 individuals in the city holding gold membership cards, and Ye Kai was now the 4th. He handed the card to Wen Qian with a serious demeanor, stating, "I cannot accompany you any longer today, as I have guests at home. We shall eat now, and afterward I will take a taxi home. Your car is too ostentatious." Wen Qian clutched the membership card, her heart brimming with sweetness. This was a grand gift from her senior. Including herself, only 4 people in the city possessed such a card, highlighting its rarity. Moreover, it was given solely to her, not even to the school belle Lin Yasi, indicating her esteemed position in Ye Kai's eyes. Yet, as she reveled in her thoughts, Ye Kai's next words extinguished all her delightful fantasies. "After today, you are not to seek me out again, even at school. I must prepare for my graduate entrance exams and lack the energy for frivolous pursuits." Ye Kai's tone was calm, showing no regard for Wen Qian's feelings. He abhorred lingering attachments. While Wen Qian was indeed beautiful and kind-hearted, her academic prowess paled in comparison to Ye Kai, an exceptionally outstanding individual and staunch bachelor, rendering her somewhat ordinary and pitiable in contrast. Wen Qian remained unperturbed, having grown accustomed to her senior's unyielding nature. Though their interaction had been brief, she had discerned that Ye Kai was an extraordinary man, respected even by the well-known Zhou Lin. She felt unworthy of him. "Rest assured, senior, I will study diligently." When Qian beamed brightly, standing nearby, Lin Xia interjected, "You two enjoy your meal. I shall pass." Ye Kai replied indifferently, "As you wish." Lin Yasi nodded and turned to leave the KTV, only to be suddenly silenced by a man in a black hood who swiftly covered her mouth and thrust her into a van, which sped away. In a shadowy corner beside the KTV, Mo Ziren was bewildered. He had arranged with brother Hu to wait for Lin Yasi to emerge, intending to frighten her under the pretense of a kidnapping, then seize the opportunity to play the hero. But now, it seemed the situation had spiraled out of control. Were a brother Hu's men taking Lin Yasi? Mo Ziren hurriedly called brother Hu, only to find his phone switched off, leaving him utterly dumbfounded and trembling with anxiety. Meanwhile, Ye Kai, witnessing Lin Yasi's abduction, remained unfazed as he retrieved his phone and sent a message. "Phoenix, a purge is commencing in the underground world of Jianglin City. Someone has dared to kidnap my classmate in my presence. I expect an explanation." After sending this, he powered off his phone. Phoenix was the queen of the most formidable underground organization in Huagua, and Ye Kai trusted that she would not disappoint him. "Let's head to the Marriott Hotel," he said, a faint smile gracing his face. When Qian exclaimed, "Senior, that is the finest hotel in the city. Are you certain you wish to go? Are you worried I lack funds?" "Fear not. I am well off and do not require your generosity. If you wish to go, then we shall go." When Qian, driving her Rolls-Royce Phantom, sped towards the hotel. The Dragon and Tiger Gate was situated in a sprawling suburb to the north of Jianglin City, featuring a cluster of several Western-style buildings that at first glance resembled a residential complex. In the center of this cluster stood a luxurious villa, where a man with a tattooed dragon coiled over his shoulder lounged on a deck chair, facing a vast swimming pool while enjoying massages from 2 women clad in revealing swimsuits. Suddenly, a phone nestled between the women's bosoms rang. Black Tiger gestured with his hand, and one of the women, with a flattering demeanor, retrieved the phone and handed it to him. "Brother Sean is calling," she announced. Black Tiger answered, his dark visage twisted in a menacing grimace as he inquired, Sean, what's the status? It's all set. That fool Mo Zyron still thinks he can play the hero. How could he have anticipated that we would turn our act into reality? Boss, we must extort a hefty sum from the Lin family this time. Well done. I've had my eye on this fat sheep for weeks. It was challenging to act while she had bodyguards. If it weren't for that fool Mo Zyron revealing the precise location of the Lin family's young lady, we wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Black Tiger chuckled ominously. Just then, a combat helicopter swooped down and launched a missile, obliterating an adjacent unoccupied building. Black Tiger dropped his phone into the pool, panic overtaking him as the alluring women around him shrieked in terror. What the hell is happening? A military aircraft? I can't have stirred the national military. Black Tiger's mind raced in chaos as he quaked with fear. As the helicopter hovered ominously above, he fumbled for the car keys, dropping them to the ground in a daze. I don't want to die. Black Tiger's mind screamed in desperation. He scrambled from the car, collapsing to the ground to bow before the helicopter, pleading for mercy. If he dared to resist, he would undoubtedly be met with lethal force. The combat helicopter descended gracefully into the courtyard. A striking woman clad in a fiery red leather outfit, her figure curvaceous and commanding, leaped from the aircraft. Ouyang Phoenix. Her gaze steely, drew a high-tech gun from her waist, aiming it at Black Tiger. Dragon and Tiger Gate, Black Tiger, you are audacious indeed to kidnap my people. You have 10 minutes to deliver Lin Yasi to the Marriott Hotel, or I shall make your head blossom. Chapter 25. A single phone call alters the fate of the school belle. Black Tiger's eyes bulged in terror. He had thoroughly investigated Lin Yasi's background. Her family operates a children's clothing business, which is valued at over $6 billion. The woman before me audaciously claims that Lin Yasi is hers, an assertion that feels utterly surreal. Who could have imagined that a helicopter-flying tiger woman could be linked to a fashionista running a clothing company? He, who caught off guard, hastily dialed his subordinates, only to find the line dead. His heart raced as he repeatedly tried, cursing his brother and Lushan. That wretched bald fool. What is wrong with your phone? He fumed. If I survive this, I swear I will make you pay for being unreachable. Meanwhile, in a van in Lushan, with a lollipop in his mouth and one hand exploring Lin Yasi's thigh, mused, TTSK, without your family's wealth, would this beauty remain unscathed? Lin Yasi, blindfolded and gagged, was engulfed in a wave of terror. This was her first experience of abduction, and in broad daylight, no less. The thought alone was chilling. She longed to call for help, but her hands and feet were tightly bound, and her phone confiscated, rendering her powerless to seek assistance. All she could do was resign herself to fate. MMM. Lin Yasi struggled, attempting to speak, and Lushan delivered a sharp slap to her thigh, growling, "Be quiet, or I cannot guarantee where the next slap will land." His lecherous gaze occasionally wandered to her prominent bosom and legs, leaving little to the imagination. Lin Yasi had no choice but to comply. She certainly did not want that greasy bald head's hands to wander into her sacred territory. Although she was undeniably beautiful, she remained untouched, far from the allure of a seasoned woman. Hence my brother and I held no interest in her. As long as her family transferred $2 billion to my boss's overseas account, I would personally escort her home. Our demands were modest, merely 1/3 of her family's fortune. After all, we had conducted our research. She was the sole heir of the Lin family and the legitimate successor of the Lin Group. Surely, someone would pay for her release. Listening to the kidnapper's incessant chatter filled Lin Yasi with frustration. She wished for a bomb to drop from the sky, obliterating both her and this vile man. The success of her family's enterprise was the fruit of her father Lin Jinshi's arduous labor. And these kidnappers audaciously demanded $2 billion in ransom, clearly aiming to dismantle the Lin Group. Rather than becoming a burden to her family, she would rather end it all. I will fight back. With newfound courage, Lin Yasi lunged at the hefty in Lushan. Her unexpected assault sent his rotund body crashing against the van door, followed by her soft, fragrant form pressing against him, writhing in defiance. This was madness. What kind of so-called school beauty was this? She was nothing short of a lunatic. And Lushan, using minimal effort, simply pushed her away. His eyes gleamed menacingly as he slapped Lin Yasi's face twice, hissing, "Damn it, know your place." Dazed from the blows, Lin Yasi felt a surge of defiance. If she was not afraid of death, what else could she fear? "Brother Sean, your phone is charged," said a crew-cut man driving the van, handing in Lushan an iPhone. Ignoring Lin Yasi, he turned on the phone. To his shock, he saw 99 missed calls from Hey Hu. Since joining Hey Hu, he had never received so many urgent calls. Something must have gone terribly wrong. Before he could return the call, Hey Hu reached him. Hey, what the hell? You worthless scum. Untie Lin Yasi immediately and bring her safely to the Marriott Hotel to face the wrath of Master Yi Kai. And Lu Shan's face paled in disbelief. What is happening? Why the sudden change? He stammered. No questions. Just remember, from now on, Lin Yasi is your master. No, she's your grandmother. Just ensure her comfort. Hey Hu's trembling voice lacked conviction. You haven't harmed Miss Lin, have you? I recall you're not fond of untouched girls. And Lu Shan felt a wave of confusion. What on earth is going on? Why is Hey Gu threatening me? Despite his fear and frustration, he knew he had to obey, lest he truly faced dire consequences. Seeing the alarm on Lu Shan's face, the driver asked, What's wrong, Brother Shan? Don't ask. Turn this around and head to the Marriott, or Hey Gu will kill us. The driver, bewildered, pondered why they were abandoning their plan to extort Lin Jinxi. In the next moment, Lu Shan stunned Lin Yasi by kneeling before her, tears welling in his eyes. Miss Lin, I was wrong. We should never have kidnapped you. Let me explain, and then I'll set you free. Please don't be too agitated. We mean you no harm. Soon, we will take you to the Marriott to apologize to Master Yi Kai. My life is in your hands. Bowing deeply, he knocked his head on the floor 18 times before personally untying Lin Yasi. As she peeled the tape from her mouth, confusion and shock clouded her eyes. One phone call had transformed her fate entirely. The once helpless lamb was now the master of her captor's destiny. It was almost unbelievable. Yi Kai, Lin Yasi's eyes flickered with recognition as she pondered. Could he be the one to save me? Miss Lin, you must be thirsty. Here, enjoy this bottle of red wine. And Lu Shan offered with a disarming smile. Lin Yasi touched her swollen face, and her expression turned icy. You struck me. How do you reconcile that? Chapter 26. A single slap sends a 300-pound man flying. A touch to the face leaves no bruise. Boom! A missile fell from the helicopter, obliterating Hey Hu's villa. Bound and helpless, Hey Hu wept at the sight, filled with regret. Brother, I am finished. The Tiger and Dragon clan depends on you to thrive. Though he lamented, he could not resist asking, Goddess, before I face the police, may I know your identity? Ouyang Feng Wang, calm as ever, piloted the helicopter. After a long silence, she replied, The warden of Jianglin prison is not worthy of knowing my identity, let alone you. At her words, Hey Hu trembled, obediently falling silent as he contemplated his bleak future behind bars. His nefarious deeds had sealed his fate. No death sentence, but a life of imprisonment awaited him. At the Marriott Hotel, in an opulent VIP suite, Yi Kai summoned a waiter while keeping an eye on Ouyang Feng Wang's activities. Ouyang Feng Wang, Hey Hu is now in custody. His brother, Hey Long, is conducting shady business in another province. Should we not apprehend him as well? Deploying a fighter jet seems excessive. It would undoubtedly create a stir in Jianglin. Let's hold off for now, Yi Kai advised. Ouyang Phoenix, I have instructed Black Tiger to send Lin Yasi to the Marriott Hotel. We can decide how to deal with those underlings when the time comes. Yi Kai, I haven't made up my mind yet. Let's discuss it later. Phoenix, I appreciate your efforts. By the way, King Qin wants to see you, so be prepared. Ouyang Phoenix, I have no desire to play with him. I want to spend time with you. Yi Kai, ahem, I'm still just a student. After saying this, Yi Kai turned off the messaging app. At that moment, and Ba, the general manager of the Marriott Hotel and a subordinate of Xiao Qinsheng, entered the room, impeccably dressed in a black suit. Following him was Lin Yasi and Lu Shan and their driver. And Lu Shan's face was swollen, covered in footprints, and he appeared utterly disheveled. Thanks to Lin Yasi, with Yi Kai backing her, Lin Yasi had ruthlessly pummeled Lu Shan, disregarding any semblance of a ladylike demeanor. She covered her slightly swollen face, looking at Yi Kai, who was leisurely sipping tea, with an expression of grievance, as if to say, I've been beaten to this state, and you're just sitting there enjoying tea. How unjust. However, her heart was filled more with gratitude toward Yi Kai. She was no fool. She understood that it was Yi Kai's connections that had saved her. Alongside her gratitude, there was also shock. She could hardly fathom what kind of influence Yi Kai wielded to turn a vicious kidnapper back to the right path. At that moment, Yi Kai was shrouded in mystery in her eyes. He seemed to radiate an extraordinary aura that captivated her gaze, igniting a spark in her heart. And Ba glanced at Lin Yasi and said, Xiaoya, please take a seat. I've arranged for a renowned, traditional Chinese doctor to treat your face. And Ba was the father of an Yusin, Lin Yasi's close friend, so Lin Yasi naturally recognized him. She nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Lin." And Ba shook his head with a smile, replying, "You shouldn't thank me. You should thank Mr. Yi." Yet again, Mr. Yi, Lin Yasi's heart skipped a beat. Although Uncle Lin wasn't from a prestigious family, he was a self-made millionaire with significant standing in Jianglin City. The respect he showed toward Yi Kai indicated the latter's formidable power. It was unimaginable that a mere university student could make two influential figures in Jianglin City bow before him in a single day. Lin Yasi suddenly felt the vast chasm between herself and Yi Kai. What did it matter that she was the campus belle? His accomplishments overshadowed both Ba and Zhou Lin. Moreover, he maintained a low profile, embodying the essence of a perfect genius. As she pondered this, Yi Kai approached, examined her face, and said casually, "It's just a bit of swelling. Let me touch it, and it will be fine. Ba, please prepare the meal." "Right away," Ba replied, promptly leaving. Meanwhile, Lushan and his driver collapsed on the floor, staring at Yi Kai in disbelief. What? This seemingly unremarkable university student is Yi Kai? This little brat forced Tiger Brother to act against me? Lushan felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Gaining courage, he stood up, confident he could capture Yi Kai within 3 seconds and coerce him back to the Longhu Gate. There was no doubt that Yi Kai was worth more than Lin Yasi. With a determined heart, Lushan lunged at Yi Kai. In the face of this sudden assault, Yi Kai smirked, swiftly extending a leg that whipped through the air like a whip, striking Lushan's corpulent body with ferocious force, sending him crashing through the door, breaking the stair railing and plummeting from the 3rd floor. Screams erupted from diners below as they beheld Lushan sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, blood pooling from his mouth. In the luxurious VIP room, everyone was rendered speechless. When Shanxian's eyes widened in astonishment, hands clasped over her mouth, filled with excitement as she thought, "Heavens, Senior, so powerful." Lin Yasi's heart raced, captivated by Yi Kai's display of strength. The kidnapper weighed at least 300 pounds, and yet he was kicked downstairs with such ease. Yi Kai's leg was incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, Lushan's subordinates trembled in silence, paralyzed with fear, too terrified to move. Moments later, several security guards carried the unconscious Lushan upstairs, awaiting Yi Kai's command. "Yi Kai, take this fat pig and this scum to the police station." The security guards hurriedly complied, escorting Lushan and the driver away. After everything was settled, Yi Kai lost his appetite. He had revealed too much of his strength today. It was time to leave. He glanced at the enchanting Lin Yasi and remarked, "If you let some old Chinese doctor treat your face, it will likely take 3 to 4 days to heal the swelling. I can massage it for 500, and it will be instantly better. My massages are a rare commodity, so consider carefully." When Qian, overhearing this, wished she could smack herself and ask the senior for a massage, but that remained a mere thought. Lin Yasi, without hesitation, replied, "All right." Her voice was soft and melodious, like a babbling brook flowing straight to the heart. Her captivating eyes sparkled with affection. Yi Kai was momentarily taken aback, thinking, "Whoa, I merely saved you. There's no need to look at me so deeply." He summoned the internal energy he hadn't used for a decade, gently placed his hand on Lin Yasi's cheek, and began to massage. Chapter 27. Being single is delightful. Fearing she might fall deeply in love with me, a tingling sensation spread across Lin Yasi's face, accompanied by a delightful warmth. She couldn't help but let out a soft moan. In an instant, her cheeks flushed, overwhelmed with shyness. The massage was so pleasurable that Yi Kai, maintaining a calm demeanor, gently reminded her, "Calm your mind. Don't let your thoughts wander." Upon hearing this, Lin Yasi quickly closed her eyes and tried to clear her mind. "All done." Yi Kai retracted his hand and smiled lightly. "Done? So soon?" Lin Yasi was incredulous. It felt as if he had merely massaged her for a brief moment. Her face didn't seem to hurt anymore. She touched her face, discovering its elasticity had returned, devoid of any lingering pain. Pulling out her phone for a closer look, she found her complexion radiant, even more beautiful than usual. At that moment, she was filled with admiration for Yi Kai, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you." She reached for her phone to transfer money to Yi Kai, only to realize he had deleted her contact, and she had no cash on hand. "You've deleted my contact." Lin Yasi felt a twinge of anticipation at the prospect of re-adding Yi Kai. Then add me back, Ye Kai said, having initially thought there would be no further interaction between them. Little did he expect that he would save her life this weekend. Such is fate. After they re-added each other, a moment of silence ensued. Once Lin Yasi paid for the massage, Ye Kai looked at the two women seriously and said, I hope you both won't gossip when you return to school. I dislike being too ostentatious. Though he felt it unnecessary to stress this, clarity was always better. My family is nouveau riche. We once helped Uncle and Zhou Lin's company through a financial crisis. That's why they treat me with such respect. It's nothing to be surprised about. All right, I have guests at home now. You can enjoy your meal. I must take my leave. After saying this, Ye Kai departed hastily. He needed to leave before trouble arose, especially the potential of two beautiful women falling deeply in love with him. Isn't being single delightful? In a luxurious VIP room, only Lin Yasi and Wen Qianqian remained. In response to Ye Kai's sudden departure, Wen Qianqian felt exhilarated rather than disheartened. Today, she had witnessed a different side of senior Ye Kai. He was anything but ordinary. He exuded mystery, possessed formidable strength, handsome features, and an undeniable charisma. She couldn't help but think her judgment had been spot on. Only such a perfect man deserved her unwavering pursuit. Meanwhile, Lin Yasi felt a void in her heart. In that moment, she fully realized the profound sense of security emanating from Ye Kai. With his departure, her heart raced, and she felt an impulse to chase after him. Yasi, a voice filled with urgency echoed from the entrance of the private room. My dear friend, and Yusin had arrived. Behind her trailed a venerable old man with a head of white hair, the renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Sun Dishing, from Jianglin City. Upon entering the room, and Yusin hastened to Lin Yasi's side, scrutinizing her face. Oh, didn't my father say your face was swollen from villain's blows? You seem perfectly fine. Lin Yasi contemplated revealing that Ye Kai had miraculously healed her face, but she refrained, knowing that he preferred to keep his extraordinary skills under wraps. Oh, it's nothing. I just applied an ice pack. She casually fabricated a response. Sun Dishing, carrying his medicinal bag, fumed. How outrageous. I turned down numerous appointments with esteemed figures to personally attend to your visage, only to find no injury at all. Is this some kind of jest at my expense? With that, he stormed out of the room, heading downstairs to confront Ba. And Yusin shook her head, exasperated. I don't know what got into my father. Spending a fortune to summon the divine physician to treat your face. Now he's furious. Never mind that old man. Yasi, tell me how you managed to escape the clutches of your captors? Lin Yasi paused, realizing that Uncle and had not divulged to Yusin that Ye Kai had rescued her. Thus, she decided to keep her lips sealed. Consequently, Lin Yasi began to weave a tale, diverting her friend's attention. After that, she formally introduced Wen Qianqian, and the three women joyfully commenced their feast. On the way home, Ye Kai sat in a taxi and messaged Qinglong, informing Ba and Zhou Lin that if they encounter me again, they need not act as though they are meeting their ancestors. They should conduct themselves appropriately. Qinglong, who could blame them for showing you respect when you are their master? Ye Kai, you must understand, I am still an undergraduate, striving to remain inconspicuous. I have no desire to make headlines or become a national sensation. Ye Kai, just stepping out requires me to cloak myself thoroughly, dodging paparazzi and being pursued by legions of admirers. It's a terrifying prospect. Why else would I have concealed my true self all these years? Ye Kai, I truly wish to avoid such pretense. Qinglong, logically speaking, at this stage in your academic career, you should be reveling in the attention. Back in my university days, I eagerly showcased my physique and skills before the campus beauties, hoping to win their hearts. You aren't a reclusive type, are you? Ye Kai, get lost. If I ever seek romance, it will be post-graduation. That's currently impossible. After exchanging a few playful jibes with Qinglong, Ye Kai arrived home. At that very moment, it was precisely 1 p.m. Xiao Long and Xiao Qianqian had yet to return. He regretted telling Xiao Long about the heavenly maiden-esque scriptures, as the cost of pretense inevitably attracted too much attention. However, given the formidable nature of his abilities, concealing them proved exceedingly difficult. For instance, when Lin Yasi was kidnapped, he had no choice but to intervene. Of course, he could choose to keep his prowess hidden, but he was not one to assist others without seeking any reward. Reflecting on this, Ye Kai exited the taxi, settled the fare, and entered the villa. Inside, Xiao Long and Yi Zhuan were engrossed in a game of chess. They were mutually studying the 8 secret mysteries, but Yi Zhuan had made far more progress than Xiao Long in the art of chess. Xiao Long, deeply absorbed in the game, furrowed his brow. Old Yi, have you been secretly studying chess strategies late at night? Your progress is remarkable. Yi Juan cast a furtive glance, feeling slightly guilty. Don't be ridiculous. I lack the energy to study at night. This is purely my innate talent. In the kitchen, Lu Pingping, washing grapes, could no longer bear her husband's bragging. Xie Yi, don't listen to Azhan's nonsense. He didn't sleep with me last night. He was up studying chess until midnight. Xiao Long was taken aback, then exclaimed, goodness. You've been exposed by Pingping. Yi Kai listened to the adults' converse, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had worried that declining Xiao Qianqian's request to be her mentor would cause friction between their families, but it seemed he had overthought it. Xiao Long's relationship with his parents was remarkably harmonious. To an outsider, it would seem they were one big, happy family. Yi Kai scanned the living room and, upon noticing Xiao Qianqian was absent, he breathed a sigh of relief. Without disturbing Xiao Long and Yi Juan's chess game, he tiptoed into his room, eager for a peaceful slumber. Staying at home felt far more comfortable. The outside world was perilous, and one misstep could reveal his true capabilities. Yi Kai lay back on the bed with a contented expression, eyes closed. Chapter 28. I really didn't peek. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Yi Kai suddenly realized that the aloof school beauty was rather careless. He quietly approached, only to step back when the bathroom door creaked open, revealing Xiao Qianqian wrapped in a towel, her long, wet hair cascading down her shoulders, exuding an alluring charm. Upon spotting Yi Kai frozen in place, she froze as well. After a moment of wide-eyed surprise, she opened her mouth to scream, but Yi Kai, quick on his feet, dashed to her side and covered her mouth with his hand. Don't shout. Otherwise, your father might think I've done something to you, and I'd be unable to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. How dare you use my bathroom without permission? You have some nerve. Each use costs $1,000. I'll count to 3, then let go. Just don't scream. 1, 2, 3. Xiao Qianqian managed to suppress her scream. She quickly averted her gaze and asked with faux seriousness, now, answer my earlier question. Her face flushed crimson. She stomped her foot in annoyance. You idiot. Turn around right now. Oh. With a calm demeanor, Yi Kai complied. Now you may explain. Xiao Qianqian gritted her teeth, yearning to punch Yi Kai in the forehead. This straight-laced guy was hopeless. Annie made some spicy and delicious food, and I was sweating from the heat. My father insisted I help her wash some dishes. And I felt unwell, so I borrowed your bathroom to shower. Then why didn't you lock the door? Yi Kai asked, furrowing his brow. Your door is so advanced. Why didn't he think to lock it? Yi Kai paused, nearly forgetting that he had meticulously modified his door, rendering it difficult for even his parents to lock it. He had done so because he often engaged in innovative projects and high-tech endeavors in his room, fearing that his parents would discover his unconventional pursuits and worry about his academic performance. Had he not safeguarded his door, it likely would have been replaced long ago. Today, in his haste, he had forgotten to lock it, inadvertently granting Xiao Qianqian access to his room. Fortunately, all his technological blueprints, chemical and biological samples, and firearm modification schematics were securely locked away in a secret desk. To any casual observer, it appeared to be an ordinary room. Moreover, he had specifically instructed his uncle and aunt to inform Xiao Qianqian if she returned home that he was showering, so she would avoid entering his room. At that moment, the aloof school beauty wore an expression of grievance. She clearly felt wronged and wondered why Yi Kai was being so harsh. I borrowed your bathroom to wash up. I'll pay you back. Xiao Qianqian's demeanor turned icy. Just step out. I need to change. Yi Kai scratched the back of his head, deciding not to argue with the school beauty, and quietly exited the room. Just as he reached the door, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Pingping, who had come to deliver fruit to Xiao Qianqian. Lu Pingping gazed at her son in astonishment, then cast a glance around the room, lowering her voice to say, You little rascal, when did you return? Why didn't you inform your mother? Qianqian is in the shower. You didn't sneak a peek, did you? That girl has quite an attractive figure. She would certainly be capable of bearing sons in the future. Yi Kai was at a loss for words. His mother harbored a slight bias toward sons over daughters, though it had not reached an extreme level. Nonetheless, she would utter comments like, A woman with a large backside can bear sons. His parents, at their core, still held some feudal beliefs typical of rural folk. In response, Yi Kai patiently tried to enlighten them, often instilling more progressive ideologies. For instance, regarding the matter of having sons versus daughters, he would unhesitatingly reply, "If I marry in the future, I would prefer a daughter. Raising a son requires preparation for a car, a house, and a bride price. I know you might argue that our family is wealthy, but what if he turns out to be a prodigal? Who can guarantee that one's child won't become a freeloader?" Daughters, on the other hand, are generally more considerate, even if they do rely on their parents. "I want a little cotton-padded jacket, not a gluttonous beast." Lu Pingping chuckled. "All right, as long as my son has children, they will all be my treasures. While your father and Uncle Xiao are engrossed in chess, pretend to just have returned home to avoid them discovering that you sneaked into the room to watch Qianqian shower. My son, one must not be too straightforward. Consider the feelings of the young lady." Ye Kai exclaimed, "When did I ever sneak a peek? I returned to my room, quite openly." He decided against further explanation, knowing that doing so would only complicate matters. He stealthily slipped out the door. Fortunately, his father and Uncle Xiao were still embroiled in an argument about a chess piece, oblivious to Ye Kai's presence. He feigned the demeanor of someone who had just returned home and approached Yi Zhuan and Xiao Long. "What are you two arguing about?" "It's just a car." Ye Kai tossed the piece from Xiao Long's hand to Yi Zhuan, saying, "Uncle Xiao, relinquishing a piece is a better strategy." He glanced at Yi Zhuan and added, "Dad, if you don't mind, I could take a turn against Uncle Xiao." Upon seeing Ye Kai return, Yi Zhuan lost interest in the chess match and quickly signaled to Xiao Long, understanding the cue. Xiao Long smiled and said, Kai, you're home. Qianqian is currently showering. You can wait for her in your room." Ye Kai was taken aback. "I truly did not anticipate this. Does Uncle Xiao hope for something to occur between Qianqian and me?" Before Ye Kai could process this, Yi Zhuan grabbed him by the collar and pulled him towards the room, saying, "What are you dawdling for? Go spend some time with the girl. Don't keep her waiting." Ye Kai exclaimed, "Seriously? Are adults this playful nowadays?" Chapter 29. Being too outstanding is also painful. Acknowledged Xiao school beauty as a disciple, Ye Kai, feeling helpless, was pushed into the room by his father. He vaguely heard muffled laughter from outside. We must give the young one some private space. This beautiful daughter-in-law is certainly mine." Upon entering his room, Ye Kai found himself somewhat at a loss. He scolded himself internally. "It's just a beautiful girl. Why am I flustered? Besides, I've already seen her partially unclothed." In the room, Xiao Qianqian had changed into a new outfit purchased by Lu Pingping and was drying her hair. Lu Pingping looked at Xiao Qianqian with satisfaction, her gaze akin to that of a mother-in-law admiring her daughter-in-law, filled with affection. Ye Kai felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of disrupting this warm scene. When Lu Pingping noticed Ye Kai's arrival, she paused momentarily, her face breaking into an ant-like smile. She pointed to the white dress Xiao Qianqian was wearing and asked, "Son, what do you think of the dress I bought for Qianqian?" Ye Kai inquired, "How much was it?" "A summer elegant white suit dress from Maryland, valued at 5,000. Lu Pingping replied nonchalantly. Ye Kai inhaled sharply. 5,000 for dress? I never knew you would spend so lavishly for someone else. Mom, I'm still a college student. Don't you think it's a bit hasty for you to find me a girlfriend? He protested. What about my graduate entrance exams? Lu Pingping rolled her eyes at him, retorting, "You silly boy, our family runs a company. Even if you fail, you can always return home to inherit the business. What's there to worry about? Besides, your class advisor, Teacher Song, mentioned that with a little effort, you could get into a decent university. Your father and I aren't concerned about your studies. We're more worried about you, the big homebody, being unable to find a girlfriend. And do we not know your personality? Being straightforward makes it difficult to find a partner." Ye Kai waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. Please give me a chance to spend time alone with Xiao Qianqian." Lu Pingping lowered her voice, encouraging him, "Son, go for it. I believe in you. Qianqian is quite beautiful, does well academically, and is sensible. Seize this opportunity." After saying this, Lu Pingping left the room. Inside, only the sound of the hairdryer and Ye Kai's sigh remained. Having exceptional parents is indeed a stroke of luck. Ye Kai scrutinized Xiao Lianyan, who was breathtakingly beautiful and possessed an alluring figure. In a few years, she would likely possess a beauty that could cause nations to fall. He found himself unable to leave the room and approached her. At that moment, Xiao Qianqian finished drying her hair and appeared refreshingly captivating. Upon seeing Ye Kai, her face flushed, but she quickly regained her composure. Recalling the earlier embarrassing incident made her feel oddly awkward. After all, she was the aloof school beauty. Why did her image always crumble in front of Ye Kai? Just last night and earlier today, he had seen her partially undressed. "You better not come to my house again. I can't take it, she said. Ye Kai pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Xiao Qianqian, I genuinely want to know about your study habits. Xiao Qianqian retorted, I only listen to my boyfriend. Ye Kai raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her personality. This high-cold school beauty indeed had some spirit. However, challenging him, she was still too young. A smirk played on Ye Kai's lips as he reached out and gently pushed Xiao Qianqian. With a thud, she fell straight onto the bed, and in the next moment, Ye Kai pounced on her. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Ye Kai supported himself with his arms and fixed his gaze on Xiao Qianqian. I'll give you one more chance. Will you come to my house again? Do you think I'll be scared? Xiao Qianqian replied defiantly. Quis gaze hardenet. An overwhelming aura emanating from him. Ah, woman, play with fire and you shall get burned. With that thought, he intended to lift Xiao Qianqian's skirt. Xiao Qianqian closed her eyes, recalling Yi Tianjuan's innocent smile, her heart racing. She quickly pushed Ye Kai away, her heart pounding uncontrollably. I'm curious about your study room. That is why I came to your house. I also want to see the legendary Heavenly Woman Bible. As she spoke, she resentfully sent Ye Kai 1,000 yuan via text. This is for using your bathroom. I've already acknowledged you as my master. How can you say I'm unworthy? Ye Kai reflected that, in truth, being an academically accomplished and beautiful girl could be quite exhausting. Did she really seem so aloof? If not for the relentless pursuit of other boys, she would not have adopted such an icy demeanor, pretending to keep everyone at arm's length. She yearned to live freely, like ordinary girls, surrounded by friends of all kinds. During my 3 years in middle school, I had only one friend by Jing. However, yesterday, I gained another friend, and that is you. You are the first person to know the secret of my affection for a boy named Yi Tianjun. Even my best friend by Jing and my parents learned about it later than you did. Ye Kai listened quietly to Xiao Qianqian's heartfelt confession, his expression calm. Who could truly comprehend the loneliness experienced by an exceptionally talented young man? He was so outstanding that he found it difficult to blend in with the average student circle. When other boys invited him to play basketball, he had to carefully control his skills, ensuring he did not appear too proficient. Friends who struggled academically often complained to him, but whenever he inadvertently performed better than them, it created a significant sense of disparity, ultimately leading to their gradual estrangement. He attempted to befriend high-achieving classmates, only to find that they carried an air of superiority, speaking to him as if he were beneath them. Consequently, he chose to distance himself from such self-important individuals. Until now, only Xia Peng truly accepted him from the depths of his heart. Yet now, Xiao Qianqian openly declared him as her friend, a notion he never anticipated. All right, I accept you as a friend. Ye Kai was not entirely unfeeling. A smile emerged on his face as he resolutely spoke. Moreover, the fact that the school beauty had expressed her true feelings prompted him to reassess Xiao Qianqian, realizing that her aloof demeanor might be a facade. Being her friend should not be difficult. Tears welled in Xiao Qianqian's eyes, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Then I can. You can enter my study. Ye Kai chuckled. However, only you are permitted to read the Holy Bible of Heavenly Maidens. Your father forbids it. Furthermore, from the moment you read it, you shall become my first closed-door disciple. Outside of school, in the absence of others, you must address me as master. Also, just be yourself. Whether you're the aloof school beauty or the adorably foolish school beauty, whichever you prefer is fine. Xiao Qianqian listened patiently to Ye Kai's words, feeling for the first time that he was an understanding person. She was willing to accept all of Ye Kai's requests. Master, Xiao Qianqian called out softly, albeit awkwardly. Let's go. I'll take you to the study. Ye Kai preferred to act decisively. Since Xiao Qianqian had already pledged herself as his disciple, she was welcome to enter the study to read. Xiao Qianqian beamed, her previously cold demeanor replaced with warmth. Approaching the door of Ye Kai's study, she awaited his opening of the door. However, Ye Kai merely snapped his fingers, and the door opened with a high-tech flare. Xiao Qianqian blinked, calmly inquiring, I didn't expect your study door to be voice-activated. Since you have become my disciple, you must be psychologically prepared. Ye Kai's gaze remained steady as he regarded Xiao Qianqian. Psychologically prepared for what? She asked, puzzled. Ye Kai initially contemplated revealing his true capabilities, but then reconsidered, deciding it best to maintain a low profile. A true master must embody the essence of a master, maintaining an air of profundity. It was not a true skill to impress a disciple. True ability lay in managing any trouble that arose. After a brief, internal deliberation, Ye Kai resolved to interact with Xiao Qianqian as an ordinary person, avoiding any feelings of inadequacy on her part due to his brilliance. After my family struck it rich, I spent all my pocket money on treasures and renovating my study. It cost me hundreds of thousands. He fabricated a reason that even he found difficult to believe. Xiao Qianqian, astonished, exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to have such luck. Let me see what other rare books you've discovered besides the Holy Bible of Heavenly Maidens." Upon entering the room, she was captivated by the ancient-looking tomes adorning the shelves. A surge of excitement coursed through her as she surveyed the surroundings, which included a computer and a tidy desk, making the study appear remarkably ordinary. She approached the desk and noted the bold calligraphy on a blank sheet of paper that read, "I am Xiaoer," and couldn't help but chuckle softly. She hadn't anticipated Ye Kai to be so self-absorbed at home. Yet, he did indeed seem to be a remarkable individual. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to be his disciple. Ahem, I was merely idly writing. Ye Kai coughed lightly to conceal his embarrassment. A few nights prior, he had struggled to think of what to write and had casually penned "I am Xiaoer" to compliment himself. "Your calligraphy is superb. I'm utterly enchanted," Xiao Qianqian remarked in awe. Ye Kai maintained his composure while secretly reveling in the praise, thinking, "I am a master of calligraphy. How could my brushwork not be exceptional? I charge thousands to guide others in their writing." After admiring the calligraphy, Xiao Qianqian returned to the bookshelf, eagerly selecting a book at random. The 42 Chapters Sutra? Isn't this the scripture of the Ming Dynasty's savior? It must be fake. I refuse to believe it's genuine. Moreover, such scriptures are incomprehensible, having never been researched, making it impossible to discern their authenticity. With that thought, Xiao Qianqian refrained from opening the book and returned it to the shelf, wanting to spare Ye Kai any embarrassment. After all, if she exposed the book as counterfeit, her newly acquired, inexpensive master would surely be humiliated. "Aren't you going to take a look?" Ye Kai invited gesually. Xiao Qianqian shrugged, shaking her head. "I wouldn't understand it." Ye Kai handed her a stack of drafts he typically used for math problems. "Here are the translations. You can compare them." Observing Ye Kai's earnest demeanor, she reluctantly accepted the draft and resumed reading the 42 Chapters Sutra at the desk. Had she not just become Ye Kai's disciple, she would never have considered reading a pirated book. Sighing, she mused, aside from the voice-activated door, Ye Kai's study contained nothing particularly astonishing. Even this scripture was a counterfeit. It felt as though she was at a disadvantage by accepting him as a master. It was all her father's fault for exaggerating Ye Kai's study, stirring her intense curiosity. The Holy Bible of Heavenly Maidens was likely fake as well. It was hard to imagine that Ye Kai could have stumbled upon two miraculous scriptures unless he was extraordinarily fortunate. No, calling him lucky was too mundane. He should be regarded as a divine figure. Xiao Qianqian pondered this while she read, while Ye Kai slipped out of the study to catch his breath. Having taken on a school beauty as a disciple today, he felt it warranted a celebration. Although this disciple's intelligence and emotional quotient were only average, her loyalty was commendable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have harbored a crush on him for over a decade. Upon entering the living room, he found his father and Xiao Long engrossed in a game of chess. Fearing being pulled into another discussion with his father, he spoke up, "Dad, Uncle Xiao, Qianqian is studying in my study, so I won't disturb her." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhuan maintained a composed exterior while internally thinking, "This fool knows nothing of romance. How could he allow a girl into his study to study?" Clearing his throat, he continued, "Although the graduate entrance exams are approaching, and one should seize the opportunity to study, with Qianqian's abilities, getting into Tsinghua is a mere formality. This kid is truly naive. Stay home this afternoon and study with Qianqian. Perhaps she can offer you some guidance." Ye Zun admonishit. Ye Kai similet genti, apparent obedient, understood. Xiao Long set down the chess pieces, visibly excited. His daughter had entered the study? This indicated that Ye Kai must have either taken her as a wife or as a disciple. However, given Ye Kai's proud disposition, he likely would not easily make advances on Qianqian, so it was 90% certain he had accepted her as a disciple. Upon this reflection, Xiao Long found himself bereft of the inclination for a game of chess. His true intentions lay not in the game, but in matters far more profound. His visit had two purposes: to study the Sutra of Heavenly Maiden and to foster a relationship between his daughter and Ye Kai. Chess was no longer his primary interest. Now, With his daughter and Yi Kai's relationship progressing smoothly, the prospect of delving into the Sutra of Heavenly Maiden seemed even more appealing, though he wondered if Yi Kai would consent. Old Yi, we've been playing chess for quite some time. I'd like to accompany Qian while she does her homework. What do you think? Xiao Long asked, harboring a hidden agenda. Yi Zhuan stretched and yawned. I'm a bit tired and plan to take a nap. Why don't you stay for dinner? Xiao Long, who relished the thought of another meal prepared by Yi Kai, felt a pang of guilt at the idea of leaving his wife alone. Thank you, but I should go home and cook for my wife. He declined, albeit reluctantly. Yi Zhuan patted Xiao Long on the shoulder, smiling, a good man just like me. With that, he scooped up Lu Pingping, who was watching TV, and carried her to the bedroom, ignoring the presence of guests. A moment later, a playful scolding could be heard from within. You shameless old man, we have guests. And our son is here. What are you thinking? You may not be embarrassed, but I am. Yi Kai, feeling a flush of embarrassment, thought it was high time to improve the soundproofing of his parents' room. Xiao Long, undeterred, pressed on. Kai, what about Qian? Chapter 31, Father and Daughter Study Scripture. I am suspected by the school beauty to be an omnipotent. There's nothing going on between Qian and me, Yi Kai replied solemnly. Uncle Xiao, would you mind if Qian became my apprentice? Mind? I wholeheartedly approve. Your father and I have already discussed arranging a betrothal for you two. We were only worried you wouldn't agree. Yi Kai sighed. Agree to what? A master can't marry his apprentice. That would be a mess. Besides, we're still young. No need to rush. Yes, we won't rush, Xiao Long agreed, pointing to the study. As Qian's father and now your apprentice, I consider myself part of your family. Can I read the Sutra of Heavenly Maiden now? Sure, but only the sections on business and social conduct. Remember, too much at once can be overwhelming. The sutra is profound, and merely reading my translation won't convey its true essence. Diversifying too much can be counterproductive. Xiao Long, abandoning all pretense of authority, nodded obediently, behaving like a diligent student before Yi Kai. In the study, Xiao Qian, her large, luminous eyes wide, felt her consciousness elevate after just 5 minutes with the dark golden scripture. Each maxim seemed to infuse her blood and etch itself into her bones, transforming her. This was an ancient lost Buddhist scripture, brought from ancient India to China during the Ming Dynasty, containing countless profound teachings on Buddhism and moral living. The scripture did not seem to be a forgery. Closing the book, a glimmer of wisdom shone in her eyes. She felt a deep calm, and her demeanor, once cold and distant, had softened. The study door creaked open, and an excited Xiao Long entered. He barely glanced at his daughter, quickly grabbing the Sutra of Heavenly Maiden and a stack of tissues, and sat down to study diligently. Yi Kai placed a tray of fruit, nutrition drinks, and beef jerky between them. These scriptures come from ancient civilizations. Some teachings may no longer be relevant, such as repaying evil with kindness. We must discern the valuable from the outdated. With that, Yi Kai turned to his computer to write. A writer's soul is in his words. If I don't write 100,000 words today, my data will suffer tomorrow. He opened his high-end desktop with top-tier graphics, a 10-core CPU, 500 gigabytes RAM, 1 terabyte storage, and 5G internet. Logging into his author page, he saw his earnings. Yesterday, his novel The Tower of Mysteries had entered a trial recommendation phase, competing with 15 other new books. As a suspense writer with site support and a large following, his book soared. Checking his ad revenue, he found it somewhat low, but he was not overly concerned. He began writing, his fingers a blur on the keyboard. 10 minutes later, his phone buzzed, interrupting his flow. He posted 2 new chapters and then checked a message from Phoenix. Phoenix, boss, Black Tiger confessed to receiving information from a criminal, which led him to attack Miss Lin at the Imperial KTV. Yi Kai who? Phoenix, M.O. Zyron. Yi Kai, what did he do? Phoenix, he wanted Black Tiger to kidnap Lin Yasi, but backfired. Black Tiger took it seriously and has now escaped without alerting anyone. Yi Kai, have Qin Wang hack the M.O. family systems and gather evidence. Arrest them all. Phoenix, should I just bomb the M.O. family's estate? Yi Kai, keep your underworld tactics. This is a society governed by law. Act accordingly. Phoenix, understood, boss. Learning of M.O. Zyron's treachery, Yi Kai incorporated a similarly villainous character into his novel, delighting in having his protagonist defeat the antagonist. He then closed the website and prepared to play his favorite MOBA game, LL League. He usually played the top lane and had once bested the Shy of IG. Donning his headset, he queued for a ranked match, but due to his skill, he struggled to find opponents. Do you play LOL? Xiao Qianqian asked, standing behind him, surprised. Ye Kai nodded. Yeah, I'm too skilled, so I can't find a match. Confidently, Xiao Qianqian said, I'm gold, I. Want me to carry you, master? The last word, master, was whispered, lest her father hear. After all, as the aloof campus beauty, she still retains a touch of restraint. Are you able to? Ye Kai inquired curiously, casting a glance at Xiao Qianqian. Xiao Qianqian nodded slightly, of course. Then we shall play together tonight. I will send you my ID when I return home. Ye Kai replied nonchalantly. Afang is my gracid Xiao Qianqian's face. I've read a bit of the scriptures, and I would like to ask you for a favor, master. Considering how fervently you call me master, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request, Ye Kai said, scratching his nose. Please take me to Taobao. I suspect you are possessed by the European god. Chapter 32. The transformation of the cold campus beauty. My position at home is at stake. Taobao? European god? Does she truly believe my scriptures were acquired from there? Ye Kai pondered, suppressing his urge to reveal the truth. All right, next week come to my home, and I will take you to the secret antique market to procure treasures. The antique market in Jianglin City is renowned worldwide, providing Ye Kai the perfect opportunity to fabricate a story. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement flickered in Xiao Qianqian's clear eyes. She had mistakenly thought the scriptures were counterfeit, yet after reading a chapter, she felt a profound clarity within herself. As if reborn, would she continue to maintain her previous cold demeanor? No. From now on, she would be an ordinary, beautiful girl. The title of campus beauty was merely a fleeting illusion. Living for fame and fortune would only entrap her, leading to unhappiness. Change begins at this moment. Master, you are too kind to me, Xiao Qianqian declared, wrapping her arms around Ye Kai's arm, her eyes narrowing playfully, resembling an endearing little sister. Ye Kai was taken aback. Had she truly lost her composure over the scriptures, transforming into such a sweet and innocent version of herself? At this moment, he found himself somewhat yearning for the original, aloof Xiao Qianqian. Ye Kai withdrew his hand, maintaining a calm expression. I prefer your cold demeanor. Xiao Qianqian smiled warmly, after reading the scriptures, which convey that one should live freely and not be bound by fame and fortune. I can no longer act aloof towards you. Goodness, my scriptures have successfully transformed an aloof campus beauty into a warm little sister. Alas, I am but a simple man, only capable of offering praise to the scriptures. Ye Kai mused internally, waving his hand dismissively. Well, do as you wish. Meanwhile, at the Marriott Hotel, Wen Qianqian, Lin Yasi, and Yusen had finished their sumptuous meal and were engaged in conversation. Sun Desheng rushed into the room, carrying a medical kit, his expression urgent. He approached Lin Yasi, staring intently at her face for 2 minutes before exclaiming, Marvelous, truly marvelous. It is astonishing that such miraculous medical skills exist in this world. The three women looked at Sun Desheng, utterly perplexed. What on earth was wrong with this veteran Chinese medicine practitioner? Sun Desheng, with utmost seriousness, addressed Lin Yasi. Miss Lin, I implore you to provide me with the contact information of the miraculous doctor who healed your face. I wish to discuss medical techniques with him. You seek Ye Kai's contact information? Lin Yasi muttered, shaking her head in refusal. Elder son, you are highly esteemed, and I would not wish to decline your request. But my friend is not one to welcome disturbances from strangers. If you truly wish to meet him, I can mention you to him the next time we meet. And if he agrees to discuss medicine with you, I will provide you with his contact information. How does that sound? Sun Desheng felt greatly satisfied by Lin Yasi's respectful demeanor. He pondered for a moment, then expressed his gratitude. Young lady, I cannot thank you enough. Please be sure to introduce me to him when you next encounter him. Of course, Elder, Lin Yasi replied politely. Here is my business card. Please call me when you have news. May I ask your name? As Sun Desheng handed her the card, he inquired. Lin Yasi, I am the daughter of Lin Jinshi. She simply introduced herself. Lin Jinshi? Sun Desheng nodded, then turned to leave. Yasi, what is going on? Elder son is actually asking you for Ye Kai's contact information? And Yusen, still bewildered, inquired. Lin Yasi merely smiled lightly, concocting an explanation. Perhaps Elder son wishes to take Ye Kai as his apprentice. And Yusen was taken aback and exclaimed, No way. Countless affluent disciples in Jianglin City have sought to apprentice under Elder son, yet he has declined them all. Now he wishes to actively contact Ye Kai for mentorship? It is truly hard to believe. When Qianqian, hearing this, pondered silently, you remain oblivious to my brother Kai's prowess. Elder son is not merely seeking to apprentice Kai. I suspect he wishes to become his disciple. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of a phone ringing resonated throughout the private room. Lin Yasi glanced at the caller ID. Father's calling? She was momentarily taken aback, for in her memory, Lin Jinshi was an exceptionally busy man who rarely called her. Yasi, I have sent old John to pick you up. We have matters to discuss at home. You were startled today, my dear. Dad, I understand. Upon hearing her usually stern father speak such words, Lin Yasi felt tears welling up in her eyes. After hanging up, she bid farewell to An Yusin and Wen Qianqian, leaving the hotel and getting into a Mercedes S-Class to return home. Shortly thereafter, Wen Qianqian also departed. Having worked hard all day and eager to return home for a refreshing shower and a good night's sleep. While seated in the Mercedes S-Class, Wen Qianqian sent a message to Yi Kai. Senior, thank you for accompanying me today. Although the time was short, I was very happy. I will not give up pursuing you. No matter the obstacles, you shall forever remain my prince. After sending the message, Wen Qianqian felt a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, yearning for Yi Kai's response while fearing he might utter something too resolute. Her emotions were in turmoil. After waiting for 2 minutes without a reply, she sighed in relief. This was the best outcome. If her senior did not outright reject her, it meant she still had a chance to pursue him. At this moment, Yi Kai was seeing off the Xiao family. Gazing at Xiao Qianqian's departing figure, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Being alone was indeed more comfortable. Just as he was lost in thought, a hand struck the back of his head. Smack! You ungrateful wretch! How did I end up with such a dim-witted son? Yi Zhuan glared at Yi Kai with irritation. Yi Kai twitched his mouth in protest. Dad, how am I being dim-witted? How dare you ask me that question? Qianqian is beautiful, kind-hearted, and academically accomplished, yet you don't even appreciate her? Yi Zhuan retorted, rolling his eyes at Yi Kai. You think I don't see how indifferent you are towards Xiao Qianqian? Yi Kai was taken aback. Who exactly is your child here? After Xiao Qianqian's brief visit, he was subjected to such a lecture. What would happen in the future? This was it. His parents were treating Xiao Qianqian as a prospective daughter-in-law. His position at home was at stake. Enough with the lectures. Don't hit the child, Lu Pingping interjected, pushing Yi Zhuan lightly. Yi Kai felt a surge of gratitude. His mother was indeed the best. However, Lu Pingping's next words left him utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 33. M.O. Xiren captured. Lin Campus Beauty is too saintly. You've already been foolish enough. If you continue, you probably won't even get into college. Lu Pingping remarked blandly, ruffling Yi Kai's hair. Yi Kai. This is undoubtedly my biological mother. He hastily retreated to his small study and began playing League of Legends. Given his high rank, it could take half an hour just to find a match at his level. Reflecting on his plans to play with Xiao Qianqian later, he quietly logged into his Smuff account, which was a resilient silver, allowing him to duo with Xiao Qianqian's glorious gold rank. The Lin residence. Located in one of Jianglin City's 3 major communities, Tianya Community, Lin Yasi returned home under the guidance of her father's private driver, Zhang Wu. In a luxurious and sophisticated villa styled in Western European fashion, a middle-aged man dressed impeccably in a suit paced back and forth. Beside him, a resplendent woman clad in a long black silk gown consoled him, saying, Jinshi, do not fret. Our daughter will return home soon. Xiao Lingxue, mother of Lin Yasi, sought to comfort her husband, Lin Jinshi. Lin Jinshi's eyes glinted with fury as he retorted, I have already submitted evidence to the police regarding M.O. Xiren's heinous plot to abduct Yasi. Even though the M.O. family has ties with our Lin family, I shall not endure this for the sake of business. Just then, Lin Yasi entered the room, overhearing her father's words, and stood frozen, as though struck by lightning. Father, what did you say? Brother Xiren wants to kidnap me? What on earth is happening? Upon seeing their daughter return, Lin Jinshi and Xiao Lingxue rushed to embrace her. My dear, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. That brother Xiren of yours is nothing but a beast in fine clothing. Lin Jinshi produced his phone and played a video. The footage revealed M.O. Xiren lurking by the wall adjacent to the Dihao KTV, making a phone call. The scene shifted to show the Black Tiger kneeling beside a derelict building, confessing M.O. Xiren's scheme to abduct Lin Yasi. Upon viewing this, Lin Yasi was utterly taken aback. She never imagined that Mo Zion would resort to such despicable measures to win her affection. How shameless! She exclaimed. Father, what punishment will Mo Zion face? A prison sentence. The police are likely already on their way to apprehend him. Lin Jinshi replied, his gaze calm yet profound, as he gently stroked Lin Yasi's head. My daughter, I have been preoccupied with work and neglected to care for you. When I learned of your abduction by the Longhu gang, I was prepared to sell the company to rescue you. Regardless of the cost, I will save you. I have been too harsh on you in the past. From now on, I will cherish you dearly. I have lost you once, and I shall not allow such a thing to happen again. Hearing her father express such warmth for the first time brought tears to Lin Yasi's eyes, making her feel that this ordeal was worth it. Father, with a heartfelt call, Lin Yasi embraced Lin Jinshi tightly, enveloping the family in a profound sense of warmth. Reports surfaced today of a kidnapping incident occurring outside the Dihao KTV, with the culprit identified as Mo Zion, who, in a misguided attempt to enact a hero-saving-the-damsel plan, colluded with the Black Tiger of the Longhu gang. However, the situation took a turn when the Black Tiger, in a twist of fate, genuinely abducted Lin Yasi. Fortunately, she was rescued by a mysterious figure and remained unharmed. At that moment, the television broadcast began airing news of the kidnapping, showcasing Mo Zion being led into the police station in handcuffs, bald-headed, clad in prison attire. His head hung low, reflecting a visage of despair and regret. Witnessing this, Lin Yasi felt as though she were in a different world. In less than a day, the boy who had accompanied her in carefree outings had ended up incarcerated, and everything felt surreal. Contemplating Mo Zion's crimes stirred a twinge of sorrow within her. After all, she was only human. In truth, she felt a pang of guilt, wondering if his current predicament was somehow her fault. Had she declined Yi Kai's invitation to sing at the KTV, perhaps Mo Zion would not have acted so foolishly. Father, I wish to bail Mo Zion out, Lin Yasi declared resolutely, biting her lip and taking a deep breath. Lin Jinshi's expression darkened significantly. What? Have you lost your senses? He attempted to kidnap you, and you wish to bail him out? This situation ultimately arose because of me. I want to offer him one chance at redemption. After that, I shall sever all ties with him. If he commits any further foolishness, it will no longer concern me, Lin Yasi affirmed with unwavering determination. Xiao Lingshu aside, well aware of her daughter's temperament. Once Lin Yasi set her mind on something, she would never waver. Lin Jinshi frowned, but he has already been taken into custody. It may be too late. Lin Yasi pondered for a moment and suddenly remembered Yi Kai. If Yi Kai had the ability to leverage connections to apprehend the Black Tiger, he could surely assist in bailing Mo Zion out. She sent a message to Yi Kai. Yi Kai, can you help me bail Mo Zion out? Meanwhile, Yi Kai, engrossed in his gaming, paused momentarily upon receiving Lin Yasi's message, incredulity flashing through his mind. Is she of her mind? He tried to harm you, and you want to bail him out? Has she lost her sanity? He dismissed the thought and continued gaming. Lin Yasi followed up. I understand you may not agree with my decision, but we have grown up together. It pains me to witness him ruin his future. Besides, he never truly intended to harm me. He merely erred in his pursuit of me. I am willing to give him one chance, after which we will be entirely disconnected. Should he act foolishly again, I will not intervene. Having concluded a match with a flawless performance, Yi Kai finally finished the game. This is too easy. Playing against novices is rather dull, he muttered, glancing at the messages. His brow furrowed slightly in irritation as he replied to Lin Yasi. No need for your misguided compassion. A mistake is a mistake. Punishment is warranted. If the Black Tiger had assaulted you, would you still spare Mo Zion? Had I not rescued you, what would your fate have been? If he truly loved you, he would have never placed you at risk. You are simply naive. He tossed his phone aside, shaking his head in disbelief, muttering, what a saintly fool. As he resumed his gaming, just as he was about to start a new match, he received a friend request from someone with a username naming is hard. Yi Kai promptly rejected it, only to receive another request. This person is quite persistent. Chapter 34. What a coincidence. I have blacklisted the School Beauty's gaming ID. Yi Kai quickly accessed the programming interface. Inputting a series of codes to place naming is hard into a blacklist. Do you dare challenge me? He felt satisfied and began playing League of Legends, deliberately lowering his skill level to avoid overwhelming his opponents, occasionally achieving a triple kill or quadra kill, but refraining from pentakill. Even if his bottom lane struggled, he could single-handedly turn the tide, becoming a hero in his teammates' eyes. He would conceal his true prowess, revealing it only when necessary to astonish his adversaries. The screen flooded with messages from the opposing team, filled with disbelief and frustration. Amidst this, Xiao Qianqian sat at her computer desk, clad in a black lace nightgown, furiously typing. Why can't I add him? She had hoped to seek advice from the player named Happiness is key on how to play a specific champion. But now she had to figure out on her own. As she initiated a match, a familiar name appeared in her lineup. Happiness is key, has selected Demacia. Xiao Qianqian thought, what a coincidence. We matched again. Hesitating for a moment, she typed, Happiness is key. Why can't I add you? Until the game commenced. Her opponent remained unresponsive, exacerbating Xiao Qianqian's frustration. She found herself in a similar predicament to Yi Kai, a man of steel-like indifference, both exhibiting an aloof demeanor and a reluctance to engage in conversation. However, having been tempered by classical texts, Xiao Qianqian swiftly regained her composure and embraced a philosophy of letting things unfold naturally as she began to play. In this match, she embodied a cat, while her ADC was a little cannon. The moment they entered the game, they found themselves under siege by the enemy's female sharpshooter and the sun goddess, relegated to their tower. It wasn't until the opposing prince appeared that they were forcefully tower dived and subsequently eliminated. In response, Xiao Qianqian sent a distress signal to her taciturn top lane ally. Xiao Qianqian, I'll establish vision. Please teleport after reaching level 6 to ambush the enemy. Yet once again, there was no reply from the Demacia player. Shaking her head in resignation, she mused, the little cannon seems rather Navi. She's probably a girl. My assistance is futile. I might as well roam. With this thought, the agile cat departed from the little cannon, gracefully making her way to the top lane. Little cannon. Cat, where are you going? Cat, I'm off to roam. You'll have to withstand the pressure alone. Little cannon. Arthur, stay close to me, Miss Cat. Jungle Centaur. Wait until you hit level 6. I'll take you flying. However, under the watchful eyes of her teammates, the cat silently ventured to the top lane, eliciting envy from her allies. Ultimately, the cat chose to accompany the robust Demacia. At that very moment, Yi Kai was leisurely dominating the enemy's Riven. Unexpectedly, this little cat, with the rather cumbersome name, abandoned her little cannon to follow him. Initially, he had maintained a lead over Riven until the experience was shared with the little cat, causing him to fall behind. Were he an ordinary person, he would have surely voiced his frustration regarding the cat's gender. Yet Yi Kai remained unfazed. Play as you wish. Nothing will deter me from my conquest. Meanwhile, Riven, who had already suffered a first blood at the hands of Yi Kai's Demacia, found herself trapped beneath the tower, simmering with frustration. Upon noticing her level surpassing that of her adversary, she felt emboldened, activating her ultimate to confront Demacia head-on. This time, Riven sought to eliminate both Demacia and the cat. Success would mean her ascension to dominance in the top lane. Yet, Yi Kai, adeptly maneuvering Demacia, evaded 2 of Riven's QS while landing several strikes himself, swiftly reaching level 6 and launching a counterattack. Ultimately, he claimed Riven's life with a decisive blow, while the cat managed to secure an assist. Simultaneously, the little cannon in the bottom lane succumbed to despair, exclaiming, So, we're giving up the bottom lane? You all play on. Followed by a bold charge into the enemy, handing over a kill. In the face of the little cannon's surrender, Yi Kai remained silent, as did Xiao Qianqian. While the jungle and mid lane players simply remarked report and continued with the game, maintaining a relatively good mentality. 10 minutes later, the ranked match concluded, and under Yi Kai's leadership, his team emerged victorious. Meanwhile, the little cannon, who had truly achieved a laying down to win status, faced reports from both foes and teammates. Yi Kai refrained from reporting the little cannon himself. Instead, he sent a message to Qin Wang, urging him to ban the player for good. The little cannon would never again engage with League of Legends. After securing this victory, Yi Kai powered down his computer, demonstrating his self-discipline, never succumbing to gaming addiction. Before long, Saturday was drawing to a close, and he had spent the day quite productively. Stretching lazily, he sat cross-legged on his bed, beginning his training. Let us not forget, he stood as a master atop the martial arts hierarchy. Though still in university, he had already reached the grandmaster level, with the next milestone being the golden pill of martial arts, requiring the consumption of endless spiritual herbs and elixirs. In the absence of these spiritually infused materials, Ye Kai typically practiced meditation. The city's air was nearly devoid of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, he persisted in his quest to comprehend the essence of the universe's spiritual energy each weekend, seizing any fleeting opportunity to absorb it. At 7 in the evening, Xiao Qianqian sent him a message. Master, what is your ID? I'd like to add you. Upon seeing her message adorned with crying emojis, Ye Kai casually inquired, what is wrong? Xiao Qianqian, I encountered a highly skilled teammate today. I intended to seek his advice on ADC positioning with the skateboard shoes, but he consistently declined my friend request. In the end, I couldn't connect with him. Ye Kai, this scenario seems familiar. What is your ID? Xi o qiang qian, Zuan district. Naming is so difficult. Ye Kai was taken aback. Wait, ISNT that the ID of the teammate I blacklisted? Encountering Xiao Qianqian in 2 consecutive matches was quite the coincidence. What to do now? Chapter 35. When teammates falter, one must relentlessly pursue the little cat. Simply change the ID. An idea struck Ye Kai, and as he pondered, he swiftly typed on his keyboard, sending Xiao Qianqian's account back to the shadows. Then, he altered his game ID to I never add friends. Xiao Qianqian, what is your ID? I'll add you. I never add friends, Ye Kai texted back. Xiao Qianqian, if you don't add me, how can we team up? Ye Kai, what I mean is my ID is I never add friends. Now do you understand? Xiao Qianqian, oh, I get it. I'll add you right now. A minute later, Ye Kai received another friend request from naming is so difficult. This time, he accepted it. Reflecting on his encounters with Xiao Qianqian, he couldn't help but shake his head, muttering, what a fateful connection. At that moment, Lin Yasi replied. Lin Yasi, Ye Kai, your words are truly insightful. I was mistaken. Since Mo Xiren committed an offense, regardless of the reasons, he must face the consequences. Initially, Ye Kai had no intention of responding to Lin Yasi, but after some contemplation, he decided to offer a bit of guidance, as not all university students possessed his maturity and wisdom. Besides, young and naive girls often require direction. Just understand this. Always abide by the law. Even if our parents err, we must accept the repercussions. As children, we can only atone for our parents' mistakes. Lin Yasi, thank you, Ye Kai. You entwine my heart like a green vine. Ye Kai, is this a confession? 2333333333333. I'm a student. I shall not engage in romance. Feigning ignorance of Lin Yasi's message, Ye Kai turned off his phone and began to team up with a beautiful schoolmate. Throughout his life, he had never taken a girl gaming. Summer Pong preferred racing games over League of Legends. Thus, Ye Kai had never played with his only good friend. His inaugural experience would be entrusted to Xiao Qianqian. They queued for a duo match, with Ye Kai selecting top and bottom lanes, while Xiao Qianqian opted for ADC in mid lane. Xiao Qianqian, you, a gaming enthusiast, are merely silver? Startled by her message in the game chat, Ye Kai modestly replied, I'm the strongest among silver. Xiao Qianqian, no worries, I'll take you flying with my skateboard shoes. Ye Kai, you know how to play skateboard shoes? Xiao Qianqian, I have some knowledge, but sufficient to dominate the enemies. Amused by the schoolmate's bravado, Ye Kai merely smiled. When it came time to select heroes, he unhesitatingly locked in the Barbarian King. Among all top lane champions, he held a particular fondness for the Barbarian King, as he epitomized a true man for 5 seconds. However, in higher tiers, the Barbarian King's pick rate was exceedingly low. Once controlled, he was rendered immobile, often to his demise. Thus, this champion demanded extraordinary positioning skills from players. A Barbarian's proficiency hinged on their ability to evade the enemy's crowd control abilities. For instance, Morgana's Q, Amumu's Q, Thresh Hook, and Nocturne's Taunt. As a super player reigning at the pinnacle of the league, Ye Kai's maneuvering skills are undoubtedly unparalleled. Thus, when he commands the Barbarian, it is akin to Zhao Yun traversing through multitudes of foes with nary a scratch, exuding an air of grace and dominance. As the match commenced, Xiao Qianqian allied herself with the support champion, the Stone Golem. The combination of skateboard shoes and the Stone Golem is the epitome of low-tier bot lanes. Once the two champions reached level 6, a qualitative transformation ensued. Opposing Tristana, the enemy is trash. I shall bombard you all. Teammate mid lane Oriana, fool. Opposing Tristana, Prince brother, their mid lane harlot insulted me. Boo-hoo. Opposing jungle Jarvan, don't worry dear, I'll ambush her. From the onset, Both sides were at odds. In the face of these low-quality players, Yikai had but one course of action: to silence them, not in the sense of banning accounts, but rather to mute individuals. There are numerous ill-mannered players in lower tiers. Should he choose to mute them all, he would be overwhelmed. Thus, he set a personal standard for muting. Anyone who insults others while invoking their parents, exhibiting a complete lack of boundaries. Mute. Those who intentionally disconnect or feed the enemy. Mute. Those who flaunt their affection without regard for the feelings of single players. Mute. Of course, the duration of these mutes varies depending on Yikai's mood. Without uttering a word, he controlled the barbarian to the lane, facing off against the little cat. The little cat, adorned in a bunny skin, wore an adorably mischievous expression. It provocatively became invisible before the barbarian, a clear challenge. The timid little cat, not daring to confront the barbarian directly, opted for the E skill instead of the Q skill that would blind. Do you wish to target me with that little cat? Yikai chaklet. At the start, the barbarian had an advantageous matchup against the little cat. Should the latter dare to harass him, he would simply activate his sprint, ignite, and strike back. With a stroke of luck, a critical hit might even slay the little cat. Even if fortune were not on his side, he could at least intimidate the little cat into retreat. Both sides commenced last-hitting minions. With impeccable positioning, Yikai utilized the brush to gradually chip away at the minions, amassing rage. The opposing little cat, not wishing for the barbarian to build up rage, approached during the barbarian's last hitting, landing an auto attack. Little cat, perish! Yikai's gaze sharpened as he unleashed his skill, swiftly pivoting behind the little cat with an E skill, igniting his target and launching a frenzied assault. The first strike failed to crit. The second also did not crit. However, upon the third strike, a critical hit and the rune, Electrocute, activated, causing the little cat to lose over half its health. With Ignite still burning, the little cat had no choice but to flash away. Yet, the barbarian's sprint was still active, and with the auto attack triggering a critical hit, the cooldown of the E skill was reduced. With a spinning blow from his mighty blade, the barbarian successfully dispatched the little cat just as it entered the turret's range. First blood. Yikai claimed the first kill. It was imperative for the barbarian to eliminate the little cat before reaching level 6. After securing first blood, he last hit a few more minions and hastily returned home to purchase gear, then swiftly returned to the lane to gather more rage. The next wave would be without sprint or ignite. He needed to play cautiously, as the jungle was likely to come for him. Just as Yikai began to dominate the little cat, ominous news arrived from the bot lane. Their stone golem had been taken down by the enemy's Jarvan, Blitzcrank, and Tristana. Jarvan secured the kill. Xiao Qianqian, I was too reckless, my bad. Steady now. Stone golem, no worries, we'll wait until level 6. In the ensuing minutes, the opposing Jarvan ganked mid like a rabid dog, causing their Orianna to tilt. Their jungler, a less popular champion, Abby, was questioned about his ability to assist. After Orianna had been killed twice at level 5, she expressed her frustration. Abby, my apologies. I'm not proficient with this champion. Orianna, then what can you play? Abby, sorry, it's my first time in ranked. I got a bit overexcited and my hands trembled. While Yikai continued to strike the little cat, he observed his teammates' conversation, a thought emerging in his mind. My teammates are lacking. I must swiftly eliminate the little cat and showcase my true skills. 5 minutes later, with a full rage meter, the barbarian swayed his formidable form, evading mushrooms as he pursued the little cat. After slaying the little cat, the barbarian received merely 70 gold. Opposing Jarvan, useless little cat, you can't even defeat a barbarian. 1 tower down in 5 minutes, 10 deaths in 10 minutes. Pathetic. Little cat, that barbarian is too fierce. I cannot contend with him. I cannot explain it. If you hadn't been killed by the barbarian at level 4, I wouldn't have crumbled so quickly. Opposing mid-lane Knight Hunter, I must say, I have never seen a barbarian with the Electrocute rune. This barbarian is playing a 3-hit build. Teammate Abby, Barbarian Master, this match relies on you. I'm trying my best, and I feel ashamed for dragging you down. Teammate Stone Golem, I'm level 6 now. We can engage freely mid-game. Xiao Qianqian felt a surge of joy as she witnessed her teammates regain their confidence. However, upon glancing at her own score of 0-3-2, she felt a sting of embarrassment. With such a negative score, how could she possibly match Yi Kai's impressive performance? She had not anticipated that Yi Kai's barbarian would be so formidable. Unsurprisingly, mere minutes later, Under Yi Kai's leadership, the team surged forward, decimating the opposing side. This drew the ire of the opposing Tristana. Tristana, useless husband, let us break up. I want to find barbarian brother to be my husband. I never had friends, barbarian king. Barbarian brother, do you have a girlfriend? Jarvan, damn, you shameless ranking harlot. Pay me back. I spent 3,000 on your skins. Return every penny, or I'll have someone deal with you. Tristana, you're so bad. And you dare ask for repayment? Playing with you is a privilege. I didn't want the skins, but you insisted. Yi Kai, I merely wish to play a game. I have no desire to flirt or break up couples. Losing a game is acceptable, but I absolutely refuse to engage with ranking harlots. Revenge Spear. Opposing Tristana. He already has a girlfriend. Please show some respect. Tristana. So what if he has a girlfriend? They are not married. I can still pursue barbarian brother. Revenge Spear. Sorry. He never adds friends. Xiao Qianqian felt an inexplicable discomfort and directly confronted Tristana with a few remarks. After delivering her retort in the game interface, she sent Yi Kai a message. I don't want to play anymore. What kind of people are these? Upon receiving her message, Yi Kai smirked slightly and replied nonchalantly, have you not read the scriptures? Xiao Qianqian. Scriptures? Upon seeing those two words, she trembled slightly, her agitated heart seemingly calmed by a gentle breeze. Yi Kai, let them say what they wish, let them laugh, let them flirt. I shall remain steadfast. And winning the game and making my exit is far more delightful. Xiao Qianqian, I understand now. The two continued to play for about an hour before taking a break. The weekend swiftly passed. On Monday, Yi Kai took the bus to school. Look, it's senior Yi Kai. Even Zhou Qing is intimidated by him. To think that the true prodigy in their senior year was Yi Kai. He had concealed his prowess remarkably well. What is so impressive about mingling in society? Why not aim for the top of the class instead? Brother, don't be so bitter. He comes from a wealthy family. Even if he just coasts along, he is better off than the average person. Yi Kai, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, walked towards a senior classroom, overhearing numerous discussions about him. Yet his heart remained tranquil, devoid of any ripples. Having revealed his strength, it was only natural to be the center of attention. Suddenly, he heard Xiao Qianqian calling his name from behind. Yi Kai did not stop, but continued forward, drawing a chorus of murmurs from nearby boys. The illustrious Xiao Qianqian had taken the initiative to greet Yi Kai, only to be met with his indifference. What gave Yi Kai such confidence? Observing Yi Kai's lack of response, Xiao Qianqian felt no anger. In the past, she might have felt humiliated, but now, learning of Yi Kai's exceptional capabilities, she regarded his demeanor as quite charming. This was far more pleasant than the typical sycophant. As she jogged to catch up with Yi Kai, maintaining a silence beside him as they walked towards the classroom, she attracted the envy of many admirers. Yi Kai, dressed in a school uniform. Lin Yasi alighted from the car, her backpack slung over her shoulder, and hurried towards Yi Kai. Inside the luxurious vehicle, Lin Zhanxi observed the slender figure in the distance, his gaze warming as he turned to his wife, Xiao Lingxue, in the passenger seat, saying, Dear, that's Yi Kai, the elder brother of Long Ge. Xiao Lingxue shook her head in disbelief. Honey, how can a college student achieve this? It's simply incredible. Lin Zhanxi frowned slightly. Remember, do not investigate him. We just need to follow Long Ge. He continued, if Yasi catches Yi Kai's fancy, our Lin family will soar to great heights. A gentle light glimmered in Lin Zhanxi's eyes. Ultimately, the happiness of our daughter is what matters most. Xiao Lingxu nodded. Are we going to the countryside today to aid impoverished students? Of course. My dear, always remember this. When in poverty, one should cultivate oneself. When prosperous, one should assist the world. Before Lin Zhanxi could respond, Xiao Lingxue interjected. Lin Zhanxi smiled faintly as he drove away from the school, heading towards the impoverished rural areas of Jianglin City to initiate their charitable work. Yi Kai disregarded the two stunning girls beside him and ascended the stairs with a cold demeanor, astonishing numerous boys, girls, and teachers around him. Teacher Song Xiaolin, dressed in trendy jeans and a white shirt, murmured as she watched Yi Kai. I can't be mistaken, can I? Isn't Lin Yasi from the Chinese department? How did she get acquainted with Yi Kai? At the entrance of Class 8, Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian entered the classroom simultaneously, which did not spark much discussion among their classmates. However, Xiao Qianqian's next remark silenced the previously noisy classroom. Yi Kai, I bought a steamer of dumplings. I might not finish them. Would you like a few? You once said that we, as descendants of the dragon, must not waste food. Forgive me, ancestors. Yikai simulate. Sure. As they returned to their seats, every classmate turned their attention to Yikai and Xiao Qianqian, their minds racing with a singular question. When did Xiao Qianqian become so close with Yikai, having shed her aloof school beauty persona? Xiao Qianqian now radiated confidence and joy. Unfazed by the astonished faces around her, she retrieved a bag of fragrant meat buns from her backpack and offered, "How about you eat 3 first, and I will have a remaining 5. Yikai waved his hand, smiling. "You can go ahead. No need to offer me first." Nodding, Xiao Qianqian savored her meal. Yikai sensed a wave of hostility directed at him. Raising his eyes, he found several boys in the class who secretly harbored feelings for Xiao Qianqian, glaring at him with burning intensity, particularly Zhao Bin, who clenched his fists, looking ready to fight. What a bunch of fools. Yikai musit internally. A true strong man would never be swayed by a woman nor harbor jealousy towards others. The notion of a femme fatale is a triviality. If one fails to comprehend that, perhaps they should abandon their studies and tend to cattle instead. Chapter 37. The Seating Change Incident, realizing his affection for Xiao Qianqian. After consuming 5 dumplings, Xiao Qianqian handed the remainder to Yikai, who graciously accepted and began to eat. Mid-bite, Xiao Qianqian quietly asked Yikai, "Could you assist me with something?" Yikai nodded. "What do you need? Could you help me find Yi Tianjun?" Xiao Qianqian replied, feeling a bit shy. "I have few trusted friends, and one person's strength is ultimately limited. I've been searching for him for quite some time." Yikai paused, nodding without uttering a word. After all, he had already revealed himself as Yi Tianjun, yet Xiao Qianqian did not believe him. Thus, further discussion seemed futile. She would discover the truth in due course. Seeing Yikai nod, Xiao Qianqian inexplicably felt an added sense of security, believing that with Yikai's help, the day she located Yi Tianjun was drawing near. "If I were Yi Tianjun, what would you do?" Yikai asked casually. Xiao Qianqian hesitated for a few seconds before responding brightly, "I would pursue you." A flush crept onto her cheeks as she spoke. Observing Xiao Qianqian's bashful expression, Yikai momentarily lost his train of thought. My deskmate has changed." She seemed less aloof and exuded a refreshing vibrancy, her words resonating with sincerity. Yikai chuckled softly, lowering his voice to tease. "Too bad your master is merely Yikai. I can tell you aren't as handsome as him." Yikai did not respond further and prepared for the morning's self-study session. Zhao Bin, witnessing the camaraderie between Yikai and Xiao Qianqian, felt a surge of jealousy. "If I can't have her, then neither shall anyone else." Fueled by this sentiment, Zhao Bin approached Yikai with an air of arrogance, declaring, "Yikai, do you dare to challenge me to a one-on-one basketball game during the 4th and 5th periods this morning?" Yikai replied with a calm smile. "Are you sure you want to play against me, a novice? I might fear being humiliated." Zhao Bin, perceiving Yikai's seriousness, was filled with vanity and sneered, "Don't worry. I can go easy on you. I won't make your defeat too embarrassing. Of course, you can refuse considering you're just a novice, huh?" The provocation fell flat. Yikai stated, "If you want to play basketball with me, I will oblige, but let's wager something, otherwise it lacks excitement." "Wager?" Zhao Bin was taken aback, then shouted, "All right, I'll wager my monthly allowance of 5,000. Yikai shook his head. 5,000? That's too little. It's not interesting. Let's start at 1 million. How'd that sound? Zhao Bin was dumbfounded. 1 million? Although Yikai's family is affluent, how could he possibly produce such a sum as a wager? Is he attempting to benefit without risk? Realizing this, Zhao Bin scoffed. "Who knows if you can even come up with 1 million? Let's write an IOU and put our fingerprints." "Fine by me," Yikai replied nonchalantly. Zhao Bin raised an eyebrow, snorted, and returned to his seat. He had heard about Wang Qing's apology to Yikai and knew that even his only ally, Heihu, had been taken into custody. Yet, despite this, he remained unwilling to back down, seeking to teach Yikai a lesson. Perhaps it was jealousy, or perhaps he merely sought a punching bag, or simply wished to show off. Even Zhao Bin himself was unaware of why he harbored such animosity towards Yikai. "Yikai, I apologize for the trouble." Xiao Qianqian assumed Zhao Bin's harassment of Yikai stemmed from her. She had repeatedly turned Zhao Bin down, and he likely bore a grudge, wishing to vent his frustrations on Yikai. Yikai, however, remained unfazed, smiling. "He's just a clown, hardly a nuisance." Before the morning's self-study session concluded, News of Zhao Bin's challenge to Yi Kai had spread throughout the campus. It was evident that Zhao Bin had orchestrated the publicity himself. The reason Zhao Bin dared to challenge Yi Kai was that he was the captain of the school basketball team. Basketball was his forte and could potentially become his profession. In Zhao Bin's eyes, Yi Kai was merely a rookie. He had witnessed Yi Kai play basketball before. Sometimes he shot accurately, yet at other times, he could not score at all, relying solely on luck. This incident had even reached the ears of the school's teachers and principal. Teacher Song Xiaolin sat in her office, furrowing her brow, contemplating whether to intervene in the one-on-one match between Yi Kai and Zhao Bin. Young people are naturally competitive. It's normal to want to prove oneself. But their betting behavior is inappropriate and must be stopped, suggested Chinese teacher Liu Yifei as she approached Song Xiaolin. Song Xiaolin frowned, worry etched on her mature, charming face. With the college entrance examinations approaching, why do they persist in causing trouble? I can bet this is Zhao Bin's doing. In truth, if only she could arrange for the girls to sit beside Xiao Qianqian, many troubles could be avoided. Liu Yifei had long seen through the situation. Teacher Liu, your words are indeed profound. The next class happens to be your Chinese lesson. May I take a few moments of your time for the students to rearrange their seats? Liu Yifei, of course. Just then, the bell rang. Liu Yifei clutched her textbook and proceeded to class. Upon entering the classroom, she scanned the students. Classmates, before we begin our review, let's rearrange some of your seats. The seating arrangement set by Teacher Song. I trust you all have no objections. Oh, we're changing seats? A boy glanced nervously at his attractive female deskmate, anxious about being separated from her. Meanwhile, some boys wore expressions of anticipation, hoping to sit next to the girl they secretly admired. Others, who had been deskmates for years, also feared the prospect of being apart. Yi Kai remained calm, accepting whatever seat changes the teacher deemed necessary. However, Xiao Qianqian furrowed her brow, an unsettling feeling creeping in that she might be separated from Yi Kai, causing a wave of panic within her. Yi Kai, yeah, what if I end up sitting away from you? Then so be it. After our graduate exams, we might end up in different schools anyway. I see. Xiao Qianqian gazed quietly at Yi Kai and slowly asked, so, which university do you plan to apply to? Tsinghua. Yi Kai repeated, Jandidi. Tsinghua. Xiao Qianqian stared at him in shock. Do you think you can get in? Yi Kai shot her a look of mild annoyance, saying, if I can't get into Tsinghua, then what kind of master would I be to you? Xiao Peng, you will swap seats with Xiao Qianqian. Xiao Qianqian, you will sit with Bai Jing from now on. Be friendly to each other. Liu Yifei announced from the podium. Zhao Bin, you will switch places with Dong Jian. Your new deskmate will be Xie Yuan Yuan. Yi Kai watched as Xiao Qianqian organized her books and bag, a sense of inexplicable irritation rising within him. Why should I feel vexed about no longer being her deskmate? Zhao Bin, on the other hand, looked at his new deskmate, Xie Yuan Yuan, in despair, thinking, heavens, I don't want to be seated next to this dinosaur. Despite his reluctance, Zhao Bin dared not protest. He was no longer the pampered, rich kid from a prominent family. All right, class is starting. Liu Yifei commenced the lesson. During the Chinese class, Xiao Peng expressed his discomfort. Kai Ge, I don't want to be separated from Bai Jing. It wasn't that he valued friendship less than romance. It was just that after being deskmates for 2 years, he realized he had developed feelings for her. Yi Kai cast a calm glance at his friend Xiao Peng. Love is but a fleeting whim. Focus on your studies. At the very least, you should be as exceptional as she is. If you study in the north and she graduates from a university in the south, wouldn't that be painful? Xiao Peng fell silent at this, pondering for a long moment before replying, if I can't attend the same university as her and lose out on our final moments together in high school, I would feel immensely sad. I want to end this chapter on a perfect note. Yi Kai similit fainthi. It seems this seating change has helped you discover your true feelings. That's quite good. Xiao Peng huffed in frustration. Boss, can you just help me out? Let me sit back next to Bai Jing. Fine, Yi Kai replied nonchalantly. He glanced in the direction of Xiao Qianqian, noticing her gaze fixed on him, her eyes betraying a sense of reluctance. In that moment, Yi Kai felt a sense of relief wash over him. Perhaps he did care for her more than he realized. Chapter 38. 1v1 Basketball Duel. Cheered on by the school bell during physical education class, Yi Kai and Xiao Peng arrived at the basketball court, where Zhao Bin had already changed into his sports attire, clutching a basketball, waiting for Yi Kai's arrival. The sidelines were filled with students from other grades, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. That's Yi Kai, right? He looks quite handsome, though he seems rather ordinary. Who would have thought the school bully would fear him? He must be some sort of thug, a freshman remarked, pointing at Ikai. I don't know if Ikai is a thug, but I do know he is about to be trounced by Zhao Bin, another chimed in. Zhao Bin was the captain of the school basketball team, leading them to a second-place finish in the city. However, they had never secured first place. It was rumored that before the graduate exams, he would be competing in the province, and if his team made it into the top 5, he would gain admission to Tsinghua. Impressive. Alas, if only I were taller. I would also want to be a basketball player. Almost everyone in the crowd doubted Yikai, believing a 1v1 match against Zhao Bin was akin to throwing oneself against a rock, a futile endeavor. Standing beside them was the senior physical education teacher, Chong Luoming. What do you think, teacher Pei? Chong Luoming asked. Pei Yu, with a playful expression, replied jokingly, just watch with your eyes. Chong Luoming paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Teacher Pei, you are quite humorous. This is a match with no suspense. Why don't you dissuade them? What is the point of this match? Young people have their passions. A game of basketball might help them blow off some steam, which is quite fine, Chong Luoming remarked. Pei Yu nodded in agreement and refrained from saying more, focusing on Yi Kai on the court. She truly could not fathom where the confidence of this student, Yi Kai, came from to challenge the captain of the basketball team. After all, Zhao Bin was renowned as a sharpshooter. On the court, Zhao Bin arrogantly flashed Yi Kai a middle finger, his eyes filled with disdain. Your academic performance is on par with mine. Your family background is inferior, and you're just as average-looking as I am. What gives you the right to attract the attention of all the school bells? I refuse to accept this. Today, I will humiliate you on the court. Yi Kai, seeing you separated from Xiao Qianqian brings me immense satisfaction. However, once I trounce you, I will be even happier. Yi Kai remained unfazed, calmly responding with a single word, fool. Such a fool would undoubtedly perish within the pages of a novel. In the book The Tower of Mysteries, the antagonists were all intelligent characters, never losing their reason due to jealousy, fear, or anger. Hearing Yi Kai call him a fool, Zhao Bin gritted his teeth and said, let us play to 11 points. You choose the rules, and I'll play along. In informal 1v1 basketball matches, there are 2 formats. The first to score 11 points wins, regardless of the score, or the total score of 11 points with a higher score prevailing. Since you're so capable, let us see who scores higher. That seems more legitimate, Yi Kai suggested with a gentle smile. Zhao Bin, flattered by Yi Kai's words, felt elated, though he could not comprehend why. If Yi Kai knew how skilled Zhao Bin was, he would still throw himself into the fire. But for now, he had no time to ponder such things. He just wanted to make Yi Kai look foolish in front of everyone. All right, I'll find someone to toss the ball. To ensure a fair duel, Zhao Bin called over a tall, unfamiliar freshman, his tone haughty. You, come here, toss the ball for us. The tall boy feigned ignorance. You can't just order me around like that. It would be quite embarrassing. Zhao Bin's pupils dilated, cursing internally. Why is this kid ignoring me? Enough with the nonsense. I'll let you take the first shot, Yi Kai said with a nonchalant air. Zhao Bin clenched his teeth, sneering. This is your own doing. Don't say I bullied you. As soon as he finished speaking, he dribbled the ball, moved to the three-point line, and leaped to shoot. The basketball soared from his hand, arcing beautifully before swishing through the net. The crowd erupted in cheers. Wow, Zhao Bin is incredible. Look at Yi Kai. He didn't even react, like a dazed chicken. I thought someone who could make Wang Qing apologize would be impressive. Turns out they're just mediocre. Quietly observing Zhao Bin dominate the game, this moment is filled with anticipation. According to the rules of one-on-one, it is now Yi Kai's turn to attack. Shao Lianyan Yechis Yi Kai intently. In the past, she would never have believed that Yi Kai could triumph over Zhao Bin in basketball. However, as Yi Kai's disciple, she is now brimming with confidence, unconditionally believing that he will emerge victorious. Go for it. Bai Jing smiles and says, are you cheering for Yi Kai? Xiao Qianqian remains silent. Qianqian, I've noticed that you don't seem very excited sitting next to me. You seem a bit off today, Bai Jing boldly speculates. You wouldn't have developed feelings for Yi Kai, would you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianqian sheds her silence. After all, Yi Kai was my former deskmate. It's only natural for me to cheer for him. Bai Jing gazes at Xiao Qianqian in disbelief, sensing a significant change in her friend. In the past, she would have dismissed such matters, insisting they should focus on studying instead. Qianqian, you have truly changed. You become better. I appreciate the approachable version of you. All right, let's watch the game. Let us cheer for Yi Kai, Xiao Qianqian says, her beautiful eyes blinking. Bai Jing smiles slightly. All right, go Yi Kai, she shouts towards the court. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qianqian fully abandons her aloof image and cheers. Yi Kai, attack. Hearing the cheers from the two girls, students from the fourth-year engineering class and others are astonished. The typically aloof Xiao Qianqian is audibly cheering for Yi Kai. This confirms their relationship. On the court, Zhao Bin feels a sharp pang in his heart upon hearing Xiao Qianqian's support for Yi Kai, feeling like a fool. He came to dominate Yi Kai, not to witness Xiao Qianqian and Yi Kai flaunting their affection. Yi Kai, holding the basketball, casually remarks, "What a beautiful three-point shot. Zhao Bin, you truly are impressive. Let me give it a try." As soon as he finishes speaking, Yi Kai effortlessly tosses the ball towards the hoop. Before anyone can react, the ball swishes through the net. At that moment, the entire basketball court falls silent. Luck. That shot was pure luck, Yi Kai states nonchalantly. Zhao Bin, it seems you can't shave my head after all. How unfortunate. Chapter 39. The Master of Versailles, perfectly playing the fool to outsmart the tiger. That three-pointer must have been a stroke of luck. Even Yi Kai admits it. If the campus beauty cheered for me, perhaps I would have had that luck too. Well, with your lack of looks, money, and poor academic performance, do you really think you deserve the campus beauty's support? Zhao Bin prepares for his assault, eager to watch Yi Kai falter. Outside the court, students are convinced by Yi Kai's words, believing he only made that three-pointer due to sheer luck. Meanwhile, Zhao Bin launches his second attack. Still shooting from beyond the arc, Yi Kai does not defend. A novice is not worthy of his full effort. However, Zhao Bin's second three-point attempt fails, the ball bouncing off the rim. Damn, I just needed a bit more power. Zhao Bin mutas regretfully. But this does not shake his confidence too much. After all, if Yi Kai shot that basket by luck, he surely wouldn't make another one. Before Zhao Bin can finish his thought, he watches Yi Kai casually toss the basketball again, and it swiftly finds a net, another perfect three-pointer. Zhao Bin stands frozen, bewildered. Students on Zhao Bin's side are dumbfounded, unable to believe Yi Kai has made yet another three-pointer. Bai Jing covers her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Qianqian, is this still just luck? Xiao Qianqian's gaze flickers, and she simply replies, luck is also a part of skill. Though she speaks lightly, her heart is tumultuous. Is this Yi Kai's extraordinary luck? His fortune in finding treasures is already impressive. Who knew his shooting luck was equally formidable? Yi Kai shrugs, expressing his exasperation. Today, I'm just feeling it. Every shot seems destined to go in. Zhao Bin's expression darkens, feeling insulted by Yi Kai's apparent mockery. He points at Yi Kai, coldly demanding, why aren't you defending? Is it necessary? You can't score anyway. Zhao Bin, furious and itching to fight, knows that fighting at school would lead to serious consequences. So he stifles his anger. He snorts and continues shooting from beyond the arc. This time he makes the shot. When it's Yi Kai's turn, Zhao Bin staunchly defends him, preventing him from taking a jump shot. Zhao Bin, are you really defending me? How flattering. Yi Kai quips, then suddenly moves, slipping past Zhao Bin's defense and casually tossing the ball in for a two-pointer. At this moment, Yi Kai has made 3 shots, 2 three-pointers and 1 two-pointer, totaling 8 points, while Zhao Bin has only scored 6 points with 2 three-pointers. Zhao Bin looks at the seemingly harmless Yi Kai, his brow furrowing in frustration as he grits his teeth and asks, Yi Kai, you actually know how to play basketball, don't you? Come on, you've been pretending to be a novice this whole time, haven't you? Yi Kai smiles lightly, I really don't play basketball that well. Damn it, stop pretending. I'll surpass you with the next shot, Zhao Bin declares as he rapidly dribbles in front of Yi Kai, refusing to shoot, trying to force Yi Kai to defend him. Why bother? Yi Kai replies nonchalantly. I'm giving you a chance, and you want to even take it. Sigh. Yi Kai, stop pretending. If you have a skill, show it. In an astonishing move, Yi Kai intercepts the ball from Zhao Bin's possession and casually throws a three-pointer from beyond the arc. The ball zooms through the net once more, yet another perfect three-pointer. Zhao Bin is left dumbfounded. Other students are equally taken aback, unable to comprehend how Yi Kai so effortlessly stole the ball from Zhao Bin, while making three-pointers as if it were child's play, without any pretense. Cold sweat breaks out on Zhao Bin's forehead. Yi Kai is no mere novice. He is undoubtedly a dark horse. He panics. If making 1 three-pointer is luck, then making 2 or 3 must reflect an extraordinary skill. Moreover, as the captain of the school basketball team, He ranks among the best in all of Jianglin City's universities in terms of offensive and scoring abilities. Yet now, his ball was so easily taken by Yi Kai. It is simply unbelievable. Outside the court, a shout breaks the silence. Oh my, Yi Kai intercepted za binspal. Is Yi Kai really that bad at basketball? If this is luck, then it is truly unbeatable. Versailles, Yi Kai is indeed a master of playing the fool. Damn it. He is clearly powerful, yet claims he can't play, maintaining such a low profile while perfectly executing the act of playing the fool to outsmart the tiger. If he steals another ball from Zhao Bin, I would gladly declare Yi Kai the strongest basketball player at Yujing Academy. Yi Kai is undoubtedly a dark horse. I am eagerly anticipating what comes next. Bai Jing rubs her eyes, excitement bubbling within her. Qian, it seems Yi Kai is quite strong at basketball, not merely relying on luck, but on genuine skill. Xiao Qian watches Yi Kai's back, her heart inexplicably tense. She initially believed Yi Kai depended on sheer luck for his shooting, only to discover that he possesses true ability. Can Yi Kai really be better than Zhao Bin at basketball? It is simply hard to fathom. However, upon reflection, perhaps such astonishment is unwarranted. Through her interactions with Yi Kai over the past few days, she has come to realize that he is an incredibly humble individual. What appears ordinary on the surface is, in fact, a treasure waiting to be discovered. As she contemplated this, Xiao Qian's mood gradually returned to tranquility. Her anticipation now focused on how Yi Kai would retaliate against Zhao Bin. Standing on a basketball court, Yi Kai mused, since his strength had already been unveiled. He might as well abandon all pretense and hasten to conclude this meaningless contest. In the ensuing match, Yi Kai exhibited his extraordinary prowess, effortlessly intercepting Zhao Bin's attempts, exposing the hoop, dribbling at an astonishing speed, and executing unconventional shots, leaving the onlookers in sheer astonishment. Meanwhile, Zhao Bin felt his legs weaken, his complexion pale. As he realized he resembled a feeble ant before Yi Kai. He even perceived himself as a pathetic jester, having boasted so fiercely only to suffer such a humiliating fall. Out of 11 shots, Yi Kai scored 9, while Zhao Bin managed only 2, which were undoubtedly conceded by Yi Kai. Otherwise, he would have surely faced a complete obliteration. Zhao Bin, I expect you to honor our wager. 1 million, not a penny less, transferred entirely to my Facian account ID. JZHXBKS, Assistance for Impoverished Students in Huaxia. Ignoring the cacophony of cheers from his classmates, Yi Kai adopted a serious demeanor, gazing down at Zhao Bin with a warning. Yi Kai, you, how ruthless. Zhao Bin was no fool. He had realized he had fallen into Yi Kai's trap. Looking at Yi Kai with a contorted expression of despair, he spoke with diminished conviction. From this day forth, he had lost all interest in basketball, even developing a disdain for the sport, as it now haunted him with shadows of his defeat. Is it only you who can bully others while being immune to retribution? Yi Kai's expression remained cold as he fixated on Zhao Bin. You have repeatedly sought trouble with me, and I should be grateful? Prepare to transfer schools. I no longer wish to see you at Yujing Academy. This time, Yi Kai would not grant Zhao Bin another chance to provoke him. Chapter 40. Zhao Bin transfers to Lanxiang Technical School to learn how to operate excavators. He silently messaged Qin Wang. The Zhao family heir lives too comfortably, always seeking trouble with me. Get him into a vocational high school. Let him learn to operate excavators and toughen up. Qin Wang. Boss, should I just blackmail his company? Yi Kai. Leave his company untouched. Let him have a way out. A minor lesson will suffice. Qin Wang. Which school should he attend for excavator operation? Yi Kai. Lanxiang Technical School. Qin Wang. He'll have to start from the first year. Yi Kai. Once he masters the skills of operating an excavator and improves his character, you can assign him a small project at his company. Even if he never operates an excavator, he can still inherit the family business. Qin Wang. Boss, are you giving him a chance for redemption? Yi Kai, after all, he is my classmate. I cannot be too harsh. He has reached the point of being utterly detestable. Qin Wang, I understand. Yi Kai turned off his phone and strode out of the basketball court, leaving a charismatic figure in his wake. From this moment onward, Zhao Bin would no longer have the opportunity to trouble Yi Kai. Yi Kai is truly handsome. I still can't get enough of that awe-inspiring dunk. Look at Zhao Bin. He resembles a dog. Shoo. Let us just be simple bystanders. Let us not add insult to injury during someone else's downfall. What is wrong? Can't he be criticized? Honestly, I never held high hopes for him. Anyone who only bullies the weak deserves no sympathy. The physical education class continued, albeit with a shifted atmosphere. Yikai had delivered a breathtaking basketball match for his classmates and juniors. Some rejoiced, while others lamented, with the latter primarily comprising Zhao Bin's former associates. As for the two PE teachers, they were already beaming with delight, eager to have a heart-to-heart with Yikai. This was a promising talent who could potentially enter the NBA. Zhao Bin, clutching the basketball, despondently walked towards the boys' dormitory. His friend Bai Zihua inquired, "Brother Bin, what did Yikai mean by preparing to transfer schools?" Zhao Bin, in a daze, shook his head. From this day forward, he would no longer be the spirited basketball player at Yujiang Academy, but rather a loser. A wave of inexplicable unease washed over him, accompanied by a greater sense of regret. Zhao Bin shook his head, finding even the strength to hate Yikai had eluded him, remaining silent. Upon reaching Bai Zihua's dormitory, Zhao Bin finally uttered, "I'm tired. May I borrow your bed for a while?" "Sure," Bai Zihua readily agreed. As soon as Zhao Bin lay down, his phone rang. It was a call from his father, Zhao Tian. "Hello, Dad." Zhao Bin, defeated after being humiliated by Yikai, weakly responded, "You wasteful son, what did I tell you? I warned you not to cause trouble at school, yet you blatantly ignored me. I have transferred 1 million to you. Pay Yikai. Yikai, I trust you understand the gravity of your situation. I've already contacted your principal. Tomorrow, you are to transfer to Lanxiang Technical School." Zhao Bin's heart raced as he listened to his father's incessant instructions. He hadn't even mentioned the 1 million to his father, yet he knew about it. His father demanded he transfer to Lanxiang Technical School. Wasn't that a place for learning to operate excavators? "Dad, are you joking? How did I end up with such a foolish son? Just do as I say. Remember, do not cause any more trouble. Your penchant for instigation has clearly come from your mother. I truly regret raising you." Zhao Tian, in a fit of rage, hung up the phone abruptly. Zhao Bin glanced at his Feishin to find that Zhao Tian had transferred 20 payments of 50,000 each. At that moment, he could no longer ignore the harsh reality. Yikai was far more formidable than he had imagined. He was the one secretly manipulating the fate of Zhao Bin's family. It turned out the jester was indeed himself. "Brother Bin, what's wrong?" Bai Zihua asked, noticing Zhao Bin's sorrowful demeanor. Taken aback by the sudden concern, Zhao Bin felt deeply touched, gazing at Bai Zihua with teary eyes. "Brother, I fear I may not see you again, as I am transferring to Lanxiang Technical School tomorrow." Bai Zihua was stunned. "Brother Bin, you can't be serious. Lanxiang Technical School is specifically for training excavator operators." Zhao Bin waved his hand, clutching his chest as a sharp pain surged through him. "Enough. I need to sleep." After saying that, Zhao Bin opened his Feishin, added the ID JZHXBKS, and transferred all the money into the account. The only solace he found was that his family's company had not yet gone bankrupt. Otherwise, Zhao Tian would have surely shown him no mercy. On the playground, having defeated Zhao Bin, Yikai lay on the grass with Xia Peng, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, enjoying a moment of serenity. "Brother Kai, no need for pleasantries, you are now my idol," Xia Peng exclaimed with excitement. "First, the school beauty cheered for you, then you dunked on Zhao Bin. I can't help but feel you are shrouded in mystery. I still can't quite process everything that happened. I recall your basketball skills were quite average before, yet now, you're nothing short of a basketball deity, perhaps even surpassing some NBA stars." Yikai responded nonchalantly. "I truly did not wish to put on a show. Everything unfolded out of necessity." Xia Peng retorted, "Is this even human language? To reach such heights of pretense is truly remarkable. Brother Kai, I admire no one but you. Teach me your ways. I wish to impress Bai Jing. Want to put on a show? It's quite simple." Yikai said as he pulled out his phone and opened an app called Tia Xiaodu Free Novels, suggesting, "Learn from novels. From the art of playing the fool to the mastery of Versailles, various methods abound. I've read so many novels and distilled a singular truth. The most lethal form of pretense is that which is invisible." Xia Peng opened the novel app, casually selecting a campus novel titled My Pen, Flowing Water by an author, and skimmed through a few pages. The author of this book writes in such an exhilarating manner that I find myself thoroughly enjoying it. The way they portray the characters is truly captivating. As Xia Peng delves deeper into the narrative, he occasionally takes notes on the protagonist's ostentatious demeanor. However, he soon realizes a critical flaw. The protagonist possesses wealth, power, and influence, enabling him to maintain his facade and win the hearts of countless beautiful women. Xiaopeng, being a mere university student with limited finances and no authority, wonders how he could possibly emulate such behavior. Ye Kai chuckles. You can't be serious in believing that fiction? Let me tell you, to pursue a girl, you must flatter her, make her comfortable with your presence, and then suddenly withdraw. Once she recognizes your significance, she will naturally gravitate towards you. Xiaopeng frowned. Are you suggesting I become a sycophant? Why not? Ye Kai mutetortet. Chapter 41. The first time Xiaopeng and Xiao Qianqian strolled around the playground, they were mistakenly thought to be in a romantic relationship. At that moment, Xiao Qianqian approached with Bai Jing. Ye Kai sat up and said, Xiao Qianqian, can we speak privately? The intent behind this was to give Xiaopeng and Bai Jing some time alone. He had imparted his wisdom on wooing women. Now it was up to Xiaopeng to grasp it. Xiao Qianqian paused, feeling a flicker of joy. This was the first time Ye Kai had taken the initiative to walk with her alone. As they departed, Xiaopeng instantly understood and silently applauded Ye Kai. Good buddy, I will not let you down. Bai Jing, however, watched Xiao Qianqian's retreating figure, fuming. In just 2 days, this girl has secretly started dating Ye Kai. Now I'll have to endure the aftermath. Who says they are in a relationship? Ye Kai told me he is simply becoming good friends with Xiao Qianqian. Xiaopeng clarified. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing shifted her attention back to Xiaopeng. Previously, they had been adversarial desk mates, indifferent to one another. Yet after their separation, both felt an unexpected emptiness. Now, in their solitary interaction, the atmosphere turned awkward. Forget it, I'll just head back to study, Bai Jing murmured, making her way towards the teaching building. Just then, Xiaopeng, who had been hesitating, called out, Bai Jing, wait a moment. Bai Jing paused and turned slowly, squinting as she asked, what is it? I actually enjoy sitting next to you. Is that all? Bai Jing teased, eyeing Xiaopeng. You wouldn't be hinting at not wanting to part ways, would you? Caught off guard by her playful jab, Xiaopeng scratched the back of his head and chuckled. If that were the case, would you believe me? Not a chance, Bai Jing replied with a dismissive glance. If you want to indulge in romantic fantasies, feel free to stay here. I'm leaving. After which, she took small steps towards the teaching building. Xiaopeng hurriedly followed, muttering, I have no interest in romantic fantasies. Bai Jing, I'm struggling with the chemical biology course. Could you possibly help me out? Why would I? Bai Jing shot back. Are we that close? Xiaopeng thought to himself, feeling a pang of disappointment. It seems I must resort to flattery to win a girl's affection. Bai Jing, in my heart, you are a beautiful, kind, understanding, and gentle girl. I beg you to guide your former desk mate. Meanwhile, Ye Kai and Xiao Qianqian wandered aimlessly around the playground, the atmosphere feeling somewhat peculiar. Many classmates, along with younger students engaged in physical education, were unable to divert their gaze. Some exhibited expressions of astonishment, while others were filled with envy, even emitting jealous outbursts. In any case, Ye Kai and Xiao Qianqian became the most picturesque scene. This was Ye Kai's first time strolling with a girl, yet he appeared as composed as ever, exuding a calm demeanor devoid of any nervousness or excitement. Do you wish to sit next to me again? Xiao Qianqian inquired with a smile. I am indifferent. Ye Kai replied nonchalantly. However, my friend Xiaopeng has developed feelings for your friend Bai Jing, and for his sake, I will find a way to ensure you resume being my desk mate. Moreover, from this point forward, no pest will dare to bother me in Class 8. Xiao Qianqian blinked her large, expressive eyes. Pest? What do you mean? You will find out after gym class. Oh, she responded lightly, though her heart brimmed with joy and excitement at the thought of Ye Kai once again becoming her desk mate. Stealing a glance at Ye Kai, she suddenly realized how handsome he looked, bathed in golden sunlight, radiating an aura of warmth. Why do I keep thinking about him after we've separated? Could it be that I have unconsciously developed feelings for him? No. I haven't even found Yi Tianjun yet. How can I like someone else? Ye Kai is merely an ordinary friend. Xiao Qianqian gently shook her head to dispel her errant thoughts. There is still over a session of gym class left. I'll head back to the classroom to play games. After saying that, Ye Kai made his way back to the teaching building alone. Xiao Qianqian instinctively quickened her pace to follow him. Upon returning to the classroom, some students who were studying could not help but cast glances at them, their faces betraying a knowing smile, as if to say, who would have thought the aloof school beauty would be involved with Ye Kai? Ye Kai noticed Xiaopeng had returned to Bai Jing's side, earnestly seeking her assistance with chemical biology questions, and he couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. If you truly like her, should you be engaging in some badminton or table tennis with her instead of studying? Xiao Qianqian observed her friend Bai Jing happily studying alongside Xia Peng and momentarily paused before returning to her previous seat beside Yikai. Although she felt slightly out of place, the influence of the 42 chapters had instilled a sense of tranquility within her, allowing her to remain composed. She noticed Yikai engrossed in playing the strongest glory on his phone, which reminded her of their gaming session the previous night. Unable to resist, she asked Yikai, "What rank are you in LOL?" "Silver," he replied, "but I checked your statistics for playing the barbarian. You've only played 5 matches. How can you be so skilled?" Xiao Qianqian speculated, "Do you have a higher-ranked account?" Based on her observations over the past few days, she understood that Yikai was extraordinarily low-key, concealing his true abilities. "You think he's just average? Yet he excels beyond the teachers in class. You think he's ordinary? He can translate the ancient texts of various civilizations. You think he's bad at basketball? Dunking is as easy as breathing. So could he really be just silver?" Yikai admitted casually, "Yes, I have a higher-ranked account." "What rank? Why are you so interested in my higher-ranked account?" Yikai maintained an air of mystery, not wanting to disclose too much. "My higher-ranked account isn't much above the lower one." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianqian mused to herself. The more he emphasizes this, the more it suggests that his higher-ranked account is significantly superior. He just doesn't want to let me know. At that moment, Zhao Bin returned to the classroom. The first thing he did was approach Yikai to apologize. Zhao Tian had privately instructed him to do so. He no longer held onto his previous grievances. Standing beside Yikai and bowing deeply, sincerely stating, "Yikai, I was wrong. I shouldn't have harbored jealousy and deliberately caused you trouble." The other students in the class were taken aback by Zhao Bin's unexpected apology. What was he up to? He had been the one to challenge Yikai first, proposing a one-on-one basketball match, and had lost, looking utterly defeated. Wasn't he supposed to loathe Yikai? Only Yikai understood the reason behind Zhao Bin's apology, but he chose to remain silent. Yikai nodded, coldly stating, "I accept your apology, but you still need to attend Lanxiang Technical School." Zhao Bin's eyes brimmed with bitterness, and without uttering another word, he turned and left the classroom. Chapter 42. Unexpectedly, Zhao Bin has a fondness for operating excavators as Zhao Bin departed. Bai Zihua entered the classroom. "Yikai, how ruthless you are to leverage connections and forcibly transfer Zhao Bin to Lanxiang Technical School. I truly did not anticipate that you possessed such capabilities. Today, my eyes have been opened. Although Zhao Bin has a bit of a grudge against you, there was no need to ruin his future." Bai Zihua, while a brother to Zhao Bin, prided himself on being a man of integrity and loyalty. Yet, in Yikai's eyes, this was merely foolish loyalty. The classmates in the classroom fell silent at Bai Zihua's words. Heavens! Did Yikai really use his influence to send Zhao Bin to Lanxiang Technical School to operate excavators? Is this true? In that moment, pairs of astonished and bewildered eyes were directed at Yikai. Even if Yikai's family were nouveau riche, they could not possibly compare to Zhao Bin's family, which owned a large corporation. If what Bai Zihua said were true, it would fundamentally alter my perception of Yikai. So it turns out Yikai is the hidden powerhouse of our class. Yikai seems quite formidable, and thankfully I've never offended him. Half of the students in the classroom had returned from physical education class, and they began to whisper amongst themselves, speculating about Yikai's background. Faced with Bai Zihua's accusations, Yikai remained indifferent, showing little reaction. Bai Zihua, seeing Yikai's silence, swiftly approached and grasped Yikai's collar with both hands. "If you're so bold, why not send me to Lanxiang Technical School as well?" Yikai's gaze sharpened, and with a slight shift of his body, he sent Bai Zihua staggering several steps back. He pointed at Bai Zihua and said coolly, "I'll say this once. If you can comprehend, then do so. If not, then leave. First, I merely wanted to discuss academic matters with Xiao Qianqian, yet Zhao Bin treated me as an adversary and relentlessly sought trouble. Should I simply allow myself to be victimized? Second, a person devoid of basic moral integrity should not even play basketball. If he leaves Eugene Academy, he will only bring shame upon himself. Third, if I were an ordinary person, Zhao Bin would have tormented me, and the one operating the excavator at Lanxiang would not be him, but me. Fourth, what is wrong with operating an excavator? Do not belittle this profession. That is all I have to say. If you persist, I can easily arrange for you to accompany Zhao Bin." Yikai, having revealed his strength, directly warned Bai Zihua. Hearing this, Bai Zihua felt that Yi Kai had a point. He calmed down and returned to his seat. 10 minutes later, Bai Zihua received a message from his friend Zhao Bin. Zhao Bin, Bai Zihua, I have arrived at Lanxiang Technical School. Please do not cause any trouble for Yi Kai. Zhao Bin, I suddenly discovered that I have a talent for operating excavators, and it's far more enjoyable than playing basketball. The control is superb. Zhao Bin, I think I am beginning to understand Yi Kai's good intentions. He aims to strengthen my resolve and cultivate my moral character. And even if I do not excel at operating excavators, I can still inherit my family's company. Zhao Bin, bro, please thank Yi Kai for me. With me absent, the school basketball team cannot continue to compete. Yi Kai is impressive. I respect him as the captain of the basketball team. Please tell him. Bai Zihua was left dumbfounded upon reading the messages. I just stood up for you, and it turns out you were enjoying yourself at Lanxiang Technical School. I misjudged Yi Kai. While contemplating this, he replied to Zhao Bin, I try to speak on your behalf, only to be severely reprimanded by him. Initially, I did not quite understand his words, but now I seem to grasp their meaning. Zhao Bin, why don't you try operating an excavator too? With your mediocre grades, the best you can hope for is a second-tier university. Bai Zihua, forget it, I'll focus on studying hard to aim for a first-tier university. Unlike you, my family does not own a company. Zhao Bin, sometimes one must endure hardship to comprehend the true essence of life. In the past, I lacked understanding and caused many classmates trouble. Now, as I embark on a new journey, I will strive to excel at operating excavators. Bai Zihua turned off his phone and cast a deep glance at Yi Kai, taking a deep breath as the 5th period of physical education class commenced. He approached Yi Kai, drawing the attention of surrounding classmates. What does Bai Zihua intend to do now? Is he going to stand up for Zhao Bin again? If I had Yi Kai's capabilities, Zhao Bin would not dare provoke me. I would send him to a pig farm in the countryside to shovel manure. Bai Zihua is also being compelled to operate excavators, adding another student to Lanxiang Technical School. Bai Zihua, Yi Kai. Zhao Bin asked me to extend his gratitude for the opportunity to operate excavators. He truly enjoys this field of study. Furthermore, he requests that you assume the role of captain for the school basketball team, leading his teammates in the physical examination to achieve good results. Lastly, I apologize. I am sorry for my earlier rashness. Yi Kai was engrossed in playing a game and did not pay Bai Zihua any mind. Beside him, Xiao Qianqian felt Yi Kai was becoming increasingly mysterious. The other classmates were left in astonishment. They had prepared to witness Bai Zihua being sent to Lanxiang Technical School by Yi Kai, only to find that Zhao Bin was thriving there, defying all expectations. Seeing Yi Kai engrossed in his game, Bai Zihua chose not to disturb him and returned to his seat. Tap, tap, tap. Yi Kai, vidin an akurkidi, lay concealed in the grass, anticipating the position of the last opponent. He controlled the weapon with precision, sweeping through and securing victory, successfully claiming the chicken dinner. I did not expect Zhao Bin to awaken to reality so quickly. It seems I inadvertently bestowed upon him a great fortune. The school is replete with talent, and the basketball team is not lacking in capable individuals. There are many prospects more formidable than Zhao Bin. I will not pursue athletics or basketball. Muttering to himself, Yi Kai continued his game. Xiao Qianqian, noticing Yi Kai frequently playing games on his phone, could not help but remind him, Yi Kai, while I know you are academically gifted, neglecting your studies may cause you to forget some knowledge points. I possess a sharp mind and do not require review. Yi Kai replied dismissively. Xiao Qianqian. Very well. As physical education class concluded, it was time for lunch. However, Yi Kai was intercepted by the class instructor, Song Xiaolin, who escorted him to the office. Observing the serious expression on Song Xiaolin's face, Yi Kai sensed that something significant was about to occur. In the office, besides Song Xiaolin, other subject teachers, the head of the grade group, and the principal were present, all standing as if to welcome Yi Kai. The scale of this gathering made Yi Kai feel slightly anxious. What could have happened to warrant such an assembly? Chapter 43. The Identity of the Gold Medal Teacher Exposed. The thoughtful lunch delivery from the school bell, Xiao Qianqian Chinese teacher Lu Yifei, English teacher Song Xiaolin, mathematics teacher Zhang Sanqing, physics teacher Tian Boiguang, chemistry teacher Ling Huzhong, chemical biology teacher Zheng Qingxin, the bald-headed head of the grade group, Wang Fa, and the septuagenarian principal, Lu Sheng, were all present. Just over 40 minutes ago, Principal Liu received directives from above to process Zhao Bin's transfer application. It was through this incident that he learned of Yi Kai's true identity as a renowned gold medal lecturer in Huagua. He nearly lost control. It is known that in the past 200 years, only 10 individuals have been certified as gold medal lecturers by the state. Currently, only 5 remain alive, all of whom are elderly like him. He found it hard to believe that a child who had not even graduated from university could be a gold medal lecturer. It felt like a dream. Had he not repeatedly confirmed with superiors, he would have never believed it. The secret regarding Yi Kai's status as a national gold medal lecturer was also known among the other teachers. Some teachers reacted even more strongly than Principal Liu, nearly accusing him of senility. Fortunately, Liu Sheng, being astute, had recorded the conversation with his superiors on his phone in advance. Upon hearing the recording of the principal's conversation with the officials, the teachers had no choice but to accept this reality. Aside from the principal, the other educators regarded Yi Kai with a certain awkwardness, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. No matter how they viewed him, they all felt that Yi Kai did not resemble a distinguished teacher. He appeared to be merely a student. Yi Kai, so you are a renowned educator in the country. The principal, Liu Sheng, managed to utter after much contemplation. Yi Kai was momentarily taken aback, processing the revelation for several seconds before realizing that even his extraordinary intellect could falter at times. Damn it, I've been exposed, he thought, feeling frustrated with Qin Wang's increasingly unreliable handling of affairs, contemplating a salary deduction. Since I've been discovered, why pretend any longer? He coughed awkwardly before declaring, I shall no longer feign modesty. I am, in fact, a genius. Since the 3rd grade of elementary school, I have been self-studying and secretly obtained a prestigious lecturer qualification from Yanjing. In my quest to live an ordinary life, I have always pretended to be unremarkable, avoiding drawing attention to myself. I hope that all of you, teachers and the principal alike, can keep this secret from me. A benevolent smile spread across Liu Sheng's wrinkled face as he trembled slightly while grasping Yi Kai's hand. Rest assured, we understand. Truly, our Yujing Academy has birthed a remarkable talent. Given your credentials as a distinguished lecturer, gaining admission to Tsinghua University would be a mere formality. Yi Kai, I am aware that you are a modest individual who cherishes tranquility, but with the students approaching their postgraduate examinations, I hope you can provide guidance to the subject teachers, helping them enhance their teaching abilities and better assist their peers in preparation for the exams, Liu Sheng said with a flattering expression. Guide the subject teachers? Yi Kai cast a glance at his class instructor, who was awkwardly looking back at him. He shook his head. Principal, the sudden shift in roles between me and the subject teachers is unrealistic. It would also be inconvenient to offer guidance within the school. How about this? I am an inter-school student residing in the Sunlight community. Any teacher who wishes to consult me on teaching matters is welcome to visit my home, where I will gladly share my insights. Upon hearing this, the teachers collectively sighed in relief, their gazes towards Yi Kai softening significantly. Liu Sheng was elated, nodding vigorously in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Yi Kai smiled, reassuring them, do not feel pressured, and do not regard me as some exalted, distinguished lecturer. I am merely an ordinary person. By the way, Principal, with Zhao Bin's departure from Yujing Academy, the basketball team is in need of a captain. Before the physical examination begins, we should find someone to lead the team to the provincial competition. I have already addressed this issue, Liu Sheng replied. I have recruited Long Wu from class 22 to join the basketball team. Long Wu, Yi Kai recalled a towering figure, the tallest student in the school and the best basketball player in the 2nd year. He was planning to enroll early. Yi Kai nodded in approval. That works for me. I am starving, so I will head to eat now. With that, he waved goodbye, departing the office with a graceful demeanor, while the principal dismissed the other teachers for lunch. As Yi Kai stood in the corridor, gazing longingly at the distant cafeteria, he sighed, deciding it would be better to buy a loaf of bread from the convenience store. Just as he was about to use his meal card to purchase bread, he spotted Xiao Qianqian approaching, holding a plastic lunchbox. Yi Kai, it's time to eat, she said with a gentle smile. Wow, food. Yi Kai replied excitedly. He took the lunch from her and returned to the classroom, intending to use 2 pen caps as makeshift chopsticks. However, Xiao Qianqian produced a metal spoon from her bag and handed it to him. Are you out of your mind? Using pen caps as chopsticks? Yi Kai patted his stomach and chuckled. I am indeed too hungry. How much did this meal cost? I will transfer you the money later. Your disciple is beginning to show respect for her master. Your awareness is commendable. Xiao Qianqian teased, propping her chin on her hands as she watched him eat. Just don't forget to take me to Taobao this weekend. Yikai posit, considering her persistence regarding Taobao. He realized that if he did not take her, she would likely hold a grudge. Having told one lie, he now needed to weave a web of more lies to maintain it. He had previously convinced Xiao Qianqian that the 42 chapters were sourced from an antique market, and she believed him, even contemplating a trip to the market herself. After finishing his meal, Yikai transferred 15 yuan to Xiao Qianqian. Though she was now his disciple, he adhered to the principle that even among brothers, accounts must be clear, especially between a master and disciple. One should not seek petty gains. This was one of his guiding principles. Xiao Qianqian understood Yikai's straightforward nature and said nothing further, simply accepting the money. Fortunately, the classroom was empty, with only Yikai and Xiao Qianqian present. Otherwise, others might have mistakenly thought they were romantically involved due to her bringing them lunch. Given that you brought me food, I will certainly take you Taobao this weekend. Great! A brilliant smile illuminated Xiao Qianqian's fair and delicate face. Just then, Lin Xia entered the classroom. Observing Yikai and Xiao Qianqian engaged in light-hearted conversation, she felt an inexplicable discomfort, though she quickly regained her composure. Approaching Yikai, Lin Xia politely addressed Xiao Qianqian. "Excuse me, could you please give us a moment? I would like to speak with Yikai." Xiao Qianqian glanced between Yikai and Lin Xia, feeling a pang of jealousy. After a brief hesitation, she shifted to another seat. "Thank you," Lin Xia said, taking the now vacant spot beside Yikai. Yikai furrowed his brow. The atmosphere felt tense. "What's going on? Why does it feel charged with tension? What do you need?" he asked, curious why she couldn't simply message him. "My father wishes to invite you to dinner," Lin Xia replied, not wanting to divulge that the invitation was to repay a debt of gratitude for his earlier assistance. Especially since Yikai preferred to keep his heroics under wraps, she refrained from mentioning the details. Yikai responded nonchalantly, "When? Tonight, tomorrow night. The night after any night will do," Lin Xia said playfully, her demeanor warm and inviting. Xiao Qianqian frowned, instinctively asking, "Why does your father want to invite Yikai to dinner?" Lin Xia detected a hint of hostility in Xiao Qianqian's tone, and her expression turned frosty. However, despite her cold demeanor, she still appeared gentle and approachable. In contrast, Xiao Qianqian's naturally aloof charm made her seem distant when she was cold. Yet the teachings from the scriptures had softened her demeanor considerably, making her more relatable. But Lin Xia's presence reignited Xiao Qianqian's coolness, and the two girls stared each other down, tension palpable. Yikai quickly interjected, "My father and Lin Xia's father are business associates. In reality, it is Lin Xia's family inviting my entire family for dinner." His timely explanation was necessary to prevent the situation from escalating further. Lin Xia thought to herself, "Yikai is the one who saved my life. My bond with him is deeper than hers. Why am I even comparing myself to her?" Xiao Qianqian mused internally. "I am Yikai's disciple. That connection is lifelong. I have even visited his home and entered his study. Wait, why am I comparing myself to her without reason?" Both girls wrestled with their thoughts before ultimately achieving a semblance of tranquility. Yikai let out a sigh of relief. The consequences of revealing one's strength are indeed severe. Reflecting on this, Yikai quietly took out his phone and sent a message to Xiao Qinchong. "Deduct 3 million from Qin Wang's salary for 2 months. Damn it, I have exposed my capabilities." Xiao Qinchong, that's quite satisfying. "Boss, isn't 3 million a bit too little? I believe it should be 5 million. Yikai, starting at 5 million, capping at 10 million. You decide how much to deduct." Xiao Qinchong, "Whoa, is that so? Can I make installment deductions?" Yikai, "Do as you wish." Xiao Qinchong, "Boss, to be honest, I really don't want to betray a friend, but I simply can't help myself. Qin Wang did this on purpose. He feels you are too low-key and wants you to be a bit more ostentatious." Yikai, fine. Add another 100 million. Go ahead and deduct. Xiao Qinchong, "Whoa, this is getting serious." "Are you really serious, boss?" Yikai, "I expect to receive a phone call begging for mercy from Qin Wang within 5 minutes. Now go." Yikai put down his phone and addressed Lin Xia. "I will be punctual for our appointment tonight. You may leave now. Otherwise, if other classmates arrive and see you here, it will incite jealousy and discontent among them." Upon hearing this, Lin Xia paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. All right, I'll take my leave. Before departing, she glanced at Xiao Qianqian. Once Lin Xia was gone, Xiao Qianqian puffed up her cheeks and huffed, Yi Kai, it seems like she has a good relationship with you. Yi Kai smiled lightly. It's all right. All right? Xiao Qianqian's fair cheeks puffed up even more, resembling two stuffed buns, which, at first glance, appeared rather adorable. This was the first time Yi Kai witnessed Xiao Qianqian in such a state, and it amused him. It was time to use his spiritual eye to probe into her thoughts. I merely exchanged a few words with Lin Xia. Why is she so upset? Women are indeed fascinating creatures. Even Yi Kai cannot fathom their intricacies. Thus, he decided to employ his spiritual eye. As a flash of purple light glimmered within his gaze, Yi Kai was able to discern the thoughts and emotions swirling within Xiao Qianqian. Utilizing the spiritual eye drains both physical and mental energy. The longer it is in use, the more fatigued one becomes. This is precisely why Yi Kai had refrained from using it for over a decade. In simple terms, there are side effects. Sigh. Why should I be angry? It seems that after studying the scriptures, my heart has become even more unsettled. No, to be precise, after being baptized by the scriptures, my heart has unwittingly gravitated towards Yi Kai. Could this be a sign of affection? No. I have liked Yi Tianjun for 10 years. How could I so quickly develop feelings for someone else? Reciting the scriptures. Yi Kai sealed his spiritual eye once more, a smile creeping onto his lips as he thought. So, she suspects she has developed feelings for me. Yi Tianjun is Yi Kai, and Yi Kai is Yi Tianjun. She is like me all along. Alas, poor child, her determination is simply too strong. As more classmates returned, Xiao Qianqian felt somewhat embarrassed to continue sitting with Yi Kai and could only return to her seat to study earnestly. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Peng returned. Old Yi, congratulations. You're trending. Yi Kai, who was sipping water from a thermos, nearly choked. So, I have truly become popular. Sigh. It seems the day of stepping out fully armed is not far off. In what way am I trending? Yi Kai asked nonchalantly, noticing his calm demeanor. Xiao Peng scratched his head and said, if others knew they were trending, they would probably be too excited to sleep, yet you're so composed. Let me tell you, the news about you suggesting Zhao Bin should operate an excavator has spread across the entire campus. Fortunately, the school clarified this, stating that Zhao Bin is always causing trouble and has been expelled, and you, seeing him in distress, suggested he try operating an excavator. Some even speculate that your family runs the Lanxiang Technical School. Upon hearing the school's explanation, Yi Kai felt a sense of admiration for the old principal. I become the strongest. Are you coming? Yi Kai invited. Xiao Peng shook his head, firmly rejecting. I want to be going. I need to study hard. To enroll in the same university as Bai Jing, I don't mind sacrificing sleep for 2 hours a day. Yi Kai chose to disregard Xiao Peng and continued to engage with the game. He had previously guided Xiao Peng regarding academic matters. If Xiao Peng applied himself, he would surely gain admission to a good university, possibly even Tsinghua. Ding! Would the host like to check in? At that moment, a weak electronic voice echoed in his mind. The system is late today. Could it be that it has become somewhat apprehensive due to my frequent reprimands? System check-in. Ding! Checked in at Yuliang Academy. Awarded 100 billion. Yi Kai. System, you've been quite generous today. Ding! Due to the host's positive attitude towards this system today, the reward is multiplied tenfold. Yi Kai, I won't scold you anymore. We are friends. In fact, I should be grateful to you. System, the host in love is simply too gentle. This system sends its heart. In love? Yi Kai immediately rebutted in his mind. Who am I in love with? Ding! Those who understand will understand. With a newfound perspective, Yi Kai ceased to scold the system arbitrarily. Instead, as long as he maintained a good attitude towards it, the check-in rewards would multiply significantly. After completing the check-in, Yi Kai opened the game, and at that moment, a call from Qin came through. Yi Kai glanced at the time, muttering, 15 minutes late for the call. It seems he's been contemplating for quite some time. He pressed the answer button. Soon, a choked voice came from the other end. Boss, I was wrong. With a smile on his face, Yi Kai asked in a serious tone, what did you do wrong? Qin, I was wrong for deliberately exposing your strength without your permission. Having made a mistake, you must face the consequences. I'm fining you 1 billion. Do you accept? Qin, could be a bit less. 1 billion is simply too much. All right, I was merely joking. Yi Kai replied, let us chat on Feishin. My classmates are about to take a nap. All right. I knew the boss wouldn't be so ruthless. Qin Wang, relieved that Yi Kai was not genuinely imposing a fine, hung up the call with a smile. He then instructed Qin Long, allocate 100 billion to Qin Wang each month. Qin Long understood. Jokes aside, serious matters are serious. Yi Kai's subordinates are indeed reliable. Each of them has shared an unforgettable experience with him. Without further contemplation, Yi Kai patted the shoulder of a chubby classmate. Xiaosong, may I borrow your strongest account for a while? Zhou Xiaosong was notorious in class for his gaming addiction. Even with less than 3 months left until the graduate entrance exam, he was still striving for the rank of strongest king, a dedicated player of glory. Hearing that Yi Kai wanted to rank him up, Zhou Xiaosong adjusted his heavy glasses and turned back, somewhat in awe. You play the strongest? Just all right. I'm merely the strongest in glory, Yi Kai replied nonchalantly. Ah, Zhou Xiaosong looked at Yi Kai in shock. Is that true? Please don't joke with me. Yi Kai, feeling exasperated, retorted, why would I lie to you? Just tell me if you're lending it or not. If it weren't for my slow queue, I would have used my account already. Zhou Xiaosong hesitated for a moment, nodded, then wrote down his account and password on a notepad. Here, log into the Antarctic account. Area 8, ID, 5 suns on the opposite side. Yi Kai took his phone, scanned the account and password written by Zhou Xiaosong, and logged in directly, ignoring the verification code. This operation left Zhou Xiaosong questioning his own life choices. He couldn't recall the strongest glory having a scan to login feature. Yi Kai, how is it that you can log into my account without a verification code? Zhou Xiaosong could not help but ask. Yi Kai chuckled. Perhaps it is due to my handsome appearance. Xiaosong, you could take a nap. I shall play for the entire afternoon. Handsome? It feels like the other party is just boasting. Never mind. Anyway, there's nothing embarrassing in my alternate account. So letting Yi Kai play for a bit isn't a big deal. Zhou Xiaosong turned around and laid his head on the desk, falling into a deep sleep. Once Yi Kai logged into Zhou Xiaosong's account, he quickly initiated a game. The matchmaking speed at lower ranks is incredibly fast, taking less than 5 seconds to enter a match. It was his first time borrowing someone else's account, and Zhou Xiaosong's main heroes were Cheng Yaojin and Xiang Yu. Zhou Xiaosong enjoys playing tanks. Does he prefer more robust characters? I shall utilize his main heroes to battle others and enhance his power level. An hour and a half later, Zhou Xiaosong's nap concluded. Yi Kai logged out of Zhou Xiaosong's account. With 10 minutes per match, he played a total of 9 games, winning them all. Starry Glory 2, 2 stars, ascended directly to the strongest star. Each match ended with him as the MVP, achieving a score of 16-0. Zhou Xiaosong's power levels for his 2 main heroes also saw significant improvement. He received numerous friend requests from teammates, all of which were declined by Yi Kai. Zhou Xiaosong was a diligent student, holding no position in class, so his phone was surrendered to the teacher, leaving him unable to check Yi Kai's achievements. He turned to Yi Kai and asked, how did you perform? Just average, Yi Kai replied nonchalantly. Average? Zhou Xiaosong felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Yi Kai might be a poor player. You only reached the strongest rank? Wait, the strongest? Zhou Xiaosong was taken aback and hastily shook his head. Don't joke with me. I am Starry Glory 2 with 2 stars. You need to win 9 matches to ascend to the strongest rank. 9 games in an hour and a half. Winning all of them? Even professional players find that challenging. Have you ever heard the saying, once you enter Starry Glory, it is as deep as the ocean. Henceforth, there is no desire for kingship? The Starry Glory rank is exceedingly difficult, even more so than Diamond. Yi Kai waved his hand dismissively, a faint smile gracing his lips. My apologies. But I'm simply not an ordinary player. Zhou Xiaosong thought to himself. Yi Kai is boasting. With that thought, he chose to ignore Yi Kai and stepped outside the classroom to splash his face with cold water. The first class of the afternoon was a course on chemical biology. The 30-something teacher, Zheng Qingxin, entered the classroom with a bright smile. She scanned the students, and her gaze ultimately settled on Yi Kai, a flicker of respect gleaming in her eyes. Yi Kai maintained his calm demeanor, offering a slight smile in return. Yi Kai, please explain the origin of the fertilized egg. Zheng teacher inquired. She occasionally posed questions to Yi Kai, but today, having revealed his identity as a gold medal teacher, she wished to gauge his teaching abilities. Yi Kai stood and began. The fertilized egg results from the union of the ovum and sperm. He elaborated on numerous modes of combination, leaving the female students in the class blushing. Zheng Qingxin was thoroughly pleased with Yi Kai's detailed and accurate response. Although the question was simple, it allowed her students to grasp more knowledge. This exemplifies the prowess of a gold medal teacher. Look, the students all gazed at Yi Kai with wide eyes, their expressions filled with thirst for knowledge. Zhang Qingxin appreciated the charm of a gold medal teacher. After Yi Kai finished answering, he returned to his seat. Xiao Peng whispered, "Brother Kai, you're quite the expert." Yi Kai. Xiao Peng glanced at Bai Jing and remarked, "I wish to have a baby with Bai Jing in the future." Yi Kai. It seems it would be better to sit next to Xiao Qianqian. Sitting next to Xiao Peng always leaves him astounded by the latter's comments. After class, he would have a chat with the class advisor and switch seats again. Thinking this, Yi Kai took out his phone, hesitating for a moment, realizing there was nothing particularly entertaining. Glory? Battle Royale? Card games? He was utterly bored of them all. At 5:10 p.m., various teachers arrived in the classroom to assign homework. With the graduate exams approaching, the assignments consisted mainly of worksheets. Yi Kai gathered 6 sheets and stuffed them into his backpack before heading out of the classroom. Xiao Peng had already arranged to return home with Bai Jing. They were quite fated, residing in the same neighborhood. As Xiao Qianqian saw Yi Kai leaving the classroom, she was about to chase after him when she suddenly received a call from Xiao Zhan. "Uncle Xiao?" Xiao Qianqian furrowed her brow slightly, stepping outside the classroom to lean against the wall, answering the call. "Hello, Uncle Xiao, what's the matter?" On the other end, Xiao Zhan announced, "I have found Yi Tianjun." Boom! This news struck her like a bolt of lightning, leaving her mind blank and her heart racing, as if it had momentarily ceased to beat. Xiao Qianqian was overwhelmed with excitement, to the point of being unable to articulate a response. "Niece, did you hear what I just said?" Xiao Qiongqiong. Yes. Where is Yi Tianjun now? Finally, she voiced the question that had been buried in her heart for over a decade. She had been hoping for 10 years to learn about Yi Tianjun's whereabouts. He dropped out of school and went to the most impoverished area of Guiyun City to make a living, and even married another woman. Xiao Qianqian's hopeful gaze dimmed in an instant. "Married? Is that true? Uncle Xiao, are you sure he is Yi Tianjun? I need proof. I won't believe it without evidence. It's not that I distrust you, Uncle Xiao. I just refuse to accept this reality." "Niece, your uncle has used connections and sought many talents to gather this information for you. Soon, I will send you several photos documenting Yi Tianjun's growth from elementary school until now, along with a video detailing every moment he saved you." Xiao Qianqian anxiously opened the messages, filled with anticipation and fear, her heart racing. Xiao Zhan sent her 9 photos and a video. Without opening the images, just glancing at the first one, she saw Yi Tianjun dressed in a stylish denim outfit and white shorts playing on a slide, surrounded by 8 or 9 little girls. Lin Xia and Yusin, the 3 of us, along with Yi Tianjun, attended the same kindergarten. We were in the big class then. These photos are authentic. I never expected Uncle Xiao would find such old pictures. As she contemplated this, Xiao Qianqian saved the images, realizing their immense value. There were 8 more photos, each capturing moments shared with Yi Tianjun. Some showed him kissing her cheek, others depicted him lifting her skirt and being scolded by a teacher, him feeding her, and playing hide-and-seek with her. Each image was filled with warmth and nostalgia. She examined each one carefully, saving them all. In every picture, Yi Tianjun looked so handsome and sunny, always wearing a gentle smile. Not only did the girls in their class adore playing with him, but even the elementary students returned to the kindergarten to play house with Yi Tianjun. However, when she shifted her gaze to the video, she was utterly dumbfounded. This is impossible. Yi Tianjun impersonated. How could someone be impersonating me? Xiao Qianqian hesitated to open the video, merely glancing at it, noticing a gaunt, dark-skinned youth grinning at her with yellow teeth. This is Yi Tianjun. He looks utterly pathetic. In that instant, all her fond memories of Yi Tianjun were sealed away. Her face turned pale, and trembling hands slowly clicked on the video. "Hello, I am Yi Tianjun. Not surprised to meet you. The reason I have changed so much." Xiao Qianqian felt her heart sink as she heard Yi Tianjun's words in the video. She remembered that as a child, he spoke fluent Mandarin, but the Yi Tianjun in the video sounded like a native tribesman. "No, this cannot be Yi Tianjun." Xiao Qianqian muttered to herself. As Yi Tianjun recounted in vivid detail how he had saved her, she was rendered utterly speechless. The alley lacked surveillance cameras and passers-by. Apart from Yi Tianjun himself, No one else remembered the incident so clearly. While Xiao Qianqian pondered over this, the video depicted Yi Tianjun embracing a woman with a generous physique, seemingly over a decade his senior, who cradled a child in her arms. Xiao Qianqian staggered backward several steps, her beautiful fantasies collapsing in an instant. "I wish you happiness," she murmured, 2 tears escaping from the corners of her eyes, her pale lips barely able to utter the faint blessing. "Niece, please don't be too upset. After all, people change. There's a saying, the world remains, but the people are gone." Yi Tianjun embodies this sentiment perfectly. A new message from Xiao Zhan arrived, but Xiao Qianqian could muster no inclination to chat with anyone. She promptly powered off her phone and, dragging her weary body, descended the stairs, feeling as if she were being crushed by a bulldozer. As she reached the ground floor, the wind greeted her, and hesitatingly, she pulled out the photograph of Yi Tianjun that she had cherished for a decade. It was time to let go. As she opened her palm, the photograph danced away with the wind, and Xiao Qianqian's tears flowed uncontrollably. In that moment, her heart ached profoundly, engulfed by an indescribable sense of oppression, akin to the pangs of heartbreak. Was this truly the anguish of unrequited love? Meanwhile, Yi Kai was heading towards the school exit, having just received a message from Lin Xia, informing him that his father awaited him at the school gate. Suddenly, a gust of warm wind swept by, carrying a peculiar leaf. Sharp-eyed, Yi Kai noticed it, halted abruptly, and swiftly snatched it from the air. Upon closer inspection, he froze in disbelief. "Isn't this my childhood passport photo? How did it end up here?" It seems to be the very one Xiao Qianqian cherished. Realizing this, Yi Kai sent Xiao Qianqian a message. "Hey, your precious photo of Yi Tianjun is lost." After waiting 2 minutes with no reply, he frowned, a twinge of worry creeping into his mind. He messaged Lin Xia. "I can't make it to dinner at your place today. Let's reschedule." "All right, whenever you're ready. I welcome your company." Yi Kai paid no heed to Lin Xia's response and, shouldering his backpack, turned back, only to spot Xiao Qianqian squatting beneath the teaching building, her head buried in her arms. His heart skipped a beat, inexplicably filled with discomfort and concern. He approached silently, simply choosing to sit with her in companionship. Sensing a presence beside her, Xiao Qianqian lifted her head slightly and was startled to find Yi Kai sitting next to her, casually sucking on a lollipop, his expression calm and unreadable. Seeing her tear-streaked eyes tugged at Yi Kai's heartstrings, and he contemplated using his spiritual vision to discern her true feelings. Yet, after a moment's thought, he dismissed the idea. If she was unwilling to disclose her experiences, what would it matter if he peered into her heart? "Master." Xiao Qianqian suddenly wrapped her arms around Yi Kai's, who responded with a nonchalant "I found Yi Tianjun," she whispered. Yi Kai was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing. Could it be that my secret as Yi Tianjun has been exposed? Is she crying because I concealed the truth from her, making her feel deceived? Sighing inwardly, he began to speak, "I am." But before he could finish, Xiao Qianqian interjected, "Yi Tianjun is married. Moreover, he has undergone significant changes becoming." Yi Kai thought incredulously, "Married? I haven't." Reflecting on his own transformation from elementary school until now, he mused, "I have indeed changed, and for the better." Xiao Qianqian retrieved her phone and played a short video sent by Xiao Zhan. "Hello, I am Yi Tianjun, and I am surprised." "Wow." Yi Kai ignited, instantly irate. Even the calmest of individuals would be incensed by such a distortion of their image. "This is not me," Yi Tianjun blurted out instinctively. At that moment, Xiao Qianqian gazed at Yi Kai, her expression momentarily dazed. Realizing she had let something slip, Yi Kai remarked, "This is not the Yi Tianjun I know. He was quite handsome in elementary school. How could he possibly have changed so drastically?" Xiao Qianqian's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "Master, I thought the same." But the Yi Tianjun in the video recounted every detail of how he saved me as a child. At that time, apart from him and me, there was no one else present, and there were no surveillance cameras. Wait, there is someone else who knows every detail of Yi Tianjun saving you. Yi Kai's genius mind raced, quickly identifying the oddity. Upon his prompting, Xiao Qianqian's eyes widened in realization. The kidnapper. Yi Kai nodded, right? Did that kidnapper manage to escape? Yi Kai feigned ignorance. Xiao Qianqian shook her head. No. After Yi Tianjun knocked him out, the police apprehended him. Then that means he must be serving a 10-year sentence. Calculating the time, he should be released soon. Yi Kai stated calmly. Everything makes sense now. The individual who sent you the video must have inquired with that kidnapper about every detail of Yi Tianjun saving you and recorded it. Then, it was merely a matter of finding someone to document those events. Xiao Qianqian's eyes lit up with understanding. So, anyone can impersonate Yi Tianjun. Ye Kai nodded, though inwardly he thought, how audacious of someone to dare impersonate me. Chapter 48. I was forced by Xiao Qianqian to be a shield. And Xiao Feng's scheme begins to unfold. Xiao Qianqian slowly rose to her feet, feeling much lighter in spirit. However, she remained puzzled about whether the video was a fabrication by Xiao Zhan intended to deceive her. If she were to give up on Yi Tianjun, then Xiao Feng would have an opportunity to pursue her. Could this all be part of Xiao Zhan's scheme? If all her suspicions held true, how could Xiao Zhan pinpoint the very kidnapper from the vast sea of people? Filled with uncertainty, Xiao Qianqian could not directly confront Xiao Zhan. Suddenly, a gentle breeze washed over her, reminding her of the photograph of Yi Tianjun that she had discarded. Her heart sank once more. Master, I lost the photo of Yi Tianjun. As she spoke, tears threatened to spill. Isn't this it? Yi Kai opened his palm, presenting the photograph to her. Xiao Qianqian's eyes brightened as she looked up at Yi Kai, who was a head taller than her. How did you find it? Would you believe me if I said the wind brought it to me? Yi Kai replied with a smile. Xiao Qianqian's face lit up with a soft smile. I believe you, for I witnessed the photo being swept away by the wind. I never imagined you would find it. What a coincidence. All right, let's head home. Yi Kai took the lead towards the school exit. Xiao Qianqian suddenly recalled that Yi Kai was supposed to have dinner at Lin Xia's house that evening and quietly asked, Are you still going to Lin Xia's house later? I'm not going anymore, Yi Kai replied nonchalantly. Xiao Qianqian blinked her large eyes, inexplicably feeling a surge of happiness. Are you worried about me, coming to deliver the photo, and canceling dinner with Lin Xia? She couldn't help but inquire. I did indeed cancel dinner with her to deliver the photo to you, but I absolutely wasn't worried about you, Yi Kai replied, steady as ever. As they conversed, they arrived at the bus stop to wait for their ride home. However, at that moment, a brand new black Audi came to a halt beside the bus stop. Dressed in a sharp black suit, Xiao Feng descended from the vehicle, clutching a bouquet of vibrant red roses. He had come to escort Xiao Qianqian home. Yet, upon spotting her engaged in cheerful conversation with a young man, he momentarily froze. Thoughts swirled in his mind. Shouldn't Xiao Qianqian be in tears at this time? Why is she smiling so joyfully? Could it be that she discovered the video was a fabrication? That seems implausible. I had meticulously planned this, ensuring no missteps. Qianqian, I am here to take you home, Xiao Feng offered, extending the roses towards her. The bustling throng of students around them heightened the atmosphere. As the handsome young man presented roses to the school bell, a flurry of excited squeals erupted from a group of youthful girls, their enthusiasm surpassing that of the actual participants. Xiao Qianqian, harboring doubts about Xiao Feng, responded with palpable coldness. No, thank you. I will take the bus. Qianqian, I understand you are saddened by the matter concerning Yi Tianjun, but without an ending, how can there be a beginning? Let the past remain in the past. Look at Yi Tianjun now. He is little more than a rustic. How could he possibly be worthy of your affection? Before Xiao Qianqian could retort, Yi Kai swiftly slapped Xiao Feng across the face with a sharp crack. The speed of Yi Kai's action left no trace, and the surrounding crowd remained oblivious to who had struck Xiao Feng. Clutching his stinging cheek, Xiao Feng scanned the area, bewildered. Who hit me? The once suave young man suddenly resembled a frightened coward, his image tarnished, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. Who's this guy? What a riot. Did he suffer a rejection and is now in a state of shock? Regardless, I remain undeterred. I shall fervently champion the pairing of Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian. In my view, only Yi Kai is truly deserving of her heart. A junior, fortunate enough to witness Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian together on the playground, felt a surge of excitement. Hearing the supportive voices of their classmates, Xiao Feng's face reddened with humiliation. He shot a cold glance at Yi Kai before returning his attention to Xiao Qianqian. Qianqian, please consider my feelings. Zhao's family was wealthy and influential, the primary business partner of Xiao Qianqian's family. Contemplating this, she hesitated. She did not wish to ride with Xiao Feng, yet refusing would mean disrespecting him, potentially inciting the Xiao family's ire and jeopardizing her father's hard-earned business. With a deep breath, Xiao Qianqian steeled herself to accept Xiao Feng's offer. Noticing her wavering, a smirk crept across Xiao Feng's face, a glint of triumph in his eyes. If Xiao Qianqian entered his car today by nightfall, she would be his. As he checked his pocket, relief washed over him. The medication was still there. Everything was in place. He merely awaited the opportune moment. "Come on, get in the car," he silently urged. Suddenly, Ye Kai, who had remained silent, grasped Xiao Qianqian's delicate wrist, sending a shiver of sensation coursing through her. "Ye Kai spoke kindly, Xiao Lianyan. Did your parents not advise against getting into a strange man's car?" Feeling the firm grip on her wrist, Xiao Qianqian's cheeks flushed crimson. This was her first experience being touched by a boy. She felt a mixture of anxiety, excitement, and exhilaration. Xiao Feng, watching the composed Ye Kai and the blushing Xiao Qianqian, felt as though 1,000 daggers had pierced his heart. It was evident that Xiao Qianqian harbored feelings for this boy, Ye Kai. "Who is he, Qianqian?" Xiao Feng inquired, maintaining a veneer of gentlemanly decorum, his tone soft. Xiao Qianqian steadied her nerves and replied, He is my boyfriend." The revelation stunned everyone, including Ye Kai. "Wait, am I being used as a shield?" he thought. Yet, considering that she had secretly harbored feelings for him for years, he chose not to expose her. "But I am not a mere decoy," he decided. "Indeed, I shall no longer pretend. I am Xiao Qianqian's boyfriend." As he spoke, Ye Kai wrapped his arm around Xiao Qianqian's slender waist, exhilaration coursing through him. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Has Ye Kai finally made an official declaration? "Xiao Qianqian stammered, Ah, your arms are so strong. Why is my heart racing so fast?" Xiao Feng's composure faltered, his face contorting into a grimace as he forced a smile. "So, you have a boyfriend now?" He was far more mature than Zhao Bin. Upon facing the scenario of his beloved being claimed by another, he opted for restraint, deciding to address the rival later. Without lingering, he discarded the roses into a nearby trash bin, climbed into his Audi, and dialed his father as he drove away. "Hello, Dad. We need to teach the Xiao family a lesson. I was just rejected, and it seems that wretched girl has a boyfriend now." As the bus stop came into view, Ye Kai released his hold on Xiao Qianqian and produced a lollipop from his pocket, placing it in her small hand. "Here, take it. Unwrap it and enjoy. It's quite sweet." Xiao Qianqian, still flushed, murmured softly in acknowledgement before unwrapping the lollipop and savoring its sweetness. The candy was indeed delightful. Yet Ye Kai's intent surpassed even that sweetness. I had no choice but to declare you my boyfriend," she confessed, glancing shyly at him. Ye Kai narrowed his eyes playfully. "I do mind. I feel quite cheated. You've made me an enemy of your suitor, and all I did was touch your waist. I never enjoy being at a disadvantage. When you visit my home, you owe me a few more touches to make up for this loss." Xiao Qianqian's face turned beet red at his teasing. She had not anticipated Ye Kai's playful demeanor. Just then, the bus arrived, and they boarded together. Inside, the bus was crowded with school children and office workers. As they squeezed together, a man in a black shirt, sporting a beer belly and appearing around 35, eyed Xiao Qianqian from behind, swallowing hard. Today's college students are developing exceptionally well. They outshine even the women from clubs and massage parlors. The man leaned closer to Xiao Qianqian's neck, inhaling deeply. Upon catching a whiff of her youthful fragrance, he reveled in it, extending his hand toward her backside. Ye Kai's brow furrowed at the sight. A flash of violet flickered in his eyes. Illusions activated. He commanded, glaring at the man. The man froze, captivated by Ye Kai's gaze, utterly entranced. As the bus arrived at the station, the stout man quietly disembarked from the crowded vehicle and began dancing the disco in the street, exclaiming, I am a rogue, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Passers-by eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the moment, ready to upload the spectacle online. A potential internet celebrity was on the verge of emerging. On the bus, the absence of the boisterous man made the atmosphere noticeably more spacious. Yet Ye Kai and Xiao Qianqian remained closely positioned together. Xiao Qianqian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she regretted her choice. Had she known, she would have hailed a taxi instead of taking the bus. Ye Kai maintained a calm demeanor, his thoughts focused solely on one phrase, so soft. However, the situation was far from over. Surrounded by girls, he found himself the target of many flirtations throughout the journey. Some younger girls, drawn by his handsome appearance, intentionally leaned against him, falling asleep with their faces resting on his back. Upon reaching the moonlight community, Xiao Qianqian, her face still flushed, hurriedly exited the bus without saying a word and ran home. Ye Kai watched her flee, a faint smile gracing his lips. The most reserved girls were indeed the most enchanting. Once at the Moonlight community, the number of disembarking passengers increased, yet it remained far from crowded. Nevertheless, several beautiful girls continued to cluster around Ye Kai, their faces betraying a hint of shyness. Ye Kai thought to himself, the second drawback of using my spiritual eyes is the enhancement of charm and overwhelming presence. The more I use them, the more I become the most striking figure without effort. Such a lure had its consequences. Yet, Ye Kai felt no aversion to it. As long as his mind remained clear, he could maintain his composure even if a girl were to stand before him without any clothing. Curiously, despite the empty seats available, these junior high girls chose to stand rather than sit, all for the sake of a handsome boy. It was indeed an era that valued appearances. Oddly enough, although the boy in question was not exceptionally good-looking, he possessed an undeniable charm. Even I, a self-proclaimed cross-dresser, felt a stir of emotions. Was it possible that I might be bending towards a different orientation? Listening to the chatter of the students on the bus, Ye Kai shook his head. The allure was simply too potent, overwhelming even the boys. He resolved to use his spiritual eyes with greater caution in the future. Before long, they arrived at the Sunlight community. Ye Kai disembarked but did not head home. Instead, he entered a modest European-style CAF. "Waiter, a cappuccino, please," he ordered casually. After placing his order, he opened his phone and dialed a number. "Phoenix, find someone for me." "Who?" came a reply. "Years ago, I thwarted a kidnapper and saved a girl in the process. That girl was my desk mate, and she has secretly harbored feelings for me for a decade. It's not exactly love, per se. It's more about her fondness for the boy I was back then. The kidnapper should have been released from prison by now. Bring him to the Blue Moon CAF? I have questions for him. Boss, I can handle the interrogation myself. You need not trouble yourself." "I'm rather bored," Ye Kai replied. "Understood." After ending the call, Ye Kai observed as the waiter approached with his coffee. He graciously accepted it, uttering a polite thank you. Sipping his cappuccino, he scrolled through short videos on his phone. Suddenly, he came across a trending headline. Near Yuzhong Road's Little Deer Park, a man claiming to be a rogue is dancing the disco wildly. Goodness, this made the trending list? Ye Kai mused, realizing the necessity of being cautious when stepping outside. Any slip could result in unwanted fame. He refrained from watching the video, finding the sight of the stout man dancing quite unbearable. 3 minutes later, and then 5. A figure clad in a fiery red leather jacket and a baseball cap, Phoenix, arrived, personally escorting the kidnapper before Ye Kai. Upon seeing him, Phoenix's beautiful eyes sparkled, and a smile broke through her usually icy demeanor. If the underworld's formidable figures were to witness their cold queen treating a university student with such respect and kindness, they would likely be taken aback. Yet, Ye Kai did not spare her a glance. His focus was fixed on the kidnapper before him. The man, dark-skinned and approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, bore an expression of sheer terror. The sight of him triggered a flood of childhood memories. "Little girl, don't run away. Uncle will take you home." I don't know you. I want to go home with you. Don't come any closer. I'm a friend of your father. He asked me to pick you up since he has to work late. Please don't shout. I'm a good person. I know the way home. I'll take the bus. I can go back by myself." "Well, it seems you're refusing to accept kindness." Just then, a handsome boy in a jacket appeared, intervening without hesitation. With remarkable speed, he rushed to confront the kidnapper, delivering a swift punch that sent him crashing to the ground. After calling the police, he took the little girl's hand and led her away. The memory faded, and Ye Kai's expression hardened, his presence suddenly commanding the entire CAF. In that moment, he exuded no trace of a typical university student, but rather embodied the majesty and authority of an emperor. "I am Yi Tianjun." Ye Kai cast a glance at the kidnapper, who met his gaze and immediately felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Paralyzed by the overwhelming aura emanating from Ye Kai, he was bewildered, having been pulled from a mahjong parlor by a woman without a word, only to find himself standing before the very youth who had once defeated him a decade prior. "Yay. Brother Yi, I've turned over a new leaf while in prison. I've been out for 2 years and haven't done anything wrong. In fact, I've done some good deeds." Phoenix retrieved a mini electronic tablet from her chest and deftly operated it, revealing a screen displaying the kidnapper's personal information. Name, Li Ergu. Age, 48. Address, XXX Road, XXX Street, XXX Mahjong Parlor. Good deeds. Returned a lost sum of 10,000 yuan to its rightful owner. helped an elderly woman across the street, bought food for a beggar. Upon reading the information, Ye Kai's demeanor softened slightly, his imposing aura receding. It seemed that Li Ergu had indeed reformed and was now merely an ordinary man. Li Ergu, has anyone been inquiring about my past actions against you? Ye Kai asked nonchalantly. Yes, Li Ergu replied without hesitation. Who? Well, they didn't tell me their names. Li Ergu recalled earnestly that day. I was playing mahjong with some friends when two men in suits barged in. One was slightly older than you, and the other was a few years younger than me. Oh, my friend mentioned something about them. They belong to the second-tier Xiao family in our city, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Feng. Ye Kai nodded and instructed Phoenix, take him away. Understood, she replied, glancing at Li Ergu. Will you be okay walking on your own, or do you need me to escort you? Li Ergu quickly shook his head. I'll manage on my own. Once the two had departed, Ye Kai sent a message to Qin Wang. Investigate the Xiao family in Jianglin City. I want all records of illegal activities involving Xiao Zhan and Xiao Feng over the past decade. Qin Wang. Which fool has offended you this time, boss? Ye Kai. Phoenix will explain the details to you. Qin Wang. Got it, boss. Having completed these tasks, Ye Kai resumed, savoring his cappuccino. His suspicions had been partially confirmed. Just then, a message from Xiao Qianqian pinged on his phone. Master. Ye Kai paused for a moment before replying. Why are you crying? Xiao Qianqian. The boy who was pursuing me earlier is Xiao Feng, a student from Tsinghua. His family is in the garment industry and is a partner with my family's company. Just now, my father received news of their withdrawal of investment, terminating the project. Xiao Feng and Xiao Zhan are indeed behind this. Ye Kai pondered for a moment and grasped the entirety of the situation. His intuition suggested that this matter was rather intricate. First, the Xiao family deceived Xiao Qianqian by claiming that Yi Tianjun was already married, whilst maliciously tarnishing his reputation in hopes of witnessing Xiao Qianqian's despair, thus creating an opportunity for Xiao Feng to pursue her. Xiao Feng's relentless pursuit of Xiao Qianqian could not simply stem from affection. It must be driven by ulterior motives, primarily the interests of his family. With this thought, Ye Kai felt a sense of clarity, muttering to himself, it seems that Xiao Zhan intends to usurp the Xiao family's assets. If Xiao Qianqian becomes Xiao Feng's woman, the Xiao family's fortune will inevitably fall into the hands of the Xiao family. However, with Xiao Qianqian asserting that she was in a relationship, the Xiao family could only resort to forceful measures. Xiao Qianqian. My father said he would rather let the company collapse than allow me to associate with Xiao Feng. Ye Kai, rest assured, Xiao Feng and Xiao Zhan will come to apologize to your family. Xiao Qianqian apologize? Really? Ye Kai, once I finish this cup of cappuccino, Xiao Feng and Xiao Zhan will arrive at your home. Xiao Qianqian. Ye Kai chose not to continue the conversation with Xiao Qianqian, but instead called Qin Long. Xiaolong. Eliminate the Xiao group within a minute, and ensure that the Xiao father and son come to apologize to Xiao Qianqian. If King Qin uncovers any evidence of their crimes, do not report back to me. Just send them straight to prison. Boss, what if they become desperate and decide to take down my sister-in-law with them? Sister-in-law? Ye Kai replied, Ahem, I'd almost forgot that Xiao Qianqian is my disciple. You now have a junior sister. Qinglong, haha, I have a junior sister now? Then since she is my junior sister, can I pursue her? Ye Kai's tone suddenly turned cold, and he retorted, try pursuing her, and see what happens. Qinglong, I'm out of here. Boss, you could be quite urgent as well. It seems Xiao Qianqian truly is my sister-in-law. I understand now. A teacher-student romance. Before Ye Kai could finish his sentence, Qinglong hung up. That rascal dared to hang up on me? Ye Kai opened his phone and froze Qinglong's entire salary for a year. After arranging everything, Ye Kai glanced at the half-finished cappuccino, his expression calm, savoring the coffee slowly. Meanwhile, at a luxurious villa in the city center, the Xiao family was deep in discussion. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Feng sat on the living room sofa, contemplating their plan to kidnap Xiao Qianqian. Dad, are you certain this will work? Xiao Feng asked, his brow furrowed with uncertainty. Xiao Zhan nodded. Since we have severed ties with the Xiao family, there is no need for courtesy. Xiaolong's Achilles heel is not the company, but Xiao Qianqian. To gain complete control over the Xiao family's business, we require additional measures beyond mere suppression. As he spoke, a glint of cunning shone in Xiao Zhan's eyes. In fact, I had contemplated swallowing the immensely promising Xiao family clothing group a decade ago. To achieve this, I engaged He Hu to kidnap Xiao Qianqian, but to my dismay, He Hu proved unreliable, sending only a subordinate who was ultimately thwarted by that Yi Tianjun. Now, with Heihu captured and Heilong back in Jianglin, I have spent 500,000 to enlist the services of Heihu's prized disciple, He Bao. He will be the one to carry out the kidnapping of Xiao Qianqian. Once that is done, Xiao Qianqian will be your wife, my daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, a scheming smile crept across Xiao Feng's face. Dad, once I graduate from school and take over all of the Xiao family's companies, I will kick Xiao Qianqian to the curb, leaving her family to fend for themselves. Xiao Feng glanced at his watch, grinning. He Bao should be on his way. Chapter 51, with a giant protecting her. The Xiao father and son come to apologize. The vast expanse of the sky is my love. Xiao Zhan's phone rang. A cold smirk appeared on his aged face. Xiao Feng, He Bao is calling. He must be close. The optimal moment for kidnapping Xiao Qianqian would be tomorrow. On a school day. Today, we shall finalize our kidnapping plan with He Bao. Glancing at the caller ID, Xiao Zhan realized it was not He Bao, but rather a call from the company's project manager. His expression froze as he answered, "Hello, General Manager Xiao. We have a major crisis. Our company has been hit by a hacker attack, affecting over 10 state-owned enterprises, alongside countless complaint calls. The stock market has plummeted, resulting in an 8 million loss within 3 minutes." Upon hearing this news, Xiao Zhan was left in shock. Before he could process the information, the project manager urged urgently, "General Manager Xiao, I resign. Take care of yourself." After hanging up, the floodgates opened, and one by one, high-ranking officials of the Xiao Group began to resign. Xiao Zhan stood there like a robot, endlessly answering calls, until he collapsed to the ground, nearly passing out. "Dad, what is happening?" Xiao Feng asked anxiously. Just moments ago, his father had been so spirited about welcoming He Bao. Now, his demeanor was one of despair. "It's over. The Xiao family is finished." Xiao Zhan quivered, his lips trembling. At that moment, a rugged SUV barreled through the iron gate, crashing in like a frenzied lion. The gate flew apart with a deafening clang, startling both Xiao Zhan and Xiao Feng. The SUV came to a stop before them, and a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged man with a commanding presence stepped out. He was none other than the He Bao they had been anticipating. Xiao Zhan, now too frightened to even approach the company, was consumed by confusion. What on earth was happening? Who was behind this? Without uttering a word, He Bao approached and delivered 3 swift slaps to Xiao Zhan's face, sending him sprawling. Both father and son were left dumbfounded. Xiao Feng, infuriated, exclaimed, "He Bao, how dare you strike my father? Do you no longer want your money?" Although Xiao Zhan was baffled by He Bao's aggression, he realized that, given their current predicament, he could not contend with He Bao. Ignoring the swelling on his face, Xiao Zhan retaliated by slapping Xiao Feng hard. "You insolent fool! How dare you speak to Brother Bao like that?" Xiao Feng stared, incredulous. "Dad, when did you become so submissive in front of He Bao? Also, what do you mean by we refinished? What is happening?" Xiao Zhan, lacking the strength to explain to his brilliant son, simply replied, "The Xiao family's assets are gone." "Gone?" Xiao Feng trembled, a chill running down his spine, his eyes wide with terror. Their company had been thriving just this morning. How could it suddenly collapse? Was there someone scheming behind the scenes? "How is it gone? Let me enlighten you." He Bao stepped forward, sneering. "Because you intended to kidnap Xiao Qianqian and target Xiaolong's clothing company. There are powerful figures backing Xiao Qianqian, and yet you foolishly sought to abduct her. If you hurry to the Xiao family now, perhaps you can still save your lives." He Bao's words struck like a thunderbolt in the hearts of Xiao Zhan and his son, leaving them paralyzed with shock. After several minutes of stunned silence, they finally regained their senses and hastily drove toward the Xiao family. As He Bao watched them leave, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. A towering figure, a 2-meter-tall man with dark skin, emerged from the SUV. He was robust, radiating vitality. "Return and inform your brother Heilong that if he wishes to live, he must behave himself within the Longhu sect and engage in meaningful endeavors for society. Otherwise, a storm is brewing for you." He Bao nodded obediently, appearing like a child before the imposing figure. "Go now." With a powerful wave of his hand, the burly man urged the Black Panther into the off-road vehicle, which roared away, racing faster than a Ferrari. As the Black Panther departed, the burly man muttered, "To dare to act recklessly on Lord Ye's territory truly shows a lack of regard for one's life." He retrieved a domestic phone from his pocket and dialed Phoenix's number. "Wang, I have completed everything as per your instructions. Please handle the Xiao family's assets and submit them to the Dragon King without error. Understood. In the Moonlight community, at the Xiao residence, Zhu Fang paced in her qipao. With the company in turmoil and Xiao Long occupied with work as a wife, she could only wait anxiously for news. Xiao Qianqian glanced at the time on her phone. 5 minutes had passed. It seemed that Xiao Zhan and Xiao Feng had not yet come to apologize. She urgently messaged Yi Kai. Master, they haven't arrived. Yi Kai, what's the hurry? Xiao Qianqian. Are you really sure that Xiao Zhan and his son will come to apologize? Yi Kai, of course. Yi Kai, rest assured, your company will be fine. My father's company is just starting out and has a close partnership with yours. If one flourishes, the other flourishes. If one suffers, the other suffers. I cannot bear to see both companies fall apart, so do not worry. Suddenly, a roar of engines echoed from outside. A black Audi came to a stop at the gate. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Feng hurriedly exited the vehicle and knocked frantically on the heavy iron door. Upon seeing the frantic knockers, Xiao Qianqian felt a surge of anxiety and messaged Yi Kai again. It seems they really have come, but my father is not home. I'm a bit scared. Can you come? However, after waiting for a minute or two, she received no reply from Yi Kai, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. Zhu Fang adjusted her makeup and said, Qianqian, you go to your room. I will answer the door. Mom, it's likely that Xiao Feng and Xiao Zhan are here to apologize. We need not fear. That Xiao Zhan, with his insincere nature, is the one who has nearly brought our company to ruin. Do you think they will genuinely apologize? Unless the sun rises from the west. As Zhu Fang spoke, she approached the iron gate. With a creak, the iron door opened, revealing Xiao Zhan and Xiao Feng, who stood at the entrance with deep trepidation and contrition. Upon seeing Zhu Fang, who was elegantly clad in a qipao, Xiao Zhan wasted no time and with a forced smile exclaimed, Sister Fang, I have come to express my apologies. Chapter 52. With the master present, the sky can fall and still feel like a blanket. Zhu Fang was momentarily dumbfounded. Had she misheard? The very person who schemed to undermine their company was indeed here to apologize, just as her daughter had said. You still have the face to come here and apologize? Zhu Fang placed her hands on her hips, furious. Xiao Zhan offered a wry smile. I failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. I hope you can forgive me. Zhu Fang retorted, what about the losses my company has suffered? Xiao Zhan faltered, feeling awkward. Under normal circumstances, he would have immediately offered compensation, but with his company in shambles, he had no money left. Survival was the priority. My company is ruined. At this point, Xiao Zhan could only speak the truth. What? Zhu Fang was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. What did he mean? The Xiao family's enterprise was in ruins? How could that be? If it was true, how would Xiao Zhan compensate for his family's losses? Just then, a Volkswagen slowly drove into the villa. Zhu Fang recognized it as Yi Jun's vehicle and hurriedly approached. After hearing from her husband Xiao Long that Qianqian's in-laws had been found, none other than the Yi family, she believed in Xiao Long's judgment regarding the exceptional Yi family. Thus, upon Yi Jun's arrival, it was only right that she welcomed him. Upon alighting, Yi Jun spotted Zhu Fang and let out a sigh of relief. After the troubles at the Xiao company, his new business had also been affected. Fortunately, a sudden investor had recognized the potential for growth in his company and invested a substantial 10 billion, or else his company would have been stifled in its infancy. With the investment secured, his first action was to assist Xiao Long in reversing their predicament. Meanwhile, Xiao Long was at the company ensuring that all departments resumed normal operations, re-engaging in projects and business dealings. Yi Jun, concerned for the well-being of Xiao Long's wife and daughter, came to check on them and to relay that the Xiao group had emerged from its crisis. Xiao Fang, Yi Jun greeted. Zhu Fang, with a despondent expression, replied, Old Jun, we truly appreciate your sincere partnership with my husband, but in the end, we have brought you trouble. I hope your company can weather this storm. Pointing to the two hapless figures, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Feng, who stood nearby like stunned chickens, Zhu Fang continued, You two troublemakers, I will never forgive you. Old Jun, they are the instigators. Yi Jun followed Zhu Fang's gaze toward Xiao Zhan and his son, his voice cold as he remarked, Are you two here to witness our misfortune? Apologies, but you have miscalculated. Our two companies are thriving and have not only survived, but are flourishing. After speaking, he dismissed Xiao Zhan and his son. Turning back to Zhu Fang, Xiao Fang, you need not worry. Xiao Long and I have stabilized the company. An investor from the provincial capital recognized the potential in my company and has directly invested 10 billion. This time, we are set to make significant strides. Upon hearing this, Zhu Fong felt a weight lift from her heart. Standing aside, Xiao Zhan absorbed Zhu Fong and Yi Jun's exchange with shock, realizing the powerful ally behind Xiao Qianqian hailed from the provincial capital. A single investment of 10 billion. How formidable. No wonder his own company was so fragile. Just as he pondered this, the sound of police sirens pierced the air. Moments later, a contingent of fully armed police officers entered, surrounding Xiao Zhan and Xiao Feng. The father and son were petrified, their legs trembling uncontrollably. A striking female officer waved her hand, and two male officers approached with handcuffs, securing Xiao Zhan and his son. Xiao Zhan was utterly shattered, his eyes wide as he shouted, "Officers, you can't just arrest us without cause. Do you not fear my report against you? What crime have we committed that warrants our capture?" The female officer replied coldly, "According to information provided by the criminal known as Black Tiger, you, Xiao Zhan, were involved in a kidnapping case 10 years ago. Following a report, it is confirmed that you are guilty of kidnapping. A tip-off from an individual named Black Panther indicates that you and your son are once again conspiring to kidnap university student Xiao Qianqian, which constitutes attempted kidnapping. You will see the evidence of your crimes once we arrive at the station. Take them away." With the officer's command, the police escorted the Xiao father and son into the police vehicle. The female officer then approached the astonished Zhu Fong and Yi Jun, her icy demeanor softening into a warm smile. "Which of you is Xiao Qianqian's guardian?" Zhu Fong, momentarily taken aback, stepped forward cooperatively. "I am Zhu Fong, Xiao Qianqian's mother." "Sister Zhu, where is your daughter Xiao Qianqian?" "Ah, she's upstairs. Could you please ask her to come down?" Zhu Fong nodded. Just as she was about to call for Xiao Qianqian, they heard her voice from the balcony above. "Mom, you don't need to come up. I'll come down myself." Before descending, Xiao Qianqian messaged Yi Kai, "Master, you are truly amazing." The Xiao father and son really did come to apologize, and they were arrested by the police. Yi Kai, in a moment, cooperate with the police for their investigation and report truthfully. And for heaven's sake, do not mention me to your mother or my dad. To be honest, I leveraged connections to help resolve the crisis facing your family as company and exposed many of Xiao Zhan's criminal activities. Yi Kai also, that video about Yi Tianjun on your phone is indeed fake. Xiao Qianqian felt a sweet surge of happiness. With the master around, the sky could fall and still feel like a blanket. She turned off her phone and then descended the stairs. Upon seeing Xiao Qianqian, the officer's eyes glimmered with admiration. This fourth-year student had matured beautifully, and her stunning beauty would surely surpass her own in the future. With a heart full of admiration, the beautiful woman kindly inquired, "Are you Xiao Qianqian?" Xiao Qianqian nodded, "Yes. I am Officer Su Ding." She continued, "I called you here to discuss several cases, as you are a victim and have the right to know everything." Su Ding then recounted in detail the shocking events surrounding Xiao Qianqian's abduction by Xiao Zhan, leaving her utterly astonished. She never imagined that the mastermind behind her kidnapping a decade ago would be Xiao Zhan. It was a bitter realization, especially considering she had respected him for years, referring to him as Uncle Xiao. It dawned on her that it had all been a ruse. Beyond her shock, a wave of relief washed over her. Had the Xiao family openly confronted hers before she met Master Yi Kai, her family would have surely faced ruin. At that moment, Xiao Qianqian felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Yi Kai. In her childhood, Lord Yi had saved her, essentially rescuing her family. Now, Yi Kai was shielding her from the threat of kidnapping and resolving her family's company crisis, revealing the true nature of Xiao Zhan and Xiao Feng. She realized how fortunate she truly was. Whenever she found herself in dire straits, a prince always appeared to rescue her. As Su Ding escorted the criminal away, Xiao Qianqian turned to Yi Jun and asked, "Uncle Yi, could you invite Yi Kai and Aunt Lu over for dinner?" Chapter 53. Suspected by mother of having a different sexual orientation. Visiting the beautiful apprentice's home for the first time, "I'll call my wife to bring Yi Kai here for dinner," Yi Jun said with a smile, not hesitating to dial Lu Pingping. Once the call connected, before Lu Pingping could utter a word, Yi Jun exclaimed, "Dear, hurry and bring our son to his future daughter-in-law's house for dinner." I don't know the way. Don't know the way? I'll send you a location. Just use the navigation." "All right then. I need to freshen up a bit. I'll hang up." After a brief conversation, Yi Jun headed to the community supermarket to buy an array of vegetables and fruits, including crayfish, pork belly, beef, and fruits like dragon fruit, pears, and melons. Zhu Fong felt somewhat embarrassed by Yi Jun's enthusiasm and repeatedly told him he was spending too much. We will be family from now on. There's no need for formalities. Ye Zun ripiet. Zhu Fang pondered for a moment, realizing Yi Zhuan had a point, and felt less embarrassed. In Sunlight Community, Yi Kai stood on the balcony, gazing at the sunset, lost in thought. He slowly picked up his phone and deleted all the evidence regarding Xiao Zhan and his son that Qin Wang had sent him. At that moment, Qin Long called. Boss, Xiao Zhan and Xiao Feng have been captured. Are you still planning to take over their company assets? Merge everything under the Kaikai Real Estate Company. Ye Kai commanded. And make sure the one from the provincial capital is discreet. Do not expose my capabilities in front of my parents. Boss, if it gets exposed, it gets exposed. Uncle and Auntie will surely be proud of you. Qin Long. Always remember this. A tall tree attracts the wind. If I appear too outstanding, their pride will be overshadowed by concern for my well-being. Yi Kai glanced at Lu Pingping, who was applying light makeup in the room, and continued, though they might not know the phrase, they understand its meaning. Do you understand? Understood, boss. By the way, can you unfreeze my salary? Qin Long pleaded over the phone. At the mention of this, Yi Kai couldn't help but smirk, teasing, you've grown bold. Daring to hang up on me. I won't do it again. I was wrong. Qin Long quickly retorted. Yi Kai chuckled. Apologies won't help. You can stay frozen. After hanging up, Yi Kai unblocked Qin Long's salary card. Just then, Lu Pingping finished her makeup and stepped out of the room. Son, you gonna visit someone dressed like that? Lu Pingping expressed her dissatisfaction. Go change into something more presentable. Yi Kai smiled lightly and returned to his room to change. He donned a white short-sleeve shirt, thin denim jeans, and a pair of canvas shoes. He looked exceptionally neat and simple, the entire outfit costing less than 300 yuan, a testament to his frugality. Seeing her son dressed so modestly, Lu Pingping felt a sense of pride. Her son was sensible and not wasteful. Besides, handsome individuals look good in anything. And her son was quite handsome, considerate, and thrifty. Truly remarkable. The more Lu Pingping looked at Yi Kai, the prouder she felt, cheerfully reminding him. Once we arrive at Qianqian's house, be polite and a bit more enthusiastic, understood? Yi Kai smiled faintly, nodding in agreement. While inwardly thinking that he could manage to be a little more enthusiastic, the mother and son descended the stairs. Lu Pingping drove a Volkswagen. Despite Yi Kai's family being newly wealthy, apart from purchasing a decent villa, they maintained a very ordinary lifestyle, lacking the ostentation typical of the nouveau riche. As the car cruised along, with Yi Kai in the passenger seat, enjoying the cool air conditioning and the passing scenery, Lu Pingping queried, son, tell me, do you have feelings for Qianqian? Without hesitation, Yi Kai replied, no. You child, I'm beginning to doubt your sexual orientation. Once I finish helping your father with some company matters, I'll take you to the hospital for an examination, Lu Pingping said sternly. Yi Kai thought to himself, even if I did, I wouldn't dare admit it. Mom, you're worrying too much. I'm still young, and my studies come first. Dating is not suitable for me. Lu Pingping's expression darkened. I find you quite different from other kids. You just seem off. Yi Kai retorted, the one who's off is you, who insists their child dates when final exams are approaching. Qianqian is so exceptional and gentle. She will likely become a supportive wife. Your grades are average, and you might only get into a regular school. If you marry Qianqian, she could really help you. Yi Kai smiled gently and replied, you've made some valid points, Mom. Seeing her son so obedient brought Lu Pingping a sense of comfort. She pressed the accelerator, heading toward the Xiao residence to help her son meet his future daughter-in-law sooner. Yi Kai sighed in relief, realizing that the best way to deal with his mother was not through reasoning, but rather through compliance. I'm quite clever, he thought. 8 minutes later, they arrived at the Xiao residence. Yi Kai stepped out of the car and gazed at the opulent villa before him, which surpassed his own in luxury. Wow, my apprentice's home is truly extravagant, complete with a swimming pool. Dear, you arrived quite quickly, Yi Zhuan said, approaching Lu Pingping, having awaited her arrival. He openly admired her appearance, saying, you look beautiful today. Lu Pingping shot Yi Zhuan a fierce glare, warning him to behave. What if Yi Kai learned something inappropriate? Yi Zhuan glanced at Yi Kai and remarked, if he were like me, he would have had a girlfriend by now, maybe even a child. Yi Kai rubbed his forehead, internally exclaiming, Mom and Dad, enough already. Just then, Xiao Qianqian appeared to greet them, adorned in a delicate lace white dress that accentuated her shoulders and showcased her long, slender legs, presenting an ethereal beauty. Lu Pingping's face brightened with an odd smile as she exclaimed, Qianqian, you are becoming more beautiful by the day. Cool me. Let any have good look. Upon seeing Yi Kai, Xiao Qianqian felt inexplicably joyful, wondering what her master thought of her appearance. At the entrance, Yi Zhuan smiled as he watched his wife, son, and Xiao Qianqian enter the house, feeling a warm sense of familial bliss. Silly son, just perform well. I have faith in you. Chapter 54. Yi Kai is very considerate, just not skilled in romance. Inside the villa, the enticing aroma of dishes wafted from a kitchen. Guests had arrived at home, and Zhu Fang was busy in the kitchen, preparing dishes with great enthusiasm. When Lu Pingping entered the house, she voluntarily went to assist in the kitchen, leaving Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian in the living room. Ah Fang, you should cook fewer dishes. Let me help you, Lu Pingping suggested. She had met Zhu Fang a few times, and they had a cordial relationship. However, due to their busy work schedules, they seldom saw each other. Zhu Fang shook her head and smiled. You are the guest. Just go and have fun with Lao Yi. What should we do for fun? Lu Pingping replied. A stroll around the community sounds nice. What is there to see in the community? They are all strangers. Lu Pingping picked up a carrot and began washing it. Zhu Fang glanced outside the kitchen and, seeing no one around, whispered, Did you find a good solution for that matter we discussed last time? What matter? That matter. Zhu Fang replied anxiously. My husband has been getting worse lately. I'm worried. He is only in his early 40s. Oh, you mean that issue? Lu Pingping said with a sly smile. I know an elderly traditional Chinese medicine doctor named Sun Dusheng. He possesses remarkable skills in treating men's health. Sun Dusheng? Zhu Fang exclaimed while stir-frying. He is a renowned doctor in Jianglin City. You actually know him? Yes, once I found a dog lying on the street in shock and took it to the animal rescue center. The dog's owner was Dr. Sun, and that is how I met him. That's great. If Dr. Sun can cure my husband's ailment, I would be willing to spend any amount of money. I will ask him when I get home. Zhu Fang added. This is my first time making sauerkraut fish. You should try it and tell me how it tastes. Zhu Fang handed Lu Pingping a bowl containing a piece of tender fish fillet. Lu Pingping picked up her chopsticks, took a bite, and said, It's quite delicious, but it seems not as good as the one you made last time. I heard from Lao Long that Yi Kai is quite skilled in cooking. He seems to be impressive. By the way, where is he? I asked him to go have fun with Qianqian. Yi Kai is quite handsome. He will undoubtedly captivate many girls in the future. Your daughter Qianqian is just as beautiful, and she hasn't even started her graduate studies yet. Once she matures, I can only imagine how many men will fall for her. Lu Pingping, having washed her hands, intended to call Yi Kai to showcase his culinary skills in front of his future mother-in-law. Ah Fang, wait a moment. I'll call Yi Kai to cook. When Lu Pingping entered the living room, she found Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian playing chess. Yi Kai, with his keen hearing, had already overheard the conversation between Lu Pingping and Zhu Fang. Knowing Lu Pingping was about to call him to cook, he decided not to play modestly anymore. In a swift motion, he defeated Xiao Qianqian, claiming victory in the chess match. As a novice in chess, Xiao Qianqian didn't mind losing to Yi Kai. So, go help Aunt Zhu with cooking so she can taste your culinary skills. Mom, one should be humble. My cooking is really quite terrible. Enough of that. Do we not know your cooking level? You are being overly modest. Hurry along. Lu Pingping urged. Yi Kai stood up and politely said, Aunt Zhu, let me cook. Zhu Fang regarded him with admiration. Yi Kai, I've heard from your mother that you cook quite well. I'm looking forward to it. The kitchen is yours. After saying this, Zhu Fang left the kitchen. When she returned to the living room, she found her daughter, Xiao Qianqian, still seated on the sofa. She gently tapped her daughter on the back of the head. Wooden daughter, why aren't you helping Yi Kai wash the vegetables? Xiao Qianqian stood up silently and went to the kitchen. Zhu Fang watched the busy figures of Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian and said with a smile, Pingping, don't you think they look like a couple? Lu Pingping replied, now that you mention it, they do seem to have the vibe of a young couple. Just then, Xiao Long returned home. Yi Zhuan, who had been waiting at the door, entered the villa with Xiao Long. Xiao Long appeared fatigued and collapsed onto the sofa to rest. Old Yi, without you this time, my company would have been doomed. I can't thank you enough. We are all family now, so no need for formalities. Yi Zhuan smiled. More than a decade ago, I took my son to the lottery shop to buy tickets. I asked Yi Kai to help me write down the numbers. And unexpectedly, he wrote down 5 identical sets. I bought them just to accompany my son for fun, and, to my astonishment, we actually won. That night, we stayed awake in our hometown, unable to believe that fortune had smiled upon us. With that substantial sum, I moved to the city center for development. It also made it easier for Yi Kai to attend school. In total, I've spent nearly 10 million since then. Later, Ping and I realized that such wealth could also be quickly depleted. Thus, we established this real estate company, which required nearly 40 million to start, and now we are running low on funds. The adults listened attentively as Yi Juan recounted his past experiences. Xiao Long sighed. If it weren't for that benefactor from the provincial city helping us through this crisis, not only would my company have collapsed, but yours would have been in peril as well. We should really treat that benefactor to a meal. I have already arranged the dinner. This weekend, our two families will dine together at the Marriott to express our gratitude, Yi Juan stated. Old Yi is reliable, someone remarked. Yi Juan waved his hand modestly. If it weren't for Yi Kai's reminder, I wouldn't have thought of this. After the company crisis was averted, Yi Kai also promptly asked me to check on Ah Fong and Qian Qian. This child is exceptionally sensible, aside from his lack of experience in romance. Zhu Fong interjected. He's truly a good boy. At that time, there was no man at home, and when Xiao Zhan and Xiao Feng came to apologize, I felt quite anxious. As Zhu Fong mentioned Xiao Zhan and his son, her expression darkened, and she recounted in detail their attempt to kidnap Xiao Qianqian. The others' faces changed drastically upon hearing this, and Xiao Long was so furious that he trembled. I can't believe Xiao Zhan could be so wicked. I used to refer to him as Brother Xiao. At this, Xiao Long lightly slapped himself several times as a form of self-punishment. Xiao Zhan's company has gone bankrupt, and he and Xiao Feng have been sentenced. They deserve it. In this law-abiding society, their audacity should warrant a life sentence. Lu Pingping exclaimed angrily. Just as the adults were engrossed in conversation, a small accident occurred in the kitchen involving Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian, leading them to kiss unexpectedly. Chapter 55. My son's culinary talent is exceptional. The feng shui of the schoolbell's room is poor. Xiao Qianqian, blushing deeply, was sprawled across Yi Kai. The kitchen floor was wet. She had just finished washing vegetables to hand over to Yi Kai, but slipped and fell. Yi Kai had no choice but to drop the spatula and catch her. They both landed on the floor, resulting in their lips meeting. Both stared wide-eyed, their minds blank. Yi Kai was the first to recover, quickly getting up and internally scolding himself. How could I forget to use my internal energy? Otherwise, how could I have failed to catch her? This is my first fall in over a decade. How embarrassing. Cough, cough. This, my first kiss. Yi Kai rubbed his forehead, his eyes filled with sorrow, and it happened in such a manner. Xiao Qianqian, blushing, said nothing, picked up the vegetables from the floor, and tossed them back into the sink before running outside. However, her unfortunate sneakers seemed to lose all friction, causing her to slip again and lean forward. This time, Yi Kai employed his internal energy, swiftly catching her slender waist and pulling her into his embrace. In the next moment, Xiao Qianqian found herself in Yi Kai's arms. These cursed sneakers. Where did my father buy it? Xiao Qianqian felt a mix of shyness and anger, wishing to confront Xiao Long immediately. Her family owned a clothing company, and all the clothes, shoes, and pants were purchased from their own store. Just earlier, when she changed her shoes, something felt amiss. The grip of the sole seemed inadequate. Yet her laziness prevented her from switching them out. Now, faced with such an embarrassing situation, her heart was a chaotic ball of yarn, filled with regret, excitement, joy, and even a slight sense of anticipation. The sensation of kissing was delightful, akin to savoring a soft, cotton-like flower. Those wretched shoes should indeed be discarded. Yi Kai released Xiao Qianqian. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of something unpleasant. What is that awful smell? She exclaimed upon detecting the burnt scent wafting from the kitchen. Oh no, the food's burnt. Yi Kai was momentarily stunned. Could it be that I, a renowned chef, am about to fail? You should leave. I can manage on my own, he added. Xiao Qianqian nodded at his words. It's all this wretched shoe's fault. I'll go change into a different pair and help you with the chopping. Ignoring her, Yi Kai hurriedly cleaned out the charred asparagus and pork from the pan and started anew. Xiao Qianqian exited the kitchen, not looking back as she entered her room. To prepare for Yi Kai's visit, she had made her space particularly cozy and even spritzed some perfume, filling the room with a subtle fragrance. She retrieved a pair of non-slip casual shoes from her cabinet, donned them, and descended to the kitchen to assist Yi Kai with the vegetables. Meanwhile, Yi Kai began to showcase his culinary prowess, creating dish after dish of delectable delights. At 7 in the evening, with the sweet and sour ribs completed, both families finally gathered for dinner. The table was adorned with an array of dishes, each unique in form and rich in flavor and aroma. Yi Kai's cooking exceeded all expectations, with every dish exuding an artistic flair. How can Ye Kai's culinary skills be so exceptional? It's truly unbelievable, Zhu Fong exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing Zhu Fong praise Ye Kai, the parents, Yi Zhuan and Lu Pingping, felt a swell of pride, believing their son had brought them great honor. Ye Kai possesses an extraordinary talent for cooking. I have plans to open a grand hotel for him to manage once our company earns a fortune, Yi Zhuan added proudly. Xiaolong nodded, glancing at the dragon sculpted from white radish. Where should I begin eating? Though he had tasted Ye Kai's dishes before, this time they were even more exquisite, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. Ye Kai remained composed, thinking, didn't they ask me to cook? I'll prepare a feast they want to touch. Seated next to Ye Kai, Xiao Qianqian eagerly picked up a piece of the intricately shaped sweet and sour ribs, delicately placing it in her mouth. Remarkably, the tower of ribs did not collapse as she removed a piece, astonishing everyone present. It was Xiao Qianqian's first taste of Ye Kai's sweet and sour ribs. They melted in her mouth, soft and sweet with a hint of tanginess, utterly delightful. With her eyes squinted in pleasure, she continued to take another piece, soon toppling a layer of the rib tower. Don't just stare. Everyone dig in, Xiaolong encouraged as he robustly grabbed a piece of radish tail with his chopsticks. What a refreshing radish. It feels like my heart has been cleansed. While eating, he made sure to share his thoughts on the meal. Others followed suit, diving into the feast. Zhu Fong sampled a piece of fish, recalling, I remember this white catfish has many bones, yet I didn't encounter a single one. This flavor is simply splendid. As she savored the meal, she cast an admiring glance at Ye Kai, her expression reminiscent of a mother-in-law cherishing her son-in-law. Ye Kai quietly enjoyed his meal, feeling immensely content. In the realm of cooking, he could now fully express his talent, as the adults attributed all to his remarkable gift, sparing him from any suspicion. An hour passed, and once everyone had finished their meal, Zhu Fong and Lu Pingping began to clear the table and wash the dishes in the kitchen. Xiao Qianqian then led Ye Kai to her room. After a hearty meal, it was time to tackle the report assignment. Xiao Qianqian's bedroom featured a writing desk, adorned with a smart lamp and a stack of supplementary study books. She retrieved a pile of papers from her backpack and inquired, how much of your report assignment have you completed? The report? I finished it in 10 minutes. Ye Kai replied casually. 10 minutes. Xiao Qianqian was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Given Ye Kai's capabilities, it was reasonable for him to complete a paper in such a short span. Sitting on her bed, feeling somewhat bored, Ye Kai glanced around and remarked, the feng shui in this room isn't great. Have you been experiencing nightmares and waking up feeling fatigued with no appetite? This usually occurs about a week before your menstrual cycle. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianqian was taken aback. Master, how do you know? I've self-studied ancient texts on feng shui and have a rudimentary understanding, Ye Kai explained. This moon district was established atop a burial ground, causing homes to be heavy with yin energy. Your house is situated in the most yin-heavy area, and your room is at its very center, lacking sunlight exposure, making it an extremely yin place. Prolonged residence here will surely dull your mind, making it impossible for you to gain entrance to Tsinghua University. Xiao Qianqian, unfamiliar with feng shui, found Ye Kai's words rather mystical and felt a twinge of fear. There are no spare rooms in my house. If I don't stay here, I'll have nowhere to go. Master, since you understand feng shui so well, is there a way to improve my room? Ye Kai nodded. If you prefer not to change rooms, it is possible. This weekend, I'll take you to the antique market to buy a piece of yang-filled artifact to place on your desk that will help dispel the negative energy. As for tonight, at this point, Ye Kai bit his finger and drew a series of tadpole-like characters on Xiao Qianqian's desk. Remember, 3 days from now, on Thursday night, the bloodstains will completely vanish. Spend a couple of nights in a hotel. On Saturday, I'll take you to the antique market. Xiao Qianqian nodded earnestly, feeling a sense of clarity returning to her mind, her thoughts becoming significantly lighter. Chapter 56. Since I have already become the talk of the school, why should I remain low-key? The night draped its cloak of darkness, with stars twinkling in harmony with the moon. By 9 o'clock, Yi Zhuan and Lu Pingping returned home with Ye Kai. After a refreshing hot shower, Ye Kai lay comfortably in bed, his mind occasionally drifting back to the moment Xiao Qianqian had kissed him. My first kiss, just like that, gone? He lamented. Well, it's done and dusted. I must accept it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated. On WeChat, Xiao Qianqian sent him a message. Xiao Qianqian, are you home? Ye Kai, lying in bed, about to sleep, Xiao Qianqian. By the way, Master, with your vast abilities, can you help me find Yi Tianjun? Upon reading this message, Ye Kai felt there was no longer any need to keep his identity a secret. Shaking his head, he steadied himself, preparing to reveal everything to Xiao Qianqian, only to receive a message from Lin Xia. Lin Xia, Ye Kai, I need your help with something. That is, help me find someone named Yi Tianjun. Ye Kai, winky face, what is going on? She is also looking for Yi Tianjun? Wait, why does she want to find me? Let me probe her a bit before revealing my identity. Ye Kai, why are you looking for Yi Tianjun? Who is he? Lin Xia. He attended the same elementary school as me, the same school. He is someone I've always cared about. Faced with Lin Xia's vague answer, Ye Kai directly pressed on, what did he do to you that has you so concerned? Lin Xia. He saved me back in school. At first, I was incredibly angry, but then I secretly paid attention to him and eventually realized that I couldn't stop thinking about him. After graduation, he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Upon seeing Lin Xia's reply, Ye Kai felt a sigh of relief, thinking, thankfully, she doesn't have feelings for me. She merely likes Yi Tianjun. He initially intended to confront Xiao Qianqian again, but now it seemed that the secret of being Yi Tianjun's friend must remain undisclosed. Ye Kai, sorry, I doubt I can find Yi Tianjun. You might want to seek help elsewhere. Lin Xia, it's fine if I can't find him. After all, I've been searching for so many years without any news. I think I should let go. Ye Kai felt a bit bewildered. What exactly did Lin Xia mean? One moment she wanted him to find Yi Tianjun, and the next she seemed to have moved on. The thoughts of a girl are truly inscrutable. He finally replied, I'm going to rest. I have school tomorrow. Lin Xia, good night. After Ye Kai closed the chat with Lin Xia, he noticed Xiao Qianqian had sent a message. Actually, I'm not so eager to find Yi Tianjun anymore. Let the past be the past. I have a master protecting me now. Ye Kai. Wow, is she finally coming to her senses? Ye Kai, the scriptures weren't read in vain. This weekend, I'll take you to Treasure Hunt, and then we'll continue studying. I'll recommend you a more captivating book that will transform you entirely. Ye Kai, time to sleep. Zzz. After chatting, Ye Kai turned off his phone and snuggled into bed, drifting into slumber. The next morning, Ye Kai woke up early and took the bus to school. Upon entering the classroom, he found it already filled with students. Only a few exceptionally poor-performing graduate students were absent, likely still enjoying their slumber. In every university, there are always a handful of graduate students who have given up on their studies, eager to venture into society. Ye Kai's class had 2 such students. As he settled in his seat, his desk mate, Xia Peng, tugged at Ye Kai's arm. Bro, you're completely famous now. Ye Kai shot him a glance. Get to the point. Yesterday after school, at the bus stop outside, Xiao Qianqian publicly acknowledged you as her boyfriend. This news has spread throughout the entire school. Besides, you might even be summoned to the department head's office for a reprimand. Ye Kai. It seems I've truly become a sensation. But what does it matter? I'm not actually Xiao Qianqian's boyfriend. I merely helped her fend off Xiao Feng's harassment yesterday evening. Moreover, the department head and the professors know I'm a distinguished teacher. Would they really reprimand me? With this in mind, Ye Kai remained unfazed and calmly stated, the innocent need not worry. There is nothing between Xiao Qianqian and me. Though he said this, he couldn't help but think it was just a careless kiss yesterday. Nothing significant. Xiao Peng smirked. TSK, I'm nearly 20. I'm not a child. Do you think I would believe that? Ye Kai similed faintly, ignoring Xia Peng. He noticed many classmates were whispering and pointing at him. Since he was already in the spotlight, there was no need to hide anything anymore. Exams? Perfect scores all around. It's time to rise. No more crowded buses. Driving to school is the way to go. No need for uniform. I am unique. Ye Kai completely embraced his newfound perspective. Ding! Is the host in a good mood today? I am in splendid spirits. Ye Kai replied to the system in his mind. Ding! Please check in. Upon hearing Ye Kai's statement, the system's electronic voice rang out louder than usual. Check in. Ye Kai asserted with enthusiasm. Ding! You have received 500 billion. Good. Nice. Beautiful. Ye Kai transferred the money to Yidong. Ye Kai, push forward. Enhance poverty alleviation efforts. Surpass local initiatives. Yidong. Boss, Guiyun City is truly impoverished. I've found that ultimately, it's due to the poor transportation in Xizang province, barren land, and severe desertification. Young people have all fled to coastal cities, leaving only the elderly and children behind. Ye Kai, I may not have much, but I have abundant funds to spare. Just work hard for me. For every village you help to lift out of poverty, I'll add 200,000 to your salary. For every county, an additional 500,000 monthly, and so forth. Yidong, boss, are you feeling all right today? You seem like a completely different person, more magnanimous. Forgive me for being bold, but have you fallen in love? Yi Kai abruptly turned off his phone, choosing not to respond to Yidong. Just because I'm not in a relationship doesn't mean I can't aid in alleviating local issues. Yi Kai, Xiao Qianqian, and Teacher Song, please come to the office. The class monitor, Feng Xier, called out the door. As his voice rang out, all the graduate students in the class began to stir restlessly, completely abandoning any thoughts of reciting English vocabulary. What could be more thrilling than watching the class flower, and Yi Kai being reprimanded by the homeroom teacher? The teacher is known as the love-destroying Grim Reaper. Any romantic involvement discovered within the school is swiftly dismantled. Brother Kai, I can only mourn for you, Xiao Peng lamented, clutching his chest with a pained expression. Yi Kai smiled faintly and walked out of the classroom toward the office. Chapter 57. The department head asked the master for help with the exam papers. I know nothing of my master's true strength. Alas, Yigan and Xiao are such a perfect match. Must they truly be torn apart? The heavens are unjust. Those who can date in school are all top students. As long as it doesn't affect their studies and involves no unsavory actions, it is permitted. Although Yigad claims to be a top student, he hasn't faced any major exams recently, leaving many to doubt his abilities. In the adjoining classroom, the atmosphere was lively as the graduate students discussed Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian. The overwhelming majority decided to support this couple, regardless of whether they were truly an item. They simply felt the two were well suited. In the office, Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian stood side by side before Song Xiaolin. The department head, Lu Sheng, was also present. Xiao Qianqian appeared anxious, tightly gripping the waistband of her uniform pants, her heart racing. In the eyes of the teachers, she was a well-behaved, top-performing graduate student, the cream of the crop at the prestigious Tsinghua Research Institute. Now, the rumors of her romantic involvement with Yi Kai had spread across the entire campus. Yet only she and Yi Kai knew the truth of what transpired yesterday evening. She had only claimed Yi Kai was her boyfriend to deter Xiao Feng's advances. Those unaware would certainly believe it to be true. The teachers must be utterly disappointed in her and Yi Kai. Teacher Song, yesterday a boy pursued me, and to prevent him from bothering me further, I used Yi Kai as a shield, which is why I said, Yi Kai is my boyfriend. Teachers, department head. This matter has nothing to do with Yi Kai. It was my fault. Please do not blame him. Xiao Qianqian bit her lip, explaining while taking all the blame upon herself. This gesture genuinely moved Yi Kai a little. It seems this apprentice was worth taking on. However, her efforts were somewhat in vain, even if he were in a relationship with Xiao Qianqian, who among them would dare to voice any objections. The title of distinguished teacher is not to be trifled with. Teacher Song, what are you waiting for? They look tired standing there. Get them each a chair. Lu Sheng promptly instructed. Song Xiaolin displayed no signs of discontent as she pushed her office chair in front of Yi Kai. Your movements are quite slow. Yuxing expressed his disdain for Song Xiaolin's slow pace in moving the chairs and took matters into his own hands. He shot a sharp glance at the mathematics teacher, Zhang Sanqing, who immediately grasped the situation, hurriedly standing up to relinquish his chair. Yuxing then pulled over 2 chairs and placed them behind Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian, with a benevolent smile saying, "Please have a seat." Yi Kai remained unfazed, while Xiao Qianqian appeared utterly bewildered. Her mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Hadn't the department head and teachers summoned her and Yi Kai to the office for a reprimand? Why were they being treated with such courtesy? It felt surreal. Yi Kai, what is happening? Why do I feel like the department head and the teachers are plotting something? In the school, Xiao Qianqian refrained from addressing Yi Kai as her master. At that moment, anxiety washed over her, leading her to believe that some mild criticism from a department head and teachers would be the best outcome. Yi Kai, without offering an explanation to Xiao Qianqian, sat down with an air of nonchalance and inquired of Yuxing, "What is it you called us for?" Yuxing responded, "I summoned you to ascertain whether you are in a romantic relationship. If not, I wish to clarify your relationship during the assembly at the playground. If you are, I would like to extend the sincerest congratulations on behalf of all faculty and students. Yujing Academy is not a rigid institution. Any romance that does not impede academic progress, violate decorum, or break the law is deserving of some recognition. Love should not be a constraint, but rather a catalyst for mutual advancement. Yi Kai replied, Department Head, your years have not been in vain. I assure you that Xiao Qianqian and I are not in a romantic relationship. Please help us clarify this after morning study. During the assembly, he added, I am indifferent. I merely fear for Xiao Qianqian's reputation. Yuxing made an okay gesture and then exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Kai. Yi Kai thought, what does this old man mean by winking at me? Surely he doesn't have some peculiar inclination? A chill ran up his spine. If you have something to say, speak plainly. There are no outsiders here. He gestured toward Xiao Qianqian and confessed, to be candid. I took her as my apprentice a few days ago. The room filled with a palpable tension as Yuxing and the teachers' hearts raced at this revelation. To be accepted as an apprentice by a local gold medal teacher is a tremendous honor. Xiao Qianqian is on the verge of soaring. Clearing his throat, Yuxing wore a disingenuous smile. In that case, I shall speak plainly. Yi Kai, several of us teachers have discussed administering a small test for the senior engineering students, and we would like you to prepare the exam paper. What do you think? Xiao Qianqian was left utterly stunned. The expression on her beautiful face seemed to scream, what? The subsequent statement from Yuxing nearly caused her jaw to drop. Once you have prepared the exam, please first present it to the subject teachers to assess their teaching competence. Yuxing added with a warm demeanor. Department Head, I appreciate your reliability, so I will do you this favor. I shall prepare the exam paper for the small test and also provide a set of classical literature questions. Considering that Yuxing had helped him resolve several minor troubles, Yi Kai readily agreed. Yuxing was nearly overcome with joy. The demeanor of a gold medal teacher truly is remarkable. If only Yi Kai were my grandson. He is extraordinarily talented. If I had to describe Yi Kai in a single phrase, it would be a prodigious anomaly. As Yi Kai stood, he glanced at Xiao Qianqian, who appeared dazed, as if paralyzed or under some form of enchantment. Gently, he tapped her on the head, causing her to shudder slightly, snapping her back to reality. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. I thought I understood my master well, only to discover that I've barely scratched the surface. I can hardly believe that the department head and teachers are admirers of my master. It's astonishing that my master would prepare an exam after a moment of contemplation. She rose and followed Yi Kai out of the office. However, as they reached the door, Yi Kai paused, turning back with a smile to address Song Xiaolin. Teacher, may I switch Xiao Qianqian back to her original seat and continue as her deskmate? Song Xiaolin stood there, forcing a smile on her mature, charming face. Do you, a gold medal teacher, really require my permission to change seats? Just go ahead. Who would dare stop you? Though she thought this, she replied, very well, I agree. After all, Yi Kai had approached her as a prospective graduate student, so she felt obliged to cooperate. Having said this, she moved the chair and diligently began working on the graduate entrance exam simulation papers she had purchased. She was unaware of the level of Yi Kai's exam paper preparation, but she understood that only through thorough preparation and diligent review could she withstand the scrutiny of a gold medal teacher. In the office, the subject teachers transformed into diligent prospective graduate students, feverishly practicing questions to reinforce their knowledge, all in hopes of submitting satisfactory answers for Yi Kai's assessment. A saying prevalent in the educational community states, do not underestimate a gold medal teacher, for even the simplest questions they pose can stump the brightest prospective graduate students. As they are indeed the best of the best. Yuxing glanced at the teachers, his expression serious. You must all exert your utmost effort. We cannot allow Master Yi Kai to witness any shortcomings. After issuing this directive, Yuxing exited the office. Meanwhile, in Class 8 of the senior year, nearly all the students awaited the school's decision regarding Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian. Currently, Yi Kai had become a revered figure in their eyes. The local bullies and wealthy students were no match for him, especially since the stunning Xiao Qianqian was his girlfriend. He was the object of admiration for countless boys and the envy of numerous girls. Ah, it's Yi Shun and Xiao Qianqian. They're back. A boy near the window exclaimed. As his voice echoed, all the prospective graduate students turned expectantly toward the entrance. Yi Kai returned to the classroom with a perplexed Xiao Qianqian in tow. Many students noted that Xiao Qianqian, upon returning to her seat, began to organize her drawer and backpack, leading them to speculate whether she had received a warning and was being sent home. Bai Jing shared this concern. Her face clouded with worry as she asked, Qianqian, have you been suspended? At that moment, Xiao Qianqian's thoughts were still lingering on the image of the department head moving her chair. After several seconds of confusion, she finally responded, "I haven't been suspended. I merely changed seats." Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the hushed classroom. "Phew, you scared me." So it turns out Xiao Qianqian just changed her seat. Another student exclaimed, relieved, "I thought I'd never see the beauty again." Yes, although I cannot become Xiao Qianqian's boyfriend, it doesn't hinder my admiration for her beauty. The mere thought of not seeing her again brought an inexplicable sadness. Bro, that's the hallmark of a secret crush on Xiao Qianqian. But now that she has a partner, you might as well let it go. I just want to know where Xiao Qianqian will be seated now. If she moves next to me, wouldn't that put me in Yixun's crosshairs? Do you think you're worthy of being targeted by Yixun? A chorus of whispers erupted among the prospective graduate students. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianqian, in full view of everyone, embraced her books and backpack, moving beside Yi Kai. Feeling the weight of the astonished gazes around her, a lovely blush crept onto her cheeks. In this seat-switching scenario, it was undoubtedly Xiao Peng who was the happiest. He gently nudged Yi Kai. "Brother Kai, am I really going to be seated next to Bai Jing?" Yi Kai nodded lightly and replied, "I've always kept my promises. You can tidy up your things and leave." If Yi Kai were not a man, Xiao Peng would have wanted to cup his handsome face and plant a few kisses on him. Hurriedly gathering his belongings, Xiao Peng excitedly dashed to Bai Jing's side. "Bai Jing, I'm back." Bai Jing shot him a glance. "You cannot escape the clutches of fate. I warn you, if you don't study diligently, I would rather sit at the podium than be your deskmate. Rest assured, I will strive to get into the Bay, to study at the same school and major as you." Bai Jing retrieved a correction book from her drawer and tossed it into Xiao Peng's arms. Understand this before you boast. While their sweetness was palpable, no one noticed them. The other classmates were preoccupied with Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian. Expressions of shock spread across their faces. What? The school belle Xiao is dating Yi Kai, and not only did they face no punishment, but they also returned to being desk mates. Goodness, is this the allure of the deity Yi and the academic goddess? Even the department head and teachers pretended not to see, turning a blind eye. All the students, like curious children, gazed at Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian, eager to uncover what transpired in the office. Meanwhile, Yi Kai was engrossed in writing a novel on his phone. The Luda Chinese website hosts a free novel app that allows authors to upload chapters. However, he found writing on his phone lacked the satisfaction of typing on a keyboard. Beside him, Xiao Qianqian collected her thoughts and softly inquired, "Yi Kai, what is going on?" As he typed, Yi Kai explained, "Actually, I'm a gold medal teacher." The revelation of his identity before his disciple did not significantly impact him. After all, he had already displayed considerable skill in front of Xiao Qianqian. Gold medal teacher? Xiao Qianqian was taken aback, unable to comprehend. There are very few gold medal teachers nationwide, and they are all esteemed elders. How could someone so young hold such a title? Surely, her master was jesting. Yet if this were not true, how could she explain everything that had just occurred in the office? "You're not deceiving me?" Yi Kai nodded, opting not to elaborate further. He had said enough. Whether she believed him was her choice, as he had never been one for excessive explanations. Seeing Yi Kai nod, Xiao Qianqian suddenly felt incredibly small in his presence. It dawned on her that her master had been accommodating her all along. Otherwise, with his formidable skills, he could easily dominate the rankings. No graduate student in the nation could rival him. Based on her understanding of her master, the strength he displayed was not his true capability. Deep down, he was a modest person. Perhaps this was the most understated version of himself. With this realization, Xiao Qianqian's eyes sparkled, as if she had discovered a new continent. Fixated on Yi Kai. Although he was busy typing, he could still sense her gaze upon him, making him feel somewhat uneasy. "Why do you keep staring at me? Is it because I'm too handsome?" Yi Kai joked to ease the tension. Xiao Qianqian responded, "Master, from now on, you are my idol, the kind that can only be admired from afar." Chapter 59. I have more money than I can spend and intend to let the prospective graduate student teacher aim for a top position. Idol. Yi Kai shivered at the thought of becoming Xiao Qianqian's idol. If she were to discover that he was the underground emperor, the world's richest man, and a benefactor of the impoverished, would she not kneel before him, completely conquered? If all his identities were revealed, she would surely be humbled to the dust. Contemplating this, he resolved not to reveal any more of his capabilities. This exposure of his gold medal teacher status was all Qin Wang's doing. That mischievous little rascal. Focus on your studies. If you have questions, feel free to ask me, Yikai said before concentrating on his writing. His fingers flew across the phone keyboard as if they had sprouted wings, and the screen filled with a cascade of dark text, weaving a thrilling and passionate narrative. In the comment section of the novel, reactions poured in. Heavens. Branches and Leaves Bloom has updated. 2 chapters at once. I'm touched. I want a reward with 5,000 Luda coins. Don't move. I want to be the first to sit on the sofa. After each chapter, whoever moves will suffer. Sorry, I got here first. Sofa. Contributions flooded in. From Gold League leader Branches are my god with a reward of 50,000 book coins. From Platinum League leader author Run with a reward of 100,000 book coins. Messages kept popping up at the top of Yikai's phone, and he frowned slightly. His fans were too enthusiastic, making it hard for him to write. He temporarily exited the editing page and opened the fans' comment section, observing the generous rewards from affluent fans. He shook his head and sent a notice to the editing team. Title: Please refrain from further rewards. Leave the money for those in need. Notice body: This is Branches and Leaves Bloom, extending my gratitude to the readers who have contributed. Your kindness is appreciated. However, I must ask you not to reward me anymore. Please save your money for those who truly need it, such as children in impoverished regions, the families of border defenders, and local scientific institutions. You might wonder if I don't need money. I assure you, I have more than enough to spend and have already donated a considerable amount to local causes. Just support me with a few silver and gold tickets daily. Lastly, anyone who continues to reward me may find their updates interrupted. Yikai clicked send, and the announcement was dispatched. After that, he resumed writing the Tower of Secrets. The reward notifications ceased, indicating that Yikai was an author without detractors. After the morning self-study session ended, the loudspeaker blared the assembly music. Sigh, another assembly. I really don't want to go. Each assembly seems to involve classmates reading speeches about motherhood, the spirit of study, or personal learning experiences. It's all so tiresome. The prospective graduate student committee would check attendance, and attendance was mandatory. Otherwise, the class would lose points. At the assembly ground, most students were reluctant to attend, but under the watchful eyes of the prospective graduate student committee and their homeroom teacher, they had no choice. Yikai and Xiao Qianqian exited the classroom and joined the throngs heading to the assembly, facing the podium. Standing at about 1.9 meters tall, Yikai was the tallest boy in the class and positioned himself at the back of the boys' line. Xiao Qianqian, around 1.7 meters tall, was the tallest girl and stood at the back of the girls' line. Together, they stood at the rear, gazing at the podium. On the podium, Lu Sheng held the microphone and scanned the students below. Upon spotting Yikai, a faint smile crossed his face. Students, today I have only a couple of things to address. The first is the outcome regarding the relationship between Yikai and Xiao Qianqian for Class 48. According to the school's in-depth investigation, they had not been dating, although some students claimed to have heard Xiao Qianqian refer to Yikai as her boyfriend. The truth was different. Lu Sheng publicly revealed that Yikai had acted as a shield for Xiao Qianqian. The prospective graduate students erupted into discussions upon hearing this revelation. They were astonished to learn that Yikai and the school belle were not a couple after all. How unfortunate. What is there to be sorry about? Dating is prohibited at school, and any romantic relationships between male and female students usually result in at least a warning. If it weren't for Xiao Qianqian being a candidate for a prestigious university-esque graduate program, would the school have protected them? That seems reasonable. We are not blind. Yikai and Xiao Qianqian dining together, strolling around the playground, and returning home together. Who would believe they are not in a romantic relationship? In Class 3 of senior year, a somewhat disheartened Lin Xia's eyes sparkled upon hearing this news, as she thought to herself, I knew they couldn't possibly be a couple. Yikai lacks any romantic instincts. However, they share a class and meet often, inevitably leading to some minor interactions. Why should I care about Yikai's relationship with Xiao Qianqian? Why do I feel disheartened? Could it be that I have developed feelings for Yikai? In Class 1 of sophomore year, when Qianqian, with red eyes and a pale face, managed to smile as a huge weight lifted from her heart. Senior Yikai is so exceptional. Surely many girls must like him. As long as he isn't marrying anyone. Even if he is dating, I will still compete fairly. The second matter. Next Monday, all prospective graduate students of a senior year will have a small test examination. I hope every student reviews diligently, showcasing their full potential to achieve excellent results. To give a heads up, the upcoming test paper will have a certain level of difficulty. possibly even more challenging than the graduate entrance exam, truly assessing your review efforts. As long as you score at least 60 in each subject, you will be eligible for graduate studies at prestigious universities. Anticipated, dear students. The department head, Lu Sheng, announced the details of the small test examination with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, all prospective graduate students fell into a state of panic. Even those with top grades felt uncertain. Achieving a minimum score of 60 across all subjects to gain admission to a prestigious university seems to imply that the difficulty of the paper is likely to be extraordinary. Upon hearing the department head's words, Ye Kai shook his head, thinking, I initially intended to set a reasonable exam paper, but since the head has stated it, I shall make it rigorous. I have never controlled the exam scores of teachers and other students before. This time, I shall have some fun with it. Xiao Qianqian glanced at Ye Kai, her mind formulating a small plan. As the only one aware that Ye Kai is the one responsible for the exam paper for the upcoming test, she thought it wouldn't be inappropriate to inquire about the exam points under the guise of being his apprentice. After the meeting, Ye Kai returned to the classroom. Before the first class, she asked him, Master, could you possibly disclose the key points of the exam subjects? I'm not trying to cheat. I just wish to understand in advance. As Ye Kai was preparing to play a game, he replied nonchalantly, knowing the key points is of no use because this time, I am determined to ensure that all prospective graduate students score in the single digits. Prepare yourselves psychologically. Chapter 60. Lin Xia confesses. Unknowingly capturing the hearts of two beauties. Single digits? Xiao Qianqian was horrified by Ye Kai's words. She had never scored in the single digits before. If everyone scores in the single digits, how could that showcase her as a top student? Seeing Ye Kai's serious demeanor, Xiao Qianqian ceased her worries. Since Master had made his decision, she would brace herself for a single-digit score. Ye Kai opened his messaging app and found someone with the ID Gold Medal Bear. Ye Kai, little bear, do you still have that lowest-level graduate exam paper I sent you earlier? Gold Medal Bear, wow, Master. I never expected you to reach out to me. I'm so excited. The papers you gave me are locked in a safe, without a single crease. Ye Kai, send me the exam papers for all subjects, including engineering and classical literature. Gold Medal Bear, Master, may I make a copy of the papers and send you a set? Ye Kai, of course. Gold Medal Bear, are you submitting these papers to the local education department? Ye Kai, no, I'm just preparing them for my school's teachers and students. Gold Medal Bear, will they be able to handle it? Ye Kai, I intend for them to struggle with it. Gold Medal Bear, Master, I have many academic questions to ask you. When will you visit the Gold Medal Teachers Hall to train us veteran instructors, so I can pass on the knowledge to my 3,000 disciples? Ye Kai, once I get into Tsinghua Research Institute. Gold Medal Bear, do you still need to take the graduate exam? Ye Kai, a life without experiencing the graduate exam would be regrettable. After sending this message, he closed the app. In truth, he had crafted the graduate exam papers for various subjects during his middle school years and entrusted them to the esteemed instructor, Old Bear, for safekeeping. Those esteemed instructors had attempted the questions he devised, yielding a dismal accuracy rate of only 30. Despite the high difficulty, each question encompassed multiple knowledge points. Mastering one question equated to completing 10 ordinary papers. This explains why Gold Medal Teacher Bear kept the papers locked away. They possess immense research value. Creating exam papers? He had done so long ago during elementary and middle school, and they were regarded as invaluable treasures by other esteemed instructors. Ye Kai recalled a few years back when a candidate became the top scorer in the graduate exam solely by studying the questions he had created. Seeing Ye Kai engrossed in his game, Xiao Qianqian grew concerned and cautiously asked, Master, you still have to create 12 exam papers covering engineering and classical literature. Have you figured out how to do it? Ye Kai replied casually, The emperor is not anxious, yet the eunuch is. You need not worry. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianqian refrained from further conversation and focused on her studies, aiming to score higher on the upcoming Monday exam. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Xia sent a WeChat message to Ye Kai. Lin Xia. Ye Kai, are you really not dating Xiao Qianqian? Ye Kai saw the message, but did not respond. Is it truly that significant whether he is Xiao Qianqian's boyfriend? Lin Xia, I think I have developed feelings for you. Ye Kai, oh my God. Am I being confessed to by the campus belle? This is the first time a campus belle has expressed her feelings to me. It must be a misperception. Ye Kai replied briefly. Lin Xia, when I learned that you were dating Xiao Qianqian, I felt so miserable and constricted in my chest. Initially, I didn't understand why. But when I realized you occupied my thoughts, I understood that I liked you. Lin Xia, you are so outstanding. There must be many girls who like you. May I have a chance to pursue you? Yi Kai, without a moment's hesitation, replied, Sorry, I have no interest in women at the moment. You think of me, but I do not think of you at all. Lin Xia, then can we be best friends? Yi Kai, remember, there is no pure friendship between men and women. So-called best friends are merely disguised couples. Let's be ordinary friends. Lin Xia, does your lack of interest in women now mean you'll be interested in women later? Yi Kai, perhaps. Lin Xia, if when Qian can bravely pursue you, then I, Lin Xia, can too. Yi Kai, regardless of whether you like me, I know that as long as you do not marry, I have the right to pursue you. Love you. I want to float into your heart. Yi Kai, I really do not wish to be in a relationship. Lin Xia, no worries, we won't date, just love. Yi Kai, with the graduate exams approaching, romance is out of the question. Let's discuss it after university. Lin Xia, love you. Yi Kai ceased to reply any further. The mood for playing games had dissipated. A terrifying reality is about to unfold. Due to his revealed capabilities, he has inadvertently won the hearts of two young women. They are likely to pursue him fervently from now on. He is not afraid of being pursued. He fears being overwhelmed by too many admirers. Surrounded by a bevy of stunning beauties? Terrifying. At that moment, his phone vibrated several times. When Qian sent him a message. Wen Qian, Senior, I want to ask you, is what the department head said true? Yi Kai, indeed, I am not in a relationship. Wen Qian, Senior, if you have a girlfriend, please do let me know, and I will let go. Yi Kai, until you get into Tsinghua Institute, I will certainly not be in a relationship. Wen Qian, wait for me. I will definitely get into Tsinghua Institute. Yi Kai logged out of the messaging app and muttered to himself, a bachelor like me encountering such an infatuated girl. If I were any less extraordinary, I would have accepted one of their confessions. He did not dwell on it further, deciding to let things take their natural course. Friday, 5:10 p.m. School dismissal time. Yi Kai and Xiao Qian stood at the school gate. Master, I will head home now. When you finish dinner at Lin Shi's place, come back soon. It's not safe to be out too late, Xiao Qian reminded him. Yi Kai nodded indifferently. Take care of yourself. No one in this world can harm me. After Xiao Qian left by taxi, about 2 minutes later, Lin Shi finally emerged from school. Seeing Yi Kai waiting for her, she quickly said, I'm sorry. My teacher delayed me with some assignment, making you wait. Yi Kai shrugged, it was too long. Should we take a taxi or the bus to your house? Lin Shi smiled. My parents will pick us up. We're going to the Wanhao Hotel for dinner. Yi Kai was taken aback. Aren't we eating at your place? My parents want to treat you to a proper meal. Home-cooked food isn't as good as a restaurant's, Lin Shi explained. Whatever, Yi Kai shrugged. Soon, a brand-new Mercedes pulled up in front of them. The windows rolled down, and Lin Jinshi and Xiao Shuling, upon seeing Yi Kai, brightened up, their demeanor becoming respectful. This was the elder brother of Long Gu, who controlled the lifelines of national enterprises. Young, sunny, and handsome. Boundless prospects. To have him as their guest was an honor, a glory to their family. Master Yi, we come to pick you up. Chapter 61. In reality, I am your parents' boss. The school beauties feel unworthy of Yi Kai on Wednesday. Lin Jinshi and Xiao Shuling received a message from their daughter, Lin Shi, that Yi Kai had agreed to have dinner at their house on Friday. They were thrilled. To make the best impression and gain his approval, they spent several days planning the encounter. Through some inside information from Long Gu, they learned that Yi Kai preferred a low-key approach. Hence, they decided to address him as young Master Yi instead of Brother Yi or God Yi. Had it not been for his unassuming nature, they would have personally greeted him, rather than waiting in the car. Fortunately, young Master Yi was amiable and unperturbed, accompanying their daughter into the car. Seeing Yi Kai get in, Lin Jinshi and his wife were more excited than Lin Shi, their hearts racing, unsure how to converse with him. All their plans seemed useless now. Lin Shi, hearing her parents' respectful address, was bewildered. Why were they calling Yi Kai young Master Yi? And why so formally, as if he were their superior? Puzzled, she chose to set it aside, glancing at Yi Kai and smiling. Yi Kai, sitting beside her, calmly enjoyed the scenery outside. Since Lin Shi confessed her feelings, he found it challenging to interact with her. If he was too warm, she might think he liked her. If too cold, he appeared aloof. To strangers, Yi Kai was distant, but to friends he was kind. Thus, he maintained silence around Lin Shi. She sensed his lukewarm attitude, yet felt happy. These days, she thought of Yi Kai constantly, feeling lovesick. His presence at dinner indicated that she held some importance to him. The ride was silent. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Wanhao Hotel. Before entering, Yi Kai called Lu Pingping, informing her that he would be dining with classmates. She simply told him, "Be safe and come home early." Inside the hotel, Ba and his daughter and Yusin welcomed them. Seeing Yi Kai, Ba trembled, thinking, "Wow, the guest is God Yi. No wonder he kept his secret, wanting to surprise me." Ba hurried to Yi Kai, bowing respectfully, "God Yi, welcome. The banquet is ready, awaiting your presence." And Yusin, shocked, wondered, "God Yi? Father, why are you addressing Yi Kai like this?" Glancing at her father, standing humbly before Yi Kai, she was incredulous. Her father, among the top 5 wealthiest in Jianglin City, was usually deferred to, yet here he was, treating Yi Kai with utmost respect. Lin Jinshi, noticing this, scolded, "Olden, call him young Master Yi. He prefers a low profile. We are public figures. Don't draw unnecessary attention." And Ba, embarrassed, apologized, "Young Master Yi, forgive my slip of the tongue." And Yusin, astounded, thought, "Even Uncle Lin? 2 of the city's richest men showing such deference to Yi Kai. Who is he?" Lin Shi, aware of Yi Kai's background, was also surprised. She knew he was capable, having saved her from Black Tiger. Yet, her parents' reverence revealed his greater influence. She realized why he rejected her. How could such an exceptional man see her as worthy? Though it stung, she resolved, "I love Yi Kai. I will pursue him, undeterred by failure. He is the only one who has ever moved me." She couldn't pinpoint when she fell for him, perhaps when he lent her his meal card, or when he rescued her, or when he advised her against leniency. She knew pursuing him would be difficult, but she wouldn't give up, her resolve firm. She exuded confidence, her eyes filled with determination. And Ba, Lin Jinshi, and Xiao Shuling, respecting Yi Kai, awaited his instructions. Yi Kai, scanning them, sighed, "I am a classmate of Yusin and Lin Shi. You are their family, so in public, just call me Yi Kai. I should tell you, I'm actually your parents' boss." The revelation stunned everyone. The news struck the 2 campus beauties like a bolt from the blue. They had never imagined that Yi Kai was their parent superior. Good heavens! Yi Kai was merely a senior undergraduate, about to enter graduate school. How could he have achieved such a position? And Yu Xian's heart trembled. A few days ago, when she learned that her best friend, Lin Shurya, had a crush on Yi Kai, she had compared the two and concluded that Yi Kai was not good enough for Lin Shurya. Now, she realized how wrong she was. It was not that Yi Kai was unworthy of Lin Shurya, but that both Lin Shurya and she were unworthy of him. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Sun Desheng rushed into the hotel, his face filled with urgency. He spotted Yi Kai immediately and, ignoring everyone else, ran up to him, bowing deeply. "Please accept me as your disciple, or I shall die with regrets." Chapter 62. The Dinner Party Incident. Refusing Lin Shurya in person, it was now early evening, the peak business hours for the hotel. Many guests, including business owners, corporate elites, and political figures, were dining there. Sun Desheng's sudden prostration drew much attention. Isn't that the elusive divine Dr. Sun? Why is he bowing to a young man? I don't know. We are too far away to hear what they are saying. I've never seen the divine doctor show such respect to anyone before. Quick, take a video and post it online. It will definitely go viral. Yi Kai, upon hearing that someone was about to record him, frowned. He detested people who took videos without permission and posted them online. A purple light flashed in his eyes, activating his spirit eye. With a single glance, those intending to record him mysteriously fainted and fell to the ground. Yi Kai had used the spirit eye's power, intimidating aura. The stronger the aura, the more potent its effect. Enhancing the aura required increasing one's charm, which in turn depended on the frequency of using the spirit eye. Recently, Yi Kai had been using his spirit eye more often, significantly boosting his charm and aura. At this moment, Yi Kai exuded an overwhelming presence, making the 2 campus beauties, their parents, and Sun Desheng feel a sense of invisible pressure. But soon, Yi Kai deactivated his spirit eye and, glancing at Sun Desheng, said coolly, "Am I to interpret your words as moral coercion? If I don't accept you as my disciple, you will die with regrets? Then die with regrets." Sun Desheng was stunned. He hadn't expected Yi Kai to be so resolute. He glanced at Ba, who shook his head, leaving Sun Desheng in despair. The last time, Ba had asked him to examine Lin Shurya's face, but he found nothing wrong. Feeling duped, he confronted Ba, who explained that Yi Kai had simply massaged Lin Shurya's swollen face, curing her. This revelation shocked Sun Desheng. As only a divine physician could achieve such a miraculous feat, he then decided to become Yi Kai's disciple. Yet, now, he had been outright rejected, leaving him deeply frustrated. Lin Zhenxi, sensing the heavy atmosphere, quickly led his wife and made way for Yi Kai to the private room. The two campus beauties followed closely, their eyes filled with excitement. The renowned divine Dr. Sun Desheng had just bowed to Yi Kai, only to be coldly rejected. If this scene had been recorded and posted online, Yi Kai would have instantly become a sensation. Considering Yi Kai's low-profile nature, the two women understood why he refused Sun Desheng. Why make such a fuss, bowing and shouting? Their fathers addressed Yi Kai respectfully as young Master Yi, but now they would call him by his name. Seeing Yi Kai leave, Ba approached the dejected Sun Desheng. I told you not to rush. Wait until after dinner when the guests are gone, then come. But you barged in, declaring your intention to be Yi Kai's disciple. Didn't I tell you Yi Kai is a low-key person? Sun Desheng, red-faced, admitted you did. Ba pointed to the unconscious guests. He didn't hold you responsible, which is fortunate. Heal these people first, and we'll discuss the rest later. Sun Desheng, looking at the fainted guests, asked, how did they faint? Ba replied, Divine Doctor, don't ask. I need to accompany Yi Kai. You take care of yourself. With that, Ba left for the private room, leaving Sun Desheng alone. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Desheng began treating the unconscious guests. Fortunately, there were only 3, and they were in inconspicuous areas, drawing no attention. In the private room, Yi Kai sat in the main seat, his gaze sweeping over the others. After what just happened, I've come to some realizations. You all know my character. You also know I'm not just a simple graduate student. What you may not know is that I only want a normal life. And Lin Zhenxi, you are prominent figures in Jianglin City, worth billions. Standing by me makes me the brightest star in others' eyes. It's hard for me to stay low-key. His gaze turned cold. So, let's minimize our interactions. Don't come to me for anything. You should know who your direct superiors are. And Lin Zhenxi stood up, showing their respect. Clearly, Sun Desheng's actions had angered Yi Kai, leading him to cut ties with them. Let's eat, Yi Kai said, and began to dine quietly. Lin Shiya, sitting beside him, stole a glance and felt intimidated by his powerful presence, unable to speak. Ba raised a glass to Yi Kai. Young Master Yi, rest assured, whenever you come to my hotel, I will give you ample space. Lin Zhenxi also stood up, raising his glass. Whenever I pick up Shiya from school, I will pretend not to know you. Seeing their resolve, Yi Kai raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Throughout the meal, the women remained silent. After finishing, Lin Shiya spoke, Mom, Dad, Uncle, and you, Exine, please leave for a moment. I want to talk to Yi Kai alone. The others nodded and left, giving them privacy. Yi Kai, Lin Shiya said, tears welling in her eyes. Do you really have no feelings for me? When it came to matters of the heart, Yi Kai was straightforward. No. Is it because I'm not good enough? No, Yi Kai said, though he thought saying yes would be too harsh. Do you like Xiao Qianqian? My intuition tells me you do. I saw you walking around the playground with her. Before Yi Kai could respond, Lin Shiya, with tears in her eyes, forced a smile. That day, when you didn't come home for dinner, I went to find you. You comforted her when she cried. Will you comfort me now that I am crying? Chapter 63. Becoming siblings with Lin Shiya. Yet harboring a slight affection for Xiao Qianqian, Yi Kai was not a heartless individual. Upon witnessing Lin Shiya in tears, he gently retrieved several napkins from the box on the dining table and offered them to her, softening his tone as he confessed, I do have feelings for Xiao Qianqian. He articulated this in hopes of arriving at a decisive conclusion with Lin Shiya. In the face of her probing questions, Yi Kai found himself repeatedly questioning his own sentiments towards Xiao Qianqian. The answer was a modest fondness. After all, they had sat together for an extended period, and despite their previous lack of conversation, a foundation of emotion had been established. In stark contrast, his acquaintance with Lin Shiya had barely surpassed a week. How could he possibly develop feelings for her in such a brief span? Upon hearing Yi Kai's admission, Lin Shiya felt a pang in her heart. Though the ache diminished significantly, a radiant smile graced her face as she replied, Thank you, Yi Kai. You are not being disloyal. You exhibit great fidelity. Moreover, Xiao Qianqian and I belong to the same caliber of girls. Your affection for her signifies your appreciation for ordinary girls. May I continue to be your friend? Yi Kai, upon hearing her words, maintained a serene expression, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, he reevaluated Lin Shiya. She was not merely a girl who cried easily, but possessed her own thoughts and a robust mental fortitude. Of course, we have always been friends, he chuckled. Lin Xia was indeed beautiful, rivaling even Xiao Qianqian. Her beauty was at times subtle, at times flamboyant, capable of captivating countless men. Yet, Ye Kai remained unmoved. His affections were not confined to just Lin Xia and Xiao Qianqian. There was also Ouyang Feng Wang, one of his subordinates. Ouyang Feng Wang, the underground queen of Jianglin City, possessed a striking beauty and a captivating charm that surpassed Lin Xia's allure. However, even when faced with Ouyang Feng Wang's declarations of affection, Ye Kai had resolutely declined. This was not his first refusal of a beautiful woman's love. While he was uncertain of his ideal type, he was unequivocally committed. A man should love one woman throughout his life. Perhaps a life devoid of women would be preferable. Unexpectedly, Lin Xia, the campus belle, found herself pursuing a boy only to be rejected. What a twist of fate, she exclaimed, her large eyes blinking as she giggled. Though she had not quite let go of her feelings for Ye Kai, she had come to terms with the reality. Love is never one-sided. Pursuing him relentlessly would only deepen his aversion. True love often entails letting go. Ye Kai smiled faintly, saying, "You must keep my fondness for Xiao Qianqian a secret." Despite his words, he mused internally that his feelings for Xiao Qianqian were merely slight. If Lin Xia were to reveal this affection to Xiao Qianqian, it would complicate matters further. Their relationship was currently a straightforward student-teacher dynamic, not one of romance. Lin Xia playfully blinked. "So you have a secret crush?" Ye Kai paused momentarily, then responded with a grin. "What's wrong with having a secret crush? Perhaps she secretly likes me too." Lin Xia stifled a laugh. "If that's the case, you two truly are a match made in heaven." Their camaraderie deepened, and time slipped by unnoticed, half an hour passing in a flash. As they exited the private room, it was already around 8 in the evening. The hotel lobby was eerily quiet. Aside from the family and the Lin couple, only Sun Dishing remained seated on the sofa, waiting for Ye Kai. Sun Dishing did not aspire to be Ye Kai's disciple. He merely sought to offer a sincere apology for his previous impulsiveness, which he deeply regretted. Observing Ye Kai and Lin Xia's lively interaction as they emerged from the room, Lin Jinxi and Xiao Lingshue's faces lit up with excitement. They were thrilled to witness their daughter getting along so well with Ye Kai. Could it be that after a single meal, Xia had become Ye Kai's girlfriend? The thought quickened their heartbeats as they contemplated the honor of being the parents of Ye Kai's partner. Meanwhile, Mba felt a mix of disappointment and envy. Ye Kai made his way towards the hotel exit. It was getting late. He needed to return home, lest his family worry about him. Ye Kai, an elderly voice called from behind. Ye Kai paused, glancing back at Sun Dishing. "Dr. Sun, what brings you here?" Being a local of Jianglin City, he was well aware of Sun Dishing's esteemed reputation. Yet, Sun Dishing trembled at the honorific bestowed upon him. "I am but a humble practitioner and dare not refer to myself as a divine healer in your presence. I sincerely apologize for my previous recklessness and hope for your forgiveness." Ye Kai waved his hand dismissively. "Enough with the formalities. It's a different era. No need for such antiquated terms. While it's impossible for you to become my disciple, I can recommend someone to you." Sun Dishing's eyes suddenly brightened at his words. Anyone recommended by Ye Kai must be exceptionally skilled. His name is Li Longyan. I imparted a modicum of medical knowledge to him. If you are willing, you may study under him." Ye Kai stated casually. Li Longyun? Sun Dishing gasped, his eyes nearly popping out. This man was a titan in the medical field of East China. Sun Dishing had merely garnered a modicum of fame in Jianglin City, while Li Longyun was a nationally recognized luminary. In his 40s, Li Longyun had conquered several so-called incurable diseases, benefiting countless individuals. People hailed him as the shield of the nation. Sun Dishing was astounded that Ye Kai had only taught Li Longyun a fraction of his knowledge. How formidable must Li Longyun be if he received more training? His respect for Ye Kai intensified immeasurably. He bowed slightly, gratitude etched across his face. "Ye Kai, I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude." Ye Kai merely replied, "Your mission is to promote traditional Chinese medicine and ensure that its efficacy remains undisclosed to foreign entities. Refrain from referring to yourself as Li Longyun's disciple." Chapter 64. I am not boasting. As the world's king of assassination, I am to be challenged upon returning home. Ye Kai found his parents still awake. Clad in pajamas, they were engrossed in a war film. Goodness, how cruel. They even buried the children alive. Lu Pingping exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Those people had it rough back then, but now our nation has risen. With a single hand, she crushed a peanut, deftly discarding the shell and popping it into her mouth, all the while expressing her indignation. Dear, our lives have improved, but we mustn't forget our roots. Regardless of our current circumstances, our origins remain in the countryside, Lu Juan remarked, sipping his goji berry tea, exuding an air of calm wisdom. Once our company flourishes, how about we engage in poverty alleviation in our hometown? I recall there isn't even a cement road in our village. That sounds great, husband. We can set an example for our children, Lu Pingping encouraged. Hey, Mom and Dad, you're still up? Ye Kai interjected, overhearing their conversation. A swell of pride filled him as he listened to his parents. Indeed, a tiger does not father a dog. Their aspirations were commendable, though he wondered how well they could turn words into action. He trusted that they were not merely talkers. If they expressed such intentions, they would surely follow through. Son, Lu Juan turned to him, a playful smile on his face. Which classmate did you dine with? Why are you out so late? Seeing the mischievous grin on his father's face, Ye Kai shook his head in resignation. Just a regular female classmate. I helped her with something previously, and she invited me to dinner. Her parents were present as well. Lu Juan chose not to pry further, offering a stern warning. Son, no matter how exceptional a man you are, fidelity is paramount. If I catch you playing the field, I will break your legs. Remember, Chanchian is a good girl. Your mother and I both like her. If you don't act quickly, she may be swept away by another boy. Ye Kai, my parents suspect that I am in a romantic relationship with another girl. Fortunately, I have no feelings for Lin Xia. Otherwise, I fear my parents would truly give me a beating. Mom and Dad, all I desire now is to gain admission to Tsinghua Research Institute and bring honor to you. Ye Kai resolved it was time to have a heartfelt conversation with his parents. Their son is not an ordinary prospective graduate student, but a distinguished teacher respected even by the department head. His parents had worried for him over the years while he kept them in the dark, feeling somewhat guilty for not sharing the truth. What parent does not wish for their child to succeed? Mom and Dad, I must lay it all bare. My academic performance has always been commendable. Did you genuinely believe that my achievements in the entrance examinations for middle school and high school were merely a stroke of luck that landed me in the best institutions? No, it was my own capabilities. You must be wondering why I'm saying this. I am inherently a modest person. To be precise, I dislike ostentation. I prefer to remain unassuming, only revealing my prowess when it truly matters. For me, gaining admission to Tsinghua Research Institute is as effortless as drinking water. There, I have spoken my piece. After sharing this, Ye Kai felt an unexpected wave of relief. From now on, his parents need not worry about his studies. You're boasting, Ye Juan retorted with a hint of annoyance. You think getting into Tsinghua Research Institute is as simple as drinking water? You become so brazen that you no longer even draft your claims. Lu Pingping frowned and admonished, Kai Kai, humility is a virtue, but excessive modesty can be detrimental. I cannot ascertain the truth of your words, but let me remind you that boasting is never appropriate. Ye Kai, my parents actually doubt me? Am I not their biological child? Mom and Dad, there's a small test next Monday. Just wait and see the stellar results I'll achieve. Prepare to be awed by your son's capabilities. Ye Kai said earnestly. Ye Juan waved his hand dismissively. Go on, we will not be shocked. Lu Pingping linked her arm with Ye Juan's. Dear, it's getting late. Let us rest. Did you not say you want a daughter? How can that happen without effort? Seeing his mother drag his father back to their room, ignoring him entirely, Ye Kai felt a pang of hurt. Are they planning to have a sister and abandon me? I do not want a sister. Back in his room, Ye Kai took a shower, then lay on his bed and opened his phone, locating the WeChat contact, Li Longyan. Ye Kai, little Li, I found an apprentice for you in traditional Chinese medicine. Please take him in. Li Longyan, Master, I didn't expect you to contact me proactively. Li Longyan, since it's someone you recommended, I will certainly look after him well. Ye Kai, do not call me Master. I am not as old as you. Li Longyan, all right, Master. Ye Kai. Li Longyan, I am currently in Dongzhou, East Province. When will the old Chinese doctor arrive? Ye Kai, he'll arrive at noon tomorrow at the entrance of your dilapidated building. Just send a secretary to pick him up. Li Longyan understood. After arranging for sundishing, Ye Kai intended to turn off his phone and sleep when he noticed a message from Xiao Qianqian. Xiao Qianqian, stinky master. Upon reading this message, a thought flitted through Ye Kai's mind. This girl dares to speak to me in such a manner. She is quite audacious. Yikai, what is stinky? Xiao, Qian. Foot odor, sweat odor, armpit odor. Yikai, if I am so odorous as your master, you should hasten to envelop my abdomen with your fragrant essence to purify me. It is time to demonstrate your filial piety. Xiao Qian, are you not home yet? Have you become addicted to dining with Lin Xia? Yikai, I have returned home and am preparing to sleep. Xiao Qian, oh, master, see you tomorrow, good night. Yikai, good night. Oh, by the way, when we go to the antique market tomorrow, do not dress too provocatively. I fear it may attract too much attention. After sending this message, Yikai switched off his phone and began to drift off. However, not 10 minutes later, he sensed a powerful aura of hostility emanating from outside his window. Furrowing his brow, he donned a pair of floral shorts, opened the window, and leaped out silently. As he landed, he turned his gaze to the right and beheld a young man clad in a gray robe, standing atop the ginkgo tree in his yard, with a long sword slung across his back. The young man's attire seemed utterly incongruous with this world, resembling that of an ancient swordsman. Oh, this fellow exudes a certain charisma. He appears formidable indeed. Yikai mused himself. The young man spoke. You are Yikai, the one-punch master, ranked first on the Assassin Alliance's leaderboard. Are you not? Assassin Alliance? Ranked first on the leaderboard? One-punch master? Upon hearing these words, Yikai instantly understood, almost forgetting that he was the king of assassins in this world. Judging by this young man's demeanor, he seemed intent on challenging his supremacy among assassins. Very well, I shall grant him this opportunity. Yes, it is I. What do you want? Do you wish to taste my fist? Chapter 65. The Transfer of Dominance. You should call me the one-punch demon god in the face of the challenger. Yikai approached the situation with a playful mindset. He possessed formidable skills, and only the assassins of the Assassin Alliance dared to challenge him, allowing him to showcase his abilities. However, it was far from exhilarating. Ever since he had been recognized as the world's strongest assassin upon signing in at his university, he had faced 7 challengers. Each and every one of them, be it martial arts masters or disciples of Qigong, had fallen to him with a single blow. Thus, he had maintained his position atop the Assassin Alliance's leaderboard for several years, with no one daring to challenge him thereafter. Yikai glanced at the sword-bearing youth, his expression calm as he stated, I, Yikai, will allow you to use only one hand. I hope you prove to be more formidable than the previous 7 novices. You may make your move. The young man furrowed his brow slightly. Did this young man look down upon him? Did he not even wish to know my name? I am Guma Bai, the foremost disciple of the sword sect, here to challenge you. Draw your sword. Wait, Yikai interrupted, pointing outside the villa. Let us fight in a more spacious area for greater enjoyment. While the pretext of enjoyment was a ruse, he genuinely wished not to disturb his parents. After saying this, he felt a stirring in his abdomen, leaping over the wall with agility. Guma Bai followed suit, vaulting from the ginkgo tree and pursuing Yikai. Comparing speed? Yikai cast a glance at Guma Bai, activating his skill, the ripple step, and instantly transformed into a fleeting shadow, leaving Guma Bai far behind. Guma Bai's eyes widened in surprise. Did the one-punch master not specialize solely in his fists? His legwork seems astonishingly powerful. In a deserted park behind the Sunlight Community Square, Yikai stood at the center of the grass, facing Guma Bai. A battle was imminent. Guma Bai drew a long sword from his back, its blade shimmering ominously in the moonlight. With a swish, Guma Bai, his hair flowing and handsome visage set, charged at Yikai with lightning speed. Yikai! Oh ah, here he comes, the novice rushing towards me. Yikai opened his spiritual eyes, unleashing his most potent aura. He activated the skill Aura Entwined. This ultimate aura could condense at a specific part of his body through sheer will, releasing an overwhelming oppressive force upon activation. Its primary destructive capacity targeted the opponent's nervous system. Yikai concentrated the aura from the depths of his gaze into his right fist, combining it with his boundless internal energy. A powerful aura of annihilation radiated outward. When Guma Bai approached within 5 meters of Yikai, he felt an invisible force halting his advance. He could not move another step closer. What? What is happening? Guma Bai was filled with alarm. With a crash, Yikai thrust his fist forward, unleashing his aura and internal energy, shattering the sword into mere dust in an instant. Had it not been for his precise control over the angle while unleashing his overwhelming aura and inner strength, Gumabai would have been reduced to mere ashes by now. I concede. Gumabai's face turned pale, swallowing hard, utterly conquered by Ye Kai's prowess. So this is the strength of a master of the fist. His fist did not even touch me, yet it shattered my sword into dust. I believe the title Fist Demon God suits you far better. How did you achieve this? Ye Kai, revealing nothing, merely smiled and replied, inner strength. What? Inner strength? Is it really possible for something from television to manifest in reality? Gumabai exclaimed, astonished. Ye Kai responded. There's no need for such surprise. It's merely inner strength. Practitioners of Qigong inevitably possess some degree of it. It seems you are utterly ignorant of martial arts and Huagua. Frankly, your sword sect is rather pathetic. The 3 moves of your sect leader, Wu Tong Tian, are techniques I imparted myself. Gumabai gasped in disbelief. No way. Is that true? It appeared far too credible to be false. Who would have thought that the seemingly formidable sect leader was actually a disciple of a master of the fist? My sect leader is your disciple? Gumabai inquired. Ye Kai shook his head dismissively. Nonsense. With his talent, he is hardly your equal. Following him is akin to self-sabotage, not one to be foolish. Gumabai knelt on one knee, earnestly stating, Ye Kai, I wish to call you the strongest. Please accept me as your disciple. Accept you as a disciple? Ye Kai declined. I have no time for that. Here's the deal. You return to your sword sect, and I will send someone to fetch you. Who will come to fetch me? Ouyang Phoenix, the second-ranked assassin queen on the assassin's list. She is half my disciple. By following her, you shall learn much. Ye Kai's gaze suddenly sharpened. Let me warn you, my willingness to accept you is merely a fleeting whim, not a reflection of your talent, which I find exceedingly lacking. Gumabai clutched his chest, feeling wounded. He prided himself on being a genius of the sword sect, only to realize that his sect leader was inferior to even a mere finger of a master of the fist. He had believed he could earn the recognition of such a master, only to discover he was viewed as a talentless novice. As an assassin, you must understand the rules. Once you have acquired the skills, you must uphold justice. I have warned the 12 envoys of the Assassin Alliance. No assassin from Huagua is permitted to act against the locals. They may only punish evil abroad. The laws of the nation are ironclad, and transgressing them will incur penalties. Upon hearing this, Gumabai resolutely replied, I understand. Ye Kai turned and left, his silhouette exuding an air of nonchalance. Gumabai respectfully watched him depart, only returning to the sword sect once Ye Kai vanished from view. Back in his room, Ye Kai hastily rubbed his legs and arms, pounding them lightly. The high-intensity use of his spiritual I had left his body sore, akin to having run 10,000 meters. A night's rest would not suffice for recovery. Ye Kai lay down on the bed, finding a comfortable position to sleep. The next morning, he received a call from Xiao Qianqian. Good morning, master. Are you awake, sleepyhead? Have you risen yet? Ye Kai glanced at the time, 5:30 a.m. What on earth? Why are you up so early? He replied, somewhat exasperated. I'm heading to the antique market. It's a hot summer day. We should take advantage of the cool morning to hunt for treasures. Xiao Qianqian exclaimed. You might have a point there. I'll drive my mother's car to pick you up, and then we can have breakfast together. How does that sound? Ye Kai rubbed his eyes. All right, let me freshen up. Here I come. Xiao Qianqian giggled. Ye Kai hung up, donned a black shirt, black casual pants, and black sneakers, which gave him a somewhat profound and imposing appearance. After brushing his teeth and washing up, he left the house and waited at the entrance of the community for Xiao Qianqian. Before long, a Mercedes-Benz sped towards him, executing a beautiful drift to come to a halt right before Ye Kai. He could only rub his forehead upon seeing her. This girl had indeed heeded his advice to dress conservatively, yet she still appeared excessively alluring. Master, get in the car, Xiao Qianqian said. Her makeup subtle, yet making her look stunning. With just a hint of makeup, she radiated beauty. If a professional makeup artist were to work on her, she would undoubtedly leave countless men spellbound. Ye Kai stared at Xiao Qianqian, momentarily lost in thought until she gently nudged him, snapping him back to reality. Realizing he had lost composure, Ye Kai scratched the back of his head and asked, why the sudden interest in makeup? Is it nice? Xiao Qianqian asked, eyes sparkling with anticipation for his response. Ye Kai turned away, somewhat insincerely stating, it's average. But you were just staring. Xiao Qianqian covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. "I've just realized I prefer you when you're aloof," Yikai joked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianqian's demeanor shifted dramatically. Her expression turned cold as she gazed at Yikai. "Is that so?" Yikai was taken aback, thinking, "My disciple is truly a remarkable creature. She can be aloof, playful, and even adorable." He added, "All right, stop forcing the aloof act. To avoid attracting unwanted attention from other men, it will be better for you to maintain an air of aloofness around them. Understood?" Xiao Qianqian blinked, reverting to her gentle and refined demeanor. Smiling, "I understand. I will only be gentle with you, master." Yikai thought, "Her comprehension is quite impressive." The two ceased their idle chatter and quickly got into the car. Yikai sat in the passenger seat, rubbing his legs and shoulders to ease the lingering soreness. Xiao Qianqian drove towards the antique market in Jianglin City, noticing Yikai's furrowed brow and the way he massaged his legs and body. She inquired with concern, "Master, are you all right?" Yikai shook his head, responding lightly, "It's nothing." "If it's nothing, why are you rubbing your legs and shoulders?" She pressed. "I merely overdid it with my running yesterday. Just a bit sore," he explained. "Oh," Xiao Qianqian acknowledged, focusing intently on driving. 20 minutes later, they parked outside the antique market and walked into a breakfast shop that had just opened. It was only Yikai and Xiao Qianqian in the quaint eatery. The owner, a slightly plump woman, greeted them with a warm smile, asking, "Young man, what would you like to eat?" "A bowl of wontons," Yikai ordered. Xiao Qianqian thought for a moment. "A bowl of wontons, mildly spicy, please." "Don't listen to her. No spice," Yikai insisted, looking firmly at the owner. Her gentle eyes flitted between Xiao Qianqian and Yikai. "Then we'll skip the spice," Xiao Qianqian smiled. The owner nodded. "All right. The wontons will be ready shortly. Feel free to chat in the meantime." After she went to prepare the wontons, Yikai and Xiao Qianqian sat together in silence, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. "Master, today I must witness just how fortunate you truly are," Xiao Qianqian proclaimed. Yikai glanced at her, replying, "Since you call me master, I must teach you something. Today, accompany me to hunt for treasures." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianqian's eyes lit up. Happiness had arrived so suddenly that she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "Wait, aren't you relying on luck to find treasures? What can you possibly teach me?" She suddenly realized. Yikai replied, "Luck is merely a part of skill. Do you genuinely believe I am the type to casually stand on the street and stumble upon a windfall?" Just as he finished speaking, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Please proceed to sign in at the antique street at Gusong with a reward of 200 billion. Yikai felt as though he had been slapped in the face. Fortune seems to favor me. Otherwise, the system would not have inexplicably bound itself to me amidst the vast sea of humanity. Shortly, we shall visit Gusu Elementary School. I am eager to observe the environment prepared for graduate students there." Yikai made a casual remark. The antique street is considered one of the wealthiest streets in Jianglin City, radiating an air of antiquity. Gusu School ranks among the top 5 educational institutions in the city. Xiao Qianqian appeared perplexed. Is there truly a need to visit? The teaching environment at Gusu School is indeed exceptional. Could it be that the master wishes to relive the splendid days of school? The thought of school brought to her mind the figure of Yi Tianjun, a memory that lingers painfully. She glanced at Yikai and smiled faintly. All right. After indulging in a warm bowl of dumplings, they departed from the breakfast shop. The proprietress could not help but compliment Xiao Qianqian's beauty. What a lovely girl. She then cast an appreciative look at Yikai. That young man is rather splendid too, a type that is cold on the outside, but warm within. Their presence reminded me of my own romantic experiences. Gusu School is situated merely 200 or 300 meters from the breakfast shop. As Yikai and Xiao Qianqian walked along the broad street, they attracted the attention of several passers-by. The men marveled at Xiao Qianqian's beauty, envious of Yikai's good fortune. The women admired Xiao Qianqian's stunning figure, curious about how Yikai had captured her heart. Soon, they arrived at Gusu School. Yikai glanced at the closed school gates and suddenly remembered that today is Saturday. The students are at home enjoying their break. System, should I wait until tonight to sign in at my own community Tian primary school? Ding. As long as the host is happy, that works. Ding. However, the system must remind you that the second phase of sign-in rewards is about to conclude. What does that mean? The first phase of sign-in rewards grants the host the highest status in the Blue Star. The second phase bestows the host with the greatest wealth in the Blue Star. The third phase offers the host the highest lifespan in the Blue Star. Yikai. The system's sign-in rewards are actually divided into phases? Will signing in later extend my lifespan? Ding. Precisely as you surmised. By signing in at school each day, you can earn an additional year of life. Yikai contemplated his parents. They need longevity more than he does. System, can I transfer a portion of my lifespan to my parents? Ding. No, you cannot. Yikai felt a pang of disappointment. One day, he would have to watch helplessly as his parents, wife, and children departed this world, leaving him to live alone. Ding. Do not despair, host. The system will also provide 4th, 5th, and even 99th phase rewards for sign-ins. Among them, there will surely be rewards to extend the life of your loved ones. That reassures me. Yikai pondered briefly before quickly asking in his mind, System, how much time remains until the end of the 2nd phase sign-in rewards? Chapter 67. Spending 3 yuan on a martial arts manual. I must encourage the school flower to practice in the evening. Ding. Until the conclusion of the graduate entrance examinations. This means I can still earn money for another 2 months. Yikai suddenly realized that his vast fortune of trillions might not suffice. Scientific research, biomedicine, local infrastructure, all require substantial funding. Despite possessing trillions, it can indeed be depleted. Thus, in the coming months, he must strive to sign in and amass wealth. An award of 200 billion is hardly substantial. I need to accumulate tens of trillions. With this thought, Yikai's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the surrounding surveillance, leaping into Gusu Elementary School from an exceedingly clever angle. Xiao Qianqian. Wow. Impressive. The master possesses such skills? Oh, it seems the master has left me behind. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she saw Yikai leap back. Master, can you perform martial arts? Just a little. How cool. Do you think I could learn martial arts? Xiao Qianqian twirled around and asked. She understood that martial arts require innate talent. Those lacking the necessary aptitude cannot practice. Martial arts are not mere tricks. They're lethal skills, and I cannot teach you just yet. Yikai said seriously, I will teach you some self-defense techniques when I have the time. It will suffice for your needs. Xiao Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. She gazed at the tall teaching buildings of Gusu Elementary School and asked, Master, weren't you going to observe the school environment? Have you already finished? No need to look further. We must go to Taobao. Yikai concocted an excuse and headed towards the antique market. 10 minutes later, the two entered the antique market. Here, vendors set up stalls, manned counters, and engaged in private transactions. Each item, steeped in antiquity and rich historical significance, dazzled the customers. However, 99 of the antiques here are replicas. It's challenging for outsiders to discern the authenticity of an item. Some sellers may not even know which pieces are genuine and which are fake. If they were aware, they would not sell the items, but rather take them to auction and become wealthy overnight. Of course, sellers have the right to take their acquired items to antique appraisal centers for verification. However, once an item is deemed authentic, it is highly likely to be confiscated by the authorities. After all, aside from Yikai, few dare to claim national treasures with immense research value as their own. Under normal circumstances, Yikai could effortlessly use his spiritual eye to discern the authenticity of antiques. However, at present, his abdomen has yet to fully recover, rendering him unable to utilize his spiritual eye. Yet, hardly anyone knows that he is a once-in-a-millennium treasure seeker in the antique realm. A so-called treasure seeker is a legendary figure who can ascertain the authenticity of a treasure with a mere touch. He approached an elderly vendor with a stall and pointed to a small, 3-inch square notebook resting beneath the bench. Grandfather, is that notebook for sale? The old man glanced at the small notebook he used to prop up his stool, momentarily perplexed, and replied, This is just a piece of discarded paper that someone threw away. I use it to stabilize my stool. Do you want it? Yikai nodded, smiling. My desk is uneven. This notebook seems to have just the right thickness. May I offer you 5 yuan? Young man, you must be a graduate student. If your desk is uneven, you can simply use an old textbook to prop it up. Why must you buy my little book? The old man's gaze was deep, and a clever smile played on his lips. Yikai realized the old man was not easily fooled and thought for a moment. Using a textbook to prop up a desk is a sign of disrespect for books. Generally, I donate and use textbooks to children in mountainous areas who cannot afford to study. Upon hearing this, the old man displayed a look of appreciation, genuinely feeling that Yikai was a kind-hearted youth. Very well, I will sell it to you for 3 yuan. The old man retrieved the small notebook from beneath the stool and handed it to Yikai. After transferring 3 yuan to the old man via a quick payment app, Ye Kai and Xiao Qianqian slipped away. Xiao Qianqian closely followed Ye Kai, puzzled. Master, why did you buy a tattered notebook? A tattered notebook? Ha! This might very well be a martial arts manual. Ye Kai opened the slightly yellowed notebook and pointed to the illustrations within. At first glance, it might seem like a children's book. Yet in truth, it is a lost martial arts manual titled Jade Maiden. The characters on the cover have become faint, leaving only the first 2 words visible, while the rest remains a mystery to Ye Kai, as the martial arts he practices far surpass this. A martial arts manual? Xiao Qianqian giggled, thinking if this were truly a martial arts manual, how would one practice it? By following the postures depicted within. However, you're not yet at the stage to begin practicing, so this manual will not be of immediate use. Nevertheless, practicing the various postures illustrated will strengthen your body. Ye Kai handed the martial arts manual to Xiao Qianqian, cautioning her, do not lose it. I spent 3 yuan to acquire it. Xiao Qianqian mused, is something worth 3 yuan really authentic? As she flipped through the pages of the illustrated book, she encountered some postures that were rather unseemly, leading her to believe it was not a respectable matter. You must practice daily, and, in the evenings, I will supervise you through WeChat video calls. I cannot allow you to become complacent. Commitment is essential. At this, Xiao Qianqian's face flushed with embarrassment. Master, is that really appropriate? She pointed to a particular illustration. Are you sure you wish to see this? Ye Kai glanced at it with an expression of calm. What is there that cannot be seen? Practicing martial arts involves no such taboos. It is akin to a girl visiting a male gynecologist. He continued, as your master, my primary concern is to ensure your diligent training. One cannot afford to be inconsistent. Xiao Qianqian nodded softly and tucked the illustrated book in her jeans pocket. At that moment, a cry echoed from afar. Lu Yi, I beg you to return my money. That was meant for my daughter's graduate studies. Cripple, you insisted on purchasing this bottle from me, and now you wish to renege? Your poor judgment has cost you, and now you come to me for restitution? Do you take me for a philanthropist? A stout middle-aged man, idly toying with a walnut, spoke coldly. The ordinary-looking man before him, whose eyes were red from weeping, felt a pang of regret. In a desperate attempt to reclaim his daughter's tuition, he drew a dagger, his expression fierce, lunging at the corpulent man, clearly prepared for confrontation. Master, there's a fight breaking out over there. Xiao Qianqian craned her neck, inquiring, shall we go have a look? Ye Kai shook his head. What is there to observe in a man who gambles his daughter's future on Taobao? However, the walnut in that man's hand is indeed a fine item. Should you wear it, it would dispel the malevolent energies in your room. Chapter 68. Purchasing walnuts without cost. The shopkeeper even subsidizes help. Murder. The walnut-playing proprietor, despite his bulk, evaded the assailant's strike with surprising agility. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of numerous antique enthusiasts and shopkeepers. Such individuals cannot afford to play in this arena. They bring disgrace to us antique lovers. 9 out of 10 who shop on Taobao suffer losses. What business do they have here? I believe the Antique Association should revoke the shopping privileges of the impoverished. I concur among 10 impoverished shoppers. 9 resort to violence against shopkeepers. Being an antique dealer is indeed a perilous profession. The onlookers admonished the knife-wielding man, yet none dared intervene. Fortunately, security arrived promptly, deploying electric batons to subdue the assailant and subsequently notifying the police, who apprehended him. The rotund proprietor patted his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. Truly, conducting business at the edge of a blade. At that moment, Ye Kai approached with Xiao Qianqian. Upon overhearing the proprietor's mutterings, Ye Kai casually remarked, May I examine the walnut string you are holding? The shopkeeper paused, then began to scrutinize Ye Kai and Xiao Qianqian. The young man was handsome and poised, while the young woman was alluring and delicate, a pair seemingly crafted by fate. He glanced at the walnut in his hand and replied, Young man, you have a discerning eye. This walnut is a treasure valued at several tens of thousands. Are you interested in it? Though he spoke thus, his thoughts were quite the contrary. Valued at several tens of thousands? That's merely bait for the Navi. I purchased this walnut for 9 yuan on a bargain site. If they buy it for tens of thousands, I stand to make a fortune. The chubby shopkeeper handed the walnut to Ye Kai. Upon feeling the smoothness of a white pearl within, mused, on the surface, an ordinary walnut, yet it conceals an invaluable pearl. The formation of this pearl correlates directly with the density of spiritual energy in its environment. Only walnuts nurtured in rich spiritual energy can, after a century of accumulation, yield such a pearl. Initially, Yikai discerned that the walnut the portly proprietor toyed with was no ordinary item, yet without direct contact. He could not identify its true significance. Now, having touched it, he was pleasantly surprised. The string of walnuts was indeed a rare treasure. "Sir, I believe this walnut string possesses both aesthetic and intrinsic value. Might you consider selling it to me?" Yikai inquired directly. The shopkeeper feigned hesitation, inwardly rejoicing. "A tender lamb has come to my door. I bought it for 40,000. If you truly desire it, how about I sell it to you for 20,000? While Yikai was determined to acquire the walnut string, he still intended to negotiate. He needed to ascertain whether he was being taken advantage of. Should the proprietor aim to deceive him, he would not purchase it, even if he possessed vast wealth. In that moment, he activated his spiritual sight, gleaning the walnut's origin with a mere glance at the shopkeeper. To his astonishment, the walnut was indeed a product of the bargain site. How brazen! Selling a 9 yuan item for tens of thousands. Sheer greed. Truly, the antique world holds true to the adage. Among 10 shopkeepers, 9 are deceitful, and among 10 outsiders, 9 are regretful. Yikai retracted his spiritual sight, a chill glinting in his eyes. "I believe you're mispricing this item," he stated plainly. The shopkeeper feigned sorrow. "You must be a graduate student. I shall offer you a student discount. How about 16,000? Upon hearing the discounted price, Xiao Qianqian felt tempted and whispered to Yikai, 16,000 is quite cheap. Perhaps I should purchase it myself." Yikai similet, subli, responding. "Do you believe he will not only give us the walnuts for free, but also pay us?" Xiao Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment, shaking her head before nodding. She was skeptical that the shopkeeper would be so foolish as to give away the walnuts and money, yet she trusted her master implicitly, knowing he possessed abilities beyond her comprehension. Observing her uncertainty, Yikai pointed at the walnut, stating, "This is not an authentic item. It is worth at most 10 yuan. I suspect you bought it from a bargain site." He added, "Do not presume that because we are young, we can be easily deceived. Furthermore, your constant handling of this walnut has adverse effects on your health, including lowered immunity, constipation, impotence, irregular menstruation, and emotional instability." The shopkeeper felt as if the air had been knocked from his lungs. Reflecting on his recent health issues, declining immunity leading to frequent colds and fever, and difficulties in using the restroom, he realized the accuracy of the university studentess words. This was no coincidence. Was he perhaps a master hidden within the vast antique market? Only a true antiquarian could discern the impact of an object on one's well-being. Regardless, health was paramount. He decided to discard this worthless walnut, however cheap it might have been. With that thought, the plump shopkeeper tossed the walnut toward the garbage bin, but Yikai, quick as lightning, intercepted it. The potential dangers of this object are immense. If a girl were to find and wear it, it is likely she would never bear children in her lifetime. Yikai tucked the walnuts into his pocket, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Boss, you are quite decisive. If you wish to seek a cure, I can assist you." The boss, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously, his tone shifting to one of utmost respect. "Young man, as long as you can cure those ailments you mentioned earlier, I am willing to pay any amount." It was astonishing to realize that his own body had been ruined by walnuts. Indeed, one gets what one pays for, and he lamented his poor choices. Yikai replied nonchalantly, "One ailment, 1 million. Given the discount you offered me earlier, I'll extend the same courtesy to you. Let's call it 1 million plus an additional fee for emotional distress, totaling 180,000. What do you say?" Chapter 69. A gentle pat restores comfort. The plump boss seeks treatment for impotence. Xiao Qianqian stood nearby, gazing at Yikai with admiration. Her master never spoke in jest. His words, though seemingly unrealistic, were grounded in truth. How impressive. Yet, she could not reconcile the math. 1 million at an 8% discount should be 80,000, not 180,000. This puzzle also troubled the corpulent shop owner, who calculated repeatedly, arriving at the same figure of 80,000. Was this antique master attempting to exploit his lack of education? The difference between 80,000 and 180,000 was staggering. If treating an ailment cost 180,000, he could only afford to treat 2. With only 500,000 in savings, the plump owner pondered for a moment, his mouth twitching as he asked, "Master, 1,008% discount is 80,000. Isn't that a miscalculation? Yi Kai shook his head. There's no error. The 8% discount applies to the additional charges. 1 million, plus emotional distress fees of 80,000. Wouldn't that indeed amount to 180,000? You can only blame yourself for deceiving me first. It is easy to deceive others, but the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear. The plump shop owner felt a wave of regret wash over him. This was the price of deceit. I don't have that kind of money. Perhaps I should visit a large hospital instead. After considerable deliberation, he decided that seeking treatment at a reputable hospital would be more prudent. Yikai, unfazed, remarked, "You should have consulted a doctor for your cold and constipation. Didn't they merely advise you to drink more hot water and avoid staying up late?" Boom! These words struck the plump owner's heart like a bolt from the blue. He did not hide his surprise and, gritting his teeth, nodded. "You even know this?" Ignoring the plump shop owner, Yikai turned to leave with Xiao Qianqian. However, after just 3 paces, he heard the shop owner call out, "Please wait. I am willing to pay for treatment." Yikai halted, a smirk playing on his lips as he took out his phone, opened the payment app, and returned to the plump owner. Payment up front before treatment. The plump owner's lips quivered, and he nervously scanned his phone to make the payment. When Yikai received the 180,000, he smiled slightly and placed a hand gently on the shop owner's shoulder. A surge of internal energy swiftly coursed through the plump owner's meridians, leaving him feeling lighter and significantly alleviating his accumulated fatigue. At that moment, he was astonished, admiring Yikai with utmost reverence. Just a gentle touch had rejuvenated him. How had he accomplished this? "Your immune system should no longer decline," Yikai said cheerfully. "Would you like to address any other ailments?" "Yes. I will transfer the money right away." Having witnessed Yikai's extraordinary medical skills, the plump owner promptly transferred another 180,000. I wish to treat my impotence." He glanced around, a bit embarrassed, and suggested, "Perhaps we should move to a hotel for this?" Yikai rubbed his forehead, exasperated. Did this man truly believe every ailment could be cured with a simple pat? If you want to heal this condition, gather a few robust young men to give you a good beating, stimulating your vitality. If 1 round doesn't suffice, then 2, until the blood you expel is bright red. Afterward, consume some nourishing food, and you shall be cured. Gasp! The plump owner's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this truly the method of healing? How absurd! Though he struggled to accept it, he had no choice but to commit fully to this course of action. His heart bled as he realized how much he would have to endure, his face paling at the thought. Yikai chuckled. In business, a heart too dark invites retribution. Had you not encountered me, you would likely have been carried away by your family to be cremated within a month. The plump owner shuddered at the thought. Money could be earned back, but life lost was irretrievable. Today, he felt he had not suffered a loss. With this realization, he felt elated, convinced that his spending was worthwhile. He vowed never to engage in unscrupulous dealings again. Just then, several inspectors approached from a distance. The beautiful Su Ding arrived with her team to take a statement from the plump owner. Upon spotting Xiao Qianqian, Su Ding furrowed her brow, recognizing her as the girl nearly abducted by the Xiao family. Unable to resist sneaking a few glances, she felt a tinge of envy. The girl's figure and beauty surpassed her own. However, when her gaze fell on Yikai, it lingered for only a moment. "Ding Wang, we are from the City Inspection Bureau and hope you can cooperate with a brief statement," Su Ding stated solemnly, presenting her credentials. The plump owner, Ding Wang, replied, "Inspectors, I am willing to cooperate with your investigation." Thus, Ding Wang began to provide his account to Su Ding. Once the investigation concluded, Su Ding stated gravely, "Ku Sanjin will face legal consequences for attempted murder." Before departing the antique market, Su Ding glanced at Yikai and Xiao Qianqian. Warning, starting tomorrow, the Antique Association will implement a new regulation prohibiting graduate students and those from impoverished families from entering the antique market. I do not wish to see you here again. With that, Su Ding and her team exited swiftly. Yikai mentally noted her commanding presence, likening her to a phoenix in her decisive demeanor. "Dear antique enthusiasts, Ding Wang, am turning over a new leaf. I intend to be an honest man and will no longer engage in unscrupulous practices. I will repay all the money I have wrongfully taken from you. To ensure your satisfaction, I willingly offer myself to be beaten daily. Please do not hold back, lest my conscience be troubled." Ding Wang stood atop his not-so-tall counter, announcing this proclamation to the entire antique market through a loudspeaker. Xiao Qianqian stifled a giggle. Master, does he really need to be beaten to recover? Ye Kai shook his head. It's not strictly necessary. Xiao Qianqian, perplexed, inquired, what else could be done? A single punch for me would suffice. Ye Kai replied casually, though I would need to charge extra. However, it seems he is running low on funds. As Xiao Qianqian observed the scene of several burly men pummeling Ding Wang, she felt a twinge of sympathy. All right, let us head home. Ye Kai led Xiao Qianqian away from the antique market. With her big eyes sparkling, she remarked, Master, we haven't yet unearthed any treasures. On the street, Ye Kai pulled the string of walnuts from his pocket, a smirk crossing his face. In truth, this is no ordinary object. It is a great treasure. Chapter 70. We changed each other. The super-intelligent mechanical table shines forth. A great treasure. Xiao Qianqian asked, puzzled. How could these walnuts, which caused such trouble for that owner, possibly be considered a treasure? This object holds mysteries known only to a select few across the globe. Ye Kai exerted pressure on the walnut, and with a series of cracking sounds, the walnut shattered, revealing 7 pearls, resembling yellow beans in size. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Qianqian was utterly astonished and exclaimed, I never imagined there was such a secret within the walnut. Master, how did you know? Of course, it is through the knowledge stored in my mind. I have been fascinated by antiques since childhood and have self-studied extensively in this field, Ye Kai casually explained. Hearing this, Xiao Qianqian's admiration for Ye Kai deepened. Ever since she became his disciple, she felt increasingly unfamiliar with him, as he consistently surprised her in unexpected ways. His extraordinary culinary skills, miraculous medical expertise, unparalleled online shopping prowess, and intricate social network had all left an impression on her. In that moment, she felt incredibly fortunate. If her father had not painted Ye Kai in such an impressive light, she would not have developed such a keen interest in him, nor would she have visited his home to learn the 42 chapters, transforming her aloof demeanor and embracing her true self. It seemed that everything was predestined. Now, as she called Ye Kai master, it was entirely heartfelt. She felt that being near him allowed her to acquire various unique skills. For instance, learning martial arts was something she had never dared to dream of, yet now Ye Kai was set to teach her martial arts and self-defense techniques. Her heart brimmed with anticipation, seemingly more thrilling than shopping online. Master, what are these smooth white pearls? Xiao Qianqian inquired curiously. These are yuan pearls, masterpieces of nature, and are considered rare treasures. The elixir of immortality sought by Emperor Qin Shi Huang included these yuan pearls as one of its ingredients. These pearls are pure and only beneficial for kind-hearted individuals. Conversely, those with malicious intentions will suffer repercussions from using them. Ye Kai elucidated on the properties of yuan pearls, leaving Xiao Qianqian in awe of nature's wonders. It felt as if Ye Kai had opened a new realm for her, altering her perception of the world. The emergence of yuan pearls signified an abundance of spiritual energy in this world. Ye Kai openly shared the concept of spiritual energy with Xiao Qianqian, who suddenly felt that the world she inhabited was so foreign and mysterious. I will refine the yuan pearls for you when we return home. Once you wear them, they will dispel the negative energies in your room, Ye Kai said as he settled into Xiao Qianqian's Mercedes-Benz, heading home. Xiao Qianqian glanced at the time. It was only 10:30. Are we heading home already? Shall we not stroll around a bit? It's still early. What do you think about wandering for a while? She suggested. Home, Ye Kai replied calmly. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Xiao Qianqian opted not to protest and drove directly back to the Sunshine community. Ye Kai and Xiao Qianqian walked openly toward his home. Upon arrival, they found the house empty. After securing investment for their real estate company, Yi Zhuan and Lu Pingping had been preoccupied. Their company now owned 2 properties, neither of which was located in the city center and was on the verge of launching. Yi Zhuan was an honest man, pricing the new houses at 5,000 per unit, primarily targeting young first-time buyers. The spacious house was now shared only by Ye Kai and Xiao Qianqian. Ye Kai led Xiao Qianqian to his room. This was her second visit, yet the feeling was entirely different from the first. The first time, she had merely noted how large and tidy the room was, atypical for a boy, and felt a sense of nervousness. But now, she sensed an air of mystery about the room. If the master was so enigmatic, his room must be equally intriguing. Upon entering, Ye Kai snapped his fingers and called out, Task, string the yuan pearls. Superintelligent mechanical mode activated. In the next moment, the wooden table opposite the bed began to transform. After a series of complex and rapid changes, the table morphed into a square platform equipped with various mechanical devices, exuding a high-tech aura. Xiao Qianqian was left speechless by the sudden spectacle. Do you believe I can handle technology? Ye Kai glanced at Xiao Qianqian, who was still in shock, and smiled gently. I believe you, she replied excitedly. Did you modify this table? It's an ultra-automated mechanical table with voice control, fingerprint, and facial recognition. While it appears wooden, it is actually composed of various alloys and rare metals. Ye Kai simplified the explanation for her. I must ask, do Uncle Yi and Aunt Lu know about this? Xiao Qianqian queried. Ye Kai shook his head and stated, to appear more ordinary, I must keep this from them. In truth, I have never been ordinary. I learn rapidly and succeed effortlessly in whatever I undertake. Yet because of this, I yearn for a mundane life. Pretending to be ordinary is perhaps more exhausting. Xiao Qianqian sighed. In this era of advanced internet, if I show even a hint of talent in any field, I might gain fame. At that point, while attending school, I would likely be followed by a swarm of paparazzi or unscrupulous journalists. Ye Kai expressed his innermost thoughts, which resonated with him deeply. This has been my greatest discomfort. Throughout my life, I've had very few true friends, always wary of others. Xiao Qianqian lowered her head, quietly absorbing Ye Kai's confessions, feeling a flicker of happiness within. That he would share so much with her suggested that he genuinely regarded her as someone special. It was worth noting that some secrets of his room were unknown even to his parents. Reveling in his talent in front of his parents was indeed a source of happiness. Actually, it wouldn't hurt to tell Aunt Lu and Uncle Yi, Xiao Qianqian proposed. Ye Kai smiled. Indeed, that is why I am in the process of changing myself. When you mentioned that you consider me a friend, it struck a chord within me. This prompted me to take you as my disciple. Before you, I could be my true self. Xiao Qianqian covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. I have changed you, and you have changed me. There is no need for you to pretend to be aloof, nor for me to maintain my cold demeanor. I have never felt this liberated. All right, enough of the sentimental talk. Wait for me a moment while I string the yuan pearls into a bracelet. Ye Kai regained his composure, approached the mechanical platform, and extended his hand, commanding the ultra-intelligent mechanical table, string the pearls. In the blink of an eye, two slender mechanical arms emerged from the table, retrieving a fine silver wire and placing it over the 7 yuan pearls. As a radiant light illuminated the scene, a bracelet was completed. Rest mode, ordinary table mode. Ye Kai instructed, and the mechanical table reverted to its original form. He stepped forward to Xiao Qianqian and presented the yuan pearl bracelet. It's done. Give it a try. Chapter 71. Teaching the campus beauty martial arts. Self-defense techniques seem a bit challenging. Xiao Qianqian accepted the yuan pearl bracelet, feeling a slight chill as she slipped it on her right wrist. The bracelet, initially a bit small, adjusted to fit her wrist perfectly. Ye Kai cast a satisfied glance at the bracelet and cautioned, do not remove it except while bathing. Wear it for a week, and you will begin to experience its benefits. Understood. Now it's time for martial arts training, Ye Kai stated calmly. At the mention of training, Xiao Qianqian's cheeks flushed. Right now? Yes, I will teach you a bit, and then you can practice at home, he replied. Xiao Qianqian retrieved a martial arts manual from her pocket. Blushing as she asked, shall I start practicing now? Ye Kai nodded, go ahead. Following the illustrations in the manual, Xiao Qianqian began to mimic the martial arts stances depicted therein. The technique, known as Jade Maiden, was quite basic, significantly inferior to the martial arts Ye Kai had acquired, yet was perfectly suited for her as a beginner. After all, Xiao Qianqian was just starting her journey into martial arts and was not even at the introductory level. Attempting overly advanced techniques would bring more harm than good. The manual contained only 12 pages, with a limited number of stances to practice. After an entire session, Xiao Qianqian was already blushing profusely. In contrast, Ye Kai maintained his inner composure, unaffected by Xiao Qianqian's alluring demeanor. He periodically reminded himself that this was merely a practice in martial arts, and that he should remain calm. All right, from now on, you should practice the postures I taught you every day, he instructed. Xiao Qianqian nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain. Just then, both their phones rang simultaneously. It's my dad, Ye Kai muttered. It's my mom, Xiao Qianqian replied. They exchanged glances and answered their calls simultaneously. So, why didn't you inform me that you were going to the antique market with Qianqian today? At such a young age, instead of learning good things. You are indulging in bad habits. The family is struggling financially. We cannot afford your extravagant spending. Around 3 this afternoon, come to the Marriott Hotel with Qian. Today, your Uncle Xiao and I are hosting a banquet for our benefactor. Okay, Yi Kai replied briefly before hearing the call disconnect. Meanwhile, Xiao Qian moved to the balcony to speak with Zhu Fang. My dear daughter, you're looking lovely with your first makeup and nice clothes. And you're going to the antique market with Yi Kai? Tell me, do you like him? Zhu Fang emphasized the word lovely. Xiao Qian, slightly pouting, retorted, Mom. If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. What do you want from me? Be at the Marriott Hotel at 3:30 this afternoon with Yi Kai. Today is the day our families host our benefactor, Zhu Fang instructed before hanging up. There was still a considerable amount of time until 3 o'clock. Yi Kai planned to teach Xiao Qian some self-defense techniques. When practicing, it's best to avoid wearing tight jeans, he advised. Xiao Qian blinked her large eyes and sweetly replied, Got it. Now, I will teach you some grappling techniques for self-defense. Yi Kai approached the bed and gestured for her to lie down. Xiao Qian hesitated, wondering if Yi Kai was using this as an excuse to take advantage of her. Why is your face so red? What are you thinking? Yi Kai asked, frowning slightly. Teaching skills was a serious matter. What was she daydreaming about? Xiao Qian thought to herself, why am I so obedient? Shouldn't I resist a little? This seems so unreserved. Uncertain when it began, she realized she had a tendency to listen to him. If he comes over, can I resist? She pondered, just as she was deep in thought. Yi Kai joined her on the bed, using a rather intimate grappling move to subdue her. If a villain were to control you like this, leaving you unable to move, you would have only 2 options to escape. The first is to headbutt them. Of course, this is a self-destructive tactic. It should only be used as a last resort. The second option is to exploit your natural advantages, charm the adversary, and wait for them to let their guard down before executing a kick. Xiao Qian's mind went blank. She absorbed nothing. At that moment, Yi Kai was merely an inch away from her. How did it feel as though she was being taken advantage of? Yet she felt compelled to thank him. Do you understand? Yi Kai earnestly instructed. I understand, she stammered. Now, repeat what I just said. Flushed. Xiao Qian replied, You're pressing down on me so tightly that I can't breathe or speak. Yi Kai paused for a moment before quickly rising and stepping aside. I forgot, he admitted. Xiao Qian felt a bit embarrassed. Yi Kai adjusted his hair, realizing that teaching the school beauty self-defense was not as simple as he had anticipated. Let me repeat, he said, going over the instructions once more. What if the opponent doesn't fall for it? Xiao Qian inquired. Then you wait for me to rescue you, Yi Kai replied. In that case, I might as well give up resisting since the master will come to save me. However, with my training, you shouldn't be so weak, he added. After this exchange, Yi Kai continued to instruct Xiao Qian in self-defense techniques. By 2:30 in the afternoon, they arrived at the Marriott Hotel. And Ba had already learned that Yi Kai's parents and the Xiao family were dining there. So he had instructed the lobby manager to provide them with excellent service while he remained hidden, unable to reveal himself to Yi Kai. He feared that upon seeing Yi Kai, he might lose composure and expose Yi Kai's capabilities. Additionally, he had promised Yi Kai that he would not disturb him in public. As Yi Kai and Xiao Qian entered the hotel, they were warmly greeted by the lobby manager, Aki. Dressed impeccably, Aki welcomed them. Mr. Yi, Miss Xiao, please follow me. The banquet is ready. Yi Kai glanced at Aki and replied, You can attend to your duties. I know the way. Earlier that day, Yi Zhuan had sent him the detailed address of their private room, VIP room 6 on the 3rd floor. Aki, slightly embarrassed, retreated to allow them to proceed. As they approached the elevator, they unexpectedly encountered Huang Yuntao from the senior engineering class, along with his girlfriend, Fan Sisi. They had come to the hotel for a room, not a meal. Upon seeing Yi Kai and Xiao Qian, their hearts raced, and they thought, could it be that Yi Kai and Xiao Qian are here for a room? This is explosive news. Class 7 had significantly fewer attractive girls than Class 8. Over the past 2 years, Huang Yuntao had secretly harbored feelings for Xiao Qian. He refrained from confessing, knowing Zhao Bin was also pursuing her. With Wang Qing backing Zhao Bin, he feared a harsh reprimand if he dared to express his feelings. At that moment, jealousy flickered in Huang Yuntao's eyes. He could only silently envy them, not daring to speak in front of Yi Kai, a person even Wang Qing feared. His academic performance was slightly better than Yi Kai's, but in all other respects, he felt inferior. The 4 of them entered the elevator, maintaining a heavy silence. Huang Yuntao's jealousy surged, and he decided to secretly scheme against Ye Kai. Noticing Ye Kai press the button for the third floor, he thought, once they exit the elevator, I will sneakily take a few photos and post them on the campus forum. If I can't have the girl, no one else should easily get her. Upon reaching the third floor, Ye Kai and Xiao Qianqian exited the elevator. Just then, Huang Yuntao prepared to take his covert photos. However, Fan Cici snatched the phone from him. What are you doing? Huang Yuntao scowled at Fan Cici as the elevator doors closed. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Why are you trying to take their picture? Though not as beautiful or well-proportioned as Xiao Qianqian, Fan Cici was honest and kind-hearted. What is wrong with taking a photo? I merely admire this couple, she stated. Huang Yuntao felt guilty and defensive. Fan Cici, with clear eyes, huffed, the moment you lie, your gaze flits away. I suspect you want to take their picture and post it online. Don't think I don't know you've been secretly in love with Xiao Qianqian. Caught by his girlfriend's intuition, Huang Yuntao's face darkened, and he turned away, unwilling to engage further. You don't want to show me your photo album because it's filled with pictures of Xiao Qianqian. How did you know? Huang Yuntao asked. Agitated, Fan Cici's eyes dimmed with disappointment. To avoid suspicion, one must refrain from wrongdoing. I was foolish and let your flattery lead me to the hotel. Huang Yuntao, let us break up. This breakup caught Huang Yuntao off guard. In his mind, Fan Cici was someone who always obeyed him. She acted like a loyal follower, doing whatever he asked. However, at this moment, he only wished to steal a glance at someone else, yet she threatened to end their relationship. Why wouldn't she help him capture a moment with Ye Kai and Xiao Qianqian, continuing to fawn over him instead? Huang Yuntao, rejected by Fan Cici, wore an expression of profound dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, the elevator had reached the 6th floor. Fan Cici pressed the button for the first floor again, her eyes filled with determination. Had Huang Yuntao shown her a modicum of kindness or care, she would never have initiated the breakup. It was important to note that he was among the top 5 students in the engineering department, a promising future scholar at Tsinghua Research Institute. She had admired him deeply. Yet, the Huang Yuntao outside of school was somewhat terrifyingly unfamiliar. Cici, I realize my mistakes. You see, we've already booked the room. How can we not enjoy it? It would be a waste of the $300, Huang Yuntao said, though his thoughts betrayed him, if I cannot win over Xiao Qianqian. Can I not even conquer you? Fan Cici? Fan Cici flatly rejected him. I have regrets. At that moment, the elevator began its descent, and Huang Yuntao hurriedly pulled Fan Cici out. What are you doing? She asked, disappointment etched on her face. Having already rejected him, she found his forceful actions inappropriate. Disillusioned with Huang Yuntao, she warned, if you dare to lay a hand on me, I will call the police, pointing at the surveillance camera above. I advise you to think twice. Huang Yuntao's face darkened. He had hoped that admitting his faults would rekindle her feelings. But it seemed her resolve to break up was unyielding. Since you are so determined, I shall not retain you. I never liked you. I am destined for Tsinghua Research Institute, far more promising than you, who can only aspire to be an ordinary graduate student. I have never regarded you with favor. Fan Cici fell silent, reflecting on her choices with a tinge of fear. Thankfully, she had not given her heart to Huang Yuntao. He was not a good person. Pushing those thoughts aside, she descended the stairs to leave the hotel. As she passed the 3rd floor, she chanced upon Ye Kai and Xiao Qianqian conversing with a waiter at the entrance of a private room. Hesitating momentarily, she approached them. 3 bottles of Matai, 2 emperor crabs, a bowl of caviar, and please refrain from adding any spicy vegetables. My parents easily get heaty, and spicy food is harmful. Ye Kai meticulously instructed the waiter, who politely noted every request. Do you have any additional requests, sir? The waiter inquired. Not for now, Ye Kai replied, glancing at Xiao Qianqian beside him. Is there anything you wish to order? Feel free to choose. It's all complimentary. Xiao Qianqian pondered for a moment. You've been complaining about back pain lately. How about 20 large oysters? The waiter paused, stifling a laugh, noting the couple's evident need for nourishment due to their active lifestyle. Ye Kai, not overthinking, nodded in agreement. Then let us add 10 large oysters. I've been feeling a bit weak in the abdomen lately. I need to replenish. The waiter left to add their orders. Having already noted some exquisite dishes chosen by Yi Juan and Xiao Long before Ye Kai and Xiao Qianqian's arrival. However, none of the dishes ordered appealed to their benefactor from the provincial capital. Alas, has no one else been assigned to Qinglong? Why has that troublemaking sister been sent here? I can't shake this unsettling feeling, Ye Kai mused inwardly. At that moment, Fan Cece approached them, visibly anxious and tense. Yikai, Xiao Qianqian, what brings you here? Yikai and Xiao Qianqian had no recollection of Fan Cece and were unaware of her name. To prevent any misunderstandings, Xiao Qianqian explained blandly. We're here for a banquet. Ah, I see. I thought you were. Fan Cece hesitated, lowering her head briefly before smiling. I wish you a pleasant meal. I'll take my leave now. Yikai nodded politely, but the next moment, a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes, activating his spiritual vision. He delved into Fan Cece's thoughts. Moments later, a smirk crept onto his lips as he contemplated. Huang Yuntao, did you truly believe I wouldn't notice when you attempted to capture a photo of me and Xiao Qianqian? To have such a splendid girlfriend, yet fail to cherish her. Let us hope you refrain from stirring trouble. Otherwise, even as a Tsinghua Research Institute prospect from the engineering department, you might find yourself operating an excavator. Chapter 73. A high-achieving engineering student. What does it matter? He is but one of my ardent admirers. Yikai's perceptiveness surpassed that of the average person by 100-fold. Thus, he was acutely aware of Huang Yuntao's earlier intention to photograph him and Xiao Qianqian. Initially, he considered utilizing his powers to incapacitate Huang Yuntao's phone, but when he noticed Fan Cece snatching the device away, he decided to disregard their antics. Proceeding with Xiao Qianqian to room 6 to join his parents in ordering dishes while awaiting their esteemed benefactor's arrival. Observing Fan Cece's peculiar demeanor, Yikai employed his spiritual vision to probe her thoughts, discovering that Huang Yuntao had long harbored feelings for his disciple, leading to the fallout with Fan Cece over the photograph incident. He watched as Fan Cece departed, reflecting, that was close. A flower nearly bloomed amidst the muck. Something about that girl feels off. It's as if she has something to express, but cannot find the words, Xiao Qianqian murmured. Yikai, glancing toward the stairwell, sensed Huang Yuntao's presence and smiled. You go ahead and entertain the adults. I'll wait here for our benefactor from both families. Once Xiao Qianqian left, Yikai closed the door to the private room and called out toward the stairwell. Huang Yuntao, how long do you intend to hide? Is taking pictures amusing? Huang Yuntao, concealed in the stairwell and covertly observing Yikai and Xiao Qianqian, felt a jolt of panic at being discovered. How would he see me? As his scheme unraveled, a chill crept over him, fearing Yikai's retaliation. Fleeing now would only reveal his guilt. Resolutely, he retracted his phone, forcing a smile, and feigned nonchalance as he stepped out from the stairwell. Yikai, I have admired you for quite some time. It is a rare fortune to dine in the same hotel as you. I merely wish to capture a couple of photos for keepsake. I hope you do not mind. Yikai smiled faintly, recognizing Huang Yuntao's adeptness at deceit. Nevertheless, he pondered how such a skilled liar managed to deceive Fan Cece into coming to the hotel. Why would I mind? Yikai replied cheerfully. Since you admire me so much, why not join us for dinner? I can let you take as many photos as you like, and even arrange for a live broadcast. Huang Yuntao was utterly stunned. So Yikai was not merely sharing a room with Xiao Qianqian. He was genuinely there for dinner, disguised as a room engagement. Would it truly be a live broadcast? Huang Yuntao pretended to be thrilled while secretly reveling in the thought of the commotion that would ensue if their dinner together were to be streamed, inevitably confirming the rumors of their romantic involvement. He recalled how, just days prior, the department head had confidently asserted that Yikai was not dating Xiao Qianqian. Huang Yuntao stifled a laugh, recognizing that Yikai and Xiao Qianqian were poised to publicly defy the department head's claims. Of course, Yikai said, opening the door to the private room, let us go in and enjoy our meal together. Huang Yuntao entered the lavish VIP room, excitement coursing through him, only to find not just Xiao Qianqian, but 4 adults scrutinizing him with keen eyes. Huang Yuntao thought, what is this gathering? As he pondered, Yikai introduced Huang Yuntao, saying, these are my parents, and these are Xiao Qianqian's parents. Be careful not to mix them up during your live broadcast. Yikai's parents. Xiao Qianqian's parents. How could both sets of parents be dining together? Had Yikai and Xiao Qianqian's relationship progressed to the point of meeting the parents? Wait, given the harmonious atmosphere, could it be that Yikai and Xiao Qianqian had already tied the knot? According to the current marriage laws in Huagua, one can marry upon reaching the age of 16. Kai, who is this? Xiao Long inquired, rising in curiosity. Yikai smiled and replied, this is Huang Yuntao, a renowned student from the engineering department in my neighboring class, destined for Tsinghua Research Institute. With such an introduction, Huang Yuntao felt a sense of elation. I'm confident I'll secure first place in next week's quiz, he declared with assurance. The parents, Yi Jun and Lu Pingping, exchanged glances filled with admiration upon hearing this. However, Yi Kai's next statement left the four adults in stunned silence. Yet, despite his remarkable achievements, he is my fan. He even took candid photographs of my silhouette. I was deeply moved. So, I brought him along for dinner and to live stream my weekend routine for the school's faculty and students to witness. Huang Yintao, you're not to take any more photos of me, understand? One must be straightforward, Yi Kai said with a serious expression directed at Huang Yintao. In his heart, he mused, since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. Huang Yintao felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, cursing internally. Could you please refrain from mentioning the photos? The adults and Xiao Qianqian regarded Huang Yintao with varying expressions, each harboring their own thoughts. Yi Jun mused. My son S-Fan is actually a promising student from Tsinghua Research Institute. Does that mean my son's academic performance surpasses his? Is he merely boasting about being a top student? Lu Pingping concluded. Regardless of Huang Yuntao's excellent grades, his penchant for taking photos reveals a lack of seriousness. Xiao Long thought, my future son-in-law is indeed impressive. Even a high-achieving Tsinghua Research Institute student is an ardent admirer. But what exactly does Huang Yuntao admire about him? It seems my son-in-law's academic record is quite average. Xiao Qianqian realized, I see now. Huang Yuntao has ulterior motives. He doesn't truly admire my boyfriend. He wants to take photos of himself with my boyfriend in compromising situations to create a scandal. Do you know how to live stream? Yikai inuited Josuali. Huang Yuntao paused, initially intending to say no, but realized that a distinguished engineering student should not be incapable of such a task. I do, he replied, forcing confidence. Then let us begin, Yi Kai said with an innocent smile. Huang Yintao took out his phone and started fiddling with it. However, just as he finished downloading the Yujiang live streaming app, Yi Kai pulled out his own phone and remarked, You're too slow. Let me handle the live stream. Huang Yintao felt his face burn with embarrassment, thinking, so what if he registered as a campus streamer before me? It's not that impressive. His popularity is likely in the single digits. But when he saw Yi Kai's live streaming room titled Happy Genius, he was utterly dumbfounded. His fingers trembled as he pointed at Yi Kai, stammering, Why you? You are Happy Genius? Chapter 74. If you want to stir trouble, I shall play you to your demise, Happy Genius. The most enigmatic and extraordinary pre-research graduate streamer at Yujiang Academy. He always wore a Happy Genius mask and spoke in a raspy voice while live streaming. The content was simple. How to help fourth-year pre-research graduates improve their scores by 100 to 300 points within a week. Initially, students and teachers believed he was merely a gimmicky pre-research graduate streamer. However, after several fourth-year pre-research graduates watched Happy Genius's streams and 5 of them became students at Tsinghua Research Institute, he achieved immense fame. The department heads, teachers, and fellow students all became his fans. The Yujiang live streaming app, developed by an outsourcing company, ensured that the streamer's personal information could not be traced by the school, rendering Happy Genius a mysterious figure in everyone's eyes. Huang Yintao stared at the words Happy Genius and the 1,000 viewer count swallowing hard. Unlike other streaming platforms, Yujiang was specifically designed for pre-research graduates at Yujiang Academy to share learning experiences. With only about 4,000 pre-research graduates at the academy, the most popular streamer had a maximum viewer count of 1,000. Yet, as soon as Yi Kai began streaming, there were already 1,000 live viewers. Huang Yintao, no longer able to doubt, had to accept that Yi Kai was indeed the real Happy Genius. At that moment, his legs felt weak and his face turned pale. He had only become a top engineering student after watching Yi Kai's live streams. So, Happy Genius is actually Yi Kai. Today, I finally see his true face. I, a freshman, had long heard of this mysterious figure from Yujiang Academy, thinking I would never see Happy Genius's true identity before graduation. I can't believe I met him today. How thrilling. Master Yuntao, I adore you. Please accept my humble admiration. Ever since I watched your 2 short videos, I haven't T-scored below 100 in my calculus exams. I no longer struggle with my studies. ISNT this my classmate Yintao. Wow, dude, you're actually Happy Genius. You've kept this secret from us for so long. Exactly. We treated you as a brother, yet you didn't help us improve our grades. Come Monday, I'm coming to you for extra lessons. As Huang Yuntao read the barrage of comments in the live stream, he panicked. This was the allure of happy genius. But he was not happy genius. "I'm sorry, I'm not happy genius," he stammered, utterly flabbergasted. He had no desire to stream anymore. Being mistaken for happy genius by so many classmates was overwhelming. He quickly handed the phone back to Yi Kai, his lips twitching, forcing a smile more grotesque than a grimace. "Why, Yi Master? Please help me clarify." Yet Yi Kai simply shut off the phone, chuckling, "I'm just playing with you. Don't you enjoy stirring trouble? Well, I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. You wanted to create rumors about me and Xiao Qianqian? Then I'll let the whole school believe you are happy genius." Upon seeing Yi Kai in the live stream, Huang Yuntao's brows shot up as he realized that this was a trap set by Yi Kai, waiting for him to fall in and become unable to clear his name. "Yi Kai, I was wrong." At that moment, Huang Yuntao finally recognized that he was not on the same level as Yi Kai, neither academically nor in scheming. If Yi Kai didn't clarify that he was not happy genius, it would surely lead to chaos. He couldn't even pretend to be happy genius. He would be the one ridiculed by his classmates. Hearing Huang Yuntao apologize, the parents were left bewildered. Weren't they supposed to be live streaming Yi Kai's weekend life? Why had it stopped? They still wished to present themselves well in front of the children, to earn their admiration. "I should have taken photos of you and Xiao Qianqian. I admit I had ill intentions, wanting to expose your relationship. But please, don't hold it against me, Yi Master. I beg you." Huang Yuntao continued, looking despondent. Yi Kai furrowed his brow and waved his hand. "Considering your willingness to admit your mistakes, come Monday, make sure your neck is clean. I'll help you out. Once I take down that engineering student vibe of yours, your classmates believe you are happy genius. I treat you to a meal, so you can leave now." As Huang Yuntao hurriedly departed in a fluster, the parents' gazes shifted between Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian, smiles creeping onto their faces, filled with unspoken amusement. "Yi Kai, this foolish Huang Yuntao. His apology is worse than silence. Now, parents might mistakenly believe that he is in a romantic relationship with Xiao Qianqian. And what on earth does it mean to book a hotel room? Is it that a man and a woman can only enter a hotel to book a room and cannot dine together? I never expected you to be the happy genius." "Yi Kai." Xiao Qianqian feigned surprise as she had been closely observing the interaction between Yi Kai and Huang Yuntao. When she heard Huang Yuntao refer to him as the happy genius, she thought she misheard him. It wasn't until Yi Kai admitted to being the happy genius that she realized the truth. The suddenly silent happy genius, who had been absent for a year, was indeed her master. If it were another graduate student, they would probably be left speechless. However, Xiao Qianqian had become somewhat numb to Yi Kai's extraordinary abilities. She perceived him as omnipotent, such as the allure of a male idol. While she was aware of Yi Kai's prowess, the adults were still oblivious. Thus, she deliberately put on an expression of utter astonishment to divert the adults' attention. Upon her remark, the adults withdrew their mischievous gazes and turned their attention to Yi Kai. They had also heard the name Happy Genius, which seemed quite impressive. Yi Zhuan, with a stern expression, asked, Kai, what is going on here?" "The Happy Genius is a streamer on the Yujing Academy live platform," Xiao Qianqian interjected before Yi Kai could respond, eagerly explaining. After a detailed exposition, the adults came to a profound realization of the Happy Genius's significance. As long as this Happy Genius continued streaming, Yujing Academy could consistently cultivate students for the Tsinghua Institute of Research and the Beida Institute of Literature. No wonder in recent years, Yujing Academy has consistently produced outstanding graduates for both institutions. As Xiao Long mused, he surveyed Yi Kai with astonished eyes, growing increasingly satisfied with his future son-in-law. He had initially worried that Yi Kai would fail to gain admission to the Tsinghua Institute and would not be able to study graduate courses alongside his daughter. But it seemed he had underestimated him. Yi Zhuan chuckled. Kai, let us view your streaming videos. I want to see too, Zhu Fong chimed in. I've never watched my son's streaming clips, Lu Pingping added. Chapter 75. The identity of the king of investment cannot be concealed, observing the eager expressions of the adults. Yi Kai logged into the Yujing Live app and accessed his streaming backend. The backend contained recordings of some teaching videos. As he opened the recorded videos, the adults widened their eyes in focused anticipation. However, the video unveiled a young man wearing a Happy Genius mask with a hoarse voice. He donned expensive designer clothes worth over 100,000, adorned with a diamond-encrusted luxury watch, and held a piece of ancient jade that exuded an air of nobility. making him appear exceedingly distinguished. Is this Yi Kai? The adults exchanged glances, clearly skeptical. But if this was not Yi Kai, how had he accessed the Happy Genius's streaming room? In an instant, the adults found themselves deep in thought, as the Happy Genius, who was, in fact, Yi Kai, began explaining some graduate examination topics and posing questions. The adults were captivated. His husky voice seemed to possess an enchanting allure, drawing their full attention to the video, immersing them in the learning experience. As the video concluded, Yijun was the first to react. Though I did not fully comprehend it, as someone from a rural background, I surprisingly grasped more than half of it. How extraordinary! Me too. Lu Pingping nodded vigorously, fully endorsing Yijun's statement. Meanwhile, Xiao Long and Zhu Feng, both of intellectual pedigree, felt as if they had returned to their graduate school days, rediscovering forgotten examination knowledge. This was simply astonishing. So this is the Happy Genius? The adults turned to Yi Kai, seemingly questioning. Are you certain you are the Happy Genius? You hardly resemble him. Yi Kai was at a loss for words. As a freshman, he had signed on as an extraordinary streamer, possessing a mysterious persona on the Tiger Fish streaming platform. He did not need to manage the streaming himself. Others assisted him. Each month, he made over 10 million, an unimaginable amount for an average person. It was only after witnessing a senior's tragic end, due to failure in the graduate entrance exam, that he conceived the idea of streaming while in school. At that time, he was far more low-key than he was now. To conceal the true identity of the Happy Genius from the school, he had established multiple layers of protection in his streaming room, making it nearly impossible for even world-class hackers to infiltrate his platform. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed rhythmically from the entrance. A woman dressed in a black trench coat, black skin-tight pants, and a red shirt entered the room. Upon entering the private room, she exuded a commanding presence, her expression stoic, and her demeanor exuding the aura of a powerful woman. However, when she spotted Yi Kai, her eyes lit up, her demeanor shifting dramatically as she pounced towards him, disregarding everyone else present. Yi Kai swiftly extended an arm, adopting a posture that signaled rejection. The room fell silent. Particularly, Yi Zhuan was left in a state of bewilderment, utterly confused. Wasn't she an investor from the provincial city? Why was she so enthusiastic towards Yi Kai? Did they know each other? Kai, do you know Miss Sidu Qinghua? Ye Zun Inwudet. At this point, Yi Kai had no choice but to reveal his identity as the supreme investor. She's my friend, he replied with a smile. Before the adults could continue their interrogation, Situ Qinghua introduced herself. I am Yi Kai's friend, Situ Qinghua. Earlier, Yi Kai called to inform me that his company encountered some issues, so I came to lend a hand. I apologize for not disclosing my identity at first. After all, Yi Kai is a very low-key individual. Upon hearing this, the adults were left dumbfounded, each pondering. Xiaolong. What a twist. My future son-in-law saved my company. How can my future son-in-law know Miss Situ Qinghua? Zhu Feng. Given how Situ Qinghua presents herself around Yi Kai, could it be that they have a romantic involvement? That cannot be. Yi Kai is my son-in-law. Yi Zhuan. At this point, I must accept that my son Yi Kai is indeed very low-key. Lu Pingping. It seems that Situ Qinghua has feelings for Yi Kai. Is my son truly that exceptional? Xiao Qianqian. I am Yi Kai's disciple. No matter how impressive she is, she cannot compare to my bond with him. Yi Kai felt a headache coming on. He was aware that Situ Qinghua had feelings for him, and she was the clingy type. He vowed that once this banquet concluded, he would freeze her salary. Actually, it is not me you should thank, but Yi Shun. Situ Qinghua said candidly. But I also thank you for providing me the opportunity to meet Yi Shun. As for the meal, I'll skip it. I have many matters awaiting me in the provincial city. After saying this, she approached Yi Kai and whispered, Yi Shun, it is evident that you care about that girl. Your eyes occasionally dart toward her, showing concern for her feelings, perhaps afraid she might feel jealous? If you do not mind, I could be your concubine. Yi Kai smiled lightly. You should hurry back and comfort your brother. Once the banquet is over, I will freeze his salary card. Situ Qinghua pouted. Am I not even qualified to be a concubine? Seeing that Yi Kai exhibited no emotional reaction, she stomped her foot and turned to leave. Just then, a WeChat message from Qinglong buzzed in. Qinglong, brother, did you meet Qinghua? Yi Kai, why did you send her over here? Do you not know that I do not particularly enjoy entanglements with women? Have you, a man who has been betrayed 18 times, not yet realized the bliss of being single? Your salary is gone. Capricious, Qinglong, I had no choice. That girl threatened to take her own life. So I had to let her leave Modu. Besides, she has a major real estate project to handle in the provincial capital, which is why she came to Jianglan City. Yikai. Now I have to confess to my parents that I am an investor. Otherwise, there's no way to explain this. Qinglong, revealing a bit of your strength is acceptable. Yikai. Apart from being their child, I have no weak identity. Any other identity revealed would cause quite a stir. Qinglong, being the world's top investor, is also decent. Boss, please don't freeze my salary. I really had no other option. Yikai. Rest assured I won't freeze it. Let be. Yikai found Qin Wang in his WeChat contacts. Yikai. Freeze Qinglong's salary for a month. Qin Wang. Haha, our boss is awesome. Let's see if he dares to mock me again. Yikai. What are you still doing on your phone? Aren't you going to explain? Yi Zhuan moved to the head of the table and asked sternly, What are you up to, Yikai? I have confessed. In fact, I started learning investment in school and became a successful investor by my first year of university. Chapter 76, Precious Son. Father was wrong also. The branded clothes, watches, and jade you saw on a live stream were all bought with money earned from investments. With today's advanced technology, changing one's voice is not difficult at all. Before the adults could ask further questions, Yikai addressed all their doubts in one go. Whether they believed him or not was up to them. The adults were stunned for more than 10 seconds before gradually regaining their composure. Yi Zhuan, still staring at Yikai as if examining an unknown antique, asked sternly, Son, is there anything else you're hiding from me and your mother? Tell us everything. Yikai smiled, thinking what must come will come. Once some things are exposed, there's no turning back. I am the investment king. Yi Zhuan waved his hand sternly. Is there more? For now, I can't think of anything else, Yikai said helplessly. His extraordinary identities were too numerous. If he revealed them all, even the adults might not believe him. For example, one-punch demon god, gold medal teacher, world's greatest chef, martial arts prodigy, underground emperor. Comparatively, the identity of the investment king was more acceptable to his parents. Yi Zhuan gave Yikai a deep look and decided not to press further. All right, let's eat. Throughout the meal, everyone remained silent. The revelations Yikai made today left a profound impact on both families, and they were still pondering how deeply hidden his talents were. Now we have an investment genius in the family, so I don't have to worry about the real estate company going bankrupt. Let's just get to work. At the end of the meal, Yi Zhuan broke the silence with a joke. Xiao Long rubbed his hands excitedly. I feel like becoming the wealthiest person in the city is getting closer every day. Zhu Feng. I suddenly feel like I'm marrying into a higher social class. Honey, I feel the same way. Qian can't compare to Yi Kai at all, Xiao Long agreed. Yi Zhuan and Lu Piping were secretly delighted. Their son was exceptionally outstanding. Who could truly match their son? Recalling Yi Kai's previous indifference toward Xiao Qian, they felt relieved. At that time, Yi Kai simply didn't think much of her. Honestly, if I were the investment king, I would also keep a low profile, Yi Zhuan said thoughtfully. Think about it. If I, as the investment king, were to become famous globally, wouldn't it attract countless investors and envious people? I might even be assassinated by foreign spies one night. Everyone nodded, finding his words very reasonable. Yi Kai cast an approving glance at his father, surprised by his understanding. I agree with Yi Zhuan. It's better to stay low-key, Xiao Long added, looking at Yi Kai. Kai, you're right to be discreet. Even in front of us, if you can, stay low-key. Yi Kai replied calmly, I know my limits. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Yi Kai returned home with his parents. Upon arriving, his parents' attitude toward him changed dramatically. They were no longer strict, but became warm and affectionate. Yi Zhuan personally brewed a cup of Longjing tea for Yi Kai and said apologetically, Son, I was wrong. Yi Kai was taken aback, feeling somewhat flattered and anxious. Dad, what did you go wrong? I don't understand. You told me you were a top student, and I mocked you. I should have trusted you unconditionally. And when you said you were the happy genius, I doubted you. As a father, I am ashamed. So, I will trust you unconditionally from now on. Yi Kai felt a wave of relief. It's rare for Dad to have this realization. Don't worry, Dad. I never took it to heart. If I were in your shoes, I would also find it hard to believe that my ordinary child suddenly became so outstanding. After saying this, Yi Kai chuckled inwardly. Is this indirectly praising myself? Yi Zhuan lovingly ruffled Yi Kai's hair, smiling, Good son, Dad is proud of you. I don't have to worry about your studies anymore. Yi Kai nodded, Dad, I'll give you another big surprise soon. Yi Zhuan looked forward to it. Great. I wonder what amazing things my precious son will do next. The two chatted in the living room. 10 minutes later, Lu Pingping, wearing silk pajamas after a bath, called out, Yi Juan, come to bed and let's have another genius. Today is the best time for conception. Coming, honey, Yi Juan barked, abandoning Yi Kai and rushing to Lu Pingping's embrace. Yi Kai. This dog food will last a year. His phone buzzed, and Lin Yasi sent a message. Lin Yasi, brother, did you see the headline news? Yi Kai. Lin Yasi. The happy genius's identity has been revealed. I never thought it would be Huang Yuntao, not my brother. Yi Kai didn't rush to reply, but opened the news. Hua Nation's unparalleled talent, Huang Yuntao. Jade River Academy's happy genius. A prominent link appeared at the top of his screen. Wow, it's already a trending topic. Yi Kai thrown it. Thankfully, it wasn't me. Now Huang Yuntao is truly famous. If I crush him in the small test next week, won't that tell the netizens that I can even beat the happy genius? So, I'll be the next trending topic. Oh well, if it happens, it happens. I'm tired of always being discreet. A determined look flashed in Yi Kai's eyes. He sent a message to Lin Xia. Yi Kai, ignore this trending topic. It will soon be debunked. Yi Kai, you'll know next week. Lin Xia, brother, how do you know it's a rumor? Yi Kai, don't ask. The answer is that I want to tell you. Smirking emoji, Lin Xia. Did you go on a date with Xiao Qianqian this week? Mischievous emoji, Yi Kai. Don't ask. The answer is that I don't know. After a brief exchange, Yi Kai closed the chat box. At that moment, Xiao Qianqian initiated a WeChat video call. Upon accepting the call, Yi Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. What the? Chapter 77. Has the school beauty gone mad during her practice, resurrecting her deceased grandfather? On the other side of the video, Xiao Qianqian was clad in yoga attire, her long, slender legs drawing his gaze irresistibly. Yi Kai touched his nose, realizing he had a nosebleed. He hurried to the bathroom to splash cold water on his face. After all, he was a passionate young man. Such reactions were only natural. Yi Kai attempted to rationalize his response. He looked back at Xiao Qianqian, only to find her stifling laughter. Could be intentional. Why are you wearing yoga clothes? Yi Kai asked earnestly. To practice. Didn't you say you would supervise my training every evening? Yi Kai was momentarily taken aback, then replied nonchalantly, all right, go ahead. As Xiao Qianqian performed a series of vivid movements, Yi Kai quickly recited the ice heart technique in his mind. With a heart as pure as ice, the heavens shall not alarm. Amidst myriad changes, the spirit remains tranquil, untouched by dust, untainted by the mundane. In stillness, a void, utterly formless. Once Xiao Qianqian completed her routine, Yi Kai felt his mind settle. Why has my focus been deteriorating lately? He pondered, scratching his head. Ding! An icy electronic voice abruptly echoed. Host has fallen in love. Yi Kai shivered, refraining from cursing the system. Don't bully me for being inexperienced in love. Is love really like this? Holding hands, dining, shopping, watching movies, staying in a hotel. That is what love is. System, this is difficult. The host is untrainable. A host devoid of romantic instincts. Without love, how can one become a savior? Ding! Would you like this system to teach you how to date? No need. Yi Kai firmly rejected. Isn't it merely dating? What is there to teach? Besides, I have no intention of dating at all. Master, I've noticed a refreshing sensation after practicing. There's a warmth in my abdomen that one to dissipate. Should I be concerned? Ignoring the system, Yi Kai furrowed his brow upon hearing Xiao Qianqian's words and muttered. Could it be that your talent in martial arts has allowed you to cultivate internal energy? But that didn't seem right. If she had cultivated internal energy, she should feel a force moving in her dantian, not warmth in her abdomen. Master, could I have gone astray in my practice? Xiao Qianqian recalled the tragic fates of those who had gone mad in martial arts dramas, feeling a twinge of fear. Yi Kai remained calm and said, let us leave it for today. I'll look up the name of this martial art. Xiao Qianqian. You let me practice without even knowing the name? What if I mess it up? Will I be unable to have children in the future? As her thoughts spiraled, she became increasingly anxious. Just then, she noticed the necklace on her wrist emitting a cool aura that flowed into her meridians, dispersing the warmth in her abdomen. Master, I'm better now. A somewhat surprised voice came from the video call. Yi Kai, the warmth in your lower abdomen is gone? Yes. The bracelet you gave me cured the warmth. At this, Yi Kai jolted awake. Perhaps Xiao Qianqian truly had gone astray in her practice. It was indeed extraordinary. It could absorb the life of the wicked and save the benevolent. If Xiao Qianqian hadn't encountered danger, they wouldn't have reacted this way. Do not practice this martial art for now. I will check the detailed information first. After saying this, Yikai ended the video call and hurried to his study, opening his computer to search for information. A search box appeared. Scan. Yikai commanded the computer. In the next moment, a beam of electronic light shot from the screen, illuminating the photographs of martial arts manuals he had saved. Holy Emperor Scripture. To practice this skill, one must first find a partner. Both must be unclothed, cultivating hand in hand. If practiced alone, a female may suffer from toxic flames, leading to decay. A male may lose his essence, or worse, explode. After reading this, Yikai couldn't help but twitch his lips. Thankfully, he discovered the issue in time. Otherwise, Xiao Qianqian would be in grave danger. He shut down the computer and returned to bed, preparing to sleep. The next morning, Yikai's phone rang. The esteemed instructor, Yi Xiong. Teacher, your package should arrive today. Remember to collect it. Yikai opened his bleary eyes. What package? Baiyun. All right, got it. Yikai hung up, rubbed his eyes, and glanced at the clock. It was only 7 o'clock. He thought he could sleep a bit longer. Just as he was about to doze off again, a loud knocking at the front gate disrupted his slumber. Open the door. Open the door, you heartless wretch. Yikai frowned upon hearing the commotion. Through the transparent glass of the window, he saw an old man in ragged clothing shaking the iron gate of his house. Upon closer inspection, he could not discern the man's identity. Could this old man be a beggar? As Yikai pondered, the community security approached to quell the disturbance. Let go of me. I am the father of the head of this household. Lu Pingping, come out. Yikai was taken aback. How does he know my mom? Without hesitation, he hurriedly knocked on his parents' door. After a moment, Lu Pingping emerged. Son, what's the matter? She inquired with a nervous laugh. Mom, there's a beggar downstairs looking for you. A beggar? Lu Pingping looked out the window with curiosity. The moment she saw him, her expression shifted in shock. It's him. Yikai questioned. Who is he? Lu Pingping's face turned pale as she hurriedly said, Don't worry about it, child. Go back to your room and sleep. He.S. just a lunatic. Seeing Lu Pingping's troubled expression, Yikai sensed there was more to the story. He pretended to return to his room, then strained to listen to Lu Pingping speaking with Yizhuan. Honey, he.s. here. Lu Pingping sounded somewhat flustered. Who? Yizhuan asked. My father. What? Yizhuan, who had been half asleep, sat up abruptly. That gambling addict father of yours has the audacity to show up? He can't pay his debts and wants to use you and your sister as collateral. If I hadn't gone bankrupt to save you, who knows what kind of trouble you'd be in now? Yizhuan's expression darkened. It was the first time he felt such disdain for someone. Dear, don't pay him any mind. Your sister was ruined because of him. The security will throw him out soon. Lu Pingping shook her head, saying, Honey, you know how he is, just a rogue who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. I have no idea how he found us. After overhearing his parents' conversation, Yikai's brow furrowed deeply. He recalled his mother saying that his grandfather had passed away. It turned out that his mother and aunt had been sold by that old man. They had completely lost hope in their grandfather. Chapter 78. The master is unsteady. Quickly sit on my lap. Yikai stepped out of the villa, walking step by step toward the grandfather who had returned from the dead. No, he could not accept such a grandfather. Lu Yiming, his biological grandfather, looked at Yikai with disgust, saying, I never expected a worthless offspring to produce such a foul child. Child, I am your grandfather. Open the door. The two security guards exchanged sympathetic glances with Yikai, as if to say, dealing with such a brazen and unreasonable old man must be quite a burden. Yikai opened the iron gate. Lu Yi, however, chose to disregard Yikai and attempted to storm into the villa, only to be halted by Yikai's firm grip. Hold on. Seeing this, Lu Yi puffed up his cheeks and glared. You little brat, what do you want? I'm looking for your mother. My parents are sleeping. You can talk to me instead, Yikai replied calmly. As a child, he had often questioned his mother about the absence of grandparents and uncles, while others had them. His mother had always told him that his grandfather was deceased and that his uncle and aunt had gone missing. There were no relatives on her side. Yet today, his grandfather suddenly appeared. Despite this, Yikai felt no joy. Instead, he was filled with aversion. How desperate must a man be to sell his own daughter? Even worse, he had sold too. If his mother hadn't encountered his father, a genuinely good man, she might have ended up like her sister. The thought of this made Yikai want to slap this old man away. But now is not the right time. If he were here to atone for his sins, there would be no need for violence. But if he came to cause trouble, he would be sent straight to the police station. Such a person would be a waste of space in prison. Observing the old rascal, It was evident he was not there to repent. With this in mind, Ye Kai asked directly, "What do you want from my mother? My grandson is getting married, but he has no car, no house, and no dowry. I'm here to ask your mother for $1,000,000. Lu Yi gestured towards the villa behind Ye Kai. Or perhaps you could give this villa to my grandson as a wedding gift. Ye Kai was taken aback. What audacity exists in this world? This man, devoid of any guilt for selling his daughter, now comes to drain her blood simply because her life is better. He was too weary to engage in further conversation with such a morally bankrupt individual and activated his spiritual eyes, employing his new skill, mind purification. Mind purification, capable of cleansing a person's spirit to a certain extent. The stronger the physical body of the spiritual eyes possessor, the deeper the purification of other spirits. Ye Kai was aware that using this skill would render him immobile for an entire day, confined to his bed. However, there was no choice. After all, this old man was his mother's father. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the bond of blood could not be altered. If this old man had even the slightest decency, he would not engage in such absurdity. A flash of purple light flickered. Lu Yi, who had been glaring at Ye Kai, suddenly shuddered, standing there like a fool. Meanwhile, Ye Kai felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body. He needed to reach his bed before the last remnants of his strength dissipated. He could not collapse here. It would worry his parents. Drawing upon his unyielding willpower, Ye Kai staggered towards the villa, ascending the stairs. What should have been a simple task had become fraught with challenges. Upon reaching the staircase, Ye Kai realized he could go no further. Ding! He could summon Xiao Qianqian for assistance. Ye Kai paused, pondering the utility of her arrival. Utilizing the Yuan Pearl's power can expedite my recovery. How had he not thought of this sooner? Despite possessing a brilliant mind, he quickly dialed Xiao Qianqian. At that moment, Xiao Qianqian was lost in a beautiful dream, abruptly disrupted by the call, leaving her somewhat irate. However, upon seeing Ye Kai's name, her expression brightened. "Come to my house. Your master is unwell," Ye Kai urged. "Unwell? Is your master suffering from kidney deficiency?" Xiao Qianqian asked, rubbing her silky black hair, a look of confusion adorning her exquisite face. "Not that. Just hurry," Ye Kai insisted. Seeing his urgency, Xiao Qianqian did not delay. She quickly freshened up, hopped into her small Mercedes, and sped out of her home. 3 minutes later, she arrived at the Sun community. Upon entering Ye Kai's home, she noticed an old man, appearing like a beggar, standing motionless at the entrance. As she pondered this, 2 figures emerged from the villa, Yi Zhuan and Lu Pingping. "Wenliye, Aunt Lu," Xiao Qianqian greeted promptly. "Qianqian, go inside and learn from Ye Kai. I have some matters to attend to," Lu Pingping replied, her previously dark expression softening into a forced smile upon seeing Xiao Qianqian. Xiao Qianqian was taken aback, wondering, "Learn? What is there to learn? My master is unwell. What's the point?" Without further thought, she dashed into the villa, only to find Ye Kai seated on a stool at the foot of the stairs, eyes closed in meditation. "Master, I'm here." At that moment, Ye Kai lacked the strength to even open his eyelids. Hearing her voice, he slightly parted his lips. "Come here, sit on my lap, and place the Yuan Qi pearl bracelet on my chest." Xiao Qianqian froze. Is my master trying to take advantage of me so early in the morning? Sit on his lap? How embarrassing. However, upon observing Ye Kai's deteriorating complexion, she sensed he was not joking and slowly settled onto his lap, pressing the Yuan Qi pearl against his chest. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. One of the 7 Yuan Qi pearls vanished, transforming into a refreshing stream of energy that flowed into Ye Kai's body. Xiao Qianqian, seated atop him, watched this astonishing spectacle, her mouth agape in silence. Minutes passed, and Ye Kai gradually opened his eyes. At that moment, he had regained a significant portion of his strength. The power of the Yuan Qi pearl was indeed remarkable, he mused. Noticing Xiao Qianqian still perched on his lap, he smiled gently. "All right, you can get down now. Are you becoming addicted to sitting there?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianqian's expression momentarily froze before her face flushed crimson. She quickly stood and asked, "Master, what happened to you?" Ye Kai chuckled. "I was practicing martial arts and overexerted myself." "Was it the martial art you were practicing?" "Indeed. If it weren't for the Yuan Pearl's protection, you might have overexerted yourself too." Xiao Qianqian felt a shiver run down her spine at this revelation. Thank goodness she had not overexerted herself. "Daughter, I'm sorry," came a heart-wrenching cry from outside. Suddenly, Lu Yi, tears streaming down his face, knelt before Lu Pingping, attempting to bow his head in apology. Upon witnessing her father's sudden act of contrition, Lu Pingping's abdomen quivered, and as realization dawned, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She turned away, unable to face such a display from her own father, despite his numerous wrongdoings. This poignant moment did not escape the notice of Ye Kai and Xiao Qianqian. "Master, that old man, is he your grandfather?" Xiao Qianqian inquired, wide-eyed with shock. Chapter 79. A Lifetime of Regret and Redemption. A small test wrapped in a golden box. Ye Kai's gaze sharpened as he replied bluntly, "He is not my grandfather." "Then why does he refer to Aunt Lu as his daughter?" Xiao Qianqian asked, perplexed. Ye Kai rejontet lui se transgresses vitot reservation. After hearing the tale, Xiao Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. Her chest rose and fell as she exclaimed, "How could such a father exist in this world? It's utterly revolting. What good does it do for him to seek redemption now?" Ye Kai appeared calm on the surface, yet inwardly he mused, "Redemption? If kneeling could atone for sins, what need would there be for the law? Such clandestine acts of selling one's daughter have already crossed legal boundaries. He will live with the guilt for a lifetime, enduring the pain of having sold his daughters." Outside the villa, Lu Yi suddenly felt like a creature lower than a beast. Having committed such heinous acts, he was beyond redemption. He resolved to turn himself in, but before doing so, he yearned to hear his daughter call him father. "What does it matter now that you realize your mistakes?" Yi Juan's cold gaze pierced through Lu Yi. "You have caused the death of your eldest daughter. Can this ever be undone?" Those words struck at Lu Yi's deepest anguish, and memories of his eldest daughter, Lu Yao, flooded his mind. After the demise of his eldest daughter, he callously discarded her remains, leaving them to be disposed of by others. Contemplating this, Lu Yi's eyes lost all glimmer. He rose, turning back like a mere shell of a man, and made his way towards the exit. Yi Juan and Lu Pingping chose to ignore him. Such a soulless individual deserves to spend the rest of his life in prison. "Husband, did you hear? He has finally reached a point of remorse." Tears streamed down Lu Pingping's face. Yi Juan held her tightly. "You have long severed ties with him. Whether he lives or dies from now on is irrelevant to us. You may choose to forgive him, but we cannot act in place of your sister." Meanwhile, Ye Kai lay in bed, conversing with King Qin, while Xiao Qianqian rummaged through Ye Kai's room, touching everything from the table to the stool, even the feather duster. In her imagination, these seemingly ordinary objects might conceal secrets. "Ye Kai, King Qin, an old fool named Lu Yi has turned himself in at the police station. Please arrange for him to spend the rest of his days in prison, slowly atoning for his sins." King Qin understood. After sending this message, Ye Kai turned off his phone. Encountering such matters early in the day is indeed unfortunate. Had I not employed my spiritual vision, this shameless old wretch would likely have continued his antics. My parents would surely have been infuriated by him. Now that they see him repenting, their hearts may find some solace. "Xiao Qianqian, can you play the highest level?" Ye Kai glanced at her. "I can manage a bit, just one Angela." Xiao Qianqian replied honestly. "Ye Kai, even if you are a novice, it matters not. Let's engage in a game." Xiao Qianqian opened her Honor of Kings app and logged in. They added each other as friends and began to play. Under Ye Kai's guidance, they soon achieved victory. Upon glancing at her stats, Xiao Qianqian muttered, "Yao, 0105. I truly am a bit of a hindrance." Just then, Yi Juan and Lu Pingping returned to the room. Upon entering, they saw their son gaming with Xiao Qianqian, lifting their spirits considerably. It seemed a romantic rhythm was developing between the two. At the door, Yi Juan smiled subtly, nudging Lu Pingping gently. "Wife, why not quickly fetch some fruit for Qianqian?" "Okay, I shall do that." Encouraged by Yi Juan, Lu Pingping's mood brightened significantly, a smile gracing her face as she headed to the kitchen to slice some cantaloupe for Xiao Qianqian and Ye Kai. Suddenly, Ye Kai's phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he discovered it was a call from Baiyun Express. He answered promptly. An urgent voice on the other end relayed, "Hello, your package has arrived. I have placed it in the delivery locker downstairs. Please remember to collect it." "Very well," Ye Kai replied politely, and the brief conversation concluded. He received a text from the delivery person, pickup code 1593. "Disciple, go fetch the package for your master." Ye Kai sent the pickup code directly to Xiao Qianqian. "Xiao Qianqian, oh, what did you purchase?" "Tomorrow's test papers," Xiao Qianqian remarked. "Didn't the department head ask him to prepare the exam?" "He didn't, so I bought a few sets to appease the department head." I'll print all the papers by noon, and the department head will pick me up. We can deliver the papers to the school afterward, Yi Kai stated casually. Xiao Qianqian nodded, standing up to retrieve the package. As she reached the door, she coincidentally met Lu Pingping, who was bringing the cantaloupe. Lu Pingping, Qianqian, where are you off to? Come eat some cantaloupe. Xiao Qianqian cheerfully replied. Aunt Lu, I'm going to help Yi Kai with the package. I'll be back shortly. Ah, I see. I thought Yi Kai had upset you. Lu Pingping glanced at Yi Kai, who was lounging on the bed with his phone, furrowing her brow. You little rascal, now that you've gained some prowess. You could be arrogant, can you? Do you need Qianqian's help to fetch a package? Are you without hands and feet? Yi Kai. If I were in better shape, I would not trouble Xiao Qianqian to fetch the package. Well, ultimately, I must bear the consequences myself. Mother, I just pulled a muscle in my back and find it difficult to walk, so I asked Xiao Qianqian for assistance. You don't feel any sympathy for me? Yi Kai concocted a filimsi ajuse. Lu Pingping paused for several seconds. Then a knowing smile spread across her face. How could her son have pulled a muscle? Could it be that he and Qianqian have progressed to that level? Her mind raced with wild speculation. Xiao Qianqian quickly made her exit. Upon arriving at the delivery area, she entered the pickup code provided by Yi Kai. To her surprise, instead of folder, she retrieved a box-like object. As she extracted the package, it emitted a series of metallic clinks. Is this really the test papers? With profound skepticism, Xiao Qianqian returned to Yi Kai's home, the box feeling rather heavy, leaving her breathless. The box was secured with 18 golden locks. Staring in disbelief, Xiao Qianqian exclaimed, Master, are you suggesting that this box contains the exam papers? What kind of papers require a golden box and 18 locks? Chapter 80. This is not a master, but clearly a couple. Yi Kai twitched his mouth. This old man, Xiong Yi, is making a mountain out of a molehill. Is it necessary to go through such theatrics just to send a few exam papers? With golden boxes and locks? He has become increasingly foolish. Not wanting to ponder further or unlock each lock, Yi Kai simply struck the golden box with his palm, smashing it open and retrieving a stack of exam papers. Xiao Qianqian, gazing at the shattered pieces of the golden box, widened her eyes. Master, how much could this box and its locks fetch if sold? A mere few million. Yi Kai replied nonchalantly. Speaking of money, I haven't even checked in at Tian Primary School today. After resting a bit longer, I shall go sign in. Xiao Qianqian's eyes sparkled as she looked at the stack of papers in Yi Kai's hands. How much did you spend on these papers? Nothing at all. Yi Kai replied with nonchalance. Xiao Qianqian, no cost? Are you pulling my leg? No one gives away exam papers for free, let alone in a golden box. Seeing the incredulous expression on Xiao Qianqian's face, Yi Kai couldn't help but chuckle. He maintained a serious demeanor. To be frank, I prepared these papers long before entering graduate school. You only know me as a top-notch teacher. You don't realize I'm the finest among them. Those old men have lost quite a bit of hair over the years trying to study my papers. Despite their efforts, they still have not fully grasped them. Xiao Qianqian's jaw dropped in astonishment, forming an O shape that could fit a large egg. But she quickly composed herself. This is merely a fundamental skill of my master. Why should I be so astonished? Time flew by, and before long was noon. Yi Kai felt significantly rejuvenated. He and Xiao Qianqian sat in the pavilion of the small courtyard, reviewing materials. Ever since Yi Kai revealed his genius identity to his parents, he had not studied at all. Previously, he acted discreetly, studying only to maintain appearances for his parents. Now that he has openly declared his genius status, what need is there for further study? Just ask me anytime if you have questions. Do your best on the exam tomorrow. Once we endure this grueling mini-test, we will find the graduate entrance exam remarkably easy by comparison. Xiao Qianqian examined the calculus test paper Yi Kai provided, somewhat displeased. Do you look down upon me? Why would you give me such simple questions? Yet you haven't answered a single question correctly. Yi Kai remarqued gestually. What? Xiao Qianqian paused, refocusing on the test paper and meticulously reviewing her answers, yet she found no mistakes. However, she understood that if Yi Kai claimed she was incorrect, it must be true. He had no reason to joke about such matters. Master, I truly do not comprehend where I went astray. After much inner turmoil, Xiao Qianqian surrendered and sought assistance from Yi Kai. In truth, everything you did was correct, Yi Kai remarked indifferently. Xiao Qianqian, feeling somewhat despondent, replied, Why does it feel as though you are toying with my emotions? Can we not engage in a joyful exchange? I merely wish to test your discernment, she continued. Yi Kai shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied, and said, evidently, you are utterly unaware of your own capabilities. When I say you are mistaken, it simply means you are indeed mistaken. One must think more critically. As the two discussed the examination paper, a doorbell chimed from outside. Ding dong. Yikai raised an eyebrow slightly. Go answer the door. The department head has come to collect the exam papers. Let him take them and leave. He should not expect to linger here for a meal. Xiao Qianqian nodded, then grasped a stack of small test papers and approached the iron gate, pressing the button. As the gate opened, Lu Sheng stepped inside. However, he had barely taken a few steps before Xiao Qianqian obstructed his path. Unlike Yikai, who could disregard formalities with Lu Sheng, Xiao Qianqian had to maintain her respect. With a respectful demeanor, Xiao Qianqian addressed Lu Sheng, department head. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Here are the small test papers prepared by Yikai. Please take them back to the school to photocopy and allow the teachers to complete them. Upon hearing this, the department head was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly took the papers from Xiao Qianqian with a smile and turned to leave. Such a master and disciple. Yet they resemble a couple, Lu Sheng murmured, shaking his head, a knowing look adorning his face. The driver, Xiao Wang, noticing Lu Sheng's cheerful demeanor, teased, department head, what has brought you such joy? Lu Sheng regained his authoritative composure, replying, why all this chatter? Hurry and drive. The teachers at the school are eagerly awaiting. They are keen to assess their teaching skills. During mealtime, Yikai and Xiao Qianqian sat closely together at the dining table, while Yi Zhuan and Lu Pingping wore smiles of satisfaction. The two adults exchanged glances, pleased with the harmony. Look how well my son and daughter-in-law complement each other. Lu Pingping suddenly remarked, do you not feel our family is missing someone? Missing someone? All three pairs of eyes turned to Lu Pingping. Wife, what is it that we lack? A child, Lu Pingping replied with a smile. Yi Zhuan responded with a nonchalant oh, continuing to eat, yet internally mused, lacking a child, is it? Perhaps this time could lead to that. Yikai instinctively glanced at Xiao Qianqian, who blushed and, feeling shy, focused solely on her food. Lu I's mention of wanting a grandchild was unmistakably clear. She was yearning for a grandchild, yet they had not even dated. This misunderstanding was growing increasingly profound. Moreover, discussing children at this juncture felt rather premature. The family, each with their own thoughts, enjoyed a harmonious lunch together. After the meal, Yikai and Xiao Qianqian retreated to the study. Feel free to peruse the books here. All scriptures have translations available. Additionally, I wish to discuss martial arts with you. Xiao Qianqian blinked her large eyes and asked, Master, have you discovered the name of the martial art I am learning? I have, Yikai replied earnestly. It is called the Sacred Emperor Scripture. Yikai then elaborated on the origins and specific cultivation methods of the Sacred Emperor Scripture. In essence, only couples or spouses can practice this martial art. After all, it cannot be practiced while clothed, Yikai added with a smile. A blush crept onto Xiao Qianqian's exquisite face. Perhaps I shall refrain from practicing. Yikai smiled gently, very well. I will look for other martial arts that might suit you. Xiao Qianqian nodded, but felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Master, could you help me find Yi Tianjun? The past is not something one can simply let go of. Taking a deep breath, she smiled faintly. I just wish to see him once more and express my gratitude. It seems I no longer harbor such strong feelings for him. Chapter 81. I am Yi Tianjun. The thoughts of a young girl are truly incomprehensible. Yi Tianjun. Upon hearing this name, Yikai merely smiled faintly. Linxia also held affections for Yi Tianjun, yet her obsession paled in comparison to Xiao Qianqian's. Yikai resolved to reveal to Xiao Qianqian the truth that he was indeed Yi Tianjun, thereby unraveling the knot in her heart that had persisted for a decade. Xiao Qianqian, listen closely. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, but I will tell you one last time. I am Yi Tianjun. Yikai's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Qianqian. Xiao Qianqian was taken aback. Yikai was Yi Tianjun? Was he serious? Had this been any other time, she would have dismissed it as a jest. However, Yikai was now her master, exhibiting maturity and steadiness, far removed from frivolous banter. You truly are? She asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. I have stated before, whether you choose to believe is your decision. I shall not elaborate further. Yikai paused before continuing. In truth, I have mentioned this to you before. You simply did not believe me. Xiao Qianqian recalled moments shared with Yikai, realizing he had indeed attempted to convey that he was Yi Tianjun multiple times, both intentionally and unintentionally. At that instant, her heart felt as though it had halted, her breath quickening. Who could have imagined that the boy she had secretly admired for 10 years was her very classmate? Who would have thought that she, once the aloof school beauty, would take Yi Tianjun as her master? Was this mere coincidence, or was it fate's design? Previously, she had been skeptical of destiny, but now she found herself compelled to believe. With a flurry of footsteps, Xiao Qianqian dashed out of the study, seeking Lu Pingping, who was busy preparing goji berries. "Aunt," she called sweetly. Lu Pingping turned at the sound, her face lighting up with a maternal smile. "What is it?" "I wish to ask you something." "Go ahead." "Did Yi Kai ever change his name? Was his first name Yi Tianjun?" "Indeed. His father and I found that name too rustic, so we changed it to Yi Kai." Xiao Qianqian shuddered, her mind reeling. It was difficult to fathom that the person she had secretly adored for a decade had always been by her side. Most crucially, it seemed he was aware of her affections. "Aunt, thank you. I'm feeling a bit unwell today. I will visit you again when I have the chance." After uttering this, Xiao Qianqian rushed out, returning home. Through the window, Yi Kai observed the speeding car and shook his head, muttering to himself, "I suppose she was taken aback. I hope I haven't shattered her ideal image of that perfect boy." At that moment, Lu Pingping stormed into the room. "Son, did you upset Qianqian?" Seeing the intense expression on Lu Pingping's face, Yi Kai felt a twinge of grievance. "Mother, am I not your biological child?" She mentioned feeling unwell and left. "I certainly did not bully her." Lu Pingping shot him a disbelieving glare. "Really?" Yi Kai raised his hands in surrender. "I truly did not. That's for the best. Otherwise, if I find out, I will tell your father to give you a beating." Lu Pingping struggled to find a suitable threat for Yi Kai and resorted to invoking her husband. Monday arrived, and Yi Kai arrived at school early. Noticing Xiao Qianqian's absence, he frowned. Normally, she would have arrived before him. Could it be that she had yet to compose herself? Yi Kai pondered quickly. He returned to his seat, opened his phone, hesitated momentarily, and ultimately sent a WeChat message to Xiao Qianqian. "Yi Kai, are you there?" A minute later, Xiao Qianqian replied, "MMM." Noticing such a brief response, Yi Kai frowned. Normally, this girl would sweetly address him as master. What's going on? Can a crush also call him master? "Yi Kai, there's an exam today. Why aren't you hurrying here?" Xiao Qianqian, I don't want to come." "Yi Kai, don't want to come? Why not?" "Xiao Qianqian, it's nothing." Yi Kai rubbed his forehead. Sigh. The thoughts of girls are truly perplexing. After hesitating, Yi Kai exited the classroom and coincidentally encountered their homeroom teacher, Song Xiaolin. Upon seeing Yi Kai, she was filled with respect, her eyes brimming with awe. She had graded his exam paper and was astonished to find he scored merely 9 points. Moreover, those points were largely guesses. In a multiple-choice question, at least 3 out of 10 words were unfamiliar to her. And there were several traps that even foreigners would struggle to navigate. "Teacher Song, I'm stepping out of the school," Yi Kai greeted before heading outside. This time, he did not take a taxi but instead called Ouyang Phone Wang. "Sent a driver to pick me up at the school gate." 1 minute. "Understood, boss." A minute later, a Ferrari halted before Yi Kai. A middle-aged man in a suit emerged from the car. "Young Master Yi," the man said respectfully, "where would you like to go?" "A Fei, will escort you." Yi Kai brusquely pushed the man aside. "You can head back." With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away like a wild beast, disappearing from the man's sight in mere seconds. In less than 10 minutes, Yi Kai arrived at Xiao Qianqian's home. At that moment, Zhu Fang was outside Xiao Qianqian's room, knocking on the door and calling, "Qianqian, it's almost 7. Hurry up, you're going to be late." "Got it, Mom," Xiao Qianqian replied, emerging from her room in a black silk pajama. Seeing her daughter in a less than stellar condition, Zhu Fang felt anxious. "You silly girl, today is the mini-test. Were you playing on your phone too late last night? Look at those dark circles under your eyes." Xiao Qianqian nodded. "I had a nightmare last night. Hurry and freshen up," Zhu Fang instructed before heading downstairs. Just as she descended, she spotted Yi Kai entering the villa. Zhu Fang was momentarily taken aback. Kai, what? What brings you here?" "Oh, since Qianqian didn't go to school and I couldn't reach her by phone, I came to check." Yi Kai fabricated a casual excuse and then went upstairs. Watching Yi Kai ascend, Zhu Fang took a while to process the situation. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she murmured, "Oh no, it seems these two had a spat. They must have argued last night." No wonder Qian looked so out of sorts today. She looks like someone who has just suffered a heartbreak. What do you mean she had a nightmare? That's just an excuse. Like a detective with a sudden epiphany. Zhu Fang tiptoed back upstairs to discover what had transpired between her daughter and Yi Kai. Chapter 82. If you score in double digits in any subject, I will grant you a request. After Qian finished freshening up, she was changing clothes in her room. Hearing the door open, she instinctively called out, "Mom, don't come in yet." However, she did not hear Zhu Fang's voice. Instead, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure. Her eyes widened in shock, and just as she noticed her bare abdomen, she was about to scream when Yi Kai swiftly covered her mouth. Yi Kai casually grabbed a blanket from the bed and draped it over her midriff. What are you doing here? Qian stammered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. If I don't come, do you plan on skipping the exam? Yi Kai replied sternly, am I not the one you've had a crush on for 10 years? Why feel shy about facing me? Though he said this, his thoughts wandered. If you feel that having a crush on me is such a burden, I might as well have a crush on you for 10 years too. Upon hearing this, Qian could no longer contain her emotions and lamented. I'm already your disciple. How could I possibly become your girlfriend? By the end of her statement, her voice had diminished to a whisper. Yet even then, Yi Kai heard her clearly. Who says a disciple can't be my girlfriend? Yi Kai blurted out instinctively. However, after saying it, he felt something was amiss. Wait, Haven T, I always prided myself on being a staunch bachelor. Why'd I suddenly say that? Hearing this, Qian's eyes sparkled. In truth, after all they had been through, she had long regarded Yi Kai as her idol. Their relationship had long transcended that of a mere teacher and disciple. The moment she confirmed that Yi Kai was indeed Yi Tianjun, she was overwhelmed with excitement and joy. It was as if the heavens had bestowed upon her an incredibly grand surprise. However, due to their teacher-disciple relationship, pursuing Yi Kai seemed somewhat morally questionable, which is why she had been feeling dejected and restless throughout the night. Now, it appeared that Yi Kai did not mind a teacher-student romance. Qian's heart felt as if it had been illuminated once more. Hurry and get dressed. I'll take you to school, Yi Kai said, glancing at her. As long as you score over 10 in any subject, I will grant you one request. Anything within the bounds of the law is fair game. He would not flatter girls. He could only resort to the old tactic of making promises to deal with Qian. Upon hearing this, Qian's face broke into a radiant smile. Yi Kai, you go out first. I'll change. Qian no longer wished to call him master. She resolved that from this moment on, she would address him by his name. Yi Kai stepped out of the room, shaking his head and muttering, girls are truly unpredictable. I never imagined there were such challenging creatures in the world. Just then, Zhu Fang emerged from the corner of the staircase. Kai, what were you and Qian whispering about in there? She inquired curiously. Yi Kai smiled lightly at her inquiry, saying nothing, and urged her to prepare quickly for school. All right then, I'll head to the company first. You two stay safe on your way to school, Zhu Fang instructed before leaving. Yi Kai waited for Qian to change into her school uniform and trousers before they climbed into his car. Is this car a loaner? Yi Kai replied honestly without hesitation. Are you worried about me? Qian teased playfully, rolling her eyes. Not at all, Yi Kai replied nonchalantly. Qian giggled, choosing not to challenge him further. They soon arrived at the school. The bell for morning self-study rang. Yi Kai and Qian entered the classroom and took their seats in front of everyone. The mini-test spanned 2 days. Monday featured English in the morning and calculus and biology in the afternoon, while Tuesday had Chinese in the morning and chemistry and math in the afternoon. Qian occasionally glanced at Yi Kai, her spirits buoyed with energy. This boy who had saved her multiple times was her desk mate. If she could score over 10 in any subject during this mini-test, she could ask Yi Kai for a favor. Undoubtedly, she would want him to be her boyfriend. He must know how much I like him. Surely he wouldn't reject me, right? Meanwhile, Yi Kai pondered why he felt a twinge of regret for making the exam so challenging. As the morning self-study concluded, it heralded the beginning of the first exam. Before the test, the homeroom teacher affixed the seating arrangement for the exam at the front and back doors of the classroom. Yi Kai searched for his name. Classical Literature, Row 3, Seat 8. Yi Kai, I'm sitting behind you, Qian chimed in with a smile. Yi Kai lowered his gaze and noticed, beneath his name, the words, Qian, Classical Literature Class 3, Number 9. So, we are in the same examination room. Yi Kai smiled and said, let's go. After speaking, he headed towards the classroom exit. However, just as he reached the door, he heard some very piercing voices from the adjacent Class 7. Oh no, I can't believe I'm sitting next to the genius Huang. Happy genius. Please let me sneak a peek during the exam. Everyone eagerly anticipated Huang Yuntao's performance in this small test. Brother Huang, please don't be modest with your ability. Securing first place in the engineering department shouldn't pose much difficulty, right? The students from Class 7, all aspiring graduate students, flattered Huang Yuntao to no end. Yet, Huang Yuntao weakly protested, I'm really not a genius. How many times do I have to explain this? Despite his denials, the others remained unconvinced, believing he was merely pretending to be humble. Upon spotting Yi Kai, Huang Yuntao's eyes lit up as if he had found a lifeline, and he rushed over, disregarding his image, and clung to Yi Kai's leg. Ye God, you are my only hope to prove my innocence. Witnessing Huang Yuntao's pitiful state, Yi Kai smirked. Let's talk after the exam. Huang Yuntao exclaimed, I'm about to break down. Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian paid no further attention to Huang Yuntao and arrived at the entrance of Classical Literature Class 3. At that moment, Lin Xia and An Yusin emerged from the classroom, holding their pencil cases, and happened to bump into Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian. Lin Xia paused, glanced at Yi Kai, and flashed a sweet smile. Brother, good luck, do well on the exam. After nodding slightly at Xiao Qianqian, she left with An Yusin. Xia, have you really let go? An Yusin asked, somewhat unwilling to accept it. Lin Xia smiled, I've come to understand. I can admire a flower without necessarily picking it. I can enjoy the wind without asking it to stop for me. I can appreciate the clouds without demanding them to descend and envelop me. Loving someone doesn't mean I must possess them or spend a lifetime together. Chapter 83. This is outrageous. The exam relies solely on guessing. The exam commenced. Two proctors stood at the podium, awaiting instructions. Proctors, please open the test papers. As the command was issued, the proctors opened the papers and began distributing them. The papers were divided into 4 groups, corresponding to the number of candidates in each group. In contrast, the candidates appeared exceedingly tense, with some even feeling the urge to relieve themselves. Teacher, I need to use the restroom. The proctor frowned slightly and waved his hand. Hurry up. Please distribute the papers. Yi Kai sat in the second-to-last position of the first group. When the paper reached him, only 2 sheets remained. He took one and tossed the other back. Xiao Qianqian, quick to react, caught it and puffed her cheeks, saying, Master, throw it more accurately. After acquiring the paper, Yi Kai simply laid his head on the desk and fell asleep. I'll write the answers to my own test. I already know the correct answers. I just need 5 minutes to jot them down. The proctor, being from the classical literature class, was unaware that Yi Kai was a top-tier teacher. Noticing him sleeping, she furrowed her brow but said nothing. This small test was akin to a graduate exam. If one chose to forego the test, no one would intervene. Once the candidates received their papers, they began answering with confidence. However, the first multiple-choice question was incomprehensible. The second, still incomprehensible. Soon, disgruntled murmurs filled the examination hall. What on earth is this? This is a small test? I doubt even the locals from Y country could answer this. I can't continue. I want to give up. I'd rather submit a blank paper than guess randomly. This is exhilarating. It's supposed to be this difficult. English is my weak subject. If everyone struggles, I might just break into the top 10 of the entire department. The person who set this paper must be my ancestor. Meanwhile, some aspiring graduate students who admired Yi Kai looked at him and, seeing him asleep, seemingly understood and followed suit, resting their heads on their desks. If I can't do it, why bother? However, the majority still forced themselves to write down answers based on instinct. As the exam neared its conclusion, with only 5 minutes left, Yi Kai began to write. He moved his pen with ease, swiftly jotting down all the answers. Remarkably, only 3 minutes had passed when he finished. Xiao Qianqian, with her eyes closed and hands clasped, silently prayed, Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, please bless me to guess at least 5 questions correctly. I'll settle for a 10. Aside from the English multiple-choice questions, which allowed for a few lucky guesses, other subjects had fewer such questions, especially in mathematics. It seemed that answering a couple of multiple-choice questions would lead to a blank submission. After the English exam concluded, the entire senior class erupted in chaos. Even the students of classical literature raged at the sky. This small test paper is insufferably difficult. I can't go on. I'm starting to question life itself. Is English really this hard now? Heavens, I estimate I can only score 15 points. 15 points? You're overestimating yourself. 8 or 9 points would be decent. Unless you're exceptionally lucky and guess many multiple-choice questions correctly, you're doomed. The English paper is for fools. One can casually write and still score above 10. Nonsense. I only guessed 8 points last time. It's truly a matter of luck. After the English exam, it was nearly mealtime. Yikai and Xiao Qianqian returned to their classroom, where classmates were discussing the difficulty of the test. Xiao Qianqian, however, kept her gaze fixed on Yikai, as if admiring a beautiful flower. Yi Tianjun. Yikai replied coolly, "Please refrain from calling me that mundane name. I want to be your girlfriend. Would you reject me?" Xiao Qianqian mustered her courage, blushing as she asked softly. Yikai glanced at her, a smirk playing on his lips. "If I become wicked, even I might fear myself. If you wish to be my girlfriend, your innocence may be at risk." Xiao Qianqian did not expect such a response. Innocence at risk? How embarrassing. In this 21st century, even middle schoolers are quite open. Now that we've entered university and graduate studies, if you desire me, I would comply. However, safety measures must be taken. Xiao Qianqian spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Yikai thought to himself, I didn't expect Xiao Qianqian to be so open. But it seems she is only this way with me. Enough daydreaming. Yikai replied nonchalantly, I'm not looking for a relationship right now. Focusing on getting into a good graduate school is the priority. Xiao Qianqian chuckled at this, such a fake, serious demeanor. Yikai, unfazed, remained silent. In the 2 afternoon exams, the aspiring graduate students were tortured. They pulled their hair, slapped their foreheads, pounded their chests, and banged their desks, venting their inner turmoil in various ways. I can't do any of these questions. As evening approached and school was about to end, parents gathered at the school gate to pick up their children. In the first exchange between parents and child, well, how did you do on the exam? Mom made bone soup for you. Mom, it's complicated. Let us discuss it at home. No worries, do your best. If your rank drops in the department, you'll only be allowed to eat vegetables this month. In the second exchange between parents and child, Father, my precious daughter, do you think you can place in the top 30 of the department this time? Being in the top 30 guarantees admission to a prestigious graduate school. Daughter, Dad, I think I can make it into the top 10 this time. Father, what? Are you serious? Daughter, I'm not joking. Due to the formidable difficulty of this examination, all prospective graduate students resorted to guessing answers. Even the top students struggled to perform. Father, I was just foolishly optimistic. Dialogue between the third pair of parents and child. Foster father, my goddaughter, I've come to pick you up. Regardless of how you performed with me around, you will lead a comfortable life without the need for relentless struggle. Goddaughter, you are so kind to me, foster father. Foster father, I need to meet with a client at a hotel for a project. Would you like to join? Goddaughter, I wouldn't want to trouble you, so I'll take my leave. Yikai drove Xiao Qianqian home. As she gazed at Yikai's handsome profile, her cheeks flushed. Yikai, if I scored 10 points in my exams, I will make you my boyfriend. This time, Yikai did not refuse and resolutely replied, all right. Xiao Qianqian's heart raced at his affirmation, and she excitedly added, you promise me that if I score above 10 in any subject, I can ask you to do something. That something is for you to be my boyfriend. Wait, being just a boyfriend isn't enough. I should ask you to be my husband. Yes. Let us go get a marriage certificate. Chapter 84. Let's move to the star community. You certainly have a vivid imagination. Yikai smirked, saying, I haven't had enough fun yet. I'm not ready for marriage. Oomph. Xiao Qianqian puffed up her cheeks. Who do you want to have fun with? Yikai, what I mean is, marrying too early isn't ideal. What is wrong with that? Xiao Qianqian retorted angrily. With your excellence, I must take the initiative. Yikai was taken aback, realizing she had transformed from a cold school beauty to a domineering student. He couldn't help but chuckle, casually suggesting, if you're so eager to commit, how about we head straight to the Marriott Hotel? Xiao Qianqian hesitated, her face turning crimson. I'm not mentally prepared yet. Observing her bashful demeanor, Yikai felt an impulse to rush into the hotel and have a profound discussion about life with this enchanting girl. However, rationality prevailed. I am a prospective graduate student. I am a prospective graduate student. At that moment, even the ice heart technique seemed ineffective. The phrase I am a prospective graduate student kept Yikai remarkably composed. After dropping Xiao Qianqian off at her home, he could not resist the warm hospitality of Aunt Zhu. Thus, he sent a WeChat message to Lu Pingping. Mom, I'll be having dinner at Xiao Qianqian's place. Lu Pingping, good son, wait for me, I'm coming too. Yikai, is that appropriate? Lu Pingping, what is wrong with that? Your mom and Aunt Zhu are good friends. Yi Kai. All right then. Lu Pingping. When your dad returns, I'll have him take me there. Yi Kai shook his head and put his phone back in his pocket. In the living room, Xiaolong was engrossed in studying the 8 secret mysteries. Recently, he and Yizhuan had arranged a schedule. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, he would study the chess strategies, while on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, Yizhuan would take his turn. Sundays were designated as a day of rest from chess study. Furthermore, Xiaolong downloaded an app called World Chess on his phone and played 36 games with a 100 win rate. Aunt Zhu and Xiao Qianqian were busy cooking in the kitchen, and this time they did not allow Yi Kai to enter. Mom, I can't cook. Just let Yi Kai do it. After all, his cooking is delicious. Xiao Qianqian clumsily stir-fried vegetables, fearing her dishes wouldn't taste good. Aunt Zhu playfully tapped Xiao Qianqian's forehead. You silly girl. If you don't become exceptional, how will a boy as outstanding as Yi Kai notice you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianqian suddenly found Aunt Zhu's words to be quite sensible. Indeed, what would a remarkable man see in an ordinary woman? Was it merely because she was pretty? There are countless beautiful women in the world. With that thought, Xiao Qianqian focused more intently on her cooking. Let me handle it. Just then, Yi Kai walked in from the kitchen. I'm worried your food won't taste good. Xiao Qianqian, you're not giving me any face at all. How hurtful, Yi Kai. Aunt Zhu quickly pulled Xiao Qianqian out of the kitchen. Did you hear that? Yi Kai thinks your cooking won't be good enough. Should you put in a little more effort? Aunt Zhu advised earnestly. Xiao Qianqian retorted, Mom, can't you see? This isn't merely about effort. No matter how hard I try, I can't cook better than he does. Aunt Zhu paused, pondering, you might have a point. Xiao Qianqian, I won't discuss this with you anymore. About half an hour later, Yizhuan and Lu Pingping arrived. As soon as they entered, Xiaolong eagerly retrieved a chess set to challenge Yizhuan, while Aunt Zhu and Lu Pingping engaged in casual conversation. Xiao Qianqian found herself with nothing to do. She looked towards the kitchen, where Yi Kai was busy. A smile crept on her face, her eyes sparkled with light, thinking, if only time could freeze at this moment. It feels so warm. After preparing the dishes, Yi Kai personally served each one. Xiao Qianqian wanted to help, but was stopped by him. Some dishes were too hot for her delicate skin to handle. Sitting at the dining table, she gazed at the array of exquisite dishes and instinctively rubbed her stomach. Today is another fortunate day. Old Juan, how about your family comes over every day for dinner? Xiaolong proposed with a bright smile. Yizhuan chuckled. Old Long, don't think I don't see through your ulterior motives. You want my family to have Yi Kai cook a lavish spread for you every day, don't you? Yizhuan sighed. Ever since I tasted the dishes Yi Kai made, everything else seems bland. It spoiled your taste, Aunt Zhu added with an annoyed expression. Now, this certain someone doesn't even appreciate my cooking anymore. Xiao Qianqian stifled a laugh, glancing again at Yi Kai. She too wished to savor his cooking every day. Running around is too troublesome. I suggest we all move to the star community. The environment there is excellent, situated perfectly between the sun community and the moon community. Quite impressive. As Lu Pingping spoke, she pulled out a brochure about the star community from her bag. Yizhuan remarked, Dear, why did you bring that? Are you planning to buy a new house? Lu Pingping shot him a glance. With housing prices skyrocketing, acquiring another property is undoubtedly a wise investment. Moreover, since we are in real estate development, we must experience various homes to design different layouts. Clapping his hands, Xiaolong exclaimed, That is a brilliant idea. Frankly, I don't want to live in the moon community anymore. There have been rumors that it used to be a burial site. Aunt Zhu nodded in agreement. I've also heard that in our community, a child from one family suddenly started shouting about wanting to jump off a building every day. Upon hearing their parents' remarks, Xiao Qianqian instinctively looked at Yi Kai, who met her gaze as if to say, I haven't misspoken. The negative energy here is too strong. A few days or months is fine, but living here for over a decade will surely lead to trouble. Dear daughter, do you agree to move? Xiaolong and Aunt Zhu asked Xiao Qianqian. Without hesitation, she affirmed, I agree. After all, the star community is very close to the sun community. And even if Yi Kai doesn't move, she can still take the bus to school with him. My precious son, do you wish to move? Yizhuan looked at Yi Kai with a benevolent expression. Ever since Yi Kai revealed his identity, his status in the family had soared, nearly equaling that of his parents, and perhaps even surpassing them. Yi Kai replied nonchalantly, I have no preference. Chapter 85. What is a feng shui master? Not worthy of carrying my shoes. Upon hearing that Yi Kai agreed to the move, both families joyously dined, while simultaneously beginning their search for a new residence. Observing the adults' indecisiveness, Xiao Qianqian couldn't help but interject. Yi Kai understands feng shui. It would be most fitting for him to select the house. As soon as these words escaped her lips, the previously chattering adults fell silent, turning their attention to Yi Kai, who remained composed while savoring an oyster. Could it be true that Yi Kai possessed knowledge of feng shui? Feeling the curious, skeptical, and astonished gazes directed at him, Yi Kai shyly replied, "Please don't look at me like that. It's merely a bit of understanding of feng shui, nothing to be surprised about." Ye zun affectionately ruflet Yi Kai's hide, exclaiming, "Son." The profession of feng shui master is quite in demand nowadays. If you have a talent in this area, you should consider delving deeper into it. In the future, as our company expands and new projects arise, we will certainly need to consult a feng shui master for guidance. If you grasp the principles of feng shui, we could save quite a sum. What is a feng shui master really? Yi Kai replied nonchalantly, "Such individuals are not even worthy of carrying my shoes." Though he spoke lightly, his thoughts were more critical. I am merely downplaying their worth. In my eyes, those so-called feng shui masters are nothing but charlatans, preying on the unsuspecting. How could they possibly compare to the god of feng shui, such as myself? Noticing Yi Kai's apparent disdain for the feng shui masters, the adults were taken aback, whispering amongst themselves about whether Yi Kai was employing his usual tactic of feigning modesty. Since the events of the previous weekend, their perception of Yi Kai had undergone a significant transformation. This young man truly possessed a remarkable ability to speak grandly without even a hint of breathlessness. Those who doubted him were in for a rude awakening. At that moment, the adults regarded Yi Kai as a figure even more formidable than any feng shui master. Yi Kai leisurely enjoyed a bite of abalone, savoring its taste, while musing that feng shui was rather simple. I taught myself during middle school and have surpassed numerous feng shui masters. Since I am already perceived as extraordinary in my parents' eyes, I might as well indulge in this pretense, allowing them to witness just how exceptional I truly am. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the adults gasped in disbelief, marveling at how this young man could incite such frustration in the mundane. Yi Jun was the first to regain his composure, saying, "Son, since you were so knowledgeable, why didn't you offer me guidance when I purchased our house? Your mother has often criticized me for our villa's distance from the community square. It was merely fortuitous that I chose the optimal feng shui location, so I didn't feel the need to speak up," Yi Kai replied casually. Upon hearing this, Yi Jun felt a tremor of relief, as though years of grievance had finally found an outlet. He glanced at Lu Pingping, saying, "Dear, did you hear that? Our son claims our home's feng shui is the best." Lu Pingping, feeling somewhat guilty as though she had wronged a good person, replied bashfully, "If I had known Yi Kai understood feng shui, I wouldn't have blamed you for not purchasing a better house." Yi Kai chuckled, "All right. You need not concern yourselves with the housing matters. I shall take care of everything. We will all move next weekend." Hearing this, Yi Jun was overwhelmed with joy, feeling that having such an outstanding son was more fortunate than winning a multi-million lottery. Xiao Long quickly served his wife, Zhu Feng, a piece of abalone, exclaiming, "Look how dark this abalone is. It must be very nutritious. Make sure to eat plenty." The two families feasted heartily, with dinner stretching into the evening until 8 o'clock p.m. "Yi Kai, is this car yours?" Yi Jun asked in surprise as he saw Yi Kai entering the vehicle. Yi Kai replied nonchalantly, "No, I borrowed it. Just felt like driving for fun." Yi Jun nodded, expressing concern. "Though you obtained your license long ago, you haven't driven much. Take it slow on the way home. Once you become proficient, I'll buy you." Before he could finish, Yi Kai executed a stunning reverse maneuver, speeding off with a flourish. Yi Jun exclaimed, "What on earth? Could it be that this kid has a talent for driving as well?" The adults exchanged glances, pondering the implications. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianqian watched Yi Kai's car until it vanished from sight before heading upstairs. She took out her phone, intending to message Yi Kai on WeChat, but hesitated, fearing that texting while driving might distract him, and decided against it. After careful consideration, she resolved to practice the Holy Emperor's scripture with Yi Kai. In her heart, Yi Kai was the boy she wished to marry. Even if it meant offering herself, she wouldn't mind. Moreover, it was merely a matter of disrobing and practicing together. Meanwhile, Yi Kai was driving leisurely. However, this leisurely pace for others was akin to racing. Whoosh! Yi Kai overtook a Ferrari. The Ferrari gradually came to a stop, and a middle-aged man snapped a photo of Yi Kai's license plate. Is he driving even faster than I am? Jianlin City truly harbors hidden talents. He muttered to himself before dialing a number. Hello? Biao. Please look into the owner of the license plate. I just sent you. I found a rival worthy of my skills. Brother 9, surely you're joking. You're the god of the mountain. Is there truly someone who can rival you? Don't boast to me. Always remember, there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. I understand. Leave it to me. At this moment, Yi Kai returned home, unaware that he had drawn attention simply for driving a car. He hurried to wash up, take a shower, and rest himself in bed. A few minutes later, his phone buzzed with messages from Xiao Qianqian. Xiao Qianqian, are you home? Yi Kai repeated. I've finished my shower and am about to rest. Xiao Qianqian, I've made a decision. I can practice the Holy Emperor Scripture. Yi Kai sat upright, contemplating for a moment before responding. If you wish to practice, then let us proceed. Xiao Qianqian, shy expression. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Yi Kai's mouth. For some reason, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Was his steadfast heart beginning to waver? How much longer could he resist the allure of a beautiful woman? The next day, examinations continued. While the diligent students remained focused on carefully analyzing questions and diligently answering, the others casually marked their answers. For multiple-choice questions, they guessed a few, relying on luck. If there were no options, they left it blank. For 3 long answers and 1 short, they chose the longest. For 3 shorts and 1 long, they selected the shortest. If lengths were equal, they chose B. If all else failed, they circled D for every question. The aspiring graduate students relied on these mnemonics to see them through to the end of the exam. For these aspiring scholars, the test held little significance. However, in the eyes of their teachers and department heads, it was of great importance. As the graduate entrance examinations approached, it was crucial to remind these students that they were not adequately prepared and must study diligently. After school, in the conference building of the school, in a hall that could accommodate hundreds, Yi Kai stood on stage, addressing all the professors from the 4th year. Today, I will take the time to explain the examination papers to the teachers of the Department of Cultural Studies. When you return to your classrooms, please impart this knowledge to the aspiring graduate students. I will only explain it once, so please listen attentively. If you require me to repeat it, there will be an additional fee. Chapter 86. The human heart is unpredictable. Proceed with caution. In the conference hall, the teachers were as attentive as diligent students, fully engrossed in Yi Kai's presentation. Yi Kai swiftly analyzed the English examination paper, noting that the primary reason for student struggles with English was not due to grammar, but rather their insufficient vocabulary. Dear English teachers, I won't cover every single unfamiliar word. You can research those at your leisure. Instead, I will focus on how to quickly analyze questions and accurately find answers. From the grandeur of the British Empire to the intricacies of calculus, and from the depths of calculus to the historical geography of classical literature, Yi Kai expounded for more than 3 hours. Although his delivery was swift, the teachers listened intently, fully comprehending his insights, such as the prowess of a distinguished educator. To ensure an uninterrupted explanation of the examination papers, he silenced his phone. Upon turning it back on, he discovered over a dozen missed calls, all from his parents. Due to time constraints, he had merely informed them earlier, I might be home late tonight, without elaborating further, planning to provide a thorough explanation upon his return. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianqian had accompanied Yi Kai to the conference hall from the very start. Once the teachers and department head had departed, she cheerfully bounded over from the back of the hall. It's already 8. We'll have to take a taxi home, she remarked. Let us go, Yi Kai replied as they made their way toward the school exit. However, upon reaching the outside, Song Xiaolin pulled up in her red Volkswagen. I'll give you both a ride home. Despite Yi Kai's esteemed status as a top teacher, in Song Xiaolin's eyes, he remained a child, albeit one gifted in academia. Concerned for their safety, she insisted on driving them home. Yi Kai shook his head. There's no need. We could take a taxi. Seeing his resolve, Song Xiaolin nodded. Then please be careful. I'll take my leave now. Take care, Teacher Song, Xiao Qianqian said, waving her hand thoughtfully. Song Xiaolin smiled slightly and added before departing. Yi Kai, you did exceptionally well. As they watched Song Xiaolin's figure fade away, Xiao Qianqian turned to Yi Kai. Tomorrow, the results will be out. You must fulfill your promise. Yi Kai similait faintly. Rest assured, I would never deceive you. After this exchange, he took out his phone to hail a taxi. Soon, a cab pulled up beside them, and Yi Kai noticed a beverage bottle atop the car. Once inside, he asked the somewhat eccentric driver, "Why do you have a bottle of Red Bull on the roof?" The driver, caught off guard, hesitated before responding, "Young man, you don't understand. It's a new way to attract girls." Yikai was momentarily taken aback. Is this really a method to court women? He glanced at Xiao Qianqian. Are you familiar with this technique? She shook her head. Upon catching a glimpse of the stunning Xiao Qianqian in the rearview mirror, the driver felt a surge of desire. "Young man, are you the boyfriend of this beauty?" Yikai replied, "No, not yet." Xiao Qianqian chimed in, puffing her cheeks, but almost. Recognizing their close relationship, the driver reined in his inappropriate thoughts. Before long, they arrived at the Moonlight community. The driver watched Xiao Qianqian leave with lingering reluctance, causing Yikai to furrow his brow. Something feels off about this guy, he mused, activating his spiritual insight to peer into the driver's thoughts. The driver lamented, "What a shame. If she didn't have a boyfriend, perhaps I could have succeeded. What is the point of marriage? It's much more exciting to play around." He continued, "This kid is so naive, he doesn't even know the significance of the Red Bull. How innocent." Finally, he thought, that beauty is undoubtedly of a higher caliber than Red Bull. Next time, I should put a bottle of Matai on the roof. Yikai's expression hardened. It dawned on him that this driver was a predator, one who deceives women to exploit them. Without hesitation, he addressed the driver, "What do you see in my eyes?" The driver, startled, met Yikai's gaze and trembled, bringing the car to a halt. Yikai exited the vehicle, coldly commanded, "Turn around. Go to the inspection bureau and confess." The driver complied, turning the car around. Yikai rubbed his eyes, muttering, "Without spiritual insight, how could one discern another's inner thoughts? We must remain vigilant while navigating the world." At the inspection bureau, Su Ding had changed out of her uniform and was about to head home in a white dress when several colleagues bid her farewell, advising caution on her journey. Just then, a taxi pulled up at the bureau's entrance. She halted as a man emerged from the vehicle, his expression dazed as he muttered, "I want to confess." The words immediately captured Su Ding's attention. She approached him swiftly, asking, "What crime have you committed?" "I've maliciously spread venereal diseases using my position as a taxi driver." He confessed. The revelation sent a jolt through Su Ding's abdomen. Without hesitation, she apprehended the driver and, after a flurry of activity, finally returned home to the Star community. Upon arriving home, Yikai was greeted by his parents. "You wretched child, why didn't you answer any of our calls?" Lu Pingping scolded him. Lu Juan merely patted Yikai's head lightly. "Tell us, where have you been? Don't say you went to a hotel with Qianqian." "I just asked Uncle Xiao. Qianqian hasn't returned home and has been with you the whole time." Yikai shook his head earnestly. "Mom and Dad, to be honest, I was teaching the teachers." "Wait, what? Teaching the teachers?" Lu Juan and Lu Pingping stared at him, dumbfounded. "Are you joking?" Yikai continued, "I'm actually a distinguished educator. Since middle school, I self-studied all the courses of a graduate program and postdoctoral studies, participating in the distinguished teacher competition without your knowledge, and ultimately becoming a top educator." Upon hearing this, Lu Juan and his wife nearly fainted. Surely their son was a Superman. If the world were to discover his remarkable achievements across so many fields, it would be chaos. He would likely be abducted for experimentation. Lu Juan, serious, replied, "You need not reveal your identity any further. Your mother and I are ordinary people, and while we take pride in having such an exceptional son, we fear for your safety. A tree that stands out will inevitably be blown down." Yikai smiled slightly, reflecting, "I've always felt this way. However, reality has proven I cannot remain low-key. Whether the winds will topple this mighty tree depends on the nature of the winds themselves." Chapter 87. The chubby one recognizes his elder brother in his room. Yikai lay on his bed, hands cradling his head, staring at the ceiling. The image of an extraordinarily alluring woman filled his mind, her form soft, fair, and smooth, as if sculpted from exquisite jade, exuding unparalleled temptation. "Oh dear, how sully my thoughts." Yikai shook his head, then picked up his phone to send a WeChat message to Xiao Qianqian. "Yikai, after careful consideration, I believe the sacred emperor scripture is perfectly suited for our cultivation. Let us discuss it further once we move into our new home in the Star community." Xiao Qianqian, Yikai, what are you laughing at? Xiao Qianqian, you're still just a man. All right, good night and sweet dreams. Yikai touched his nose, choosing to ignore her. Just then, Ouyang Phoenix messaged him. "Ouyang Phoenix, boss, the guy you asked me to train, Guimo Bai, seems a bit slow. I've been beating him daily. He has only just learned some basic sword techniques." Yikai, As long as he doesn't die, feel free to continue. After all, beating him is for his own good. Ouyang Phoenix, understood, boss. Ouyang Phoenix, I heard from Qinglong that her sister came to see you. Yi Kai. She dropped by briefly and then left. Ouyang Phoenix. Oh. Ouyang Phoenix, good night, boss. Yi Kai chose not to respond further, shutting off his phone and drifting off to sleep. The following morning, he awoke early to take the bus to school. As for his Mercedes, he had someone else drive it away. While driving certainly exuded a certain flair, he found himself relishing the experience of taking the bus instead, as it felt more grounded and relatable. On the bus, the majority were prospective graduate students, transitioning from school to university, creating a somewhat cramped atmosphere. Young schoolchildren chattered about their glory, while middle schoolers engaged in discussions about League of Legends. University graduate students conversed about attractive individuals. Suddenly, a ringtone pierced the air. It was a call from Xiao Qianqian. Yi Kai answered, stating nonchalantly, I am on the bus today. You should take the bus too. All right. By the way, have you had breakfast? Just a bit of porridge. Well then, I bought some meat buns at the community entrance. Let us eat together when we reach school. Sure. See you soon. Before Yi Kai could hang up, Xiao Qianqian ended the call first. He tucked his phone away, standing still without needing to hold on to anything. Upon arriving at the Moonlight community, the bus came to a sudden halt, causing several prospective graduate students to lean forward, their balance momentarily disrupted. Fortunately, they all managed to grasp the handrails and avoided any mishaps, while Yi Kai remained as steady as a rock, not needing to hold on. This scene caught the eye of a chubby student from the Wangquan department, who was seated, his eyes, nearly obscured by his flesh, fixed intently on Yi Kai. Murmuring to himself, he must be a master. As Xiao Qianqian and several attractive girls boarded the bus, surrounding Yi Kai, the chubby boy's cheeks quivered with excitement, exclaiming inwardly, My heavens, this is my idol. Yi Kai, enveloped by 3 middle school girls, remained oblivious to the fact that a student had already set his sights on him. Xiao Qianqian cast a resentful glance at Yi Kai, as if to say, You must be enjoying this, huh? Yi Kai glanced to the shorter middle school girls. Emanating an air of aloofness, his icy gaze sending a shiver down their spines. Sensing his displeasure, the middle school girls wisely kept their distance. Witnessing this, Xiao Qianqian felt a sweet satisfaction. She approached Yi Kai and, in front of everyone, linked her arm with his, asserting her claim. The chubby boy now in awe thought, Idol, my idol. I must get his contact information to learn his secrets for standing firm and winning hearts. With this thought, he pulled out his old phone, patted Yi Kai's thigh, and asked, Big brother, can I have your phone number? Yi Kai, taken aback, thought, could this chubby boy possibly have a crush on me? After glancing at the outdated phone, he replied with a faint smile, Why does a little one need my number? The boy, of course, kept his true thoughts to himself. His eyes darted around before he said, I just want to be friends with you, big brother. The surrounding prospective graduate students exchanged glances, thinking, this chubby boy has character. He'll surely be someone special in the future. Seeing Yi Kai's reluctance, Xiao Qianqian stepped in. How about I give you my number instead? We could be friends. The chubby boy shot her a disdainful look and waved his middle finger. I want the big brothers. Hearing this, Xiao Qianqian felt a pang of disappointment. She hadn't anticipated that her charm was eclipsed by Yi Kai's. With no choice left, she stepped aside, feeling helpless. Yi Kai, touched by the chubby boy's sincerity, smiled gently and leaned down to whisper his number in the boy's ear. I've given you my number. Whether you remember it is up to you. Just then, they arrived at Yujing Academy, and Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian disembarked. On the bus, the chubby boy mumbled to himself, I may not have many skills, but my memory is exceptional. A pure-looking middle school girl began to coax the chubby boy. Hey, did you remember that big brother's phone number? Can you share it with me? The boy hesitated, feigning disappointment as he shrugged. I have a poor memory. I only remember the first 5 digits and forgot the rest. He pretended to be on the verge of tears, causing the girl to panic. Unsure if she had bullied him, she hurried back to her seat, feeling a bit disheartened. Once the chubby boy found himself undisturbed, he quickly saved Yi Kai's number in his phone. He had decided this big brother was someone to keep. Meanwhile, Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian arrived at their classroom. Their homeroom teacher, Song Xiaolin, was already there, as today was the day to announce the test results. Even those who usually struggled academically arrived early, eager to witness the expressions of their more successful peers as they faced their unexpected downfall. Yi Kai, however, wore a calm demeanor. After all, he had crafted the exam, so scoring full marks seemed only fitting. Today, he would show those oblivious prospective graduate students what true academic prowess looks like. Once all the students were present, Song Xiaolin set up the projector and retrieved a USB drive from her jeans pocket. As she plugged it in, the results of the 8th grade class appeared vividly on the screen. Each student focused intently, anticipating their scores. One student, who typically performed poorly, exclaimed tearfully, "I can't believe I came in second in the class, third in the entire department." His scores were astonishing. English 18, Math 5, Chemistry 8, Calculus 10, Biology 9, and Language Arts 12. The boy had never imagined he could achieve such a turnaround. Despite guessing on every question, it proved that sometimes luck truly mattered. Song Xiaolin mused, "I managed to solve the English questions with skill, yet only score below 30. Some of the students who usually struggle have outperformed those consistently excellent students. It's a mix of joy and sorrow." Several students who typically excelled were dismayed to see their scores in single digits, feeling it was unjust that others' luck surpassed their hard work. "Wait, aren't there 48 students in our class? Why are there only 47 scores announced?" A perceptive girl remarked. Her observation prompted others to realize that one score was missing. Xiao Qianqian, looking at her score, felt exhilarated. She had achieved above 10 in only language arts while the others were in single digits. This meant she had seized the opportunity to become Yi Kai's girlfriend. Xiao Qianqian gazed at Yi Kai. "So what do you say?" Yi Kai smiled slightly. "What do you mean?" Seeing Yi Kai's reluctance, Xiao Qianqian insisted. "I scored 15 in language arts. I want you to be my husband." Kismile faltered. "Wasn't it supposed to be a boyfriend? Why the sudden change to husband?" "I don't care," Xiao Qianqian declared with a commanding demeanor. "I want you to be my husband." Yi Kai, now serious, responded, "You should think this through. Marriage is no trifling matter. Don't regret it later. I've thought it over quite thoroughly. I've secretly liked you for 10 years, and no other boy can ever take a place in my heart. Marriage is possible, but not right now. Let us discuss it again when we're in graduate school. We could buy a house and live together for a while." Ye Kai de Market. Xiao Qianqian nodded vigorously and smiled. "All right. I am so happy to have a husband now." After saying this, she wrapped her arms around Yi Kai's. Just then, a voice came from the podium. "Classmates, stop guessing. Our classmate Yi Kai has achieved full marks in every subject, ranking first in the entire department." Song Xiaolin exclaimed loudly, "Without comparison, there can be no harm." I did not announce Yi Kai's scores. Upon hearing this, the classroom fell into a profound silence. What on earth? Is this some kind of international joke? How could Yi Kai achieve full marks on such a difficult exam? Truly remarkable. In unison, all the classmates turned their gazes toward Yi Kai. However, when they noticed Xiao Qianqian tightly embracing Yi Kai's arm, their eyes widened in shock. Wait, are these two not in a relationship? Has teacher Song lost her vision? Why does she not stop them? It's fine if they are dating, but must they be so blatant about it? Could they not consider the feelings of the single folks? Yi Kai responded to his classmates with a faint smile. If these rascals knew that I was the one who set the quiz, they would be even more envious of me. This quiz was indeed quite challenging. Those who did not perform well should not lose heart. The graduate entrance examination will not be this difficult. You should feel honored, as not every prospective graduate student gets the opportunity to tackle such exam questions. To put it bluntly, if you thoroughly understand the 5 questions from each subject's test, it can elevate your scores by 20-50 points. Therefore, in the upcoming 3 months, all the instructors will repeatedly explain the exam papers to help you improve your academic performance. Upon hearing Song Xiaolin's words, the prospective graduate students felt a surge of confidence and excitement, perceiving these exam papers no longer as instruments of torment from hell, but rather as gateways of hope to transform their destinies. Yi Kai is truly a scholarly genius. He is not jesting. My goodness, full marks in every subject. How on earth did he achieve that? Alas, I suddenly feel that Xiao Qianqian may not be worthy of Yi Kai. Nonsense. With Xiao Qianqian's beauty, she is undoubtedly worthy of Yi Kai. Only Yi Kai could match her. As Yi Kai's quiz results were announced, every prospective graduate student in the class regarded him with admiration. Some even began to believe the claims made by Huang Yuntao from the neighboring class, that Yi Kai is indeed a prodigy. In truth, who is the true genius no longer mattered. The fact that Yi Kai is exceptional was all that was necessary. At this moment, Yi Kai stood as a godlike figure in the hearts of his classmates. Song Xiaolin refrained from interrupting the astonished and exhilarated prospective graduate students, allowing them to express their admiration for Yi Kai. Not only did the classmates admire Yi Kai, she too felt a sense of pride. With such a pillar of talent in the nation, how could one not prosper? Xiao Qianqian, however, appeared calm, as if to say, "You are all surprised? My master is an investment mogul, an antique expert, a martial arts master, and a culinary genius. Achieving full marks in all subjects is merely a normal feat." Yi Kai sat steadily, awaiting the headlines. "Since my prowess is already exposed, there is no need for concealment. It is merely a matter of making headlines." In this day and age, who has not been in the spotlight at least once? After 5 or 6 minutes, as the classroom settled into a calm, Song Xiaolin began explaining the questions to the prospective graduate students. However, her explanations were not as effective as Yi Kai's. At times, she would lose her train of thought and struggle to articulate her points. Whenever she faltered, she would cast a pleading glance at Yi Kai, who would merely smile faintly and offer a few guiding words. By the end of the class, Song Xiaolin felt her teaching abilities had significantly improved. Astonished and delighted by Yi Kai's prowess, during the break, the entire school erupted with excitement. In Class 8, the atmosphere was electric. Xiao Peng and Bai Jing approached Yi Kai on behalf of their classmates, initiating an inquiry. Xiao Peng said, "You old chap, I never imagined the genius was right beside me. You've been quite the secretive one." Bai Jing chimed in, "I underestimated my judgment. Qianqian, you have far better taste than I do. If you encounter such an outstanding young man, pursue him boldly. Rest assured, I will not compete with you." Xiao Peng furrowed his brow, pulling Bai Jing close and declaring sincerely, "Before they get together, let us showcase our affection. We cannot allow them to steal all the limelight." Chapter 89. Yi Kai's fame spreads across the internet. "I am dating Xiao Qianqian." Quiche, a boy, noticing Bai Jing and Xia Peng embracing, urged the crowd. Following his call, an avalanche of kiss erupted. Bai Jing and Xia Peng were startled. "We were merely expressing our affection. We did not intend to kiss. Have you mistaken the main characters?" Yi Kai glanced at Xia Peng and the blushing Bai Jing. "This is school. Mind your image and return to your seats." "Envious? Jealous?" Xia Peng chuckled, intentionally wrapping his arm around Bai Jing's waist as they departed. Yi Kai shook his head, muttering, "This kind of provocation is outdated." Having been bombarded with affection, Xiao Qianqian huffed, and before Yi Kai could react, she swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek. This scene was witnessed by all the classmates, igniting flames of jealousy in their eyes. The girls envied Xiao Qianqian, while the boys envied Yi Kai. However, this jealousy was benign. "Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian, enough already," a boy said, tears glistening in his eyes, before he buried himself in his studies. It was proven that the more outstanding a boy is, the higher the chance of attracting beautiful girls. At that moment, students from Class 7 burst into the room. Leading the charge were 2 robust athletes, flanking the feeble Huang Yuntao as they approached the podium. "You, who scored a mere 3 points, should apologize to Yi Kai," one athlete shouted, shoving Huang Yuntao. Huang Yuntao looked innocent. "I told you from the start that I am not the happy genius. You didn't believe me. Now that the results are out, I am at the bottom of the class, and you call me a fraud. This is unjust." Under the athlete's pressure, Huang Yuntao had no choice but to apologize to Yi Kai. "Yi Kai, I truly should not have." At that moment, Yi Kai stood and interrupted. "Class 7, Huang Yuntao attempted to live stream my daily life with my phone, but the battery died midway. Hence, you mistakenly thought he was the happy genius. In reality, I am the authentic one. As for Huang Yuntao, I hope you will conduct yourself appropriately and refrain from engaging in morally questionable acts in the future." Huang Yuntao, hearing this, felt as if a great weight had been lifted and quickly nodded. "I will study diligently and strive for improvement." All the students present admired Yi Kai even more. What engineering prodigy could compare to Yi Kai? As Huang Yuntao and his classmates from Class 7 departed, the students from Class 8 erupted in cheers. "Damn it, I have long found Huang Yuntao displeasing. Seeing him in such a cowardly state today is truly gratifying. Indeed, he used to look down on others because he was an engineering major. Now, Yi Kai has given him a lesson, avenging us all." I never believed Huang Yuntao was the happy genius. With his arrogant demeanor, how could he possibly remain so low-key? The news of Yi Kai being the true happy genius spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every corner of the school. Yi Kai's name soared to the headlines and trending topics. At this moment, Yi Kai officially became famous. Regarding all this, Yi Kai had anticipated it. Xiao Qianqian scrolled through her phone, watching video clips and articles about Yi Kai, and remarked, "Master, you are on fire?" Yi Kai replied, "If I am famous, then so be it. My formidable capabilities do not permit me to remain low-key." Xiao Qianqian stifled a giggle, saying, "From now on, you should wear sunglasses when you go out." She had come to a realization. No matter how famous one became, there was no need for self-defense. If anyone dared to offend her, she would simply retaliate with words. Yi Kai's gaze was resolute. "I shall conduct an interview and enlighten the current generation of mindless idolizers." Xiao Qianqian paused momentarily and asked, "Master, can I join you?" "All right, enough of the antics. If there are any questions you don't understand, I will explain them to you." Xiao Qianqian felt a rush of sweetness in her heart, thinking, "Only I receive such special treatment. If others sought Yi Kai's help, they would surely have to pay." She took out her English exam paper and began to consult Yi Kai. The other girls in the class looked on, their eyes brimming with envy. How significant was to have a remarkable boyfriend. "Ye God, there are girls looking for you." "Ye God, the class beauty from class 6 is here to ask you for help." "Ye God, hurry out, the doorway is packed. We can hardly hold them back." As voices echoed from outside the door, Yi Kai raised his head to look outside. To his astonishment, he saw a throng of beautiful girls clustered at the entrance, all clutching exam papers, seemingly there to seek assistance. Xiao Qianqian maintained her composure, but thought to herself, "Humph. I have put in considerable effort and devised numerous strategies to make Yi Kai my prospective husband. Do you little girls think you can take my man for free? Dream on." She stole a glance at Yi Kai, who stood up and walked out of the classroom. This was the price of fame. Avoidance was futile. One could only confront it bravely. Outside the classroom, a sea of people loomed, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yi Kai stood firm, while the boys behind him felt a mix of envy and sympathy. How would he handle so many girls? "If you want to ask questions, go to your own teachers. Don't come seeking me. As for those expressing affection, you needn't bother, for I am in a relationship with the class beauty, Xiao Qianqian. Please assist us in spreading the word." Yi Kai did not shy away. He laid his cards on the table. Since he had promised to be Xiao Qianqian's husband in the future, he would never go back on his word. However, the notion of being in a romantic relationship was something Yi Kai had fabricated. He and Xiao Qianqian had never truly dated. Upon hearing this disheartening news, the girls left dejectedly. The relationship between Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian was now undeniably confirmed. The department head, Lu Sheng, had been thoroughly embarrassed. Watching the girls depart, Yi Kai quietly exhaled in relief. Upon turning around, he was surprised to find Xiao Qianqian standing in front of him, her face aglow with emotion. Xiao Qianqian had not anticipated that Yi Kai would acknowledge her as his girlfriend in front of those girls. At that moment, she felt a sweetness that surpassed even honey. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm merely used you as a shield. After all, rejecting each girl individually would be quite bothersome," Yi Kai remarked nonchalantly. Xiao Qianqian smiled slightly. "I know you all too well. Such pretentiousness." She playfully stuck out her tongue and, with a graceful stride, turned to leave. She returned to her seat, while Yi Kai resumed his own. Xiao Qianqian leaned closer, blowing warm air into Yi Kai's ear, and softly said, "Regardless, you cannot escape. Once we graduate, we will obtain a marriage certificate." Yi Kai's heart fluttered involuntarily. Damn it, she is teasing me. This mischievous little enchantress, just wait. Does she really think I lack desires? Chapter 90. The school beauties gather. Yi Kai is the most striking one at noon, as the lunch hour arrived. Three familiar girls approached the entrance of Class 8, Lin Xia, and Yusin, and Wen Qianqian. Wen Qianqian's eyes were red, and tear stains marked her cheeks, indicating she had been crying. Meanwhile, Lin Xia and Yusin wore calm expressions, patiently awaiting Yi Kai's emergence. This was a historic moment at Yujing Academy, as school beauties publicly gathered to await a boy. As Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian exited the classroom, intending to go for lunch, they halted upon seeing the three girls. "Brother," Lin Xia called out boldly, without reservation. Xiao Qianqian froze momentarily, questioning, "Brother, what is going on here?" Yi Kai replied with a smile, "A week ago, Lin Xia became my little sister." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianqian felt a pang in her stomach. She had not anticipated that Lin Xia would relinquish her claim on Yi Kai. "Xiao Qianqian, you are so naive," Lin Xia said, a genuine smile illuminating her face. "I sincerely wish you both the best." I do too," when Qianqian chimed in, also smiling in support. On their way to find Yi Kai, she had encountered Lin Xia. Knowing that when Qianqian harbored deep feelings for Yi Kai, Lin Xia expressed her thoughts. Loving a flower doesn't necessarily mean one must pluck it. I love the wind. Must I command it to halt so I can savor its presence? I love the clouds. Must I summon them down to envelop me? To love someone does not mean to be bound to them for life. Those unattainable should be let go sooner rather than later. Pursuing relentlessly is akin to diving into a thicket of thorns, emerging battered and bruised, ultimately yielding no results. Yi Kai felt a sense of relief watching the two girls come to this understanding, smiling as he said, "I'm in a good mood today. After school, I'll treat everyone to dinner at my house." He preferred to remain unburdened by romantic entanglements, relishing a carefree and liberated life. Among the many girls, only Xiao Qianqian slightly stirred his heart. However, he was not well versed in matters of love. The relationship between him and Xiao Qianqian required time to mature. The girls were elated to hear this. Xiao Qianqian, not one to be petty, stepped forward after receiving their blessings and took Lin Xia and Wen Qianqian's hands, smiling gently. "From now on, we shall all be good sisters." At that moment, Wen Qianqian felt a profound tranquility wash over her, realizing how beautiful everything was. Was this what it felt like to let go of someone? Yet, her heart felt somewhat empty. She looked earnestly at Yi Kai and asked, "Yi Kai, can I also be your little sister?" Before Yi Kai could respond, Xiao Qianqian interjected, "Of course I'll take the lead on this." Yi Kai chuckled as he playfully tugged at Xiao Qianqian's smooth, dark braid, pulling her closer to him. "You? Let us talk about it after you gain admission to Tsinghua Research Institute." Yi Kai repeated nonchalantly. When Qianqian was momentarily taken aback and pouted. "Why is it always this phrase? He is exceptional in academics. You could consult him. Getting into Tsinghua Research Institute isn't difficult," Lin Xia reminded Wen Qianqian. Wen Qianqian nodded but replied, "I don't want to be a third wheel. I'm not boasting. Starting from this year, the graduate admission rate for prestigious universities from Eugene Academy will increase by 5%. Yi Kai paused slightly before continuing. "If you study diligently, you will surely be admitted to Tsinghua Research Institute, and I will host a welcome dinner for you." Upon hearing this, Wen Qianqian nodded earnestly. She understood that Yi Kai was truly remarkable. Being given the opportunity to be his little sister was an acknowledgement of her worth. One should learn to be content. "Rest assured, I will definitely gain admission to Tsinghua Research Institute." This time, Wen Qianqian brimmed with confidence. Yi Kai smiled, "Then let us go eat together." The girls nodded in agreement. Yi Kai took the lead, followed by the three school beauties and the soon-to-be school beauty, Wen Qianqian, as they made their way to the school cafeteria. Along the way, numerous boys and girls looked on with astonishment and envy, some even exclaiming dramatically, "Wow, one leads four. Ye God is impressive. I'm in tears. I can't even pursue a flower in my own class." This is the disparity between men. Mere envy is futile. I must strive hard to secure a beautiful girl once I reach university. My jealousy is off the charts. If only I had the capability, I would absolutely outshine Ye God and claim the school beauties for myself. With your pig-like appearance, do you think you can surpass Ye God? Even with 200 years of development, it would be futile. For at once, if it were me, I would conquer all these beauties and come home with a grand adventure. Such were the thoughts of the youthful minds, consumed by their less than noble fantasies. Unlike others, I merely admire the grace of beautiful women from afar and indulge in some light entertainment back in my dormitory. As Yi Kai and the ladies entered the cafeteria, they were greeted with cheers from their fellow students. The long queue spontaneously dispersed, making way for them at the food counter. It was quite touching to see that even the postgraduate students made room for me, sparing me the need to wait in line. With a gentle smile, Yi Kai approached the counter without any pretense. "What would you like, young man?" The cafeteria Annie asked with a warm smile. "2 lion's heads, with ear slices with meat, and a 1,000-layered bun, and $1's worth of rice," he replied. "All right then," she said, adding an extra chicken leg to his plate. "You must be Yi Kai, the top scorer in all subjects. This chicken leg is a reward for me. Keep up the good work and set an example for the other preparatory postgraduates at Eugene Academy. My niece admires you a great deal." Yi Kai, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her enthusiasm, insisted, "Auntie, I cannot receive special treatment. Please charge me for this chicken leg. I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline." Seeing his resolute expression and sincere smile, the auntie chuckled and swiped her own staff card. "All right, I have to serve the other students now." Grateful, Yi Kai thanked her and joined Xiaopeng, who was having a meal with Bai Jing. Xiaopeng, excited to see him, remarked, "Old Yi, are you on your way to building a harem?" Yi Kai responded with a faint smile, "Can't you keep your mouth shut even while eating?" Turning to Bai Jing, he added, "Bai Jing, if this guy ever mistreats you, let me know, and I'll teach him a lesson." Bai Jing, undaunted, replied, "I'm not worried about Xiaopeng. I could take on 3 of him. I'm more concerned that you might mistreat Qianqian," she continued. At that moment, Qianqian chimed in, "If only he knew how to bully me. He's just a big oaf." When Qianqian and Lin Shi, nodding in agreement, added, "We think Qianqian has a point. He's a typical straight man." Chapter 91. The world's best kisser. The little fat boy Shi Min Shuif Bai Jing looked at Xiao Qianqian and the others in surprise. "Wait, what? How'd they end up with Qianqian?" Noticing her confusion, Lin Shi explained, "We're now best friends with Xiao Qianqian." Bai Jing, after confirming this with Xiao Qianqian, introduced herself, "I'm Bai Jing. Since you're Qianqian's best friends, you're also mine." Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the girls warmly shook hands and got along splendidly. While Yi Kai focused intently on his meal. "You do your thing, and I'll eat mine. Eating is the most important task," he said, sitting next to Yi Kai. Xiao Qianqian felt a bit shy. This was the first time she was sitting beside him as his girlfriend. She wondered, is he really just going to eat and not feed me? That's not how it usually goes in relationships. Xiaopeng, teasing Bai Jing, said, "White Queen, open wide. I'll feed you." Bai Jing, taken aback, opened her mouth and took a big bite of the chicken leg, enjoying it thoroughly. Lin Shi, Wen Qianqian, and Yusin, seeing this, felt their appetites sated. "Do you have to show off your love so much? What about us single people?" Xiao Qianqian, determined to match them, fed Yi Kai from his own plate. Amused, Yi Kai thought, wouldn't it be more romantic if she used her own chicken leg? Feeding me with my own chicken leg is no different from me eating it myself. As he ate, he mused, the chicken leg tastes different when fed by a girl. Normally, he could finish his meal in 10 minutes, but today, it took nearly 20. After leaving the cafeteria, they split into 3 groups. Lin Shi and Yusin returned to their ancient literature class, Wen Qianqian her own, and Yi Kai, Xiao Qianqian, Xiaopeng, and Bai Jing to their classroom. During the noon break, Xiao Qianqian, lying on the desk, watched Yi Kai play a game. After a long wait, due to his high rank, he quickly dominated the game, winning in less than 15 minutes. "Yi Kai, look at Bai Jing and Xiaopeng," Xiao Qianqian whispered, blushing. Glancing over, Yi Kai saw the 2 secretly kissing under the table. It was a tongue kiss, no less. Pulling his gaze away, he met Xiao Qianqian's longing eyes. His heart skipped a beat. "It's just a kiss. Why am I nervous?" he thought, putting down his phone and gently cupping Xiao Qianqian's face, pressing his lips to hers. Xiao Qianqian stiffened, her eyes wide and heart racing, thought, "It's just a kiss. My technique is world-class," he said nonchalantly. Blushing, she asked, "Next time, can you warn me before you kiss me, so I can prepare mentally?" "No," he replied calmly. "So domineering," she muttered. At the end of the school day, Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian waited for the bus. A small, plump boy on a shared bicycle stopped in front of Yi Kai. Recognizing him as the one who had asked for his phone number earlier, Yi Kai smiled. "What can I do for you?" The boy, looking around, whispered, "Big brother. Let's go somewhere private. I have something important to tell you." Puzzled but intrigued, Yi Kai followed him to a secluded spot. "Big brother, can that sister stay behind?" "This is between us boys," the boy said, noticing Xiao Qianqian. Yi Kai, gesturing for her to wait, said, "Go on, little guy. Big brother, I want to be your little brother. Can you teach me martial arts and how to pick up girls?" The boy asked. Yi Kai, surpriset, laughed. "You got a keen eye, little guy. What's your name?" "Shi Min Shuif," the boy replied, slightly embarrassed. "Is my name terrible?" "It's unique," Yi Kai said, smiling. "Big brother, will you accept me as your little brother? How are your grades?" Yi Kai inwided. Shi Min Shuihu patted his chest proudly, declaring himself the top of his class with perfect scores in every subject. "My studies are going quite well," he said. Yi Kai nodded in acknowledged. "If you wish to learn martial arts, it is possible, but you must possess a tenacious will. Otherwise, you will find yourself returning to where you came from." Shi Min Shuihu nodded vigorously. "Brother, I will certainly work hard to practice martial arts. I can teach you martial arts, but once you learn, you must not bully the weak." "I understand," he replied. "The training sessions will be held on Saturdays at Taiyang Community. Can you make it here by running?" "I can," the chubby boy asserted, gritting his teeth. "Lastly, I cannot teach you the secrets of wooing women. However, I firmly believe in one truth. As long as a man is handsome enough, wealthy enough, and skilled enough in bed, he will attract countless beautiful women. the chubby boy exclaimed. So that's how it is. Nearby, Xiao Qianqian blushed upon hearing Yi Kai's words and muttered to herself, what a bold teacher and a daring student. Chapter 92, Bringing the School Beauties Home. Parents discover my relationship with Qianqian, Lin Xia, and Yusin, and when Qianqian approached from a distance. Upon receiving Yi Kai's invitation, the girls were excited to visit his home, especially since Yi Kai was cooking today. They were thrilled, particularly one Qianqian, who fantasized about sitting at the dining table, savoring the dishes prepared by Yi Kai, relishing the feeling of happiness and joy. After bidding farewell to Shimin Shuihu, Yi Kai made a phone call to Ouyang Phoenix. Phoenix, send a top-spec Ferrari to the school gate. Boss, are you really getting a Ferrari? Yes. This isn't like your usual low-key style. People can change. So, boss, can we now eliminate the foreign dark organization lurking in our country? Ouyang Phoenix paused before continuing. You used to be low-profile and not fond of actively attacking foreign dark organizations. Now that you are no longer low-key, there's no need to give them face. Allow me to deploy 12 underground dragon generals to eradicate them. Eradicate. Yi Kai's eyes sharpened. Operation time is next weekend. Wait for my signal. Understood, boss. After finishing the call, a sleek, extended Ferrari pulled up in front of Yi Kai. A stunningly beautiful woman stepped out, a captivating figure. She was Zhuke, Phoenix's personal guard. Zhuke respectfully nodded to Yi Kai before leaving the Ferrari and swiftly departing. The other graduate students present were left in shock. Wow, am I dreaming? A beautiful woman came to deliver a Ferrari to Yi Kai. My imagination is falling short. Ferrari. Is Yi Kai starting to flaunt his wealth? Oh my god. I suddenly realize how frightening it is to see Yi Kai no longer being low-key. I know that Ferrari. It's a limited edition with only 5 in the world. My eyes are dazzled. As the chatter among the students intensified, Yi Kai and the girls boarded the car, with Xiao Qianqian in the passenger seat and the other 3 girls in the back. The Ferrari roared like a lion, sending thrills through the hearts of the graduate students. Yi Kai pressed the accelerator, speeding towards Taiyang Community. Just as he left, another Ferrari approached from a distance and eventually stopped at the school gate. A middle-aged man stepped out. He was Guizhou, the top driver from the neighboring Xiaoming province. After some investigation, he discovered that the last Ferrari driver was not Fij from the Fij gang, but rather Yi Shun, the older brother of Fij. He never expected that the notorious leader of the Fij gang was actually a graduate student. However, his driving skills were indeed impressive. I want to challenge him to a race, Guizhou thought. Guizhou approached a few students to inquire about Yi Kai. Excuse me, I would like to ask about someone. Who? A girl eyed him warily. Yi Kai. Yi Shan. What do you want to know? I just want to get to know him. Yi Shan is probably out having fun with the school beauties. You arrived a bit late. Guizhou nodded and continued. Do you happen to know Yi Kai's phone number? The girl replied. I'm afraid I'm not worthy of knowing Yi Shan's phone number. Under Guizhou's astonished gaze, the girl walked away. Is Yi Kai really that impressive at school? Guizhou shook his head and returned to his car, contemplating returning tomorrow to find Yi Kai. Meanwhile, Yi Kai brought the girls back home. Apart from Xiao Qianqian, the other girls were like curious little kids exploring Yi Kai's house. Yi Zhuan and Lu Pingping, who were about to prepare dinner, stood frozen in place, taken aback by the influx of beautiful girls. Did I see that correctly? Kai brought home so many beautiful daughters-in-law. Oh no, I mean so many lovely girls. Yi Zhuan gazed at the approaching girls and felt a pang of insecurity. This kid isn't juggling 4 relationships. Is he? Hello, uncle and aunt, I'm Lin Xia. Hello, uncle and aunt, I'm in Yusin. Hello, uncle and aunt, I'm in Qianqian. Yi Zhuan trembled slightly, forcing a smile. Hello. Lu Pingping remained composed, smiling broadly, and said, You are all Yi Kai's classmates, right? Welcome to our home. We'll start cooking now. Feel free to enjoy yourselves. We'll all have dinner together tonight. At that moment, Yi Kai stepped forward and addressed his parents, Mom and Dad. You don't need to worry about cooking tonight. I'll handle it. You can chat with my classmates. Yi Zhuan and Lu Pingping nodded woodenly, then made their way to the living room surrounded by the girls. Yi Kai retreated to the kitchen, ready to showcase his culinary skills. Aunt, uncle, we came in such a hurry and didn't bring any gifts. I feel a bit embarrassed, Lin Xia said shyly. Lu Pingping quickly waved her hand, smiling. You don't need to bring gifts to visit our home. Just treat it like your own. Lin Xia nodded and said earnestly, apart from Qianqian, we are all sworn sisters of Yi Kai. Yi Zhuan and Lu Pingping were momentarily stunned, struggling to process this revelation. If their son had sworn an oath with these girls, Did that mean they now had 3 goddaughters? They should definitely give them red envelopes. Luckily, Qianqian hadn't sworn an oath with Ye Kai. Otherwise, this rascal would be left without a girlfriend. Aunt, uncle, Qianqian is now Ye Kai's girlfriend. We are here to celebrate, and Yusin interjected. Boom! As soon as those words were spoken, Yi Zhuan and Lu Pingping turned to the blushing Xiao Qianqian. Qianqian, that kid really is dating you? Yi Zhuan asked excitedly. Xiao Qianqian gently nodded. Ye Kai and I officially became a couple today. Upon hearing Xiao Qianqian's confirmation, Yi Zhuan and Lu Pingping were overjoyed, rendered momentarily speechless. Their faces lit up with pride. Son, you have finally woken up to reality. Thankfully, it is not too late. Lu Pingping nudged Yi Zhuan. Why are you just sitting there? Hurry up and go to the bank to withdraw money and give red envelopes. Yi Zhuan's leg twitched, and he laughed. Right, what my wife said is correct. As he echoed her statement, he dashed out the door to the ATM in the community. You all enjoy the fruit. I need to have a private chat with Qianqian, Lu Pingping said to Lin Xia and the others before leading Xiao Qianqian to the bedroom. Chapter 93. The King of Love's identity unveiled. Transforming into a big bad wolf, Lu Pingping retrieved a jade bracelet, wrapped in layers of cloth, from a suitcase. Qianqian. Upon hearing the news from a few young ladies that you and Kai Kai are now together, Annie truly feels elated for you both. Lu Pingping glanced at the bracelet, saying, this bracelet is a family heirloom from the Yi family, passed down from Ye Kai's grandmother to me. And now I bestow it upon you. After speaking, Lu Pingping gently took Xiao Qianqian's left hand and adorned her with the bracelet. Xiao Qianqian, blushing throughout, shyly murmured, Thank you, Aunt Lu. Lu Pingping looked at Xiao Qianqian with affectionate eyes and softly inquired, Qianqian, I know my son's character. He is not someone who easily develops affections for girls. What method did you employ to win his heart? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianqian began to ponder seriously. It seemed she had not pursued Ye Kai at all. He simply became her boyfriend. It happened like this. I made a bet with Ye Kai that if I scored anything other than a single-digit grade on my upcoming exam, I would become his girlfriend. I succeeded, and that is how we ended up together. Lu Pingping chuckled softly, you silly child. Ye Kai only granted you this opportunity because he likes you. Otherwise, you would have merely remained his little sister. Don't think Annie is unaware. Those young ladies all harbor feelings for Kai Kai. However, given Kai Kai's straightforward nature, he surely rejected them outright. Do not truly believe that those girls are merely his sisters. As long as they are not blood-related, there will undoubtedly be mixed emotions involved. Xiao Qianqian nodded in agreement, a look of determination gracing her exquisite features. Auntie, rest assured, since Ye Kai has chosen me, he must have his own reasons. I will cherish this love. All right, let us step outside. During dinner, the girls were awestruck by the sumptuous array of delicacies laid out before them, particularly one Qianqian and Yusin, who were witnessing Ye Kai's culinary skills for the first time. Brother, your cooking is phenomenal, when Qianqian exclaimed in astonishment. The usually quiet Yusin couldn't help but chime in, Ye Kai, I never imagined you had such talent. She cast a glance at Xiao Qianqian. You will be very fortunate from now on. Xiao Qianqian merely smiled and focused on her food. Mom and Dad, you should be aware of the relationship between Qianqian and me now, Ye Kai stated calmly. As you wished, we have become a couple. Yi Zhuan's expression turned serious as he asked, Are you genuinely fond of Qianqian? I can't shake the feeling that you may not be entirely reliable. Absolutely sincere. Ye Kai replied without hesitation. Who wouldn't be fond of a silly girl who has harbored a crush on me for 10 years without wavering? Although Lin Xia also had a crush on me for a decade, she eventually moved on, seeing the truth. In this regard, Xiao Qianqian is far more devoted. Moreover, the experiences I have shared with Qianqian are incomparable to any other girl. Yi Zhuan then broke into a knowing smile, warning, if you do not treat Qianqian with sincerity, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. After this, he produced a bag of money and began distributing red envelopes. I find myself suddenly blessed with so many goddaughters. It brings me joy. Each of you shall receive 50,000 as pocket money. Lin Xia, Wen Qianqian, and Yusin accepted the red envelopes without pretense. Yi Zhuan finally presented a large sum of money before Xiao Qianqian. Grinning, I now have a daughter-in-law. Qianqian, here are 100,000. Once you and Ye Kai complete your graduate entrance exams, enjoy this money well. Xiao Qianqian glanced at the money and then at Ye Kai. It's from my dad, so you should take it. Ye Kai replied nonchalantly. With Ye Kai's approval, Xiao Qianqian nodded like a dutiful daughter-in-law, her face brightening with joy. Thank you, Uncle Yi. This scene did not escape the eyes of others, each harboring their own thoughts. Lu Pingping secretly smiled to herself, thinking, Qianqian has the makings of a virtuous wife. Yi Jin mused, Kai, your mother was once very gentle and obedient to me now. When Qianqian reflected, dinner was delightful, and I'm quite full of dog food. And Yusin sighed, I wish I could experience love too. Lin Xia remarked, only you can make Xiao Qianqian behave so well, brother. After dinner, Yi Kai escorted the young women home. By the time he returned, it was already 9 o'clock. Xiao Qianqian and Yi Kai stood at the entrance of the Moonlight community. Xiao Qianqian, shyly lowering her head, fidgeted with her hands. Although Yi Kai had publicly acknowledged their relationship, they were still novices in love. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have entered a romantic relationship. You have unlocked the identity of King of Romance. A voice echoed in his mind. In an instant, Yi Kai felt as though a new world had opened before him, granting him profound understanding of romance. Ding! The spiritual eye possesses an innate charm. Ding! By utilizing this charm, any woman shall instantly yield to you, allowing you to have your way. Yi Kai's gaze sharpened as the desire for romance within him surged like Pandora's box unleashed. He grasped Xiao Qianqian's delicate hand and began to caress it gently, his eyes fixed intently on her blushing cheeks. I'll be heading back now. With that, he enveloped Xiao Qianqian in a warm embrace. As she watched Yi Kai drive away, she glanced at her hand in disbelief. Yi Kai actually held my hand and even initiated a hug. Who said he was incapable of love? The more she thought about it, the happier she became, skipping joyfully home. Meanwhile, Yi Kai returned home and went straight to bed. Typically, he would simply wish Xiao Qianqian good night before sleeping. But now, with the identity of the King of Romance unlocked, his mind brimmed with countless ways to flirt with her. He opened WeChat and sent a message. I've arrived home. Xiao Qianqian. It's good that you're home. Yi Kai. I miss you. Xiao Vianyan. Yi Kai. You. Yi Kai. Since we are a couple, we ought to engage in some couple-like activities. Come, let us video chat. I want to see you sleep. Xiao Qianqian. Yi Kai. I've noticed something strange about you today. Yi Kai. Are you afraid? Xiao Qianqian. What is there for me to be afraid of? Video chat it is. After all, I'll inevitably have to let you see me practicing the Holy Emperor's scripture eventually. Once this message was sent, Xiao Qianqian promptly initiated a video call. Yi Kai smirked and clicked the green accept button. Chapter 94. Teacher Song wants to make up classes. First taking his girlfriend to practice at Yute Mountain. The night was tranquil and the beauty enchanting. Alas, once entangled in romance, one's heart becomes increasingly unruly. On the video call, Xiao Qianqian noticed a mischievous glimmer in Yi Kai's eyes, feeling both shy and proud. You can't pretend to be serious now, she thought to herself, realizing she could no longer appear too easygoing. As a girl, one must maintain a sense of modesty. With this in mind, Xiao Qianqian burrowed into her blankets. All right, I'm feeling shy, so I'll sleep too. The next morning, Yi Kai was awakened by his alarm clock. He turned it off and, feeling that attending class was rather uninteresting, decided to call his homeroom teacher. Teacher Song, I want to be coming to school today. Also, Xiao Qianqian want to be attending either. All right, Song Xiaoan hesitated momentarily before continuing. Yi Kai, I have no classes this afternoon, if it's convenient for you. Could you help me with some one-on-one English tutoring? Yi Kai was taken aback. He anticipated that Teacher Song would seek him out for tutoring. Are you charging for the tutoring? Of course. How much is it per hour? I'll give you a preferential rate of 100 per hour, Yi Kai replied calmly. 100 per hour? Is that expensive? Not at all. I'll come for 4 hours at 2 o'clock this afternoon. All right. After hanging up, Yi Kai sent Xiao Qianqian a message informing her that they didn't have to go to school today, then return to sleep. The sensation of being a powerful individual is truly delightful. One can sleep whenever one wishes and attend school at their leisure, free from any constraints. At 8 o'clock, Yi Kai arose from his slumber. His parents had departed for work, believing he had already set off for school. Alone at home, he felt a tinge of boredom. He retrieved his phone and messaged his girlfriend. My parents are out. Come over quickly. Xiao Qianqian replied with a shy emoji. Are you plotting something against me? Stop overthinking. Today I plan to practice the Holy Emperor scripture with you. All right, I shall arrive shortly. Yi Kai ended the call and pondered how they might practice the scripture. It was evidently impractical for them to practice face-to-face without any attire. Despite Xiao Qianqian being his girlfriend now, decorum must still be maintained. The ideal scenario would be to practice in the dragon pool at Yute Mountain while enjoying a bath. It is perpetually shrouded in mist, making it difficult to discern one's figure, even when unclothed. An idea struck Yikai, and he eagerly awaited the arrival of his girlfriend. 10 minutes later, Xiao Qianqian arrived in a Mercedes, driving at high speed. Today, she donned a deep V-neck white shirt paired with a super short skirt, presenting herself in an alluring manner. Although Yikai appeared calm on the surface, he felt an inner turmoil. This was sheer temptation. "Yikai, do I look good?" Xiao Qianqian twirled before him. He pointed at her, teasingly warning, "Woman, do not play with fire. Be careful lest I compromise your virtue." Xiao Qianqian covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. "I know you're just joking. If your self-control were truly that poor, you would have acted long ago. All right, I won't tease you further. This morning we shall go to Yute Mountain to practice martial arts. In the afternoon, Teacher Song will come for my English tutorial, and you can learn alongside me," Yikai stated. Xiao Qianqian blinked her large eyes. "With your temperament, shouldn't you be paying Teacher Song for the extra class? Although I do not lack for money, I cannot simply assist others for free. Remember, no matter how wealthy we become, we must remain grounded. Every penny earned is valuable," Yikai imparted. "Understood," Xiao Qianqian acknowledged. After preparing, they set off for Yute Mountain. Yute Mountain is located in the coastal area of Jianglin City, and it is a significant tourist attraction managed by the Azure Dragon on Yikai's behalf. As Xiao Qianqian drove, Yikai sat in the passenger seat. Contacting the Azure Dragon, "Yikai, we should arrive at Yute Mountain in about an hour. Prepare the finest hot spring for us and ensure no one disturbs us." Azure Dragon, "Us? Boss, aren't you coming alone to the hot spring?" "No, Decade of Unspoken Love." Azure Dragon, "Oh, I see. You must be bringing a beautiful woman with you." "Mind your own business," Yikai retorted. "Boss, how can your lifelong matters be trivial?" "My lifelong matters are of no concern to you, as I have already found a girlfriend," Yikai declared. He chose to ignore the Azure Dragon further, knowing that revealing his relationship would soon spread like wildfire in the global business world. He was known as the Dragon King among Chinese merchants, and numerous heiresses from elite families worldwide aspired to marry him. From this moment forth, many beautiful women's dreams would be shattered. Xiao Qianqian drove seriously, unaware of the sacrifices this charming man beside her had made to be with her, having gently turned down the affections of the world's most beautiful women. An hour later, they arrived at Yute Mountain. At the foot of the mountain lay a large ancient town bustling with visitors, mostly there to enjoy the hot springs. The more distinguished one's status, the higher up the mountain one could go for a soak. Xiao Qianqian parked in an open lot in Yute Town, and as they stepped out of the car, they quickly attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. After all, one was stunningly beautiful, while the other exuded charm and confidence. Even standing still, they formed a breathtaking scene. At that moment, a sleek McLaren executed a stylish drift, coming to a halt before Xiao Qianqian. The door swung open, revealing a young man clad in a black designer shirt, wearing sunglasses and adorned with a royal jade pendant, stepping out of the car. This was only the beginning. As luxury vehicles continued to arrive, each accompanied by extravagantly dressed youths who surrounded Yikai and Xiao Qianqian. The young man in black exuded an overwhelming presence as he approached Xiao Qianqian. "Such beauty! I have taken a liking to this woman." Chapter 95. Is the heavenly level spring pool so formidable? A resounding slap echoed through the air. Yikai was taken aback by the audacity of the man who dared to encircle him and proclaim his interest in Xiao Qianqian. Did he assume Yikai was an easy target? Provoking him would lead to dire consequences. The man who had been slapped spun through the air before crashing to the ground, lying there like a defeated dog. The grandeur of the earlier scene had been replaced by utter humiliation. Yikai, uninterested in the backgrounds of these individuals, would respond to any provocation, regardless of status. Xiao Qianqian gazed at him in admiration, thinking to herself, "What a man." Yikai took Xiao Qianqian's delicate hand, leading her past the terrified youths. And in that moment, none dared to intervene. Who could be ordinary after delivering such a powerful blow? How much strength was required to execute such a feat? It was not until Yikai and Xiao Qianqian vanished into the crowd that the onlookers helped the young man in black to his feet and transported him to the local hospital. In the hospital, Liu Bei lay on his bed, his body wrapped in bandages, his eyes blazing with fury. Two subordinates stood silently by his side. "Damn it. So many of you are afraid of that guy. It's infuriating." Liu Bei seethed. Brother Bei, that man radiated an overwhelming aura. I suspected he was not an ordinary character, which is why I refrained from letting the brothers act. Indeed, Taidan is correct. Each of us is someone of significance in this elite circle. No one in Dongjiang dares to disrespect us, yet that fellow seemed unperturbed. Knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in every battle. I have already initiated an investigation into him, Liu Bei's subordinate reported. Hearing this, Liu Bei felt slightly reassured. Having grown up accustomed to being the one to strike, he had never experienced someone daring to retaliate against him. Moreover, the man's strength was genuinely terrifying, and the thought of it sent chills down his spine. Rest assured, we have summoned Dongjiang's finest doctors to treat you. In 3 days, you will be up and about, and then we will take care of that little punk. We will incapacitate the man and ensure that the woman becomes a mere reflection of Liu Bei, he added with a sinister glint in his eyes. At that moment, Ye Kai held Xiao Qianqian's delicate hand, ascending the mountain at a leisurely pace. Look, someone has entered the number 1 Earth-level hot spring, a woman exclaimed, pointing to a sign hanging from an ancient pine tree. In the direction she indicated, a figure had already vanished into the mist. Ah, how enviable. That is the no. 1 Earth-level hot spring. Only those of high stature can gain entry. Indeed, those arriving at Yute Mountain for the hot springs were no ordinary individuals. The hot springs are categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with the morning hours being the most favorable for each level. Listening to the conversations around him, Ye Kai shook his head. Was the earth-level hot spring truly so impressive? He recalled his visit to the dragon pool, where he had soaked in the dragon blood pool. Now, that was a true delight. Were it not for accompanying Xiao Qianqian to practice, he likely would never have come here. The long stone steps continued towards the peak of the mountain. As Ye Kai and Xiao Qianqian drew closer, fewer people remained to soak in the springs. At that moment, Ye Kai stood at the entrance of the earth-level spring pool. The 2 athletic young women, upon spotting Ye Kai and Xiao Qianqian, paused in surprise, their beautiful eyes blinking in disbelief. They were well acquainted with the prominent, wealthy heirs in the Dongjiang district, yet these 2 individuals were unfamiliar to them. As Ye Kai led Xiao Qianqian towards the heavenly grade spring pool, their astonishment deepened. Oh my, these youngsters are heading to the heavenly grade spring pool. I wonder if they are merely attempting to impress us, gasped the petite beauty. The strikingly beautiful woman glanced at the retreating figures of Ye Kai and Xiao Qianqian, shook her head, and chuckled. Just a couple of kids yet to grow up. They are probably here for a hike. They'll be back down soon. Wait, sister, look. They have entered the heavenly grade spring pool, exclaimed Yao Lingwei in astonishment. Yao Yuan furrowed her brow and remarked, they must be significant individuals. Lingwei, we shall forego the hot springs today. Our Yao group is on the verge of entering a commercial conflict with the Liu group, who have garnered numerous investors, developers, and major clients. If we could secure these 2 who have entered the heavenly grade spring pool, I have a strong intuition we could outmaneuver the Liu group. Yao Lingxue smiled. Sister, I will follow your lead. I am not well versed in business matters. At the heavenly grade spring pool, under the guidance of Yao Guangming, the wealthiest individual in Dongjiang, Ye Kai and Xiao Qianqian arrived at the luxurious spring. Nestled beneath a small waterfall, the pool was enveloped in mist, obscuring visibility. Yao Guangming stated, Mr. Yi, you and Miss Xiao may relax in the bath. I shall take my leave. Ye Kai cautioned, no one is to enter without my permission, or there will be consequences. His subordinates understood the gravity of his words. Yao Guangming felt a shiver. This youth exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance. Had it not been for the repeated admonitions from Qing Yi, he would never have believed that this young man could be the Dragon King of Chinese commerce. Once Yao Guangming departed, Ye Kai promptly disrobed. Xiao Qianqian, no longer able to see him, felt a twinge of anxiety and called out, Ye Kai, where are you? Possessing the ability to see through the mist, Ye Kai grasped Xiao Qianqian's hand and reassured her, the spring is just ahead. Remove your clothes. I will guide you into the water. Xiao Qianqian's face flushed crimson. Do I have to be completely naked? Of course. I cannot see you anyway, he replied. Though he secretly thought, having already seen her, what was there to be embarrassed about? With rustling sounds, Xiao Qianqian shed her garments, revealing a breathtaking figure. An exquisite work of art. Each curve embodied a lure, her body forming a perfect S-curve, glistening in the spring's embrace, exuding a smoothness akin to polished jade, warm as water. Stunning. Truly stunning. Yikai's gaze was transfixed. How can a man resist such beauty? He pulled Xiao Qianqian into his arms, their skin pressed together, igniting a spark within her. Yikai, what? What do you intend to do? Chapter 96. The first practice, of course. We are here to practice. Yikai replied with a subtle smile. An hour later, Xiao Qianqian was breathless, finding the practice in the water far more exhausting than on land. They gradually became accustomed to each other's presence. Over the course of that hour, they experienced numerous blush-inducing moments, yet aside from innocent touches and embraces, no further transgressions occurred. Xiao Qianqian had grown accustomed to everything about Yikai. Yikai, what did you consume to grow like this? She asked bashfully, her face aglow with embarrassment. His endowment was indeed somewhat intimidating, leading her to ponder whether she could endure it. Practice. Stop overthinking, Yikai urged, focusing on the burgeoning energy within his dantian. Concentrate on the changes within your dantian. Xiao Qianqian nodded, droplets of water cascading from her damp hair. A surge of power blossomed within her dantian, like a seed taking root. Her heart fluttered with excitement. Is this the internal energy possessed by the masters in martial arts dramas? I never imagined I would have it too, though it may not be much. It is better than nothing. With diligent practice, my internal strength will surely grow. After completing a small cycle of practice, Yikai emerged from the spring, dried off his abdomen with a towel, and donned a bathrobe. All right, it's time to come up. I'm starving. It must be noon, he announced. Xiao Qianqian lightly pushed off the bottom of the pool, leaping out of the water to land gracefully on the ground. She was astonished to find her body felt remarkably light, as if it had been refined, offering a delightful sensation. Yet this was not the most significant change. Her vision had sharpened, enabling her to see through the mist, perceiving her surroundings. She noticed Yikai gazing intently at her. Gasping, Xiao Qianqian realized that with her enhanced vision, she could discern that Yikai's internal strength was far more profound than her own. This meant he had likely seen her entirely unclothed. How naive she was to think the thick mist would obscure her from his view. Well, I've already been touched. What difference does it make if I've been seen? She mused, feeling a mix of embarrassment and intrigue towards Yikai's character. Unaware of Xiao Qianqian's newfound clarity, Yikai approached with a towel in hand. Would you like some help drying off? No, thank you. I can manage, she quickly replied. Shaking her head, Yikai nodded, handing her the towel. I'll wait for you outside. Okay. Xiao Qianqian took the towel and began drying her abdomen, her thoughts drifting to Yikai's robust physique. At that moment, the sun shone brightly. Yikai stood atop the mountain, eyes closed, relishing the sunlight, while images of Xiao Qianqian's captivating form flooded his mind. Minutes later, Xiao Qianqian approached, her cheeks flushed. Their eyes met briefly before they both averted their gazes. Yikai, when will our next practice be? She asked shyly, looking down. Yikai replied, Are you already addicted? Xiao Qianqian froze, her face and neck turning scarlet as she playfully retorted, What do you mean by addicted? Don't say such things. With a gentle smile, Yikai took her hand. You must be hungry. Let's go eat. Xiao Qianqian nodded slightly, her eyes betraying her affection for Yikai. As they descended the mountain, they were halted midway by two women clad in suits. Upon seeing Xiao Qianqian, Yao Lingxue and Yao Yuan were momentarily taken aback, struck by her beauty, which seemed to have intensified after the hot spring. Hello, I am Yao Yuan, the vice president of the Yao Group. This is my sister, Yao Lingxue. I noticed your distinguished presence and would like to make your acquaintance. Yao Yuan introduced herself with poise. But I'm not interested in making acquaintances. Wait. Observing Yikai's intent to depart, Yao Yuan bit her lip, lowering her demeanor and stepping forward with a friendly expression. Anyone able to access the heavenly grade spring pool must be someone of significance. I wish to discuss a potential collaboration. Yikai halted, his expression icy as he responded. A collaboration? You have mistaken a person. I have no interest in the Yao Group. As a seasoned businesswoman, Yao Yuan was undeterred by his rejection. Instead, she pressed on. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Have you heard this saying? Do you think I'm a novice? Yikai retorted irritably. Yao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly apologized. That was not my intention. The rise of a large family and conglomerate stems from relentless accumulation. While the Yao Group may seem like mere mud in your eyes, insignificant and unworthy of mention, Perhaps we can assist you in erecting an even higher pedestal. Ye Kai glanced at Yao Yuanyuan and remarked, "Apologies, but my pedestal has already reached the heavens. There is no need for further construction." With that, he took Xiao Qianqian by the hand and departed without a backward glance. Watching their retreating figures, Yao Lingxue fumed. How infuriating. Who does he think he is to be so arrogant? Only he in the entire Dongjiang dares to disregard you like this. Yet, Yao Yuanyuan merely smiled. A hint of maturity and beauty gracing her face. What a splendid remark about the pedestal reaching the heavens. If he didn't have a girlfriend, I might consider pursuing him. He is quite my type. Are you out of your mind? Yao Lingxue exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. Chapter 97. Direct donation of 100 million, stunning you. At the foot of Yute Mountain, Ye Kai and Xiao Qianqian made their way towards the town center. I must say, your display of bravado is quite impressive. Xiao Qianqian giggled, covering her mouth. Ye Kai joked, is this what you call showing off? If you think this is impressive, you are still too young. The real spectacle is when I show off in bed. Xiao Qianqian raised an eyebrow. Is that a subtle hint? You are becoming increasingly mischievous, she playfully chided, daringly pinching his waist. Ye Kai chuckled, you can't pinch my flesh. Xiao Qianqian stomped her foot in frustration, her cheeks puffed up in annoyance. I heard that Yute Town is renowned for its crayfish. Let's buy 10 pounds for lunch. Ye Kai smiled at her suggestion. Let's go. Upon hearing about the crayfish, Xiao Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let's hurry. It feels like ages since I last had any. The town was bustling with activity as they arrived at mealtime, and the streets were filled with pedestrians. Where shall we find the best crayfish? Xiao Qianqian inquired, scanning the nearby restaurants. I don't frequent this area, so I'm unsure where the best crayfish is, Ye Kai replied. But I have a nose for it. He paused, inhaling deeply, savoring the scents wafting through the air, discerning over a dozen distinct crayfish aromas before selecting the most enticing one. Let's go, he declared, leading Xiao Qianqian towards the crayfish specialty store. Can you smell that? Xiao Qianqian asked curiously. Ye Kai grinned. That's the benefit of martial arts training. It significantly enhances the 5 senses. You'll be able to do this too, someday. Oh, she nodded, impressed. On their way to the crayfish shop, they passed by an educational institution where middle school students were also heading out for lunch. Fishtime Middle School, a school of moderate standing within Jianglin City, produced over a dozen prospective graduate students annually who successfully gained admission to Yujing University. Ding, please sign in at the school. The system chimed. Ye Kai halted, glancing at the institution. Wait for me here. I need to stop by the school, he instructed Xiao Qianqian before entering. Due to the lunch hour, many parents were dropping off meals, making it easy for Ye Kai to blend in. Xiao Qianqian watched him leave, muttering to herself, why does he go to a strange school again? There is something fishy about this. Signed in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward, 1 trillion. Ye Kai was momentarily stunned. System. This reward seems exceedingly generous. Due to the advancement of your relationship with Xiao Qianqian, the monetary reward has multiplied tenfold. Ye Kai's eyes widened. What if I advance further? Another tenfold increase, 10 trillion. Ye Kai thought, this is pushing me to break my cultivation. While conversing with the system, he sensed Xiao Qianqian stealthily following him. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he mused. Didn't you think my display of bravado was impressive? Then I shall truly dazzle you. With that thought, Ye Kai made his way to the department head's office, intentionally leaving the door ajar to create an opportunity for Xiao Qianqian to eavesdrop. The head of Fishtime Middle School, Zhou Ruinfa, grayed at the temples, stared in bewilderment at the unexpected guest. Who are you looking for? He asked, perplexed. Ye Kai, noticing Xiao Qianqian lurking outside, replied nonchalantly, hello, Dean. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I wish to donate 100 million to your school. Zhou Ruinfa was taken aback. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianqian, overhearing from the doorway, covered her mouth in astonishment. So he came to donate, and he didn't even think to include me. Does he not consider me his girlfriend? Moreover, 100 million is an incredibly generous offering. I still have no idea how much money he actually possesses. Inside the office, Zhou Ruinfa quickly rose, grasping Ye Kai's hand warmly. Young man, are you truly willing to donate? Ye Kai shrugged. I found your school in such disrepair that I felt compelled to help. If you think 100 million is insufficient, I can make it 200 million. Zhou Ruinfa's eyes widened. He thought, where did this tycoon come from? To him, 100 million seems as trivial as $10. No, no. 100 million is more than enough. He expressed his gratitude. Please provide me with the school's financial account. Zhou Ruinfa hastily retrieved the school's account information from his computer. Yi Kai glanced at it and sent a message via WeChat. Yi Kai, donating 100 million to Fishtime Middle School. Qinglong, understood, boss. After a brief exchange, the colossal sum was soon transferred to the school's account. Zhou Ruinfa counted the zeros, confirming there were 8, and excitement surged through him. With this funding, the school's restroom facilities could see significant improvements. The cafeteria could be rebuilt, and they could hire even more exceptional teachers to educate the students. All right, I'm off. Yi Kai waved and stepped out of the office. Upon seeing Yi Kai exit, Xiao Qianqian quickly moved away from the office building, heading towards the school's exit. At the gate, Yi Kai observed Xiao Qianqian's heaving chest and feigned ignorance. Oh, what seems to be the matter? Xiao Qianqian waved her hand, creating a slight breeze. It's so hot. Hot? How is it hot? She paused before pointing to the blazing sun overhead. The sun is too intense. Oh, then let's indulge in some crayfish. Yi Kai chuckled and led Xiao Qianqian straight to the crayfish shop, secretly amused. Little girl, let this be a lesson for you about following me. Curiosity can lead one into trouble. Soon enough, they arrived at the crayfish restaurant, only to find it packed to capacity. To enjoy the delicacy, they would need to wait in line. Xiao Qianqian frowned. I didn't expect the business to be this booming. I wonder how long we will have to wait. Yi Kai inquired at the front desk. Do you have a private room? Yes, we do. However, for just the two of you, it may not be cost-effective, as the room is charged by the hour at 500. Yi Kai hesitated. What about the crayfish? You may enjoy unlimited crayfish within that hour. Yi Kai grinned. Then we'll take a private room. Chapter 98. Is it wrong to eat a pound of crayfish in 5 minutes? Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian were escorted to a private room on the second floor. Moments later, a delightful aroma filled the air as the crayfish were served, though they appeared somewhat scant. It seemed that those in the business were adept at ensuring they wouldn't lose out. The current market price for crayfish is 70 yuan per pound, while dining in a private room comes at a cost of 500 yuan per hour. Even at the fastest pace, 2 ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to consume 7 pounds within an hour. The most tedious task of eating crayfish is peeling the shells. As Xiao Qianqian was about to don a pair of transparent plastic gloves to peel the crayfish, she was halted by Yi Kai, who insisted, allow me to handle the peeling. Otherwise, we shall incur a loss. Upon finishing his statement, Yi Kai concentrated his internal energy and directed it into the bowl of crayfish, causing the creatures to writhe and tremble as if animated. Moments later, the shells detached from the flesh. This spectacle left Xiao Qianqian in awe. Yi Kai, you are remarkable, she exclaimed. If I weren't, would you fancy me? Yi Kai replied with a faint smile. Xiao Qianqian blushed and admitted, I do. All right, we can eat now. Yi Kai promptly began feasting on the succulent crayfish meat. And soon, Xiao Qianqian's appetite surged as well. Within 5 minutes, the crayfish were entirely consumed. At this rate, they could devour 12 pounds in an hour. Yi Kai summoned a waiter, who, upon witnessing the empty bowl, was left astounded. Wow, these patrons eat crayfish at an unprecedented speed. He exclaimed, bring 3 pounds. Yi Kai requested nonchalantly. The waiter hesitated. Sir, our policy requires that we serve 1 pound at a time. We cannot bring out 3 pounds all at once. Very well. Then bring half a pound quickly. The waiter nodded and hurried out, making his way to the back of the restaurant where the manager, a burly man, was enjoying tea with a tattooed woman. Boss, there's a private room guest who finished a pound of crayfish in 5 minutes. The manager's brows furrowed sharply. Are you certain there was no waste? Absolutely none, the waiter assured him. Is that so? The manager pushed the woman aside and stood up, intrigued to see how the guest managed to consume crayfish so swiftly. He said he wants half a pound more. He appears capable of eating quite a lot. The waiter explained. Then fetch him half a pound more, the manager commanded, waving his hand. Take me to meet him. The waiter nodded and swiftly prepared half a pound of steaming crayfish, leading the manager into the private room. Upon entering, the manager was immediately captivated by Xiao Qianqian's beauty. It took him nearly a minute to regain his composure. He turned to Yi Kai and introduced himself. I am Fong Sipin, the owner here. Young man, you consume crayfish rather quickly. I wish to see your technique. Yi Kai smiled slightly. You wish to witness my prowess? I fear it may frighten you. Yi Kai held no fondness for Fong Sipin, even harboring some disdain, as he had noticed the gluttonous glint in the man's eyes when he looked at Xiao Qianqian. Without needing to use any special insight, Ye Kai discerned Fong Sipin's unscrupulous nature. Fong Sipin was taken aback, then sneered, "Young man, don't boast at such a tender age. Otherwise, the girl won't fancy you." At this, he cast several furtive glances at Xiao Qianqian, as if to imply that her boyfriend was merely a braggart, not to be relied upon, and that she would be better off with him. Ye Kai's gaze remained calm, and he chose not to respond. Instead, he grasped the bowl containing the crayfish and, with a surge of internal energy, shattered the shells into fragments. Fong Sipin and the waiter were left speechless at this display of skill. No wonder he could finish a pound of crayfish in 5 minutes. At this rate, Fong Sipin would surely go bankrupt. Coughing slightly, Fong Sipin felt his blood pressure rise as he witnessed Ye Kai and Xiao Qianqian finish yet another pound of crayfish in 5 minutes, leaving him feeling frustrated and on the verge of tears. "Quick, bring another half a pound," Ye Kai said calmly. Fong Sipin's expression darkened, revealing a sinister look on his face. "Kid, this is a small business for me. You're intentionally trying to drive me to ruin. Wasn't the rule 500 for unlimited crayfish in an hour? Are you reneging on that now?" Ye Kai inquired coolly. "What if I have changed my mind? What do you do about it?" Fong Sipin retorted viciously. Ye Kai shrugged, his expression unperturbed. "You certainly have quite the bravado." After saying this, Ye Kai sent a WeChat message to Qinglong. "Ye Kai, Qinglong, please send Yao Angming to the Heartless Crayfish Restaurant. Qinglong, I have a feeling the boss is angry. Ye Kai, the owner of this crayfish restaurant is a fool. Replace him with someone else, and ensure I never see him in Dongjiang again." Qinglong, "Understood. I'll handle it. Yao Angming will arrive in 3 minutes." Ye Kai put down his phone and looked at Fong Sipin, smiling faintly. "You are finished." Fong Sipin was taken aback, then scoffed, "Kid, you clearly do not understand the gravity of your situation. You are far too arrogant." With that, Fong Sipin lunged forward to grab Ye Kai by the collar. Resorting to violence at the slightest provocation? What a waste. Ye Kai regarded him with disdain, calmly uttering, "Kneel." As soon as these words fell, it was as though an invisible hand of immense weight bore down upon Fong Sipin. With a thud, he sank to his knees. Terror etched across his face. You! Ye Kai's gaze remained composed as he turned to the waiter. "Why are you not preparing more crayfish? My girlfriend and I have not had our fill." The waiter, drenched in cold sweat, hesitated for a moment before gingerly moving his trembling legs to fetch the crayfish. With the boss kneeling, any resistance from him would be futile. 3 minutes later, Yao Angming stormed into the crayfish restaurant with his entourage. He found Ye Kai's private room and entered, standing there anxiously awaiting Ye Kai's orders. Upon seeing Yao Angming, Ye Kai ceased using his internal energy to suppress Fong Sipin and said coolly, "Director Yao Guang, are you aware of the rules of this establishment?" Yao Angming shook his head. "I am not aware." "Then perhaps you should inquire with this fellow," Ye Kai suggested, pointing at Fong Sipin. At that moment, Fong Sipin was a mix of confusion and fear. What? The formidable figure of Dongjiang, Yao Angming, is showing such deference to this young man? Am I dreaming? Speak. What are the rules of your establishment? Yao Angming demanded, kicking Fong Sipin in the head. Stunned by the blow, Fong Sipin's head buzzed as he mumbled, "Private room. 500 yuan an hour. All you can eat. Is there a problem with me consuming a pound in 5 minutes?" Ye Kai asked casually. Yao Angming paused, outwardly stating there was no issue, yet inwardly contemplated. Eating a pound in 5 minutes means you could consume 12 pounds in an hour. No wonder this foolish owner sought to make trouble for you. Not only did he try to prevent me from eating, but he also attempted to harm me. What do you think should be done about him? Ye Kai's expression hardened, exuding a powerful aura that left both Yao Angming and Fong Sipin gasping for breath. Such unscrupulous owners should be expelled from Dongjiang, Yao Angming said, his forehead dripping with cold sweat, speaking with utmost respect. Ye Kai nodded, retracting his imposing presence. "Where should we send him?" "To the desert to plant trees," Yao Angming suggested, a spark of inspiration lighting up his face. "Plant trees? Excellent." Ye Kai agreed. "I hope the new owner of this establishment is a person of integrity. Rest assured, Lord Yi, I will find a commendable owner to run this crayfish restaurant." Yao Angming promised solemnly. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his subordinates to take Fong Sipin away. Fong Sipin dare not resist, well aware that any act of defiance could lead to repercussions far worse than being sent to the desert to plant trees. Throughout this ordeal, Xiao Qianqian remained silent, unfazed, for she had witnessed Yi Kai's capabilities long ago. She recalled how he had effortlessly sent a much larger man flying with a single punch. Thus, Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian were finally free to indulge in the crayfish without restraint. Xiao Qianqian soon became full, yet Yi Kai continued to eat for an entire hour before finally stopping. After leaving the private room, they proceeded to the front desk to settle the bill before departing from the crayfish restaurant. Shall we head home now? Xiao Qianqian turned her face to look at Yi Kai. After a satisfying meal and some exercise, we could go to the hotel, Yi Kai replied with a smile. Xiao Qianqian lightly nudged Yi Kai with her elbow, but we need to go home to get our ID cards. We don't need an ID card to go to the hotel. Well, if you truly want to go, we can. Xiao Qianqian's cheeks flushed as she spoke. However, they ultimately decided against it. Yi Kai released Xiao Qianqian and returned to the parking lot, and the two headed home together. An hour later, they arrived home. It was now noon, 1:00 p.m. Just as Yi Kai stepped out of the car, he received a call from Song Xiaolin. Hello, Yi Kai. I'm on my way over. Is that all right? Yes, come on over, Yi Kai said before hanging up. Approximately half an hour later, Song Xiaolin drove into the driveway. However, she was not alone. A shy middle school girl accompanied her, hiding behind Song Xiaolin, reluctant to reveal herself to Yi Kai and Xiao Qianqian. Upon seeing Yi Kai, Song Xiaolin appeared somewhat embarrassed and said, "This is my cousin, Song Tingting. Last month, my aunt's family was in a car accident, and she's the only one left. She's a bit shy around strangers, so please don't mind her." As she recounted this unfortunate incident, a flicker of sadness crossed Song Xiaolin's eyes, while Song Tingting's eyes reddened, though she did not shed a tear, displaying remarkable strength. Yi Kai smiled gently. "It's all right. Let's go to the pavilion." With that, he walked towards the pavilion, followed closely by Song Xiaolin and Song Tingting, while Xiao Qianqian went to the villa to prepare tea for the teacher and the girl. In the pavilion, Yi Kai addressed Song Xiaolin. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Song Xiaolin hesitated for a moment before quietly replying, I don't have any questions. I just want to listen to your lecture." "Oh, I see." Yi Kai nodded and, with a swift mental process, quickly devised a set of teaching content. Without any aids, he began to speak. Meanwhile, Song Xiaolin took out a notebook and pen from Song Tingting's backpack, diligently taking notes. Whenever she encountered unfamiliar words, she would eagerly ask questions. Do not heed those who claim there are no shortcuts to mastering English. Talent is a shortcut. Those endowed with talent excel in learning any language. Conversely, those lacking talent, no matter how simplified the learning methods, will struggle to grasp the material. In fact, simply listening to English songs, watching foreign films with Chinese subtitles, and studying the actors' speech patterns can significantly enhance your English proficiency. If possible, consider spending a couple of months abroad during the winter or summer break. Improving your English teaching skills is not difficult, as long as you possess a rich vocabulary. Employ words flexibly and master grammar. You will succeed. An hour later, Yi Kai added a few more comments for Song Xiaolin. Observing from the side, Xiao Qianqian nodded in agreement, feeling as if she was gaining more knowledge from Yi Kai's words than from years of study. Song Xiaolin also benefited greatly and, without hesitation, decided to transfer Yi Kai the tutoring fee. Yi Kai glanced at Song Tingting and waved his hand. "Let this 500 yuan be for the child to buy some sweets." Song Xiaolin was momentarily taken aback, then felt a wave of warmth in her heart. "Thank you." "There's no need for thanks," Yi Kai chuckled. Doesn't Song Xiaolin know that local regulations prohibit gold medal teachers from casually accepting tutoring fees? Teaching is a sacred profession. I was merely imparting knowledge in my capacity as a gold medal teacher. Song Xiaolin suddenly grasped the implication and quickly nodded in agreement. "For the next 2 months, I will hardly be going to school. If you wish to attend my lectures, remember to make an appointment in advance." "All right, let us conclude today's session here." Yi Kai rephrased the tutoring as training, asserting, "A strong youth leads to a strong nation." The mission of a gold medal teacher is to cultivate elite teachers in the region, thereby enhancing the excellence of future graduate students. Before Song Xiaolin departed, Song Tingting approached Yi Kai, handing him a small red flower before turning to run away. Watching her shy and flustered figure, Yi Kai smiled faintly and handed the small red flower to Xiao Qianqian. "Could you keep this for me? Why not keep the flower given to you by that little girl?" Xiao Qianqian replied, maintaining an outward calm while feeling a wave of jealousy within. "I haven't even given you a flower yet, and she got ahead of me. Ye Kai hesitated for a moment before deciding not to discard the flower. The act of gifting flowers can hold myriad meanings. Song Tingting's gesture certainly did not stem from romantic affection, but rather was a simple token of gratitude. As for her reasons for this token, only Song Tingting herself could know. Ye Kai walked into the villa, placing the small red flower into a pen holder in his study, then opened his computer. The novel Mysterious Tower has been on hiatus for 2 days, and I hope my fans won't scold me. Ye Kai booted up his computer, searched for Luda Chinese network, and accessed the author's backend, disregarding the comments section as he hurriedly typed away. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianqian was in the study reading scriptures. She discovered that after studying the Holy Emperor scripture, she felt an indescribable power surging within her as she revisited these texts. Wow, my internal strength has increased significantly, she exclaimed inwardly, astonished. Could it be that the 42-chapter scripture is also a rare martial arts skill? Realizing this, Xiao Qianqian refrained from continuing her studies, fearing she might go astray. However, even without studying the 42-chapter scripture, her internal strength was rapidly growing, which alarmed her. Ye Kai, something feels off with my internal energy, Xiao Qianqian said nervously. I discovered that the 42-chapter scripture is not merely a Buddhist text, but a profound martial arts secret. After finishing his novel, Ye Kai slowly turned around. I didn't expect you to be a martial arts prodigy. A martial arts prodigy? What do you mean? Xiao Qianqian asked, perplexed. In martial arts, talent is paramount. Much like learning English, some individuals possess strong comprehension, while others struggle. The highly perceptive ones can master English independently without much guidance, while those lacking such insight find it hard to understand, no matter how much a teacher explains. You are an exceptional talent in martial arts, yet there remains a significant gap between us. Xiao Qianqian huffed softly, realizing she had overestimated her own abilities. I thought I was one of those who surpasses their teacher, but it seems I was mistaken. The master is always the master. You need not be disheartened. You cannot compare yourself to me, for I have already become the strongest in the world during my time in school. Feel free to practice the 42 chapters scripture boldly. It will strengthen the foundation of your internal energy. Xiao Qianqian puffed her cheeks. Is it all right for my internal energy to be growing so rapidly? Ye Kai chuckled. The initial growth may be swift, but it will eventually slow down due to the thin spiritual energy in this world. So, how deep is your internal energy now? I could easily block a cannon with my bare hands or kick a nuclear bomb without issue, Ye Kai stated calmly. Xiao Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment. I had no idea my boyfriend possessed such incredible strength. I want to test it with a cannon and see if he is boasting. Don't believe me? Ye Kai felt Xiao Qianqian's shocked gaze and concentrated internal energy in his right fist, saying, Now, I will formally demonstrate true martial arts for you. Let us head to the backyard. In the villa's backyard, Ye Kai stood in the center, his arms slightly outstretched, enveloped in a powerful aura of internal energy. He waved at a nearby red maple tree, and suddenly, a flurry of crimson leaves shot forth from the branches, soaring towards the open palms of Ye Kai. As he gathered the vibrant leaves between his hands, his gaze gleamed with intensity, and he uttered a sharp command, Go! At the sound of his voice, the leaves, suspended in his palms, transformed into a barrage of flying darts, slicing through the air towards the void above. At that moment, a flock of unidentified birds happened to fly overhead. The leaves struck with precision, cleaving the birds' bellies in two, blood spraying forth. Xiao Qianqian, witnessing this scene, clutched her abdomen in astonishment, murmuring, such formidable martial arts. Ye Kai observed the fallen bird carcasses with an unruffled demeanor. Remember, as long as one's inner strength is profound enough, even leaves can serve as lethal projectiles. Xiao Qianqian nodded vigorously. Ye Kai chose not to display excessive prowess, for the time was not yet ripe. It was sufficient for Xiao Qianqian to realize that true martial arts were not mere displays of flair, but lethal techniques. Just then, his phone vibrated several times. Ye Kai retrieved it to find a WeChat message from Lin Xia. Upon opening it, he read, Lin Xia, brother, someone is looking for you. They hail from Qiuming province, led by a man named Guojiu. He wants to challenge you to a race. A race? Do I know this Guojiu? Ye Kai racked his brain, only to draw a blank regarding Guojiu. Ye Kai, ask him if he is a fool for seeking me out for a race. Lin Xia, are you sure you want me to ask that? Decade, no. Just tell him there's no need for a race, as he lacks the qualifications. Suggest he look up Nighty. He LL understand. Lin Xia, oh, okay. Ye Kai closed WeChat, piecing together the situation. His recent habit of driving luxury cars had likely caught Guo Jio's attention. Otherwise, why would someone from Xiaoming province seek him out for a race? Meanwhile, at Yujing Academy, Guo Jio was bidding farewell to Lin Xia as he exited the school with a few subordinates. Brother Jio, why are you sweating? One attentive subordinate asked, noticing the beads of perspiration on Guo Jio's forehead. Guo Jio's eyes were filled with terror. Do you know what Nighty means? The subordinate shook his head. No. Is it powerful? The god of death in the night. The god of racing. I never expected a legendary racer to be just a university graduate. The subordinate's face paled, his legs trembling slightly. Brother Jio, are you certain? He could just be boasting. Guo Jio's gaze sharpened. I doubt anyone would dare impersonate the world's racing champion. These young people love to brag. If he were the world champion, he would have participated in the World Cup during middle school. The subordinate gazed at the sky with admiration, respectfully regarding Ye Kai. He*s just a mere university student. How could he be the world champion? Just then, Wen Qianqian, on her way home from school, overheard their conversation and paused. If you two doubt it, I can take you to meet my brother, and you'll see for yourselves. Wen Qianqian spoke with calm determination. If my brother claims to be the world racing champion, then he undoubtedly is. Chapter 101. My girlfriend is enough to handle you, your brother? Guo Jio looked at the innocent girl before him, taken aback. The beautiful woman earlier had also referred to Ye Kai as her brother. How many sisters did Ye Kai have? Are you his biological sister? Guo Jio inquired. When Qianqian shook her head, I'm his adopted sister. Adopted sister? Guo Jio's pupils contracted slightly, pondering if sibling relationships had become a trend among university students, especially in a 1-to-2 dynamic. The subordinate couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy, thinking, if only I had an adopted sister like that. When Qianqian shot a glance at Guo Jio, Uncle, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up a drive. Guo Jio blinked, chuckling, then got into his Range Rover. When Qianqian slid into the passenger seat without a hint of fear, yearning to see Ye Kai, if only for a moment. As they drove, she messaged Ye Kai, fully aware of his temperament and the potential for conflict if she led these two clueless men to challenge him. Wen Qianqian, brother, I brought two uncles to find you for a race. They look down on you, and I couldn't stand it. Please don't be mad at my impulsiveness. Ye Kai, all right, it seems these novices won't believe in the might of Nighty unless they experience it firsthand. Bring them along, but ensure their safety. Upon reading the words, ensure safety, Wen Qianqian felt a wave of happiness. Her brother truly cared for her. Cough, cough. Miss, do you have a boyfriend? Guo Jio's subordinate, noticing Wen Qianqian's beauty, sought to pursue her. Wen Qianqian hesitated before responding coolly. No. What do you think of me? Guo Jio frowned, admonishing, too, don't act like a lovesick puppy at the sight of a pretty girl. You cannot pursue this girl. The subordinate, too, retreated slightly, grinning awkwardly. Boss, she doesn't have a boyfriend. Why can't I pursue her? This time, it was when Qianqian's turn to speak. Smiling mischievously, she said, Uncle, we are nearly a decade apart in age. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to pursue me. Atu replied earnestly, in love, age is just a number. I'm sorry, but in this lifetime, I only have eyes for one person. You have no hope. When Qianqian stuck out her tongue playfully, exuding a lively spirit. On the other side, Ye Kai was teaching Xiao Qianqian how to harness her inner strength. Possessing inner strength without the ability to wield, it was indeed a frustrating predicament. Ye Kai embraced Xiao Qianqian from behind, guiding her hand in hand. You must control your inner strength to flow through your meridians and then release it. Xiao Qianqian blushed, stammering, please don't do this. Stay focused. Ye Kai maintained a stern facade while secretly smirking. You asked me to hold you tightly, so don't blame me if I take liberties. Was it not you who lost focus? Xiao Qianqian exhaled softly, her cheeks flushed as she replied. Ye Kai couldn't resist tightening his embrace further. So shy. Just then, the sound of a car horn pierced the air, shattering the intimate atmosphere. Ye Kai calmly released Xiao Qianqian and smiled. Qianqian is here. Go let her in. I'll recite a calming spell. Xiao Qianqian, her face aglow, giggled. You're incorrigible. Now you can't even walk properly. She found Ye Kai's playful gestures endearing. After all, if he didn't have feelings for her, he wouldn't treat her so affectionately. The duo made their way from the backyard to the front yard, where a Range Rover awaited. Two men emerged from the vehicle, led by one Qianqian into the gates. Guojiu and I too surveyed the surroundings and the villa, feeling it hardly resembled the abode of a world champion. It appeared quite ordinary. So, you wish to race against me? Yikai invited nonchalantly. Guojiu sized him up. You are Yikai? Yes. You are the world champion? Indeed. Yikai replied coldly. Do you think I jest? Guojiu sensed an unusual intensity emanating from Yikai that defied the typical demeanor of a university student. Yet he found it hard to believe. Yikai gestured towards the Range Rover. You're not thinking of using that to challenge me, are you? Guojiu chuckled. Of course not. You're not worthy of my effort. Yikai turned to Xiao Qianqian and continued. My girlfriend is more than capable of handling you. Upon hearing this, Guojiu and Atu couldn't help but furrow their brows, thinking, this guy is rather dismissive, isn't he? He actually dares to send a woman to race against us. They glanced at Xiao Qianqian, their minds momentarily distracted by the thought. So beautiful. They were momentarily mesmerized. Xiao Qianqian, feeling somewhat insecure, whispered, my driving skills are rather ordinary. Can I really do it? She feared that she would embarrass Yikai by failing to outperform others. Yikai gently ruffled Xiao Qianqian's hair and assured her, I'll teach you a few tricks that will be more than sufficient to defeat them. At his words, a confident smile blossomed on Xiao Qianqian's face. All right, I'll give it a try. I promise not to let you down. Yikai nodded and then turned to Guofei, saying, if you don't mind, I'll take my girlfriend for a little stroll first. Though Guofei felt a twinge of discomfort from the disdain, he refrained from saying anything, eager to commence the race and show off his superiority over the stunning beauty in Yikai. Words alone do not equate to true prowess. All would be revealed on the racetrack. Yikai helped Xiao Qianqian into the Ferrari, then pressed the accelerator, departing from home. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the foot of Wolf Tooth Mountain, the largest racetrack in Jianglin City. With its steep terrain and picturesque surroundings, it was a popular venue for racers. Especially during summer evenings, before nightfall, a throng of young racing enthusiasts gathered here. As Yikai arrived, all the racers turned their attention to his Ferrari. Whose sports car is that? Could it be from Flower Xiao? Flower Xiao frequently flaunted his wealth by changing cars, a true tycoon. Oh, someone's getting out. Wow, what a stunning girl. Could it be that Flower Xiao has a new girlfriend? The rich young master truly was different, swapping cars like changing pants and women like changing clothes. While the racers speculated, Yikai rolled down the window, revealing a youthful, slightly boyish yet handsome face, leaving the surrounding racers in awe. However, the next scene was even more blinding. Xiao Qianqian stepped out from the passenger seat and perched herself on Yikai's lap, eagerly learning his driving skills. Yikai cast a casual glance at the astonished male racers, a smirk playing at his lips as he pressed the gas pedal and sped towards the mountain peak, with Xiao Qianqian in his embrace. Chapter 102, Driving with Inner Strength. An extreme provocation from Flower Xiao as Yikai departed. Jianglin City's racing god, Flower Bolang, arrived in his McLaren 720S worth over $3 million. With a face exuding charm and dressed in designer shorts and a shirt, he was soon greeted by the racing youth. Brother Hua, it's rare to see you today without a woman in tow. Brother Hua, I just saw a newcomer going up the mountain with his exceptionally handsome girlfriend. That girl is indeed beautiful. To be frank, none of the beauties you've brought before can compare to her. Upon hearing this, Flower Boulang's brows furrowed sharply. How could someone steal his thunder? He maintained a calm smile. I must see for myself just how capable this newcomer is. Meanwhile, on the roadside, Yikai was attentively teaching Xiao Qianqian how to drive, imparting some of his knowledge. As martial artists, we possess a significant advantage in driving. We can harness our inner strength to increase speed and achieve perfect drifting. With the assistance of the 42 Chapter Sutra, your inner strength has significantly improved. Now, it's your turn to take the wheel. Blushing, Xiao Qianqian nodded, gripping the steering wheel with both hands. Following Yi Kai's instructions, she released her inner strength to envelop the car, driving at high speed. She discovered that the car, wrapped in her inner strength, felt remarkably light and responsive, as if enchanted, effortlessly moving at her command. However, after a short circuit, her inner strength was depleted. Just as her mind wandered, Yikai had already brought her back down the mountain. Seeing the newcomer return, Flower Bolang perked up, ordering his entourage to surround Yikai and Xiao Qianqian. Clap, clap. He bent his fingers, rapping on the car window. Looks like someone is seeking trouble. Let's get out, Yikai said to Xiao Qianqian. She spoke in a barely audible voice. I still don't have the strength. Then you can stay seated, Ye Kai replied with a faint smile. Reflecting on the earlier sensation stirred an unusual feeling within him. He opened the car door and stepped out. As the door swung open, Flower Bulang immediately caught sight of Xiao Qianqian, whose hair was slightly disheveled, yet possessed an unparalleled beauty, captivating his heart. Gorgeous. What a beautiful girl. Those guys were right. None of the women I've been with before can compare. Noticing Flower Bulang's astonishment, Ye Kai furrowed his brow slightly, thinking, next time I go out, I should have Qianqian wear sunglasses, otherwise her stunning beauty might provoke unwanted attention from men. Kid, you are quite fortunate, Flower Bulang remarked slyly. Did you come to praise my girlfriend's beauty? Ye Kai replied coolly. Floger Bulang sneered. Are you aware of the rules here at Wolf Tooth Mountain? Rules? I'm unfamiliar, Ye Kai responded, his gaze sharpening. I only know that where I am the rule. The two faced off, and onlookers began to mock Ye Kai. Who is this kid? His bravado is quite amusing. Does he really think driving a Ferrari makes him invincible? Nowadays, many wealthy individuals own Ferraris in Jianglin City. I bet this kid is just a spoiled rich kid. We, as professional racers, earn enough to buy 2 Ferraris every year. This rookie is far too young. Flower Xiao enjoys stealing the spotlight. Let us see how he humiliates the young man and takes away the stunning beauty, with the crowd's flattery boosting his confidence. Flower Bulang sneered disdainfully at Ye Kai. How about we place a wager? A wager? Ye Kai replied with interest. What do you have in mind? We'll race a lap. If I win, you and that beauty break up and you give her me for a few months. Flower Bulang assumed Xiao Qianqian was merely a girl Ye Kai had wooed with money. Ye Kai's expression hardened at those words. And if you lose? I'm sorry, but I won't lose, Flower Bulang replied, his confidence soaring. Ye Kai remained calm, stating, if you lose, you must endure a punch from me. What? Floger Bulang exclaimed in disbelief. Haha, young and eager to resolve matters with fists. Can your punch even break tofu? His eyes sparkled with mockery, his tone dripping with disdain. You truly don't deserve my effort. I just taught my girlfriend how to race, and I happen to need a sparring partner, so you'll do. After dropping that statement, Ye Kai returned to the passenger seat. A guy has taken a liking to you. He even wagered a race with me. If I lose, you'll have to sleep with him, Ye Kai stated nonchalantly. Then I'll tell him that you're racing him. Xiao Qianqian was left dumbfounded, feeling as though she had been sold off. She felt somewhat uneasy. What if I lose? Am I really going to become his girlfriend? With me around, you won't lose. Ye Kai smiled softly. If I lacked absolute confidence, I would never let you take even the slightest risk. Hearing this, Xiao Qianqian felt much more at ease. Humph, that's more like it. I'm not a toy for you men. Ye Kai, I am your girlfriend, and I hope you'll cherish and care for me. Ye Kai gently ruffled her hair, assuring her, rest assured, I am no longer a simple-minded man. Once you triumph over those fools, I'll gift you a luxury car today.